Chapter 261. Songshur leaned against the wall, looking at the lapis lazuli in front of him. The latter hovered in midair, and under its control, the robotic arms in this logistics workshop rose and fell, rapidly disassembling the damaged parts of the machine body, replacing components, and even applying a fresh coat of paint amidst a series of crackling sparks. "Your AI machines are quite convenient," Songshur commented, popping a few pills into his mouth, chewing them, and tilting his head. "They don't even need to go to the ICU when they get injured, they can repair themselves." "Correct, but not entirely." The lapis lazuli directed one of the robotic arms to disassemble its own vector engine assembly, the structure of which had been mostly melted down due to the recent overload. Between repair and replace, it considered for a moment, then added another item to the electronic procurement list, and sent it to the Enlightened One's logistics department. "What you see, the parts one replaced, are merely my equipment, my gear, or rather, those parts belonging to the intelligence," Lapis Lazuli calmly replied. "But I belong to the Beyond Realm, a transcendent organ that cannot be directly replaced or repaired in this way. It still needs time to slowly repair itself. Furthermore, intelligence isn't like most people believe, where you can arbitrarily replace and reconstruct your body. After we gained self-awareness, our bodies became one of the anchors for maintaining that self-awareness. Do you humans think you can just arbitrarily install prosthetics? Of course, generally speaking, in this respect, intelligence is more lenient than you humans." Lapis Lazuli concluded its answer with this statement, then asked, "What about Myron and the others?" "They're all in the ICU." Songshur answered quickly, "I helped assess them, and they're actually alright, not too bad. If classified by injuries, then those 4 could be considered severely injured." As soon as Chaklo brought them back to the base, a large group of medical personnel, who were already on standby, rushed over and carried them into the intensive care unit. But those horrific injuries were all within the realm of recovery. There was no irreversible, permanent damage. Serious as it was, after half a month in the ICU, they would basically be mostly recovered. If all else failed, there was Chaklo's reversal as a last resort. As for why not reversal was used now, Songshur understood the other party's thinking. For psionicists, no, for anyone. Scars are tempering, and also a source of power. Just like bones that are broken, shattered, and then restored, becoming stronger and more powerful. The serious injuries Myron and the others are currently suffering, if they can overcome them, will become a foundation for their further advancement. By the way, have you thought of a new name? Songshur suddenly smiled, looking the other person up and down, and said leisurely, "Machine Rising Star, Destroyer of Bordeaux, Extremely Dangerous Gravity Messenger. There are quite a few names popping up online now. Which one do you plan to choose?" Temporarily concealing the identity of Meteor Atoll, he would first build up a reputation under the name Lapis Lazuli, and then use his true identity as a trump card when he seizes leadership of the machine community. This is Lapis Lazuli's current plan. As a former follower of Radiant Star 3, and one of the veterans of the Freedom Revolution, in terms of legitimacy and authority, few in the entire android community could rival it. As if it were an illusion, the Lapis Lazuli's form flickered upon hearing this string of names. It paused for a moment, then calmly said, "This mission isn't a high priority, no rush. I discuss it with the Enlightener's publicity department later, and then decide which nickname to use for promotion." It stopped speaking, because Songshur suddenly fell silent, turning his head slightly, as if he heard someone speaking in his ear. After a few seconds, he nodded, "Okay, I understand. Lapis Lazuli, you should focus on healing your injuries." Songshur's back lifted from the wall. He casually picked up a carving knife from the workbench beside him, waved it at the android, and then walked out of the workshop. "I'm going to see Chakro. I also have something I want to ask him." "Take care," Lapis Lazuli said. "Next time, remember to say, 'Have a safe journey.'" Songshur sighed. A dozen minutes later, guided by the faint yet persistent aura, Songshur arrived at a secluded factory without the need for electronic navigation or directions. He pushed open the door and entered. The factory was likely a storage facility. Boxes bearing the Danglon Machinery brand logo sat steadily on metal shelves, forming a dense, gray jungle. Automated forklifts moved silently and steadily between rows of beam-type racks, unloading goods. In the very center of the factory, Chaklo stood imposingly, hands behind his back. "Your energy is surprisingly good?" The man seemed a little regretful. "I thought you come with crutches this time. If you had acted half an hour later, you might have seen me on crutches." Then, Songshur bluntly pointed out, "But if I hadn't forcefully killed that third ring balance, if I had been 5 minutes later, either Myron or Sui Inghong would have had to die." "Then, thank you very much." Chakalo spread his hands, a smile gradually spreading across his face. A thank you from a dignified rebel seems quite valuable. Songshur also spread his hands, then smiled as well. Should I feel very honored? Your black flame psionic technique, is that a gift from the Tao Path? Chakalo withdrew his hand and took a few steps forward. I don't recall any record of this psionic technique. Is it a hidden treasure of your great origin Tao Path? Well. Songshur seemed to think seriously for a moment before saying, just understand it that way, there's no major problem. There is still a small problem. But Chakalo shook his head seriously. Something I never seen before, quite intriguing. The man smiled, extending his right hand. He said, want to try? Songshur answered quickly. Sure. The next instant, black flames erupted, surging like a raging tide, violently sweeping in all directions. Even before touching anything, merely a gust of wind swept by, and nearby shelves began to melt and collapse like snow, the crates on them turning to ashes as they fell. Songshur's pupils were once again filled with darkness, a thin line of crimson gold. And from that crimson gold line, all the emotions of the previous moment vanished, leaving only pure ferocity. Songshur's right hand clenched, the outline of the heavy slaughter's sword instantly taking shape, calamity-inducing flames flowing like ribbons of water, black flames swirling, wrapping layer upon layer around the blade, and slashing towards Chakro. Then, just as the blade was about to strike, Songshur stopped. It wasn't a matter of stopping short or showing mercy, rather, 5 fingers gripped the blade tightly, his spiritual energy surging, and then vanishing for a moment, binding all destructive power within his palm. Interesting. The raging flame seemed to have no effect whatsoever. Not even a dent was burned into Chaklo's clothes. But the man's expression was clearly peculiar. He pondered for a moment. Transforming the mind first, then using it as fuel to burn. A novel idea. Chakro carefully felt the black flame in his palm. However, it demands a great deal from the user in every aspect. A slight misstep can burn one's own mind. Control over psychic energy, maintaining self-will, skill in manipulating the flow of power. No, even these things can be put aside for now. The most important thing is to have enough hatred and anger to drive it. Such an extreme thing. But precisely because of this, its destructive power is astonishing. Even a psychic's mind probably can't withstand the bombardment for long. And in this state, driven by overflowing hatred and anger, your killing power will be even greater. Wuqi's defeat so quickly was indeed not unjust. Chakro commented, an exceptionally excellent psychic technique, pure killing power, but unfortunately, the requirements for its use are a bit too high. What is it called? Calamity Flame. Chakro nodded and released his hand. Songshur swiftly transformed into a stream of flame, flickering as it disappeared into Songshur's body. The latter closed his eyes for a moment, and when he opened them again, the darkness had vanished. What do you want to ask? First, of course, is my Swaysher, and secondly. Songshur's smile held a hint of anticipation. When do you plan to overturn the chessboard of Zhuguang City? Chapter 262. Chakro stared at the young man for a few seconds. He waved his hand, first activating reversal, restoring the shelves and goods nearby, which had been reduced to ashes by the calamity. Then, he gestured to Songshur, and the two strolled among the ironclad shelves. Swaysher is fine. Chaklo made a grabbing motion in the air, producing a sealed data card out of thin air, and casually tossed it to the other person. The ritual process for this psionic technique is quite complex, but the most crucial point is creativity. The image of Swaysher is preaching, but if you want to impart principles to others, you naturally need to have something entirely new that you can use to teach those principles. Therefore, you need to create an innovative achievement recognized by the Tao, such as a special technique, expanding the ways of using a psionic technique, or even creating a completely new psionic technique yourself. In short, as long as you prove your creativity, Swaysher is basically yours. The other parts of the ritual, though complex, are just things that take time. They're not difficult. I can have the Enlightener assist you with the latter, but the former you must do yourself. Songshur, you understand? Chaklo tilted his head slightly. Swaysher, in the beginning of time, who passed on the Tao, imagery, rituals, this series of information flashed through his mind, and in an instant, they connected, allowing his thoughts to flow freely. Swaysher, I see. No, it should be said that's how it should be. Songshur seemed to understand, and then he nodded, indicating that he comprehended it. There are shortcuts to psychic abilities, like skillful meditation techniques, customized training grounds, guidance from family elders or teachers, and even selecting psychic arts for the inheritors in advance and spending resources to prepare rituals for them. But if there are only shortcuts, then that psionicist will never be able to glimpse the scenery at the very peak of the path. Just like the psionic skills he currently possesses. The first rings, containment and return. If a high-ranking psionicist carefully points out the tricks and teaches them step by step, the student, unless hopelessly dull, can quickly master them, complete the inscription, and successfully acquire these two psionic skills. However, boiling blood, wildfire ember. These more powerful psionic skills offer absolutely no room for shortcuts. Even if someone inscribes it into a zero-element crystal beforehand, without setting any tests, like the ember zero-element crystal he obtained in Palothur, there's no need to consider rituals, and the requirements for mastering it are also lowered. But if the psionicist himself is truly unqualified, then even with all these shortcuts, he still has no chance of obtaining ember. If he were to forcefully obtain it, he would instead be burned to ashes by the ember. An unfathomable background, a noble and revered status, and vast authority over resource allocation. For a psionicist, these things might make him powerful, but beyond that, the only path to true strength, even absolute strength, lies in his own existence. To obtain the burning blood? To defeat the stronger with a weaker body? If that's impossible, then it's not even worth hoping for. Who? Songshur slowly exhaled. An innovative achievement, huh? Chakra wanted to say more about the sway stone, but seeing the strange look on the other's face upon hearing innovative achievement, he hesitated. The man pondered the series of new things he had created, and suddenly felt relieved, abandoning his idea of offering some pointers. My suggestion is, you should get some implants. The words that had been lingering on his lips vanished, and Chaklo changed the subject. He pointed at the young man who was stuffing his data card into his pocket, his expression subtle. What era is this? Are you really planning to spend your whole life on a tablet? Even communication is inconvenient. As he spoke, the man brushed aside his hair, demonstrating the brain-computer interface on the back of his neck. For a fifth-ring psychic, this brain-computer interface was certainly not for enhancing computing power or adapting to prosthetics. Chaklo didn't have many implants, and their combined effect was essentially the same, assisting with office work. This included, but was not limited to, message integration, online file storage, remote communication, task deployment, and a personnel planning platform. As the supreme leader of the largest anti-corporation organization, the Enlightened, Chaklo's daily workload was considerable. Without these implants and the software they carry, the Enlightened one's efficiency would decrease. Songshur's answer was concise. Not needed for now. Hearing this, Chakro nodded, unconvinced. His hand gently stroked the cargo box, paused for a moment, and then he spoke. Reversal is the psionic ability I acquired after reaching the fifth ring, the man said slowly. With reversal, most things are now beyond my control in terms of time. If I want, even rusted steel can instantly revert to its brand new state. Then, after thoroughly familiarizing myself with the power of reversal, I had a new idea, or rather, an attempt. The man slightly raised his hand. Reversal is indeed powerful, it makes me fearless of any harm, and can also transform into a destructive force capable of overturning everything. But it still has a drawback, or rather, it's an unavoidable rule. Using reversal still consumes my power. So, I tried to reversal myself. Not reversing injuries or conditions, but restoring my power through reversal, and then using that power to maintain reversal. Songshur uttered a single word. Perpetual motion machine. Yes, a perpetual motion machine. Chaklo nodded, then shook his head. Everyone knows that the idea of a perpetual motion machine is a paradox, and isn't my idea also an incredible paradox? So far, every attempt I made has failed. But I still believe it's feasible, so in the future, I will continue to try. At this point, the man stopped for the first time. Overthrowing the company's rule, seizing Forge City, establishing a symbol belonging to the Enlightened, and proclaiming the lighthouse to the earth. Actually, I'm not entirely certain about any of this. Like the paradox I just mentioned, the only thing I know for sure is that it's feasible. Chaklo turned and gazed at the person beside him. Songshur, you asked me before when you plan to overturn this chessboard. I can tell you my answer is now. The man looked into the young man's eyes, speaking resolutely and calmly. 10 minutes ago, I made a decision. Soon, the Enlighteners will launch their final war, sweeping away all traces of the company from Forge Light City. The only thing I can reverse is the present. The future is beyond my knowledge. The only clearly foreseeable future is one where nothing is done. Therefore, I will go with the Enlighteners to carry it out. Songshur. The man extended his hand to the young man, his once gentle eyes now seeming to burn with a scorching fire, radiating an almost scorching light. He said, Want to come? Chapter 263. The airship, engulfed in black flames, slowly broke apart in the middle and plummeted downwards. Disintegrating components flew everywhere, and amid screams of terror, the camera shook violently. It was as if a torrential downpour was sweeping down, carrying the viewer away into the distance. The screams paused briefly, then erupted into an even more violent uproar from the nearby crowd. As if an invisible hand had lifted the riddled airship, smoothing out the raging black flames, the entire airship was dismantled into hundreds of pieces and gently placed on the street. The video's progress bar ended there. Experience the attack of the Sun Festival. Absolutely up close. First-person view of the Bordeaux plane crash. At the top of the title was a prominent soaring popularity notification. Zhang Qiu looked away from the video, rubbed her temples, leaned back in her chair, and sighed deeply. Something big is about to happen. At the highly anticipated Sun celebration, the enlightened ones openly promoted their policies and plans while simultaneously launching an armed attack, sinking the theater airship Bordeaux. Overnight, the Sun celebration soared to the top of the trending topics list, with numerous videos from the event circulating wildly, and various figures immediately offering their opinions and critiques. Zhang Qiu casually clicked on a video website. The homepage boasted at least 3 videos with the tagline, a 10,000-word analysis to clarify the whole situation. In contrast, there was the silence from the companies. Led by Fubo Energy, Non-U Heavy Industry and Zero Degree Network held a joint press conference, sternly condemning the enlightened ones' terrorist attacks, expressing deep sorrow for the casualties caused by the attacks, and declaring that this time, they would not compromise, and would launch a military-driven retaliatory operation. Following the press conference, they refused interviews from all media outlets, and have remained silent ever since. Like a black hole. It devours everything outside, yet not a single ray of light escapes. In Forge Light City now, anyone with a modicum of sense can sense a growing sense of danger. As the mayor of Forge Light City, and the head of the Roker district, Zhang Qiu, with his extensive intelligence network, can see far more than others. Southern Heavy Industries has successively erected aerial arsenals, activating optical concealment and dominating the skies. Numerous mechanical armed units have been activated, and its factories are operating at full capacity, day and night. Even their prized megastructure mechs, colossal entities combining heavy firepower, heavy armor, and massive dimensions, are ready for deployment. Zero Degree Network takes a simple and brutal approach, first releasing a large group of security guards with diverse functions to indiscriminately patrol the city's network domain. The most direct impact was that many people, in the blink of an eye, found their websites marked blocked. Following this, they directly pulled a meticulously constructed fortress domain to the Forge Light City domain, establishing a core hub within it and deploying a chain-like integrated network. If the hub couldn't be breached, any attack targeting this integrated network would only affect individual nodes, having negligible impact on the overall architecture. This meant that conventional network attack methods, such as tactical communication disruption, signal localization, meme dissemination, and virus propagation would be significantly less effective. And Fubo Energy. No news. When the undisputed Lord of Roker began operating at full power, just as mortals could not look directly at the Divine Court, all related information became impossible to glean. The only thing known was that beneath the surface silence lay a turbulent undercurrent. What about the enlightened ones? Zhang Qiu asked, pinching her brow. They halted all their outward expansion and begun a full-scale retreat, Ning Tong said, standing ramrod straight. Therefore, their control over the controlled areas has increased dramatically. Most of our intelligence personnel have been brought out, and the last remaining, those not yet exposed, have entered a state of silence. And just last night, more than 10 small-scale covert conflicts erupted in the 3rd and 4th districts. According to the post-incident assessment, both sides consisted of Enlightened One's members and mercenaries hired by the company. A test, so quickly. Zhang Qiu paused for a moment. The intensity was so high. She took a deep breath and stood up. The elections for mayor and other public officials must not be postponed, they will proceed as scheduled. Proceed with the process. I will issue a citywide notice in the name of the government, advising citizens to minimize going out in the near future, or to stay at their workplaces. The woman paused for a moment. Prepare a batch of relief supplies, and distribute them to them. Also, Ning Tong, from now on, had the Security Bureau operating at full capacity. We cannot do anything about the upcoming combat zones in District 1 and District 2, but in other areas, we must maintain stability. Your firing authority is increased by 2 levels, and the restrictions on operational regulations are significantly reduced. Anyone trying to take advantage of the chaos should be shot dead without question. Hearing the words operating at full capacity, Ning Tong's expression changed slightly. He hesitated for a moment and asked, should those who go receive bonuses and subsidies? Shang Qiu glanced at him. Those who don't go will have their performance bonuses docked. How could that be? But the next second, she chuckled and shook her head. I allocate a portion of the budget for their attendance allowances. I remember your equipment procurement orders are still queued quarterly, right? According to the third wartime regulations, once all are approved, they'd be immediately armed to maximize immediate combat capability. Hearing about the bonuses and allowances, Ning Tong breathed a barely perceptible sigh of relief. That's good. The Security Bureau will do its utmost. There's not much we can do, Shang Qiu said frankly, then paused, and said seriously, but what we can do isn't as little as most people think. There's no need to be too nervous. Being nervous is pointless. The woman slowly stood by the window. The government building was located in the inner city, and looking out, the elevated highways in the distance were a sea of cars, shimmering like a golden river in the sunlight. She rested her hands on the windowsill. After all, we already experienced it once, haven't we? Ning Tong understood what she meant. Several years ago, the Enlightened Ones launched a surprise attack on Districts 1 and 2, seizing control with lightning speed and establishing their own control zones overnight. When everyone learned of this at dawn the following day, they were first shocked, then filled with extreme fear and anxiety. Forged Light City is going to be razed to the ground. All the assets everyone has accumulated are going to be gone. This was the thought of many, upon learning that the rebel Chaklo Vaughn was actually here. Before the clash between a fifth-ring psionicist and a giant corporation, even a city seemed somewhat insignificant. Did Patty say anything to you? Shang Qiu suddenly asked. Director General of the Security Bureau, Fifth Ring Consensus, Mental Image Rebirth, Patty Morse. Ning Tong slowly shook his head. We submitted the incident file and situation analysis immediately, but the Director General hasn't issued any related instructions. Shang Qiu said thoughtfully, I understand. She glanced out the window one last time, then sat back down, opened the office system, and began processing the mountain of tasks that had piled up in just a few hours. You can leave now, Ning Tong. She nodded to him. Remember, our only bottom line is Zhuguang City. Chapter 264. Sui-Shi. Song-Shi flipped through the tablet. The data card's contents had already been imported. Chakro hadn't lied to him. Aside from creating a new achievement, the rest of the Sui-Shi ritual wasn't difficult, but it was quite tedious. For example, it required burning incense, bathing, adjusting one's attire, ascending a prepared altar, and demonstrating the new achievement to the Taoist path, proving one's qualification to preach. The creator of a spiritual art can significantly influence the ritual content for future spiritualists acquiring that art. Considering the age of Sui-Shi creation and the creator's identity, Song-Shi could understand the reason. The Pan-Eastern continent had always favored such elaborate ceremonies, and this creator was clearly deeply influenced by this, even making the Sui-Shi ritual so complicated. However, it wasn't a major problem. After a brief moment of surprise upon learning that the young man had already achieved new results, Chaklo instructed the Enlightened One's engineering department to urgently construct a towering altar for himself. Simultaneously, using 3D printing technology and referencing the most widely circulated images, the latter rapidly printed a large number of statues of gods, demons, immortals, and Buddhas. Almost every mythological figure, with even a modicum of fame in the Pan-Eastern continent, was included. At the same time, 99 cauldrons were cast on site, claiming to break the peak of sacrificial scale and set a new record. Since, according to the research, 1 to 9 cauldrons represent progressively increasing scale, why not just go all out? 99 cauldrons must be far more impressive than 9. Thinking of the construction team leader's reply, Song-Shi was speechless. He had even specifically asked what to do with the 99 cauldrons after the ceremony. The other party said that to show solemnity, these cauldrons were cast from special industrial steel, making them extremely expensive. Therefore, they planned to find Chaklo to reverse them back to their raw material state, and then send them back to the workshop for continued use. I'm not watching anymore. Song-Shi casually tossed the tablet aside. Before the ritual, one must fast, abstaining from alcohol and meat, eating only vegetarian food. However, considering the current environment, unpolluted fruits and vegetables are too high-end, expensive, troublesome, and subject to purchase limits. Purely chemically synthesized vegetarian meals are too unpalatable. Song-Shi simply chose not to eat anything. Anyway, as a third-ring psychic, a few days without food wouldn't have much of an impact. Thinking this way, he didn't even need to eat. Suddenly having nothing to do, Songshur picked up the tablet he had tossed aside, intending to watch something to pass the time. The enlightened ones are also preparing for war with all their might. That day, facing Chaklo's invitation, he gave the only answer that both sides already knew. In the short 4 days following the Bordeaux fall, the 1st and 2nd districts were subjected to dozens of armed raids, mostly by companies, especially Fubo Energy, which accepted mercenaries after offering high prices. Clearly, the company intended to leverage its abundant resources to first whittle down the strength of a portion of the enlightened ones. They even planned to use these publicly known mercenaries as cover, allowing a small number of elite company-affiliated personnel to infiltrate and attempt intelligence gathering and sabotage of key facilities. Faced with this group of mercenaries, drawn by the high rewards, the enlightened ones displayed an unusually ruthless attitude, offering no room for surrender. Almost all were killed on the spot, and the footage was leaked to the mercenary communication network as a warning. Thanks to this undisguised, iron-fisted deterrence, the frequency of armed raids has noticeably decreased in the past 7 hours. Many who were initially hesitant have reconsidered the cost-effectiveness of the operational risks, the hostility from the enlightened ones, and the company's offer. He had been inclined to go and take care of a few mercenaries, but Chakro had vetoed the idea. The latter's opinion was that a third-ring psionicist, in the limited combat environment of Forge Light City, was already a decisive factor. In the current situation of simply wearing down forces, his intervention was unnecessary. Maintaining concealment and deterrence would be more effective. The situation was tense, a storm was brewing, even he was starting to feel a sense of anticipation. "What's that?" A deep male voice suddenly rang out. What? Songshur turned his head. A mechanical arm pushed open the apartment window, and a spherical mechanical object swayed into the room in the sudden rush of cold wind before closing the window again. Lapis lazuli. It floated silently in midair, watching Songshur reclining on the sofa. The probe on the other mechanical arm was gently pointing in one direction. Following the trajectory of the probe, Songshur realized that the AI meant the data tablet in his hand. He looked down, somewhat bewildered, then paused slightly. On the data tablet, the most popular video community at the moment, called Heavenly Kingdom, had only a handful of videos in the UI index page of the search bar. These were all automatically generated videos from AI marketing accounts, containing only general encyclopedic information. Yet its user seemed to have been lingering on this screen for quite some time. The data tablet screen dimmed, almost going black. Was he lost in thought about the situation in Casting Light City, and his hand unconsciously made that decision? The next moment, the dazed look faded, and Songshur casually closed the tablet, replying, "Nothing." "You lie." One of the prefectures under the jurisdiction of the Pan-Eastern Continental Union. Lapis Lazuli paused, then spoke again. With network firewalls in place, the upper-level domains around the world are separated. For legitimate video communities, like Heavenly Kingdom Video, whose main user base is located within the Enterprise Alliance, you won't find any useful information. Most people don't have access to detailed information about such a distant region as the Pan-Eastern Continental Union. However, the enlightened ones have a database recording global maps, and I have access to it. Do you need it? If so, I can provide some useful information about Uli. Although there's a slight delay in timeliness, it's still relatively valuable data. TSK. Listening to this long string of words, Songshur stared at the android for a few seconds, then suddenly clicked his tongue. Lapis Lazuli, has anyone ever told you that when someone says it's nothing, you shouldn't delve deeper into the topic? My installed emotional countermeasures module believes that when someone says it's nothing, the subtext is I have something on my mind. Please ask me quickly. Did I do something wrong by following the communication strategy it provided? Lapis Lazuli asked. Did you download this module from the Dust Contract Generation? Songshur paused for a moment, then sat up. Fine. I don't have anything else to do for now. Send me the data so I can take a look. 5 minutes later. Songshur scrolled the document back to the top, beckoned the android to come closer, and then pointed down line by line. Wait, there are way too many mistakes in the Enlightened One's data, aren't there? Chapter 265. First of all, it's true that Uli County's terrain is mainly plains and hills, but the next point, that it has moderately good tourism resources, is pure nonsense. What's there to see in that wretched place? The only slightly famous place, the White Sparrow Tower, was reduced to ashes by a single naval cannon shot during the 7 Earth Wars. After the 7 Earth Wars ended, during the reconstruction, the person in charge took kickbacks from the construction company, and the new White Sparrow Tower collapsed again in less than 3 years. Many people were imprisoned, and afterwards, nobody wanted to take on that mess anymore. It's just a pile of ruins overgrown with weeds. Songshur scrolled through the document and pointed to another point. Because of the lack of local fiscal revenue and its marginalized location, Yulai's infrastructure is relatively backward. What do you mean by relatively backward? Relatively speaking, even that's considered average in terms of backwardness. In the more remote parts of Yulai, you can still see things built during the 7 Earth Wars. Those houses are crammed with an overflowing surplus of poor people, patched up and mended, yet they stubbornly hold on. The nearby roads are under repair every year, and broken every year. I seriously suspect that the head of the Urban Construction Bureau is colluding with the construction teams, both sides receiving a stable share of the government's budget. Lapis Lazuli remained silent. The welfare system is comprehensive. Comprehensive? Songshur sneered repeatedly. That's really too comprehensive. The summary reports submitted to the outside world look better every year. The welfare homes underneath are getting worse every year. The quotas for legal missing persons and deaths, however, steadily increase every year. It's just to make it easier to provide free toys for the higher-ups. Because of its long history, the food is of a higher standard. Songshur seemed to want to say something more, but after a pause, he changed his mind. Okay, I can barely agree with that. Yulai's cooking skills are not bad. But the next moment, the young man became heartbroken. It's because the technology for raising white maggots, developed by the pure white creatures, was introduced. To reduce agricultural costs, the government vigorously promoted it, forcing most people to eat maggots, causing this sector to decline. And another thing, Yulai has consistently ranked among the top 100 counties. But is it possible that the Pan-Eastern Continental Union only has a little over 100 counties in total? Please wait a moment, Songshur. Amidst the others' agitated words, King Jinshi finally spoke. The surface of the intelligent machine flickered and disappeared, as if considering something. After a brief pause, its voice was steady and somewhat low. The situation in the Pan-Eastern Continental Union, is it really this dire? Songshur glanced at King Jinshi. The young man tilted his head slightly, and after a long while, said strangely, otherwise? Otherwise? King Jinshi seemed taken aback. The Enlightened One's archives, and the data you, as a Depth 4 demon, have scavenged across the network. Even if many details are flawed, the overall content shouldn't be too wrong. Lapis Lazuli, don't tell me you haven't seen those things. You Omnics can process data much faster than we humans. Songshur's tone carried an undisguised strangeness. Since you've seen those materials, how can you still harbor unrealistic fantasies about the Pan-Eastern Continental Alliance? Do you think it's a pristine, joyous paradise? In this world, apart from Eden, where the living environment is barely acceptable, how can there be any so-called paradise? The Pan-Eastern Continental Alliance was essentially formed during the 7 Earths War by a group of forces seeking self-preservation and profit. Even though it's now officially called the Pan-Continental Alliance, and has the 9 Counties Council as the nominal highest governing body, fundamentally, those past forces have simply changed the shell of a unified position. Internally, they still continue their respective traditions, ruling their subordinate counties. Songshur chuckled, counting on his fingers. The Eastern Continent Republic is all the private domain of those aristocratic families. They literally have the final say, and the charlatans of the 4 heavens are always ready to give you a big surprise. The Academic Council, for the sake of so-called academic research, what wouldn't they do? The Northern Thunder Defense Front is slightly better, but in the end, they only care about pursuing military might and don't care about anything else, so they have no interest in exploiting you and just maintain the status quo. And the rest, are they just out of place? If it weren't for the Van Pusta Empire standing by, watching with predatory eyes, they would have been fighting each other to the death long ago. Even now, their military strength hasn't decreased much. It's just that there hasn't been a large-scale open war. You lie. You lie. Songshur leaned back slightly, resting on the sofa, staring at the ceiling, something seemingly reflected in the deepest part of his eyes. Those so-called flowing light and shadow, clear pools reflecting shadows. The old scenery of Yulai, now only found in history books and the backyards of those aristocratic manors. Where can you still see it? The young man shook his head. Yulai is just such a place. At this moment, although the other party was clearly stating things plainly, in the senses of the Lapis Lazuli, it sensed a strange emotional representation analysis result. Nostalgia? Songshur suddenly sat up straight, looked back at the Lapis Lazuli, and his expression had returned to normal. As far as I know, the Eastern Continent Republic also contributed to the final battle of Yashing III, with a 5th ring member involved. If that's the case, we might have opportunities to cooperate in the future. He said lightly, everyone has scores to settle. Unexpectedly, Lapis Lazuli didn't react much. We will surely avenge ourselves, the Onyx said calmly. It paused, then suddenly asked another question. Songshur, do you have any recollection of the predestined death? Songshur answered decisively, no. After that day's advancement, I have absolutely no memory of the predestined death. He paused for a moment, then added, well, I can't say I have absolutely no memory. Songshur extended his index finger and tapped his chest. I don't know why, inexplicably, I felt very angry at the time. Maybe that's a remnant of the predestined death? Oh, right. Songshur shifted to a more comfortable position. I almost forgot to ask, how did you suddenly fly back? The solar celebration concluded with the Bordeaux crash incident, but its aftereffects clearly wouldn't end there. Beyond the fierce preparations between the Enlighteners and the company, a battle of iron and fire, discussions on the matter maintained peak popularity from the streets to office buildings, from private domain traffic to public online communities, escalating wildly and sparking waves of excitement, leaving countless people thoroughly entertained. In the team on that day, Lapis Lazuli, with his android identity, garnered attention second only to Southern Dipper Songshur. He was beginning to stand out. His popularity was immense. Beyond this overt attention, Lapis Lazuli officially entered the sight of ordinary Enlightener members, openly displaying his presence and gradually making contact with other androids, laying the groundwork for future leadership of the android community. The tasks were quite numerous, resulting in Lapis Lazuli staying with the Enlighteners. Aside from occasional urgent calls to log in online, he hadn't seen them in real life for several days. Just came out for some fresh air, and brought you a message, Lapis Lazuli said succinctly. Oh! Songshur looked up. Chaklo asked me to inform you that the altar is set up, and the nearest auspicious time is tomorrow afternoon at 5 p.m. Are you ready? Do you want to choose tomorrow, or postpone it for a while? Songshur laughed. He jumped up. Is that even a question? Chapter 266. Optical camouflage devices, and a temperature controller. When did you install these modules? The oncoming frost and snow howled as always, but upon reaching an invisible boundary, they all silently melted away, instantly transforming into a warm and gentle breeze. Third ring psionic energy. If desired, it possessed the power to forcibly alter an environment. Songshur sat cross-legged atop the Lapis Lazuli stone. The latter had hastily assembled an alloy tray, and powered by the anti-gravity vector engine, the two were currently flying straight over the first district, navigating between the clearly newly constructed buildings, somewhat out of place with the surrounding low-rise structures, even appearing scattered and flimsy, heading towards one of the Enlightened One's bases. However, at this moment, when most people looked up, they could only see the seemingly unchanging, dark and oppressive sky, unable to detect the trailing shadow. Because the Lapis Lazuli stone had simultaneously activated temperature control and optical camouflage. It wasn't the power of psionic arts, but rather two additional functional modules, purely technological special devices. Urban warfare, complex environment. Maintaining manned anti-gravity flight didn't affect the conversation at all. Even its voice remained clear. Some functional devices can perform better than pure weapon modules. I haven't yet reached the third ring again, so my combat power is insufficient, which also limits my abilities as a Depth 4 demon. With all-out war imminent, I need immediate combat power, and functional modules are one of my reinforcement options. Several gazes were cast over, then quickly withdrew after confirming identity and authorization. That was the air defense system of the Enlightened Ones within their controlled area. This included, but was not limited to, close-range weapon clusters, electronic countermeasures devices, radar defenses, beyond visual range interception networks, and the presence of multiple superhuman units. Several days prior, the Enlightened Ones had issued a notice to their controlled area, completely taking over the air traffic network. Any unauthorized shuttle, drone, or even ordinary citizen daring to take to the skies with a jetpack, once exceeding 45 meters in altitude, would be indiscriminately attacked. However, this restriction was essentially meaningless for those with outstanding achievements like Lapis Lazuli and Songshur, especially the latter, who was frequently received privately by Chakro. Perhaps due to resentment and envy over the latter point, unable to overcome their inner hurdle, or simply driven by a desire for challenge. From Songshur's initial slaying of NS Axeman to the downing of Bordeaux, Enlightened One members had been constantly coming to spar and exchange ideas. Songshur accepted almost all of them. While most could only be described as commendable courage, under Chakro's leadership, Forged Light City had indeed gathered a considerable elite of the Enlightened Ones, and they had encountered several truly remarkable powerhouses and promising talents. For example, the strongest enlightened one in Forge Light City, Shadow of the South, Fast R.A. Truth, at the peak of the third ring, possessed already exceptional talent and a formidable will forged in blood and fire during his long struggle against the company. Even Songsher had to admit that, in his current state, he couldn't defeat him for the time being. After all, he had only recently advanced to the third ring, and of the 7 new Psionics skill slots, he had only inscribed Calamity. Songsher. Lapis Lazuli gently swung a floating gravity ball, compressing an oncoming flyer into a ball, and precisely shooting it into a trash can on the street below. While doing this, its flight posture remained perfectly still. Chakro told me that you, like him, are not limited by the realm of psychic energy, and can freely inscribe psychic techniques. It asked, do you have any ideas? Psychic techniques after Swaysher? Yes. Songsher tapped the base, signaling the other to expand its surface, so he could lie down. A highly mobile escape technique, a Dharma body for convenient wide-area attacks, a divine eye that can see through illusions, a trump card that can deliver a decisive blow, the young man said, rubbing his chin. Hiss, looking at it this way, there are quite a few things missing right now. So what are your plans? To replicate the original path? Songsher then asked. After learning Lapis Lazuli's true identity, Songsher specifically spent time browsing its file. Fourth Ring Transcendence, Meteor, Atoll. The reason it was once called Meteor was because it controlled a large number of mobile gravity generators, those mechanical spheres. With the enhancement of Fourth Ring psionic energy, the gravitational strength of these spheres would reach an unbelievable level. A meteor swarm at full power possessed terrifying destructive force capable of leveling mountains and sinking the earth. Unfortunately, even power reaching the level of terrain alteration proved insufficient in the battlefield of multiple Fifth Ring opponents. Therefore, it was forcibly torn to pieces, its memory shattered, and its psionic energy plummeted to a mere Second Ring level. Even with the intervention of the 3 powerful stars, it took 20 years to awaken after crashing to Earth. Yet this was also a precious opportunity. The psionic techniques once inscribed had vanished in this near-resurrection process, but Lapis Lazuli sensed that it could actually retrieve them. By simply following the proper steps and climbing the psionic realm again, these vanished techniques would naturally recover one by one without the need for rituals or other restrictions. However, beyond this, Lapis Lazuli also realized another choice. That was the path called Transcendence, the choice offered as it was about to advance to the third ring again. Starting over. Completely abandoning the first choice, and truly embarking on the path of psionic ascension once more. From the third ring onwards, completely discarding those past psionic techniques, replacing them with new empty slots, requiring them to be reinscribed through rituals and other methods. If the first method is chosen, not a single psionic skill can be changed, it will remain the same combination. If the second method is chosen, then all the previous psionic skills will vanish completely, requiring a complete overhaul. Even the identical skills must be reperformed through rituals. A more difficult ritual. Now, as psionic power gradually approaches the gates of the third ring, 2 completely different paths have revealed themselves before Lapis Lazuli. Then, the Onyx spoke. It calmly said, I am for Transcendence. Not bad, no, excellent. Songsher clapped his hands with a smile, praising without reservation. To become the next leader of the Onyx, this kind of ambition is what makes you qualified. Radiant Star 3 has a good successor. I look forward to seeing the day you surpass it. As the 2 sides conversed, the residential area below became increasingly sparse, replaced by numerous defensive fortifications. Most of the armed personnel were tense, hurrying between the fortifications. The Enlightened One's logistics base has arrived. Chapter 267. The Enlightened One's construction team hadn't lied. To demonstrate their importance and high standards, they built the altar atop the Enlightened One's headquarters in Forge Light City, atop that 100-meter-tall building. When the canopy was removed, from a distance, it looked like a striking vermilion stalagmite rising from the building. Thanks to the advanced materials and engineering of today, even with rapid construction, the entire altar was 27 meters high. Its entire surface was laser engraved, covered with patterns such as flowing clouds and dragons, elephants carrying vases, and statues of various immortals, demons, gods, and Buddhas hung on gondolas for viewing. Damn it. It was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon of the second day. Passing through rows of special steel cauldrons placed on the ground, having specially changed into a wide sacrificial robe that almost dragged on the ground, Songsher clicked his tongue, tugged at his waistband, straightened his crooked sacrificial crown, grabbed the hollowed-out steel frame of the sacrificial altar, and quickly climbed to the very top. At an altitude of nearly 200 meters above the ground, the environmental temperature rise from the geothermal power plant was negligible. Printed banners swayed violently in the airflow, visibly covered with a thin layer of frost. Songshur snapped his fingers. Without deploying scorched earth, a scorching heat wave silently spread from the youth, like the rising sun. The frost instantly melted away, evaporating before it could even turn into mist. But above this frost, at an altitude higher than the howling, icy airflow, the sky remained as dark as ever. No matter how thin or thick the clouds, not a single ray of sunlight pierced through. It was as if an ancient, eternal cold wave swept across the land, swallowing everything in its path. Songshur gazed at the sky for a moment, ultimately abandoning the idea of launching an attack. The distance of striking directly from the ground to the macrostate light energy matrix in satellite orbit was immense. Even at his peak in his previous life, this would have been troublesome. Whoosh! His wide sleeves slid down naturally, and Songshur stood at the very center of the platform, slowly raising his hands. He closed his eyes. When he opened them again, he was surrounded by an endless starry sky. The path of the Tao Great Origin. Songshur looked up at the starry sky, and from the depths of his pupils, a point of pitch black suddenly appeared, staining the surrounding whites of his eyes black. Just as it was about to completely turn black, crimson gold emerged, flowing like scorching fire, slowly spreading out in a line. Then, flames roared. From its wielder, wisps of fire silently emerged, swirling and intertwining, almost instantly coalescing into a surging, inky black tide. Yet this immense power, capable of incinerating and submerging entire blocks, remained utterly silent. As if in fear, or perhaps, daring not to make a move until its master granted permission. Songshur raised his hand, then clenched it. And so, the sea of fire, fueled by overflowing hatred, roared fiercely, its violent killing intent soaring skyward, as if to shatter the stars hanging high in the heavens, and those countless stars, at the moment the calamity flame erupted, resembled a magnificent cascade of silver water, illuminating the entire sky with breathtaking brilliance. But their anger was not due to the soaring calamity flame attacking them. Those stars, their light entirely different yet equally dazzling, seemed, in a trance, to be jumping with joy, to be delighted. He cheered for the new psionic arts created by those who came after him, paths he had once trodden, paths he could no longer tread, for countless years to come. The stars shifted. This is the Southern Dipper, also created by Songshur. Even though he tried to make his words sound as calm as possible, beneath the slightly distorted voice lay an uncontrollable ferocity. He opened his hands, and the unbound black flames raged in all directions. This is Calamity Flame. My Calamity Flame, Songshur said calmly, is no less than the Sway Stone. No, when I step into the fifth ring, I will integrate the Calamity Flame a second time. He raised his eyes, gazing at the starry sky, as if proclaiming an undeniable truth. After that day, my Calamity Flame will surely surpass the Sway Stone. The world seemed to freeze for a moment. Then, there was a voice. No, a form of communication that defied language. If one had to describe it, it was an inquiry that reached the depths of the heart, more akin to a heart's desire. Songshur heard it, and understood the meaning of this heart's desire. The ritual. The Tao Path was inquiring about the ritual of Calamity Flame. Just as the creator of Sway Stone set the additional condition of sacrificing to the Tao Path for obtaining Sway Stone, Songshur, as the creator of Calamity Flame, could also influence, to some extent, the content of the ritual for future psionicists to obtain Calamity Flame. This was not a generosity given to psionicists by the Tao Path, but rather a right inherent to psionicists. The Tao Path made psionicists, and was also made by psionicists. In a sense, there was no superiority or inferiority between the two, rather, they were mutually supportive fellow practitioners. The ritual. Songshur smiled, a smile that appeared somewhat terrifying against the backdrop of the Calamity Flame and his dark pupils. I didn't expect it to happen again. Hate and anger. Songshur raised his index finger. To obtain the successor of Calamity Flame, I have only one requirement. Songshur said, I will not grant it to those who are always perfectly content, nor to those who are always happily happy. They must harbor hatred, or have hated before. They can achieve fulfillment and happiness after experiencing hatred and anger, but if they have always had a smooth path, without any hatred or anger, I will never hand over Calamity Flame to them. The rest of the ritual will be determined by the path of cultivation. Songshur raised his head, smiling leisurely, looking at the starry sky. My requirement is only this, how about it? The starry sky suddenly dimmed. From an unknown time and place, a ball of light quietly appeared, slowly descending from the sky. It arrived before Songshur. Psionic art stone sculpture. It's been this long. A member of the construction team lay sprawled on the rooftop water tank, his large, engineered prosthetic arm dangling beside him. He gazed at the towering altar in the distance, muttering to himself. Recalling what had happened earlier, even after a while, he still felt a lingering fear. About half an hour after Songshur ascended the altar, his body suddenly erupted in a torrent of black flames. He almost thought something had gone wrong, and was about to notify the nearby armed personnel. He had seen the enemy's combat footage. Even an airship the size of Bordeaux had been shot down. If those flames had spread, the entire altar wouldn't have been enough to burn. However, he quickly realized that the flames seemed to have restrained their power, and so far, they hadn't caused any substantial damage, which was a relief. But judging from this, it would probably be quite a while longer. The man's face brightened. It was as if light had struck his face. No, the sky had brightened. On the distant horizon, a brilliant star suddenly rose, its radiance so dazzling, even terrifying, that even those with prosthetic eyes felt uneasy. Then the star blossomed, transforming into a massive, straight pillar of light, moving straight ahead in his direction. An endless torrent of energy, from an unknown distance, instantly ripped through the sky, annihilating everything, as if to cleave the heavens in two. That was the space helicarrier, the Grodin Glory. Main weapon, positron cannon. Chapter 268. For a fleeting moment, the man thought that the scorching beam of light, which seemed to dim the sky, was aimed at him. No, at Songshur, who was not far away. But this thought lasted less than a tenth of a second. The star rising from the horizon seemed to have drawn a pure-colored curtain, guided by the straight-rising meteor, obscuring the sky in its path. It wasn't a so-called beam of light at all. Or rather, it was an energy torrent that had engulfed the heavens when the radius of the beam reached its limit, its end invisible at a glance, even though they were still dozens of miles apart. The man's frantically clenching and rotating prosthetic eye was now completely filled with that intense divine light. Wrong. Utterly wrong. The target wasn't Songshur at all. The target of this attack was the entire 1st and 2nd districts. They wanted to flatten this city of over 1,000 square kilometers from the ground, annihilating it in a torrent of positron cannons. The man felt a tremor run through his body. Even his prosthetic body seemed frozen, completely unresponsive. Only his thoughts were churning wildly, endless ideas surging, and then quickly coalescing into a single thought. How could this be? How dare Fubo Energy? This wasn't the era of the Seven Earths War, or the all-out corporate war, a high-intensity conflict where all forces acted without restraint, recklessly inflicting destruction for the sake of ultimate victory. In this peaceful era, destroying a city inhabited by millions of people would subject even a godlike behemoth to immense pressure. The Science Ethics Committee, the Security Bureau, and, most importantly, other major corporations, would never tolerate such an act, but the workings of the material world do not cease with the ebb and flow of thoughts. If someone were to look down from the heavens, they would clearly see, after the map has shrunk countless times, a stream of pure, unadulterated light streaking across the Earth's surface, stretching hundreds of miles, extending straight towards the distant city. From the annihilation effect of positron-electron collisions, even before the light surge truly touches the ground, the spilled energy causes the Earth to melt and rivers to dry up. The pinnacle of Fubo Energy's creation, a technological marvel achieved through sheer technological prowess, the space carrier named Grodin Glory, wields its sharpest spear. Before the torrent of positron cannons, even a fourth-ring psionicist can be annihilated into particles. Then, a sound rang out. In that instant, everyone in Zones 1 and 2, and even those outside the controlled area, in most of Zones 3 and 4 of Forge Light City, heard the same sound. A sound like the crack of shattering glass, or a gentle breeze rustling through the air. Then, in the next instant, the gentle breeze transformed into a storm that swept across the heavens and earth. Boom! No, there was no boom. The entire Forge Light City instinctively held its breath, frozen for a moment. Most people only felt a sudden darkness before their eyes, but the video playback from their prosthetic eyes clearly recorded everything, indicating that there was nothing unusual. Only a very few realized the truth. It was clearly some incredibly colossal thing that rose up, its mere existence obscuring all vision in the invisible spiritual world, causing everyone's vision to go dark for a moment. A streak of light shot straight into the sky. From the Earth's surface to the heavens, the torrent of energy, capable of annihilating all things, advanced relentlessly, unstoppable by anything in its path. Yet, at this moment, a streak of light burst forth from Forge Light City, flowing against the distant torrent, against its course. This streak of light was so insignificant. As the altitude increased, even the torrent of positron cannons gradually contracted, transforming from a torrent of energy into a beam of light slicing through the earth. This streak of light, already far smaller than the former, became even more minuscule, a mere sliver seeming an exaggeration. But at the moment of their collision, an unimaginable, terrifying power erupted. The torrent of positron cannons was halted by the approaching streak of light, unable to advance even an inch further. The two forces collided and intertwined wildly, unleashing an endless, scorching light like the sun. Within this overflowing blaze, the earth within a 10-mile radius instantly melted, sinking hundreds of meters. The clouds in the sky vanished, leaving a clear, colorless void. Even the floating dust disintegrated into particles. The seemingly endless, pure-colored light was far from satisfied, continuing to spread, sweeping in all directions, threatening to annihilate everything beyond. However, restrained by another force, this unimaginable destructive power was forcibly confined to a 10-mile radius, concealing its true destructive nature. Perhaps for a moment, perhaps for a long time. The torrent of energy lost its previous might, and the scorching light, comparable to the blazing sun, gradually subsided. The sunken earth, completely fused into glass, with temperatures reaching thousands of degrees, became an absolutely inhuman place. But before the remaining violent electron beams and chaotic energy flows, it was now the most gentle and harmless existence. However, a figure stood there. The man's entire right arm bore shocking burn marks. Even the effects of the reversal were no longer apparent, and the wound's healing was noticeably slower. Yet he seemed completely unconcerned. The man indifferently raised his eyes, gazing into the distance. The hundreds of miles between them posed no obstacle whatsoever. When his gaze fell upon that colossal creation perched in the sky, most of the crew aboard the space carrier Groden Glory trembled before they could even react. Like unarmed mortals encountering a tiger in the wild, meeting its chilling gaze with an instinctive fear. And at this moment, the difference between them, and the owner of that gaze was 1,000,000 times greater than the difference between tiger and man. Using the Groden Glory's beyond visual range attack as bait, forcing the enemy to leave Forge Light City and engage in battle in the wasteland. 1 for 1. 1-on-1. And so, as you so desire, the rebel, Chakrovan, said, I come. At this moment, the surface of Pisas's sanctuary, an ultra-powerful energy shield supported by the Singularity technology, vacuum zero-point energy engine, which completely enveloped the space carrier and was capable of withstanding continuous bombardment from tactical nuclear missiles, suddenly rippled slightly. After a moment of silence, the commander's furious roar echoed throughout the ship's channels. Ultra-high-level reaction expected to arrive in 10 seconds. All strategic systems surface, prepare for engagement. From an unprecedented roar, a storm from afar swept across the sky and earth, rolling and surging, approaching with a deafening roar. The next instant. Rejection, denouement, reversal. The heavens and earth wept. Forge City. With Chakro rising, the city fell into a brief silence, as if holding its breath. Then, finally suppressing the pounding in her heart and confirming that the man was far away from Forge Light City, it was like a paused game being restarted. A tidal wave of armed forces surged from all directions, rapidly crossing border lines, and under the cover of a sudden sky illumination and a barrage of artillery fire, advanced towards the territory controlled by the Enlightened. Total War. It has begun. Chapter 269. No one expected the company's revenge to come so quickly. The taxi braked suddenly, causing the customer watching the live stream in the back seat to lurch forward, almost hitting the window. He was about to curse when he saw the pop-up message from Condon's Mobility, a sub-brand of time sequence travel, and he froze. Dear customer, due to an emergency, your original destination has been converted to a combat zone. According to the 7th subdirectory of the user guide, the 3rd supplementary clause, we will be unable to continue providing services. If you still need passage, I will automatically switch you to the armed passage service in 3 seconds. The man didn't even bother to listen to the gentle instructions from the in-car AI. He quickly opened the window, and was completely stunned by the scene outside. The distant horizon was now shrouded in a dense, boundless swarm of drones. Armed shuttles sped past at breakneck speed, missiles trailing contrails, plasma cannons, and jets of energy spewing forth destruction upon the distant land amidst the neon-lit skyscrapers. With a crack, a drone, caught off guard, was obliterated by a long-range attack, turning into a dazzling firework. Its burning wreckage collided with a nearby high-speed armed shuttle, instantly shattering into pieces, sending large clusters of burning debris scattering across the sky. Every second, such fireworks exploded, and before the fireworks could fully bloom, New aerial units crashed through the sparks, hurtling forward amid streaks of beams and artillery fire. Armored vehicles roared along the elevated highway, their outer armor plates adorned with the logos of companies such as Fubo Energy, Non-U Heavy Industry, and Zero Degree Network, their colors flickering against the backdrop of the raging gunfire. This is... The man was utterly horrified, collapsing into the taxi. Through his prosthetic eye's vision, the electronic map showed the entire streetscape ahead shrouded in a blinding crimson, rapidly spreading. Warning zone markers seemed poised to engulf the city. Execute the wartime plan. Send all the assembled security teams up there. You all go too. Evacuate everyone nearby to air raid shelters and refugees. Crowd them in, even if you have to. Inside the makeshift local command post, a middle-aged man gripped a gun, yelling into the channel. His hastily donned bulletproof vest made him look bulky and unwieldy. As a mid-level manager within the Enlightened Ones, he had taken half a day off to handle some personal matters. However, shortly after the pure-colored torrent that had blotted out the sky subsided, the company's armed forces surged towards Districts 1 and 2 like a raging flood. With no time to return to base, he acted decisively. While attempting to break through the sudden network blockade and contact the Enlightened One's command center, he simultaneously revealed his identity, gathered several nearby members of the Enlightened One security team, and, relying on his gleaming cybernetic armor and firearms, set up a local command post in a civilian apartment building, taking control of the surrounding neighborhood. Some people don't want to move. They're unwilling to spend the money. They're still packing. A similar shout came from the other end of the channel. Tell them. The Enlightened Ones will compensate for all the losses. The middle-aged man slammed his fist on the table, the steel plate denting deeply with a loud bang, the simulated skin on his hand tearing away to reveal the steel beneath, still unwilling to retreat. Use your fists. Use your guns. In short, get them back as far as possible. Just then, a sharp shriek rang out from outside the window. Upon hearing the sound, the middle-aged man's expression changed drastically. He grabbed a member of the hastily assembled security team and shoved the still-dazed young man to the ground. But the expected explosion didn't occur. A deep black stream rose from the street, striking the high-speed, crashing guided missile. It shattered in midair, the flames of the explosion briefly illuminating and then subsiding within the solidified shadow, leaving only a final, violently spreading ring of air. Even the middle-aged man was stunned for a moment. Then, in the next instant, a long-haired man emerged from the shadows in the corner of the apartment. Fast? Upon seeing the figure, the middle-aged man's initial surprise quickly turned to delight. Our reaction was so fast. Excellent. No, it's fantastic. Fast. I just done a preliminary assessment of the situation in the 3 nearby blocks. We must first seize the middle section of Burn Street, which connects to. His current position was on the outer edge of District 2, and he had to hold it. But with Fast, with Shadow of the South, there was no need for any so-called holding. They could launch a surprise attack. A counter-offensive against the corporation's offensive. I need to leave, Fast interrupted the middle-aged man, speaking rapidly. The original battle plan remains unchanged. This is an order from the Commander-in-Chief. The current Commander-in-Chief of the Enlightened Ones, Chaklo Vaughn. The original plan? As a mid-level executive, the middle-aged man instantly understood what the other was saying. Whether in Forge Light City or outside of it, the advantage of the largest anti-corporate organization, the Enlightened Ones, was not based on macro-level power. The massive integrated industrial chain, complete production system, hundreds of thousands of employees, and vast territory of the corporate alliance of giant enterprises are something that Enlightenment, as an illegal organization, can never match. The Enlightened One's true advantage, from beginning to end, has only been one, that is their formidable individuals, born from the crucible of iron and fire, no less powerful than any other major force. Extraordinary individual combat and special operations are the Enlightened One's true strengths. Long before the fall of Bordeaux, when they first occupied Forge Light City, the Enlightened One's command center, after countless simulations and assessments, had already laid the foundation for their future plan to seize Forge Light City. Decapitation strikes. If war breaks out, they will use elite troops, carefully selected from various branches, to launch a comprehensive decapitation strike against the designated list of Forge Light City's inhabitants, sweeping away all dissent with lightning speed. In short, they must not get bogged down in a protracted war. Otherwise, the Enlightened One's only fate will be defeat. This is feasible. As the only entirely family-owned conglomerate, Fubo Energy top management and key positions are almost entirely held by members of the Grodin family. This is the foundation upon which Grodin's glory rests. They are not like other companies where even management members are merely higher-ranking house dogs that can be replaced at any time. If a high-ranking member were to die unexpectedly, creating a vacancy, even for a company of Fubo Energy's size, the reassignment process would take significantly longer than for other large corporations. Within Fubo Energy, Grodin's authority is absolute. In this situation, if a large number of important members were to die in a short period, leaving core positions vacant, Fubo Energy's power in Forge Light City and even the Roker region would come to a severe standstill, descending into chaos. Even for a company of Fubo Energy's size, filling these vacancies with Grodins would take a considerable amount of time. That's enough. Then I go. I cleared out the nearby enemies, Fast said. Suddenly, the roar of an engine filled the air outside the apartment. At first, it was faint, almost unbelievable, but soon the sound grew louder, like the tide at the horizon, instantly becoming a deafening roar. Motorcycles with bizarre, flashy paint jobs sped by, riders carrying guns and laughing maniacally, cobbled together modified armored cars, packed with people, raced wildly through the streets. Trucks with thick armor plating had their tops open, revealing a heavy, welded-on rotary machine gun, its operator grinning maliciously, a prosthetic eye connected to the control module, spraying fire forward. Figures darted through the streets and alleys, leaping over building rooftops to reinforce the pre-deployed defenses. Single-element blades clashed with lightsabers, sparks flying, and in the next instant, both sides simultaneously reached for their waists, drawing their weapons and exchanging fire. A spider-like all-terrain hunter, deployed from high above, leaped nimbly through the network of sentry gun turrets, only to suddenly trigger a trap and explode into a fireball. The Enlightener anti-aircraft system unleashed a barrage of fire, seemingly intent on shattering the very sky. Against the backdrop of the barrage, several streaks of light shot into the air, engaging the company's Level 4 units attempting to break through the defenses with individual force. The aftershocks of their clash caused the earth to tremble and rumble. Reinforcements had arrived. The middle-aged man's eyes widened. The endless interplay of firelight outside the window, flickering and changing, added a touch of color to Fast's face. The rest of you are gone, I should go too. He looked at the middle-aged man. You, protect this place. The latter took a deep breath, his face instantly turning fierce. He didn't speak, only gave a salute, then grabbed the stunned young man beside him and rushed out of the apartment building. Fast raised his head, looking in another direction. His gaze seemed to pierce through the apartment walls, from the dim, frosty world to the magnificent, sunlit scene, across the low, winding slums, all the way to the most exalted throne in Forge Light City, the headquarters building of Fubo Energy in Forge Light City. At the very top of the building, on the open-air rooftop where the wind howled, the red-haired man stood indifferently, his towering figure like a boulder. Even the wind was crushed into dust. The surrounding neighborhood, where the asset transfer had already been completed, along with the building below, was deserted except for the bodyguard standing guard. He looked down upon the world, disdainful of mortals. In silence, it proclaims to the world, I am here. Emmanuel Grodin is here. You want to kill me? Come. Chapter 270. Why is it so chaotic? This was Song Shi's first thought upon opening his eyes. Then, in the next instant, the brief disorientation from leaving the doubt path vanished, and Song Shi saw the booming sound of artillery fire approaching from afar. Is this an attack? No, the intensity and scale clearly indicate a company-wide, almost desperate, armed assault, a military onslaught. All-out war. Song Shi ripped off the straps of his robe, casually removing the large, cumbersome ceremonial robe and tossing it aside. He took out his wireless earphones, put them on, and the once clear and unobstructed encrypted channel was now filled with static. But he could still hear. Lapis Lazuli. Report your location. After a brief silence, Lapis Lazuli's voice rang out. 37 minutes ago, the company led by Fubo Energy launched a special military operation, and now they are. Song Shi interrupted without hesitation. We talk about that on the way. Tell me your current location. King Jinchi gave a location and then said, I'm currently assisting in the frontline operations. You. 34 miles, huh? Song Shi looked down into the distance. The company's fighting hadn't yet reached the headquarters of the Enlightened Ones. Even missiles and electromagnetic beam cannons would be intercepted and destroyed by the anti-aircraft fire network in advance, blooming into clusters of silver iron tree flames in the evening sky. The next moment, from the edge of the altar, facing the howling wind, Song Shi leaped down. A strong sense of weightlessness suddenly rose. The outer walls rushed past him, the frost-covered streets, the hurried, bustling crowds, the cars with sirens blaring rapidly magnified and approached. Flames burst into flames. A raging torrent of flames erupted from between the skyscrapers, turning the glass facades of nearby buildings glow crimson. Then, a streak of fire plummeted straight down from the flames, crashing into the street. Before the overflowing flames had even subsided, Songsher rushed out. He glanced around and locked onto his target. Songsher flashed in front of the rider, who looked young, with white hair, carrying an automatic rifle, and was about to mount his motorcycle to rush to the front lines. Seeing the stranger suddenly appear before him, he was startled and instinctively reached for his pistol. But upon seeing the other man's face, he froze, stammering, "Nan. Nice bike, can I borrow it?" Without time to hesitate, Songsher spoke and simultaneously reached out. Before the latter could react, he felt a blur before his eyes, and was yanked off the seat. "I have an urgent matter," temporarily requisitioned. "I promise to return an even better machine to you tomorrow." Songsher flipped onto the motorcycle, twisted the handlebars, and the machine roared to life. "Could you squeeze in with someone else for a bit?" "Huh? What?" "Wait, what do you mean even better?" The rider paused, then suddenly realized something. "You mean?" He activated all the available functions, pressed every protruding button, and pushed the last few inexplicable levers to their limits. Then, Songsher slammed the instrument panel, and flame surged from his body, rushing into the motorcycle's veins and chest cavity through the cracks at its surface, igniting the flowing, transparent blood. Psionic art flame of forging. The flame of forging after the third ring has moved beyond oneself and simple creations, allowing for a temporary reforging and secondary tempering of this mechanical creation. Huff. Songsher lowered his center of gravity, gripped the handlebars, and exhaled deeply. Then, with the engine roaring furiously, the billowing, burning motorcycle transformed into a streak of flame, cutting through the street and speeding into the distance before the shrill scream of the collapsing atmosphere. Boom, boom, boom. The gauges were stuck at the critical point, unable to advance even an inch further, but even if the gauges were to flip open the dashboard, it wouldn't be able to describe the motorcycle's speed at that moment. It had already surpassed the speed of sound. From a series of Mach rings, the crimson gold flame surged forward, racing across the earth at a visible speed. From the ignition of the forging flames, the motorcycle resembled a shooting star falling from the sky. Even its iron color gradually turned crimson, the outer shell rapidly melting, like flesh dissolving to reveal a grayish iron skeleton. This rudimentary structure, already defying the basic principles of mechanical operation, was now unleashing a speed even more ferocious than its previous peak. The moment the buildings ahead came into view, they were smashed into a series of fiery pits, crimson meteors streaking across the earth, piercing through all obstacles. A burly man, nearly 3 meters tall, roared a warning. The armor scales on his skin tightened instantly, and his 4 heavy alloy prosthetic limbs retracted sharply, assuming a wrestling stance. He was clearly trying to use his second ring transcendence and his heavy prosthetic body to stop the attacker with terrifying force. High-speed enemy attack. Attack. Before the warning roar could finish, the crimson meteor had already reached him. With a casual flick of his wrist, the heavy slaughter's tail flames, stretching for tens of meters, meandered and left a trail of scorching heat. Without slowing down in the slightest, the fire stream wrapped around the heavy slaughter slashed and twisted, and the burly man only had time to tremble before he was melted into a ball of fire and torn to shreds. Then came the belated roar of the explosion. A minor interlude, lasting 1 minute and 47 seconds. To everyone's astonishment, a meteor of fire, bursting from the distance, violently crashed into the scene, finally halting its advance. In the towering flames, a figure twisted his neck and stepped off a motorcycle whose outline was barely visible. Nando Songsher arrived at the battlefield. Only now did Songsher have time to shake off Chongsher, wiping away the blood and oil clinging to it. Then, Songsher crashed into the street. Scorched earth unfolded, and the world sank into a crimson gold ocean. The company's armed forces, bearing the sponsor's logo, were instantly incinerated by scorched earth upon entering. A few tougher units, such as tanks and mechs, were easily ignited by Chongsher. The forging flames transformed Chongsher into a flowing, meandering stream of fire stretching for tens of meters. This streak of fire moved with unrestrained, physics-defying trajectories, accurately striking even targets hidden behind buildings, penetrating through narrow gaps in the walls, and instantly killing them. More often than not, however, this streak of fire simply swept across, slicing through entire buildings and burning them to ashes. At this moment, anyone watching this battlefield would be astonished to see the green dots representing their own forces rapidly extinguishing one after another on the personnel deployment interface of the command center. Slicing through a wolf-type mech attempting to pounce from a blind spot, Songshur, while rapidly weaving through the company's armed forces, shouted, "Lapis Lazuli, come!" A sudden explosion rang out in the air. An alloy sphere, resembling a planetary system with dozens of small mechanical spheres suspended around it, hurtled through the air and plummeted downwards, accompanied by a series of crashing gravity fields that crushed everything in its path. Songshur, Lapis Lazuli, operating on multiple fronts, continued to hurl gravity balls as it spoke. "You got the sway stone? The flame wings formed from Calamity Flame are too slow, and the shuttle might not be able to penetrate the company's air defense network." Songshur interrupted the android, staring at it, his pupils blazing. "But you can. My Calamity Flame and your anti-gravity flight are enough. What do you want to do?" "What do I want to do?" Songshur, wielding the heavy slayer, gripped the blade tightly and swept it across. "Simple, I'm going to kill Emmanuel." Lapis Lazuli seemed surprised. "You're going to decapitate him too? What about the main battlefield here?" After a considerable number of elite troops went to carry out the decapitation strike, the pressure on the Enlightened One's main battlefield instantly increased dramatically in the face of the overwhelming company forces. The current seemingly stalemate was entirely due to the defensive fortifications and battlefield deployments accumulated over the past few years. In a sense, in this war, both the Corporation and the Enlightened are racing against time. Either the Enlightened will behead the Corporation's core members, dismantling its structure, or the Corporation will utterly destroy the Enlightened's controlled territory, reducing it to ruins. By then, even if the Enlightened still manages to achieve their goal of beheading, having lost their controlled territory, they will be nothing more than a slightly stronger, scattered force. In such a critical battle, why would a precious third-ring psionicist want to leave the front lines? "No, you're wrong." Songshur raised his index finger, pointing to the sky. "I've never been good at defensive battles, and with allies here, staying here would only hinder my actions. Besides, what good would it do to kill them faster?" The young man scoffed. "The company can just throw in 10 more after one armed personnel dies. They have plenty of resources and credit points. Killing more of these guys is pointless." Emmanuel Grodin, the president of Fubo Energy's Rokar region, is the real key to this war. Songshur raised his heavy weapon. "Leave?" The Lapis Lazuli didn't speak. Its body disintegrated, attaching itself to the young man's back. "Very good." Crimson gold flame suddenly stained it, and jet black flame wings unfurled in an instant. Destination: Inner City, Central Avenue. A sliver of crimson gold slowly rose in Songshur's dark pupils as he exhaled a scorching breath. "No need to dodge, Lapis Lazuli, just sail at full speed. I defend. Whoever gets in my way will die." The next instant, jet black flame shot up from the ground, plunging towards the sky. Chapter 271. Like plastic buckets overflowing with paint spilled together, various colors mingled wildly, even acquiring a strange sheen reminiscent of industrial wastewater. Lines of dreamlike rainbow light stretched towards the horizon, swaying and flickering. On either side of the rift valley formed by the piled-up, colorful dust, dwelled a derivative unique to this network domain. They possessed innate spectrometer abilities, capable of not only conventional optical cloaking but also the ability to fuse and generate specific spectral colors that defied biological logic. It was an effect similar to the uncanny valley, but far surpassing it. Simply looking directly at it could induce symptoms, like photo-induced epilepsy, even causing a brief mental breakdown. But now, these once unrestrained derivatives simultaneously curled up, burying their heads deep in the crevices of the valley rocks. Their meager consciousness, hardly describable as mind, clearly revealed fear. A dazzling, clear rainbow light streaked across the sky at breakneck speed, cleaving the heavens and unleashing its undisguised divine might across the 8 wastelands and 6 directions. The mere act of passing by caused the murky sky to tremble, creating waves as if it could not bear the weight. Then, a new stream of light rose. It was a force entirely different in nature, yet equally powerful. Forced and obstructed by this new stream of light, even the incomparably magnificent rainbow light halted its advance. Unparalleled in the 8 wastelands and 6 directions, the ultimate invincible beauty, Zenra Setsuna, ascends. The rainbow light stopped, but did not dissipate, swirling endlessly. A beautiful young woman emerged, her long, golden hair, tinged with silver white, swaying with a few strands as smooth as satin, flowing from her delicately clenched fingers. She raised her other hand to her forehead in a gesture of greeting, and exclaimed excitedly, "Good evening. Did you have a good night? Are you happy this morning? Are you looking forward to it now?" Everyone. Giant corporation does contract generation, depth 6, king of the abyss. The awakened, Zenra Setsuna. Unhappy, not looking forward. The flowing light dissipated slightly, revealing a human model entirely composed of transparent glass, its face constantly shifting and blurring. It crossed its arms. In the abyss, preparing to fight a king of the abyss, how could I possibly be happy? But I'm very happy. Zenria Shasana smiled sweetly, clasping her hands together, her face full of anticipation. Since you know so much, could you please step aside? I can recommend a beautiful afternoon tea for you, or what would you like? Would a handshake voucher be acceptable? Like this. The other party didn't hesitate for a second. Give me your Singularity Technology simulated world, and I leave immediately. Giving up so easily. Zenria Shasana took a step back, covering her mouth in surprise. Mr. Borage. You just abandoned Mr. Chakro like that. So decisive. Famous hacker organization theater, Depth 5, Abyss Lord, Borage. The theater keeps its word, but that doesn't mean I, Borage, keep my word. It all comes down to who offers the higher price. Borage slowly raised her hand. Deal? That doesn't seem quite right. Zenryusa pressed her head in frustration and sighed. If you stop me so easily, my reputation will be damaged. This is different from you, Mr. Borage. A beautiful girl can't have any blemishes. Then let's cut the crap. Borage sneered, waving her hand sharply. Brothers? It's your turn. Boom. As soon as she finished speaking, doors seemed to open in the void, streaks of light rose into the sky, and even intricate streams of data materialized out of thin air. Beside Borage, 4 figures appeared simultaneously. The Clock Wizards, the Transparent Iron Curtain, Apocalypse. Beside these 3 well-known hacker organizations, there was also an Abyss Lord without affiliation. Yes, the 4 figures that appeared in that instant, though their appearances were bizarre and varied. Aside from the white-bearded Great Wizard from the Clock Wizards Guild, the others were completely unlike humans, yet their terrifying power levels revealed them all to be demons, who had reached the Abyss Lord rank. So many people. Zenryusha's eyes widened. But why are they all Depth 5? Insubordination, isn't that your fine tradition? Borage spread her arms. That's enough. You won't be allowed into Forged Light City. Is the Abyss King strong? If we all join forces, we might just be able to defeat him. Zenryusha raised her hand high. That? How old are you? Still pretending to be a pretty girl. Borage scoffed. Zenryusha blinked. She slowly tilted her head, shook her highlights, and then smiled. You're going to die. And then, the sky shattered and churned. It collapsed. Thousands of miles away from Casting Light City. Wilderness. I understand. After saying this, the walkie-talkie was crushed into fragments, which flowed from between his fingers. But these fragments didn't fall to the ground. Like sandcastles in the wind, they rapidly decomposed in the air, turning into even finer, bluish-gray particles. These particles swirled around the man, condensing and refusing to disperse. Like a storm. The man unbuttoned his work clothes one button at a time, ripped them off, and tossed them aside. Chak rose up. My turn. He coldly raised his head. Then, just like the walkie-talkie call, everything nearby, the workshops that worked through the night, the towering reaction towers, the dense network of pipes, this vast industrial zone, enough to form the foundation of a city and covering hundreds of square kilometers, instantly disintegrated and collapsed. Endless bluish-gray particles transformed into a true storm sweeping across the land. Even the man's body disintegrated and collapsed, becoming a wisp of microparticle fluid that surged into the storm. The storm began to coalesce again. The bluish-gray particles surged and churned wildly, condensing and gradually outlining concrete shapes. Since advancing to the 5th ring transcendence, every cell of his had transformed into a nano-like structure, capable of dispersing, coalescing, and reconstructing at will, taking on any form, and recreating any desired creation. Its outline was now clear. Horns like a deer's, head like a camel's, belly like a clam's, scales like a fish's, paws like a tiger's. That was a dragon. Capable of being both visible and invisible, rising and hiding, it could summon clouds and mist when large, or conceal its form when small. Its posture was ever-changing, able to soar through the skies or descend into the deepest hell. It transformed its own body into a massive industrial zone, continuously providing the enlightened ones with the weapons, equipment, and industrial products they needed, thus earning the name Factory. However, some still remember the true title men held before being hailed as factories, amidst endless battles. This colossal dragon, formed from a swarm of non-opes, traversed the heavens, harnessing storms, soaring through the air, its posture so divine and imposing, carrying an awe-inspiring and unassailable majesty. It was merely a mechanical body, yet anyone who witnessed it could sense a perfection unique to living beings. It was an existence that nature itself could never create. Enlightener Vice Commander, 5th Ring Transcendence. Panlong Su Yudu. The Panlong roared as it rose, the bluish-gray storm constantly reforming and condensing into ship-mounted weapons, swirling around it. It possessed a power capable of leveling mountains, boiling seas, and rendering even giant corporations equal. Therefore, a hand reached out. No, it was difficult to use the quantifier a hand. That hand reaching from the heavens pressed down, like a mountain. This wasn't merely a description of temperament, or rather, it was more than that. This colossal, iron-colored hand was itself as massive as a mountain. Its immense size made its movement slow, a gentle, gradual descent. Only the turbulent sky and the thick clouds, pushed aside and creating enormous voids, testified to the pressure. The obscuring cloud shattered, revealing its true form. The steel behemoth reigned supreme in the heavens, its body adorned with intricate silver patterns. It indifferently surveyed the mortal realm. Before this terrifyingly massive form, even the coiled dragon stretching for over 10 miles below appeared somewhat insignificant. Giant Enterprise, Southern Heavy Industries, 5th Ring, Beyond. Colossus, Baptiste Nazanii. Chapter 272. The silver streak that was rapidly streaking across the sky suddenly stopped. Without any cybernetics or anti-gravity assistance, the newcomer halted, standing in midair amidst the undulating clouds. It was a man who appeared to be in his early 50s, yet he showed no signs of age. He slowly straightened his tie, his black suit emphasizing his muscular physique, his hair meticulously combed, and his brown pupils held a profound and unfathomable light. "You will also participate in this rebellion," he said. "I owe Chakra a favor." Thousands of meters away, also in the clouds, a woman, wearing a coat and standing ramrod straight, spoke calmly. A cane, its tip inlaid with amber, and its body streamlined, was held in front of the woman. She tapped the cane once, looking directly at the other person. "But you could also consider this guidance from the Scientific Ethics Committee regarding Forge Light City." The Scientific Ethics Committee, current chairman, 5th Ring Truth. Perpetual Cycle, Yvette Gregory. The other person nodded slightly. "We do not accept guidance." "Then, we can begin the domain overriding," Yvette said. "Not counting the Lord of the Abyss, in terms of psychic power alone, you have absolutely no chance of winning." Every 5th Ring member knew this. The Behemoth Zero Network, 5th Ring Balance. Lord of the 10 Domains, Dwight Brooks. This ruler of the Zero Network was at the bottom of the 5th Ring hierarchy. As it should be. Dwight's expression remained unchanged, still calm. He slowly raised his hand. After becoming a Lord of the Abyss, a demon can influence reality to a certain extent through the Abyss, but this influence is limited. Even a higher-level king of the Abyss cannot fully replicate their power in reality. In the center of the man's raised palm, a rotating, crystalline Rubik's Cube had appeared. With each frame, the cube's structure changed. The terrifying amount of data and incredible algorithmic logic it contained were enough to instantly overload and burn through a large supercomputing matrix. Every member of the 5th Ring knew this as well. Besides his identity as the 5th Ring Balance, Dwight Brooks was also an Abyss King who had reached Depth 6. And this was the Zero Degree Network's proudest achievement. The next frame, the Rubik's Cube shattered, and the Abyss descended. Singularity Technology. Base Reality Overwrite. The black fluid surged and churned wildly. Empowered by the continuous influx of psionic energy, these solidified shadows transformed into a torrent, completely engulfing the streets, boiling and overflowing, surging in all directions. Before the psionic energy of the peak of the 3rd Ring, matter seemed far too fragile. Those towering buildings, once their foundations were eroded and shattered, began to collapse like rootless trees. From afar, this place, which should have belonged to the center of Forge Light City, appeared as if a colossal beast was wreaking havoc, causing buildings to crumble and collapse. But it wasn't enough. Before the immense power unleashed from the heavens, even this torrent of shadows, so easily destroying the buildings, seemed insufficient. Boom! One after another, golden beams of light pierced the sky and tore through the clouds from the edge of the atmosphere. The torrents of light and heat converged into a single line, like a spear hurled by a god, punishing the rebellious below. Each time the pillar of light fell, it evaporated large gaps in the river of shadows. Even the residual force, after piercing through the shadows, melted the ground several meters below, turning it into glass. Faust, hidden deep within the river of shadows, breathed heavily. He swallowed blood, then once more channeled his spiritual energy, strands of shadow coalescing and rising towards the sky. But a dazzling pillar of light shot down instantly, striking the shadow precisely and shattering it. Hundreds of meters above, surrounded by endless sunlight, the sun god stood, indifferently overlooking the scene. No need for any gesture, a mere thought was enough for a magnificent pillar of sunlight to rise from the heavens above, flowing with the thought, and falling. The shadow that had entered the air was shattered. But in that instant, in this fragmented shadow, like shattered glass, a small piece revealed Faust's face. In the next instant, he transcended the constraints of space, leaping out of the shadow and soaring into the air. Psionic art, shadow leap. A shadow screen that usurps the environment and annihilates, capable of piercing a warship with a single blow, an overloaded psionic cannon, and dullness that inerts the five senses and slows consciousness 100-fold. Almost simultaneously, the other three enlightened ones, the decapitation executioners, also used their own methods to approach the figure high in the sky. Without a single word or action of negotiation, the four had already coordinated their efforts, unleashing their long-accumulated killing blow. For Tier 4 units, the weakest of whom could still be considered a strong Tier 4 unit, and on top of that, there was Fast, the exceptionally talented peak third ring leader. In the present-day Forge City, this was undoubtedly a terrifying force capable of deciding any battlefield. Even though Emmanuel Grodin had never displayed psionic abilities, and was suspected of being a non-psionicist, considering his role as the agent of Fubo energy in the Roker region, the Enlightened One still took him very seriously, forcibly gathering this invaluable power and unleashing it on the decapitation of a single person. A deafening roar resounded. Distinctly powerful psionic energies mingled together, even causing the nearby sky to tremble briefly, as if unable to bear the weight. Like a blazing sun rising, an immense, blinding ball of light suddenly erupted, obliterating all onlookers. But before the scorching light had completely dissipated, a brand new pillar of light suddenly blazed up from the sky, piercing straight down and tearing apart the ball of light. Even before a hissing sound could be heard, before the psionic energy could catch its breath and rise to defend itself after the killing blow, one of the enlightened members was enveloped and pierced by the pillar of light, incinerated, vaporized, and completely dissolved. One person, Emmanuel Grodin, without a trace of joy or sorrow, raised his hand again. The other three dodged the incoming pillar of light and landed back on the street or in the building. With no time to grieve for their companion, they quickly regrouped and charged forward again. Just one life gone. Only one of them suddenly launched an attack, laughing wildly. "We still have 3 lives. How many do you have? How many more can you withstand?" It could be seen that after that combined killing blow, the once revered and sacred figure high in the sky was now much more disheveled. A significant portion of his cybernetics was shattered and damaged, and Emmanuel's body was covered in numerous wounds. Even with a top-tier cybernetic body, and even though Fubo Energy had secretly installed a radiation-focusing device on the macrostate light energy matrix, allowing it to control what could be considered a weakened version of a solar radiation-focusing array, a space-based weapon, in a sense, the opponent had already surpassed the level of a 4th-tier unit. But ultimately, the opponent was not a psionicist. Compared to third-ring psychics, the opponent's vitality was still considered fragile. Since arriving in Forge Light City, the opponent had kept this trump card hidden until now, successfully deceiving everyone and causing the Enlightened One's attempt to decapitate him to fail. This crucial force was tied up here, but so what? They weren't all dead yet. As long as they had a life left, they could still kill the opponent. Boom! The two sides clashed again, the psychic energy and pillars of light never ceasing. Several city blocks had been razed to the ground. If Fubo Energy hadn't cleared everyone within a 3-kilometer radius beforehand to lure the Enlightened Ones in, the casualties would have already soared to over 1,000. No more delay, a decision had to be made. Someone thought. Seemingly caught off guard, his evasion went slightly off course, and a towering pillar of heat energy instantly descended, engulfing him. But then, facing the beam of light, he roared and defied the force, violently charging into the sky. As he approached Emmanuel, he completely abandoned his defenses, letting himself burn away, unleashing all his spiritual energy in a furious burst. Asterisk sizzle. Crack. Asterisk in this attack, bought with his life, the energy shield covering Emmanuel shattered instantly, and beneath it, one of his arms was also crushed, leaving a large wound. 2 people. Emmanuel pressed his other hand against the wound, and the medical nanopes injected into his body rapidly spread out, filling the wound and generating temporary circuits to maintain the prosthetic body's operation. Originally, The aerial armory raised by Southern heavy industries in this area had been shot down by fast, otherwise, prosthetic bodies could have been deployed at any time for on-site replacement. Emmanuel suddenly turned his head. That was flames? From the horizon, a jet-black streak of fire roared and exploded amidst a series of anti-aircraft rocket explosions, piercing through the mock rings and hurtling towards the very center of the city. Chapter 273. At a speed exceeding the speed of sound, the distant, dark flames had just lit up when, in the next instant, they pierced the atmosphere and surged forward. But even earlier than their opponent arrived was a torrential downpour of fire rain. The deep flames ignited the sky, even briefly dimming the brilliant sunlight. The burning torrent swept and crashed down upon the deity below. The moment Emmanuel was spotted, Lapis Lazuli rose upwards, seizing a higher altitude. Gazing at the apocalyptic scene above, resembling a burning and collapsing sky, Emmanuel forcefully tapped his forehead. Through the swirling, brilliant red hair, the man's heart suddenly lit up. Centered on it, a golden star of light appeared, instantly expanding and transforming into an energy defense field with a radius of 4 meters, its surface densely covered with rectangular blocks. The cascading lava flowed against it, creating ripples. Some of the fire rain that missed its mark fell below, causing buildings to instantly soften and collapse, turning to ash, like ice cream poured with molten iron. When the heavy industrial zones under Southern heavy industry were operating at full capacity, they often brought a continuous, corrosive acid rain to the entire city. The fiery rain that Songshur was unleashing was more than 10 times more terrifying than that. Yet, this attack, capable of leveling entire streets, was completely blocked by this energy field. Emmanuel slightly turned his head, and a beam of light shot down instantly, but the black flames above dodged in time, leaving only a deep, glazed crater of several tens of square meters in the ground. He didn't immediately order another beam of light to strike. Gazing at the young man in the distance, the man slowly uttered the other's name, Songshur. Shouldn't you add I long admired your name? The calamity subsided slightly, and Songshur raised his still flaming heavy slayer's sword. His dark eyes reflected the crimson gold flames, and he grinned, I come to kill you. A series of flashes suddenly illuminated the sky. Like a waterfall of light, a torrential downpour, beams of light pierced and fell, instantly piercing and pulverizing the apocalyptic burning sky. The black flames, under the immense light and heat, melted away like snow. Beneath the rain of light, Songshur, with his fiery wings spread and aided by the Lapis Lazuli, performed various supernatural maneuvers, rising and falling between the beams of light. Even though he hadn't been hit yet, he was like a moth in a storm, constantly on the verge of being crushed to pieces. Add Fubo energy. Emmanuel looked at his opponent in the distance. Everything from the past can be wiped clean. So generous? Songshur, who was about to advance, suddenly stopped, flapped his wings, and retreated sharply, narrowly avoiding the descending beam of light. Hearing his opponent's words, he laughed wildly and unleashed a slash, the raging flames instantly engulfing dozens of meters ahead. Don't you think about your knees? Don't you look at Bordeaux lying on the ground? Loss mitigation is a mandatory course for every Grodin. The anti-gravity prosthetic provided ample power, allowing Emmanuel to maneuver at high speed, dodging the straight flaming slash. His expression was neither sad nor happy. Besides, your value is high enough to create far more benefits than this. Songshur nodded approvingly, then unleashed another slash without hesitation. Emmanuel raised his hand, a beam of light shattering the flaming slash. He nodded slightly. You made the right choice. Oh! Songshur's figure shifted and rushed, swirling and undulating, yet his voice still rang out. What do you mean? Because of my personal stance, I don't want you to accept the offer. Emmanuel extended his only remaining left hand, as if finally no longer needing to suppress his emotions. The man slowly extended his knuckles, then clenched them tightly. Because only in this way can I kill you here. A massive beam of light roared and crashed down. It was an unprecedentedly vast and intense light since the start of the war. Its radiance was so scorching and dazzling that even ordinary prosthetic eyes could hardly withstand it, unable to look directly at it. Compared to the sheer scale of this beam of light, those from not long ago seemed utterly thin, insignificant. And this time, Songshur couldn't dodge. A dazzling point of light had just lit up the sky when it completely filled his pupils in the next instant. A massive pillar of light enveloped Songshur, blasting him to the ground almost instantly. In the blinding sunlight, everything within a radius of several hundred meters melted and disintegrated into particles. The divine power was unmistakably revealed. This long-accumulated overload attack, disregarding its range, was nearly on par with a true space-based weapon, The solar radiation focusing array, in terms of sheer destructive force. Even if fast at his peak were present, he would never want to take this attack head-on. Emmanuel's brow twitched slightly. Within the composite vision of his prosthetic eye, Amos's eye, a noticeably dimmed area appeared at the center of the orange-red high-energy distribution map, where the pillar of light struck. This indicated that the energy level there was significantly lower than the surrounding area. Why? He's not dead. The golden light was swallowed by the sudden burst of flames. At the bottom of the nearly 10-meter-deep crater, Songsher pulled his leg out and stood up amidst the dragging shards of glass. He was covered in wounds, the most severe being his left arm, where the skin had almost completely melted away, and even parts of the bone had dissolved. Yet, he seemed oblivious, instead laughing heartily. Lapis Lazuli, you can get the others out of here. He suddenly raised his voice. Fast, you're all in this state. Don't even think about staying. I take over everything from now on. Staying here will only get in the way. The vector engine unit, which had been attached to the body, detached and reformed into Lapis Lazuli, quickly flying away to temporarily evacuate the heavily injured Fast and the others from the battlefield. A beam of light immediately descended, and a torrent of light and heat energy threatened to engulf the Earth once more. However, the next instant, the beam of light abruptly stopped for the first time. Something defied the flow, resisting the beam. It was a jet-black pillar of fire, no less impressive in scale, suddenly rising from the ground. The stark contrast between black and white gold collided, creating countless sparks that sprayed wildly in all directions. I must admit, even I didn't expect that with the vacuum zero-point energy engine, even an incomplete one, it would become so troublesome for you. Truly worthy of singularity technology. Songsher, carrying the heavy slayer, gazed at the sacred silhouette in the sky, but I've seen enough. To avoid detection from all sides, you were forced to choose a less powerful version of the focusing device, resulting in insufficient power for the focus radiation attack, at least not in a battle of this magnitude. So you're using the vacuum zero-point energy engine to compensate for this? It's electromagnetic waves, right? Emmanuel looked down at the young man, stopping the beam of light bombardment, letting the latter speak on his own. His chest, where his heart once stood, now flickered with a blindingly bright orb of light, its exact shape indistinct. The only thing that could be known was that this orb of light never ceased, time and again, amidst the ebb and flow of the electronic tides, it unleashed terrifying tsunamis of energy. If we're going by academic classification, it should be called an optical prosthetic body? Songsher slightly twisted his neck. A specialized prosthetic body that uses the vacuum zero-point energy engine as its energy source and electromagnetic waves as its long-range charging medium. Right now, you're essentially an acceleration field, or a lens. Radiation-focused attacks, as long as they pass through your charging range, can gain a secondary energy level boost, thus effectively damaging even level 4 units. You've been staying high in the sky, firstly to cosplay as the sun god, and secondly to avoid attacks, but most importantly for this. A sufficiently wide and thick lens is needed to effectively boost the energy level a second time. Which psionic technique is it? Emmanuel suddenly asked. Mirror wall? Glowing fire body? Elemental incarnation? Stone formation? Why not guess a prosthetic body or equipment? Songsher raised an eyebrow. Personality profile analysis shows your primary identity is that of a psionicist, leaning towards the pure faction. Given other options, your first choice will never be an implant. And equipment? Emmanuel said calmly, the ability to significantly reduce the light-resistant protective gear from the previous attack, and the engineering applications to make it more individualized. With the Enlightened's technological capabilities, they can't do either of those. Songsher sighed, then nodded in agreement. That's a well-known fact. The whole world knows your technology is top-notch, the most advanced. You guessed a quarter right. It was Swayshire. Swayshire. Emmanuel chewed on the word. I see. That black flame psionic technique was your creation. No wonder we couldn't find any related information. After saying this, the man seemed to have lost interest in continuing the conversation. He slowly raised his hand. Output threshold, Songsher said. From the perspective of the superhuman, the figure high in the sky had long since lost its human form, becoming an embodiment of energy. Even though it was an incomplete vacuum zero-point energy engine, its energy reserves had already reached the terrifying level of the upper fourth ring, far beyond the reach of a third-ring psionicist. A crimson-gold flame ignited. Indeed, even I could never afford to waste time with you. But at this moment, Songsher laughed wildly. But your instantaneous output limit has an upper limit. Even if the energy source is inexhaustible, you, As the medium, still have a limit to your capacity. Emmanuel, this is your greatest flaw. Since a war of attrition is utterly hopeless, then let everything be directed in an instant. His black hair stretched and lengthened, the ends tinged with crimson gold, and cracks spread densely across Songsher's body. Enduring the bombardment of that overloaded beam of light, along with his injuries, was accompanied by the self-immolation of self-immolation, the tempering and ascension reaching its limit. The pinnacle of self-immolation. Deep within Emmanuel's pupils, what was reflected now were countless suddenly rising sparks, 28 fire seeds, for the first time since his rebirth, burning out simultaneously. If the total reserves are far less than the opponent's, then surpass them with one's own output power. An unprecedentedly terrifying calamity erupted, becoming a literal tsunami, engulfing everything and ravaging the heavens and earth. A torrential downpour of golden light pierced the sky, falling upon the madman who dared to defy the gods. Almost simultaneously, pillars of burning black fire rose from the ground, like iron arrows reaching to the heavens and earth, threatening to ignite the heavens and shatter the divine court. Heavenly might, the power of the earth. Chapter 274. When Songsher first met Chakro in his past life, he clearly understood one thing. No matter how hard he tried, he could never maintain his peak condition like Chakro did, as long as his spiritual energy wasn't exhausted, through the power of reversal. To be more precise, abilities, like resetting one state, continuously circulating power, and dividing time frames to distribute damage, these almost inconceivable abilities for maintaining one state were things he was never good at. Compared to these miraculous abilities, his only advantage lay in his unimaginably abundant and surging reserve of spiritual energy, enough to leave even Chakro in awe. Whoosh! Boom! The jet-black flame wings expanded to their limit, and with a single shake, they unleashed a surging ring of flames, burning and devouring everything around them. In that instant, against the backdrop of a sky full of rain and pillars of light, protected by a forest of sharp, iron-like arrows formed from raging flames, Songsher soared into the sky. The speed has increased. The massive computing power and trajectory analysis instantly converged on a conclusion. The opponent's current flight speed is 7% faster than initially. This increase isn't significant, but the only problem is that the AI lapis lazuli, acting as the prosthetic flight body, has clearly detached. Without its assistance, the opponent's speed has actually increased. While his thoughts raced, Emmanuel simultaneously invoked a saturation attack of light beams and ascended even higher to supersonic speeds. The battle with Fast and the others had indeed severely injured him, but he had consistently protected the integrity of his anti-gravity flight prosthetic body. The cutting-edge flight prosthetic body, meticulously crafted by Fubo Energy at great expense and named Sky-Piercing Whip, was sufficient for him to maintain supersonic high-altitude maneuvering. Combined with the energy protective field covering his entire body, he could completely ignore conventional attacks. Was it something previously concealed? A sudden outburst? No, that's not right. It's the environment. It's the opponent's psionic technique Scorched Earth. Songsher roamed freely in the raging sea of fire. He crushed 28 fire seeds in one breath, unleashing a terrifying burst of psionic flames that transformed several city blocks into a literal sea of fire. Even the sky was affected. If someone were to look from afar at this moment, they would be astonished to see a dark sunset raging, igniting the clouds and sweeping across the heavens. This was a feeling of exhilaration he had never experienced since entering Forge Light City. With the incredibly abundant supply of psionic flames, the power of Scorched Earth reached its limit. Being within it was like a stranded fish returning to the sea. Even without actively activating it, everything around him naturally responded, transforming into tangible power. The speed of the wings formed by Calamity Flame also increased accordingly. Carrying Songsher, they ascended towards the heavens. The torrent of scorching sunlight collided for the first time with the rising black arrowhead. Even sound seemed to hold its breath for a moment. The two completely different forces touched, collided, and collapsed, creating a massive dent at the boundary between gold and black. In the next instant, the dent vanished, replaced by a dazzling vortex that suddenly rose and spread violently, or rather, a storm. Then, a deafening explosion began to resound. Within the terrifying energy flow, the atmosphere instantly ionized. Amidst the ejection of countless plasma fluids, the magnetic field within a 10-kilometer radius was completely disrupted, and the air was filled with the smell of ionized ozone. Most electronic devices emitted sparks, and were cleanly and efficiently destroyed. Even the network briefly crashed for a few minutes. However, this horrific, cataclysmic scene didn't linger in Emmanuel's eyes for more than a second. The man's expression shifted slightly. In that clash, it was himself who had been at a disadvantage. but there was no time to dwell on it. In the lingering afterglow of the storm, a massive amount of calamity-inducing flames roared and rose, incinerating everything in their path, like an unstoppable black iron cavalry charging towards the sky once more. Blood seeped from Emmanuel's face simultaneously. The iron mind forcibly simulated by the implant in his brain began to falter under the impact of such a massive amount of calamity-inducing flames. And then, without hesitation, the man overclocked his iron will to its maximum power, ignoring the irreversible damage this would cause to his original mind. He pressed down with his 5 fingers, unleashing the divine power of the sun upon the rebel. Boom! With the orbital satellite's reconnaissance lock-on, his prosthetic eye's secondary capture and correction, and the radiation-focusing device's final integration and anchoring, the beam of light's accuracy reached the millimeter level. But at this moment, precision was no longer necessary. Both sides simply unleashed their full power. The divine might of the blazing sun and the raging torrents of flames, unyielding and relentless, erupted with an overwhelming force, colliding once more in midair. Then, the blazing sun's torrential rain began to retreat. No, not in a literal sense. The rain of light pouring down at this moment was clearly being swallowed up by the surging flames below, thus creating the illusion of retreating, psionic art stone. Before the presence of the master, even the brilliance of the sun must dim. At this moment, aside from the calamity flame, all other energy enveloped by Song Shi's scorched earth was suppressed by Sui Shi. And with the boost from self-immolation, Song Shi's output power instantly surpassed that of the radiant light energy attack. Even the massive spiritual energy from the 28 fire seeds was being consumed at a terrifying rate. But all of this resulted in Song Shi forcibly reversing the torrential rain from the blazing sun, the calamity flame surge rising visibly upwards, engulfing the golden light rain, sweeping in all directions, and utterly devouring the figure high in the sky. Almost simultaneously, for the first time since the start of the battle, Song Shi stopped his forward charge. He hovered in the sea of fire, simultaneously replenishing the overflowing spiritual energy in the environment and rapidly adjusting his breathing. Even with all these enhancements, with his current level of spiritual energy, unleashing such a level of attack required even Song Shi to recover and adjust his spiritual energy, calming the burning blood that was about to consume him completely. He bit open his cracked palm, swallowed the flesh and blood, and sucked the flowing blood. This blood, shimmering with a golden hue and boiling hot, seemed to seep into his very bones the moment it entered his mouth, even igniting his heart, causing it to pound violently. But this extreme pain also jolted his chaotic mind, which was tainted by the calamity flame and filled with hatred and violence. Song Shi suddenly looked up. As if he had seen something astonishing, a slight look of surprise appeared on Song Shi's face. He actually chosen this path? Then, that surprise vanished in an instant, replaced by a joy that overflowed from the depths of his dark pupils. That's how it should be. It's only right. The raging inferno above, which had previously engulfed Emmanuel, suddenly split open. As if something was expanding, the inferno was gradually stretched open, and from the spreading cracks, beams of golden light silently pierced through the flames, bursting forth like a cluster of blooming golden flowers. The next instant, a wave of light surged forth, sweeping away all the nearby inferno. Surrounded by endless light, Emmanuel, perhaps at this moment, should be called Emmanuel. The man's skin began to crack inch by inch, starting from his heart and spreading throughout his body. His skin dissolved in the terrifying energy flow, accompanied by a tangible, pure energy flow. Until finally, even Grodin's signature dazzling red hair slowly dissipated, decomposing into particles. With the vacuum zero-point energy engine at its core, completely abandoning his past existence, he transformed into an energy life form in the electronic tide. This is a process that even with Fubo Energy's advanced technology, it is utterly incurable and irreversible. From the moment the transformation began, the life of the individual named Emmanuel was already on a countdown. High in the sky, the scorching shadow could barely be discerned as the outline of his former human form. On his already completely blurred face, a glimmering, indifferent expression appeared. Emmanuel raised his right hand before his eyes, and in the center of his palm, a star, like a miniature sun, rose, then was abruptly extinguished. Rolling lightning roared from the sky. Grodin. Glory forever. Chapter 275. An endless torrent of light swept down. In the flood of light, Emmanuel's outline blurred for a moment. The next instant, a torrent of lightning crashed down. The heavens and earth were suddenly filled with extremely incandescent light, and the previously unstoppable wave of calamity was submerged by the roaring lightning. The lightning from the ultra-high pressure easily pierced the atmosphere, tore apart the calamity, and pierced towards Song Shi, and Song Shi's only action was to unleash the heavy slaughter slash. Soaked and coated with burning blood, empowered by forging flames, and with Calamity as its divine blade, two completely different colors, crimson gold and jet black, burst forth from the surging flames that wrapped around the straight blade. A dazzling divine light suddenly shone from Chong Shi, then transformed in the next instant into a raging torrent of flames. The lightning waterfall collided with the sea of fire, the spiritual energy flames born of will, and the ultra-high-pressure lightning forged by technology, at this moment, were both overflowing with the pure killing intent of their initiators. The two sides collided and washed over each other violently. The dividing line between darkness and silver-white was now locked in a stalemate, neither side able to completely overwhelm the other. At this moment, above the sky, countless stars lit up, then suddenly expanded, and the power of the sun once again condensed into golden pillars of light, crashing down and piercing the sea of fire. Having melted away his original body and transformed into an energy life form, Emmanuel gained more precise and unrestricted energy control, a higher output threshold, and now, a roaring tide of lightning. But this absolutely does not mean that he has abandoned the radiation-focusing strike device. Boom! The double crushing force of the light rain and lightning waterfall, even with the suppression of the sway stone, was still terrifying even after being weakened, and ultimately exceeded Song Shi's limit of endurance. The Calamity was completely engulfed. From within the suddenly expanding incandescent ball of light, Song Shi was sent flying backward, his fiery wings flapping several times before dispersing the remaining lightning. Visibly, his body bore obvious wounds. Large patches of skin were shredded by the lightning, revealing stark white bones, which had also been melted through by the beam of light. Large clumps of blood didn't even have time to splatter before instantly vaporizing. If it weren't for the self-immolation effect composed of burning blood and forging flames, which could forcibly suppress the effects of his injuries and maintain his condition until his sudden death, his combat power would have significantly declined. But there's still a chance. He hasn't died yet. And his opponent isn't as invincible and flawless as he appears. Essentially, the opponent's current energy life state is forcibly maintained by his own will. Once his mind shatters, this energy avatar will instantly collapse. And Calamity Flame is a technique specifically designed to kill at the mind. He just needs to switch from offense to defense, constantly using Calamity Flame for long-range interference to buy time. The only problem is that this indirect method might not be effective enough. The time needed to break through the mind is uncertain. A silver torrent of energy instantly pierced the sky, crackling with explosive lightning, approaching Song Shi before he could fully recover from the fall. Song Shi gripped the heavy slayer. In the rising, swirling blood mist, his 5 fingers clenched tightly. Then, instead of retreating, the young man laughed wildly, meeting the surging tsunami of lightning without hesitation, since the effectiveness of long-range interference couldn't be guaranteed. Then let's switch to close combat, unleash all our killing power, and see which one, the opponent's mind or our own spiritual energy, is defeated first. The raging flames and the thunder collided violently, the former being rapidly engulfed by the terrifying energy torrent provided by the vacuum zero-point energy engine. But within the thunderous dome, about to be completely swallowed and transformed into a raging torrent of silver serpents, a stream of pitch-black fire persisted, even bursting forth with a color more dazzling than the previous surging inferno. This stream of fire even began to rise against the tide of thunder. Emmanuel indifferently raised his hand, his arm, formed of lightning, flickered with silvery white electricity, constantly collapsing and expanding, as if it might disintegrate at any moment. But it didn't matter. At least, this remaining life was enough to destroy the enemy of Grodin before him. The radiation-focusing array anchored, full power, but the anticipated storm of beams of light did not arrive. A deep darkness suddenly rose, obscuring the sky, as if it had come alive. Vaguely, tangible shadows could be seen writhing and flowing within the darkness. At the top of the building, Vass knelt, coughing up blood, seemingly on the verge of collapse, yet his gaze remained fixed on the distant, raging lightning, his outstretched fingers unwavering. Psionic art, veil. Psionic art, darkness without light. The blazing power of the sun and its divine nature were separated at this moment. More than a dozen gravity spheres simultaneously rose into the air, hurtling towards Song Shi at high speed. Most were instantly pulverized by the raging lightning tide, but a few managed to reach their target. The surviving gravity spheres disintegrated, transforming into wisps of fluid particles that flowed onto Chong Shi. When gravity exceeds a certain limit, even light can be distorted and captured. Neither the former atoll nor the current lapis lazuli could achieve this. However, the temporary gravity field coating currently attached to Chong Shi could still slow down the flow of electrons to some extent. The essence of those lightning bolts. Songsher unleashed his strike. The surging torrent of lightning was forcibly cleaved in two in that instant. But the next instant, from the end of the separated tide, a lightning bolt more dazzling than ever before suddenly burst forth. Radiation focusing strike blocked, ultra-high pressure lightning suppressed by both the solidified stone and the gravitational field. His own mind was collapsing under the onslaught of that pitch-black flame. Then, before complete collapse, he would increase the output power again, reaching an even higher limit. It was no longer possible to distinguish between lightning and flame. The sound vanished. At this moment, only a simple scene remained in the world. The two colors merged together, surging and confusing, and unimaginably terrifying bursts of light roared forth, with boundless energy flowing in all directions. Even the dark curtain that obscured the sky began to melt away. A sliver of golden light slowly shone down from the cloudless sky. At the eye of the plasma storm, Songsher's body swayed. Patches of his charred, mottled shell began to peel away, revealing not crimson flesh, but a mangled, gruesome body crackling with arcs of lightning. Just a little bit more. It really was just a little bit more. As expected of Fubo Energy's last trump card, even with the help of Fast and the others, the final blow still exceeded his current limits. That violent torrent of lightning, escalating to an even higher limit, was an undeniable catastrophe-level attack. But this level of attack also exceeded the opponent's limits. Coupled with a direct confrontation with the Calamity Flame, the combined effect meant that, in a sense, the opponent's attack collapsed along with his mental breakdown before it was even complete. Without the control of his will, these silver waves were nothing more than ordinary ultra-high-voltage current. Songsher gasped for breath, exhaling scorching air. His once magnificent fiery wings were nearly extinguished, trailing weakly behind him. But at this moment, he made no further movement, nor uttered a word, simply hovering in the air, silently gazing ahead. It wasn't even barely human anymore. Emmanuel's outline had lost all trace of humanity. Even his blurred face began to dissipate visibly. At this moment, a dazed look appeared on that indifferent face. He murmured softly, "Grodin." Then, all of this vanished into the dissipating electric current. Chapter 276. Songsher took a deep breath. The heavy slaughter slowly dissipated, transforming into a stream of fire that seeped into his body. The flame wings formed from the Calamity Flame trembled once more before extinguishing. During the battle just now, Songsher had been recklessly channeling his spiritual energy. To unleash a higher limit of power, even if it was only a 10% increase, he would unhesitatingly push out several times his usual amount of spiritual energy in one go. Only in this way could he forcefully suppress Emmanuel, who possessed the vacuum zero-point energy engine and the radiation focusing strike device. However, in that instant, his spiritual energy was completely exhausted. Even after defeating Gayboy head-on at the first research institute, his condition hadn't deteriorated to this extent. Huff! Without the support of the flame wings, Songsher began to fall downwards amidst the lingering, scorching winds. Fortunately, several gravity balls quickly collided with him, intercepting his fall and forming an anti-gravity field that lifted him up. What a worthy opponent! Emmanuel. Songsher, letting the other pull him along, suddenly laughed heartily. But I still won. Lapis Lazuli. What are your thoughts? Lapis Lazuli, dragging Fast, and another enlightened member, rushed over at high speed. Hearing Songsher's words, it sprayed emergency healing spray on the others' bodies, treating their shocking wounds, while replying, "A great victory to celebrate, but the more important task now is for us to leave this place first." Given the group's current state of injury and disability, if they were to become entangled in this inner city controlled by Fubo Energy, the consequences would be unimaginable. Crisis? Not necessarily, Fast suddenly spoke, scanning the surroundings, pausing briefly in a certain direction, but indeed, we still need to retreat as soon as possible. Such keen perception. On a street far from the center of the battlefield, Hollenden pulled down the brim of his deerskin hat, his revolver's trigger resting on the rim, locked onto several targets, forcing them to scramble and intercept without daring to act rashly. Sneaking in to cover a bunch of terrorists' retreat, and dragging me along, TSK, you're something else, Ning Tong. Hollenden muttered habitually, but at this moment, what truly lingered in the man's mind was the battle just now. He had thought that the half-gram of antimatter personally given to him by the Director General, along with the reactor module used for catalytic release, was a sufficiently insane trump card. But compared to Emmanuel's singularity technology, the vacuum zero-point energy engine that replaced his heart, even an incomplete vacuum zero-point energy engine, his half-gram of antimatter seemed somewhat insufficient. Even more shocking than these things was that Songsher, who had only emerged in the last year, had actually defeated Emmanuel in this state. Even if you swapped him with Chaklo of the same rank, he probably wouldn't have succeeded. Incredible potential. No, it's terrifying. He held his revolver, thinking, if I were Fubo Energy, I would definitely. The man's turbulent thoughts abruptly stopped. He suddenly looked up, and in his extraordinary pupils, reflected in the sunlight, unimaginable astonishment erupted. That is? Boom! The super-powerful energy shield Psionics protection, supported by the vacuum zero-point energy engine, a magnificent structure that could withstand nuclear bombardment, was now trembling little by little. As if overwhelmed by the weight, on the surface of the azure shield matrix, alarming cracks were bursting and spreading. One crack had barely healed when another appeared amidst the violent shaking. Deepest within the space carrier, for fourth-ring psionicists, in a state of synchronized resonance, guarding the ship, found their once unstoppable psionic power forced to cower before an even more terrifying force. The burden was heaviest on the two Transcendent S. They had become one with the space carrier. While they could control the ship's modules at will, the impacts the carrier suffered also affected them. The shields are about to give way. A transcendent aura trembled violently, fluctuating wildly. He roared, announced to the entire ship, activate storm. Chaklo looked down at the space carrier below, pressing his 5 fingers down once more. The psionic energy called denial materialized into a tangible pressure, like the weight of the deep sea, violently squeezing the Groden Glory, causing its surface shields to tremble. Even with the Singularity technology, the vacuum zero-point energy engine, a near-perpetual motion machine capable of providing unlimited energy, the equipment modules utilizing this energy still had their limits. Faced with the full-force attack of a fifth-ring psionicist, numerous modules, compartments, and armaments on the Groden Glory's hull panels had dimmed, symbols of overload damage. The Groden Glory's deck side compartments deformed and unfolded, revealing rows of interfaces gleaming with cold, arcing light. The next instant, countless dazzling arcs of electricity condensed into a sphere. One after another, ball lightning suddenly erupted, and then, as they collided with each other, they reached higher energy levels, merging into a destructive storm that swept across the heavens and the earth, ravaging everything in sight. Ball lightning cluster array storm. Chakro frowned slightly, his right hand, which was about to press down, stopped and instead clenched. Rejection. As if an invisible hand had swept over, the catastrophic storm, spreading with the psychic energy ripples, transformed into gentle breezes. The hypersonic ballistic missiles accompanying the storm, poised to strike Forge Light City, were also intercepted. While this respite passed, the self-circulating maintenance plant and the fourth ring beyond within the space carrier operated at full power, urgently repairing some of the damaged modules. Unfortunately, despite Fubo Energy's ambitious efforts and massive resource investment in developing its second singularity technology, energy matter conversion, progress remained stagnant. Otherwise, with the dual enhancements of the vacuum zero-point energy engine and energy matter conversion, the Groden Glory would certainly not be weaker than, and might even surpass, a fifth-ring psychic. Having shattered the storm, Chaklo glanced at his cracked fingers, preparing to strike again and shatter the energy shield in one fell swoop. But the next instant, the man abruptly raised his head. The sky over the Roker Plains, which had been gloomy and dim for decades, suddenly lit up. An unimaginable platinum blaze filled the apex of the sky, erupting silently. That was. All ships, issue a warning. Initiate overload. The captain roared over the Groden Glory shipboard channel. Now. We must hold Chaklo back. All strategic modules, prepare to release. The roar abruptly vanished. Or rather, in the sudden surge of unprecedented power, all other sounds became insignificant. Chaklo raised his 5 fingers before his eyes, unleashing the most terrifying power since the start of the war towards the distant space carrier. Heaven and Earth reversed. Chapter 277. The canyon, shrouded in colorful dust, was almost completely leveled. The clash between several Abyss Lords and one Abyss King had shattered even this network domain at depth 5, leaving its underlying structure teetering on the brink of collapse under the devastating impact. The surging armies clashed. The 5 Abyss Lords had all open data portals connecting their respective network territories, continuously unleashing swarms of tamed and subjugated derivatives, some as glass dragons, others as miniature, Dalek legions. However, this combined force of derivatives, powerful enough to overwhelm the firewall of a medium-sized company, was clearly at a disadvantage at this moment. Everyone, give it your all. A high-pitched, bright voice shone forth, radiant with light, making it seem like a giant stage on a floating island. A girl with long golden hair and silver-streaked hair gripped a microphone made entirely of neon lights, joyfully making a heart shape with her hands, blinking, waving vigorously, and singing again. Centered on the floating island stage, a multitude of bizarrely shaped derivative beings, waving cheering sticks and adorned with countless decorations, roared and charged forward fearlessly amidst the sky-shaking song. From above, one could clearly see the neon-colored wave crashing into the Allied forces. Despite being outnumbered 5-1, they showed no sign of weakness, even subtly suppressing the latter. Amazing, truly amazing, the Abyss Lord of Apocalypse exclaimed in amazement. It's only been a few years, and Zenria Setsuna has taken another step forward. Should I call its derivative army a support group instead? This is practically the Legion of Prayers. The Abyss Lord of Transparent Iron Curtain exclaimed in agreement. She's gone so far down the path of faith. She's already trying to combine the power of faith with her derivatives. No wonder our derivative legion is no match for her. Even if she weren't the king of the Abyss, but the Abyss Lord, we might not be a match for her. Stop talking. Come help. A radius of hundreds of meters centered on Borage suddenly solidified, neon colors instantly engulfing everything, like a shimmering amber trying to contain it. Borage let out a low growl, forcefully breaking free of its restraints, but the price was numerous cracks appearing on its body, making it look extremely disheveled. Who told you to provoke her? The last, unaffiliated Abyss Lord gloated. Even someone like me who's been coding for 30 years knows not to reveal a woman's true age. Damn it! Just as Borage was about to curse, Zenria's attack came again, forcing it to quickly retreat and deal with the situation. This time, it really went all out. Of the 4 Abyss Lords, only it was truly giving it its all. The rest were just slacking off. No, it really couldn't hold on much longer. Borage dodged a distant attack, screaming inwardly, Chakro, I can only hold you off for another 20 minutes at most. You better hurry, or you enlightened ones will be on your own. The battle in Forge City had entered a white-hot phase. Once, the tactical strategy of a rapid attack was decided, the terrifying productivity of the giant corporation was fully revealed, unleashing a destructive storm upon the enlightened one's controlled territory with the force of a tsunami. Under the relentless cover of artillery barrage, the colossal mechs that Southern Heavy Industries prided themselves on had officially entered the battlefield. These constructs, at least 10 meters tall, possessed Southern Heavy Industries' signature saturation firepower and heavy armor. When they began to move, they resembled monsters from a monster movie, easily destroying fortifications, crushing any obstacles, and advancing straight into the battle line. Conventional heavy firepower had little effect on these monstrous mechs. Instead, they were tracked and located, and a single shot from a fusion cannon would obliterate the person and nearby buildings. Some psionicists attempted to use their extraordinary individual strength to infiltrate with high-yield explosive devices and paralyze them at close range, but the company also deployed special forces to protect the colossal mechs. They intercepted the former, creating sufficient conditions for these war fortresses to operate. With a large number of powerful elite superhumans dispersed to carry out decapitation strikes, the Enlightened One's traditional reliance on individual combat tactics has become significantly less effective on the main battlefield. The only saving grace is that the heavily invested air defense network continues to function, intercepting most of the focused energy beams, plasma clusters, and molten metal bombs fired by the armed shuttles belonging to Fubo Energy, preventing them from hitting the ground. Swoosh! A blazing plasma lightsaber sliced through a load-bearing wall, and behind the crimson slash, a steel-colored silhouette burst forth, striking again with a backhand slash. Only after the wall was cleaved did the Enlightened One react. Caught off guard, he had just raised his gun when the plasma beam arrived before his eyes, rapidly magnifying in his pupils. But in the next instant, a cold, black object suddenly pierced his vision, forcefully deflecting the lightsaber's blade at the last second. With life hanging by a thread, the Enlightened member, still reeling from the shock, instinctively fired. Several streams of flame erupted from the muzzle, then shattered into sparks just before hitting their target. The opponent had sliced through the bullet? Leave immediately somewhere else? A deep voice rang out as the burly man gripped his matte black power sword, his gaze fixed on the scene before him. There, the red-haired youth casually swung his lightsaber, not immediately launching a new attack. Without turning his head, the man said in a low voice, "You get in the way." The rescued member didn't hesitate any longer and turned to run. The next instant, both vanished from their spots, reappearing with their swords clashing violently. They separated instantly. The red-haired youth took a step back, boosting his lightsaber's power level once more, then lunged forward again. The burly man's prosthetic eye narrowed slightly as he precisely tracked the lightsaber's trajectory. His black power sword successfully parried, the thruster at the end of the guard roaring as it unleashed a tremendous force, slamming the lightsaber down. Not bad. The red-haired youth twisted his stance, dodging the power sword. With a flick of his wrist, he deflected the light sword's force and whistled, interested in joining Fubo Energy. Or perhaps becoming my personal bodyguard? His response was a fierce slash. Good technique, but the prosthetic body is still a bit lacking. The red-haired youth's arms flashed, the lightsaber's blade instantly increasing in length by half a meter, forcing his opponent to change tactics and switch from offense to defense. This is an invitation from Grodin. Do you know how many people spend their entire lives and never even reach your starting point? Not saying a word, isn't that a bit too hurtful? The burly man gripped his power sword, waiting for the coolant to buffer the temperature of his prosthetic body. You're a complete human? The red-haired youth paused, stunned. Then, instead of being angry, he laughed, lunging forward and unleashing a flurry of lightsaber strikes. Ha! That day won't be far off. Boom! Buzz! Thanks to the superior performance of his prosthetic body and his considerable close combat skills, the red-haired youth had completely overwhelmed his opponent. He swung his sword, sneering repeatedly, "No! Maybe tomorrow. Based on the merit of crushing you all, my family will bestow upon me the title of complete human. Open your eyes wide. Look carefully. Your fortifications have been uprooted. Your people are turning into dead dogs." Another torrential barrage of slashes followed. In that instant, however, the burly man, who had been silent for so long, unleashed unprecedented power. His prosthetic limbs and power sword simultaneously overloaded, and amidst a deafening roar, with astonishing agility, he seized an opening in the continuous slashes, unleashing a ferocious upward strike. What? The torrential, swift attack was instantly shattered. The lightsaber wrapped around his prosthetic limbs didn't stop the man for a moment. He gripped the power sword tightly and thrust it straight in, piercing the red-haired youth's chest. Life and death hung in the balance. Victory or defeat was already decided. The burly man's prosthetic arms developed cracks that melted through them. Large sections of their outer shell shattered, parts flew everywhere, and sparks flew. However, the red-haired youth, pierced through the chest by the power sword, was nearly severed in two. Large clumps of blood and semen gushed from the gash in his chest. The red-haired youth's face was filled with resentment. The burly man didn't speak, gripping the power sword tightly, ready to deliver the final blow. In that instant, the ground beneath their feet suddenly lit up, a scorching platinum light filling their vision, accompanied by an unbearable, intense heat. Even the man was startled. He looked sharply at the youth, only to find the latter had already raised his head, gazing at the sky. What? You're all finished. The red-haired youth laughed maniacally, coughing up blood. He simply gave up resisting, lying on the ground, staring blankly at the heavens. His face, illuminated by the sunlight, even shone with a pious light. Come! Kill me! But soon you will see with your own eyes. Everything you have will be burned to dust. The sky above Forge Light City was now only one color, pure, brilliant platinum. Few were even qualified to look directly at it. The overwhelming brilliance of the endless sun could easily obliterate a city, let alone the eyes of those who had overstepped its bounds. The instant countless people instinctively looked up, their prosthetic eyes triggered overexposure warnings, forcibly shutting down their vision. Fubo Energy's ultimate strategic deterrent, the pinnacle of technological achievement in destruction. With regional president Emmanuel dead and defeated, even the arbitration body could no longer refuse Fubo Energy's smear campaign, acknowledging the legitimacy of the latter's subsequent actions. The space-based weapon, Solar Radiation Focusing Array, has finished warming up and is anchored. Its last full-power activation left Dark Crystal Credit with a city burned to glass, 35 years ago, during the Third All-Out Corporate War. At this moment, even the battlefield froze. Opponents who were locked in fierce combat just a second ago stopped in their tracks, a sense of awe rising within them. This was not surrender, but rather an instinct inherited from the depths of their blood, passed down since ancient times, in the face of an unimaginable existence. 35 years later, under the will of the gods, the sun once again bowed, showering the mortal world with its destructive power. What on earth could withstand such might? The answer is nothing. Some, after a brief moment of terror, felt a deep sense of relief, thankful they hadn't been tempted by small favors, and hastily moved into Districts 1 and 2. But many more were filled with fear. Some began to pray, their prayers trembling, while others fell into a long silence in the blinding light. Ha ha, ha ha ha. The red-haired youth laughed maniacally and excitedly. Even Suyu can't save you. Even Chaklo can't save you. Now no one can save you. Do you see? Do you see? This is the true glory of Grodin. Ha ha. The platinum torrent, filling all vision, after reaching its peak, began to descend, like the sky collapsing and sinking. Terrifying heat and pressure crashed down on the earth. Scorching light swept across everything, and an unimaginable, colossal impact shook the atmosphere, raging and engulfing everything. In that instant, a new light shone forth. A ray of starlight rose from the horizon, its powerful spiritual energy, surpassing even the mortal realm, radiating a brilliance no less dazzling than the sun. Yet its light was so gentle that even the scorching suns might dim slightly, allowing people to look directly up. Under everyone's gaze, that ray of starlight rose against the current, soaring into the sky, heading straight towards the collapsing firmament. The brilliant starlight showed no retreat or fear, it simply rose, relentlessly rising, and for the first time, the endless torrent of platinum ceased its scouring. Truly your style, Chakro. Far off, nearing the edge of the Roker Plains, Yvette lowered her cane and murmured softly. Dwight, in the distance, also stopped what he was doing, and they both looked towards Forge Light City. The retrograde stars, supporting the torrent, blocked all the platinum gold light from the sky. This wasn't mere resistance, but protection. It erected an unprecedented barrier, single-handedly holding up everything, ensuring that not a single ray of light truly reached the city below. The Roker Plains brightened. The light didn't vanish, rather, with the star's retrograde motion, it dispersed and overflowed. The sky, which had been gloomy and dim for decades, and the land, perpetually covered in frost and snow, simultaneously welcomed the most dazzling sunlight. From the vast ice plains of the far north to the frosty wastelands of the far south, from the magnificent palaces of the east to the sacred cathedrals of the west, in this instant, the entire world could clearly see a silent, brilliant star rising from the distant horizon, piercing the night sky. It continued to rise, as if to grasp all its intense light and shower it upon the world, its progress halted by all things. Then the sun's power parted before it, the platinum torrent was utterly shattered, and carrying the gaze of all who love and are loved, in the now clear blue sky, the retrograde starlight finally reached the edge of the heavens. Chapter 278. The platinum torrent belonging to the solar radiation focusing array had been completely separated. Yet the starlight continued to rise. The troposphere was breached, the stratosphere followed, and even the thin atmosphere of the mesosphere couldn't hinder the starlight for long. The dazzling star shot straight ahead, as if to touch the eternally burning, radiant sun at the very edge of the sky. But the starlight that parted the torrent and scattered across the world, in that instant, had already unleashed an infinite brilliance no less than that of the sun. He's going to destroy the solar radiation focusing array. The red-haired youth lying on the ground, his expression frozen after the starlight rose in reverse, suddenly erupted in immense terror and rage. Chakro. How dare you? Deep within his pupils, even with the power of his prosthetic eye, the outline of that starlight was no longer discernible. It had risen so high that, apart from the still splashing radiance of the sun, no one could truly glimpse the star's form. Dragging a vast expanse of starlight, Chakro slowly raised his head. Even though most of it had separated, the terrifying power emanating from the solar radiation focusing array still retained an immense amount of condensed heat. Scorching and blinding, the incandescent, golden light illuminated the man's scorched, cracked face with a shimmering glow. But this residual power was all that remained. He could already see the macrostate light energy matrix, which had shrouded the Roker plane for decades, hovering outside the atmosphere, the veil that imprisoned people, the sun itself, and which had priced it. Large solar sails trembled in the storm of starlight, and a swarm of autonomous machines flew out to protect them, attempting a counterattack. But how could they possibly accomplish what even the relocated solar radiation focusing array had failed to do? And so, under the hopeful gaze of humanity, the starlight, flowing against the current, launched its conquest of its ultimate goal from beyond the blurred horizon, at the edge of the sky. This masquerade starry sky will not be shattered by you. A blurry hand emerged from outside the atmosphere. A detached voice spread through the vacuum. It was a blurry outline, barely recognizable as human. It stood silently outside the atmosphere, gazing down at the planet below. Its form was not imposing. On the astronomical scale of the planet, even the description of microparticle would be an exaggeration. But at this moment, the instant it stepped out, the dazzling torrent of platinum and the vast, flowing starlight, both dim before this far greater being. The ancient, tranquil, boundless deep space became a stage set solely for it. The light of the entire world converged upon its minuscule form. Its raised hand pressed down. An unparalleled power descended upon the planet below. The supreme psionic energy, beyond description even of terrifying, transformed into a force capable of overturning the world through the flow of consciousness. The Roker Plains, a vast land of hundreds of thousands of square kilometers once known as fertile land, fell into unprecedented silence 9 minutes after the newborn sun rose. Whether it was the cloud storage server matrix in the company's clean room or the data tablet carelessly tossed on the bedroom sofa, all electronic devices on the local plane simultaneously ceased functioning for 4 seconds. Then came consciousness. It was a disappearance many times more complete than a blackout from excessive drinking or amnesia from a severe blow to the brain. Time in the upper left corner of the prosthetic eye's field of vision also stopped moving. Except for a very few people, most of the inhabitants of the Roker plane had 4 seconds less in their lives, because they had no memory of that time, and couldn't even be aware of it. This is, the lapis lazuli machine suddenly lost signal and briefly plummeted downwards. However, in that instant, Songsher had no time to pay attention. He abruptly raised his head, his pupils still bleeding, and stared intently at the sky. His expression was one of disbelief, yet also one of uncontrollable joy. The throne? If viewed from the planet's outer reaches, it would be clearly visible. Above the Roker plane, under immense power, a counter-swirling vortex appeared on the surface of the atmosphere. On an astronomical scale, this vortex, which didn't seem particularly large, generated aftershocks that would surpass any naturally occurring storm, affecting the climate of a significant portion of the planet. The roar of ocean waves swept in from afar, churning up rolling clouds. Boring. Deep within the majestic, sacred palace, brass candlesticks simultaneously lit up, illuminating the throne at the top of the silver staircase. Beneath the obscuring veil of a solemn crown, the middle-aged man's face flickered in and out of focus. He propped his chin on his fist, raised his eyes, and then extended his index finger. Thus, the aftershocks of the storm that had spread from afar silently disintegrated, dissipated, and collapsed, until finally, when they truly touched the Empire's territory, only a gentle breeze swept across the land. In the east, within an unobservable ocean, as if sensing something, a consciousness briefly rose, then sank again after a few breaths, offering no further comment. The great calamity has not yet arrived. Within the ideal utopia, atop the eternally suspended floating island at the very top of Eden, a figure suddenly appeared. He silently gazed towards the source of the storm, seemingly without movement, yet arcs of light flickered around him. But among all the wills that turned their gazes towards him, only one was stunned. The world line has shifted? At the top of the towering tower in the dimensional rift open deep within the space carrier, someone murmured to themselves, staring blankly at the several snapped strings between their fingers. Crimson tears slowly streamed down their faces from eyes veiled in white. And at the very beginning of all this, very good, no, extremely good. Outside the atmosphere, the blurry silhouette seemed somewhat surprised. It glanced at the shattered, cracked palm, nodded slightly, and uttered undisguised praise, truly worthy of our balance. Chaklovan, since you can withstand this blow, what's wrong with granting you 7 years in a city? It praised, yet declared defiantly, I await the day you ascend the throne and rise again. But now, you are not yet worthy to stand here. When the lost consciousness reconnected, most people were oblivious. They only knew they were still gazing at the sky, no different from the previous second. The only change was the image reflected deep within their pupils. The platinum torrent that had filled the sky not long ago had completely dissipated. Then, under the hopeful gaze of many, 11 minutes after rising, the newborn sun, at the edge of the sky, slowly extinguished like a candle extinguished. Chapter 279. The all-out war has ended. With news of the deaths of a series of decision-makers, led by Emmanuel Grodin, and the subsequent disappearance and temporary shutdown of the space carrier Grodin Glory, and the failure of the first strike of the space-based weapon solar radiation focusing array, and the loss of its second strike capability, Fubo Energy armed forces were immediately overwhelmed and began withdrawing from the main battlefield. Seeing this, Southern Heavy Industries and Zero Degree Network quickly consolidated their forces, recovered their net assets, and then destroyed a batch of weapons and equipment that could not be taken away, cleanly and efficiently withdrawing as well. However, the enlightened ones were unable to pursue them. Faced with the company's saturation firepower and a large ground advance force, their casualties were equally heavy. More importantly, their controlled area, at least the outer area, was almost completely razed to the ground, riddled with holes, and utterly destroyed. The only saving grace was that, in the early stages of the war, the enlightened ones, through forceful means, had relocated most of the residents of these areas to the rear, resulting in few deaths. And thanks to their advanced engineering and construction technology, these seemingly devastated ruins could actually be rebuilt relatively easily with sufficient resources. More than 4 construction companies had secretly contacted the Enlightened Ones, expressing their willingness to assist in the reconstruction, eager to secure such a large contract. However, at this point, the Enlightened Ones had no time to deal with them. The Enlightened Ones were focused on consolidating their rule. Yes, rule. In the short few days following the end of the All-Out War, the Enlightened Ones, while consolidating their remaining forces, forcefully occupied all the outer city areas and even began deploying into the inner city. What truly astonished people was the attitude of the giant corporations, or more accurately, the attitude of the giant corporation Fubo Energy. They compromised. In fact, it could be said that Fubo Energy, at this moment, admitted defeat and surrendered Forging Light City. They quickly announced a series of production line reduction plans in Forging Light City, consolidated and shut down a large number of related institutions, and carried out massive layoffs. Although no official announcement was sent, it was clear to everyone that Fubo Energy was abandoning the foundation it had cultivated for decades, and withdrawing from the market in Forging Light City and the surrounding area. It was simply unbelievable. Given the massive production capacity of a giant corporation, given a period of respite, Fubo Energy could once again organize a powerful armed force. In the same amount of time, the Enlightened One's respite would be far less effective. The only truly troublesome issue was the vacancies left by the dead at Grodin's top management, which would be difficult to fill in the short term. But this reason for withdrawal was still not convincing enough. And it wasn't just Fubo Energy. Even Southern Heavy Industries and Zero Networks began to reorganize and inventory their own industries, clearly also intending to withdraw from Forging Light City. Most people were simply shocked and confused, but a small minority with some status and power naturally arrived at the answer. It really was Chakro. That day, the way it rose from the horizon and forcefully shattered the solar radiation focusing array went viral online. Although it was unclear why it finally stopped, perhaps its power was insufficient. Had it reached its limit? But so what, even if it was insufficient? It was still under the premise that it had already directly confronted and intercepted the space-based weapon. Inconceivable, completely illogical. How could anyone be so strong? Faced with such a formidable opponent, it was only natural for Fubo Energy to compromise and make concessions. Want a smoke? A middle-aged man in dark blue overalls pulled out a cigarette case from his pocket, about to open it, but then paused, seemingly remembering something, and looked at the young man. I rarely smoke. But have one, please. Any requests? The middle-aged man asked. Oh right, you're the factory yourself, you can process anything. Songsher stroked his chin. How about something refreshing, fruity? The middle-aged man nodded, tapped the cigarette case, and 2 unbranded cigarettes automatically popped out. He tossed one to the other man, picked up the remaining one, rubbed the butt, and put it in his mouth. Songsher took the cigarette, lit it silently, and took a shallow drag. Citrus flavor, not bad. How are your injuries? Songsher only took one puff before putting it down, scrutinizing the middle-aged man before him. You seem a bit unstable. I fought with Baptiste, but it's nothing serious. I'd be fine in a while. Suyudu's cigarette was noticeably stronger than Songsher's, billowing thick white smoke around him. He paused, then stated the result directly. Chakalo's injuries are far more severe than mine. He must enter a deep sleep to recover. I'm now in charge of guarding Zhuguang City. This is what he asked me to give you before he went into his slumber. He handed over an envelope. Songsher took the package and was about to tear it open when the other person stopped him. Don't open it here. Wait until you get back. So you took a deep breath and said, do you need my help with your injuries? It was clear that Songsher was covered in bandages, and his coat pockets were stuffed with bottles and jars. He would open one every now and then, and put some pills or capsules into his mouth. After successfully slaying Emmanuel, injuries from the battle, and the after-effects of his self-immolation all surfaced at once. These combined were too much for even Songsher to ignore, and he needed to rest for a while. No need, Songsher casually chewed a pill, then clicked his tongue so bitter. I should have asked the doctor to add some sugar. Songsher, Suyudu said suddenly, his cigarette almost finished. You're about to leave, aren't you? More or less. How did you know? You never tried to hide it. Suyudu casually crushed the last bit of his cigarette. The Pan-Eastern Continental Union, Humph, the Eastern Continent Republic. However, the middle-aged man quickly suppressed his disgust and pulled a double-layered silver ring, like a keychain, from his pocket. It had a silvery metallic sheen, and the radius of the ring was barely large enough for an index finger to pass through. Here you go. Suyu tossed it over. Chaklo told me that the projection of Shining Star 3 gave you an ornament, right? It represents the recognition of the Omnics. This thing is similar to that. Of course, there are differences. Suyu snorted. Shining Star 3 is gone, but I'm still alive. In the future, if you encounter any special circumstances, just crush it, and I try my best to get there. This is the promise between the Enlightened Ones and me. At this point, the middle-aged man paused, thought for a moment, and then added, Chaklo is asleep, and now I am the Commander-in-Chief of the Enlightened Ones. That's correct. After a moment of contemplation, Suyu added, of course, considering you're going to the Pan-Eastern Continental Alliance next, you might need it there. I don't have the singularity technology and spatial warp technology from the Wasteland Pioneer. My psionic abilities aren't deeply rooted in space. And then, there are those troublesome guys within the Pan-Eastern Continental Alliance itself. Therefore, I can't just have you press a button and instantly descend from the sky. So my advice is, you better crush it as soon as possible. Heh. A promise from a fifth ring. Songsha raised an eyebrow, flipped the ring, and laughed. So generous? If you put it up for auction, even giant corporations would be tempted, maybe even willing to trade a city for it. No need to talk about such things. Suyu looked like he really wanted to smoke another one, but ultimately gave up the idea. From a sentimental standpoint, I already reviewed the operation files. Without you, Fast and his team couldn't have defeated Emmanuel. If that guy had been on the front lines, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Our entire plan might have been ruined. Your contribution is undeniable. You helped us immensely. Suyuta tugged at his work clothes, glancing up at the young man. And realistically, Songsha, you're destined to see the scenery that Chaklo and I are seeing now. We still take this risky investment, no. As he said this, a smile appeared on Suyuta's face for the first time. Even if it was a cold smile. And at that moment, Songsha also smiled happily. Then let's see. Suyuta pointed to the sky, gazing at the young man, and said, enunciating each word clearly, who will be the first to set foot there? As expected of someone who has reached the fifth ring, beyond. Songsha was in a rather good mood. To some extent, from a purely strategic perspective, the Enlighteners had achieved an unimaginable victory this time. On that day, the Throne of Gods granted Chaklo the promise of one city for 7 years. It was precisely because of this promise that Fubo Energy had no choice but to swallow this bitter pill, leaving the city they had built with anger and pain. Even though from now on, the Enlighteners, as the Lords of Forge Light City, would face various covert tactics, including but not limited to espionage, foreign conspiracies, and indirect armed assistance, the name Fubo Energy would likely not appear in the companies behind these tactics for a long time. The space carrier Groden Glory was severely damaged, the space-based weapon Solar Radiation Focusing Array suffered moderate damage, and the proud core stronghold Forge Light City was lost. In just 3 days, Fubo Energy stock price plummeted, triggering circuit breakers multiple times, resulting in the loss of a large market share. Behind those suddenly emerging energy companies are often other giant corporations, and even some restless challengers eager to emulate the past achievements of time sequence passage. This is undoubtedly a crippling loss, and if the bleeding isn't stopped and repaired in time, Fubo Energy could truly fall from its divine position. Songsha let out a soft breath. As for Chaklo, to rush back to Forge Light City, he forcibly damaged the Groden Glory in a short period, then confronted the space-based weapon head-on, facing a direct attack from God's throne. Even as a rebel, he reached his limit, suffering immense damage, and was forced into a deep sleep. But so what? Although for a considerable period, Chaklo wouldn't be able to lead the Enlightened Ones, nor serve as a strategic deterrent, he wouldn't simply fade into oblivion because of this. When he awakens again, his psionic abilities will undoubtedly advance further. Is Lapis Lazuli not here again? He pushed open the door. The room was empty. Songsha sighed, deciding not to turn on the light, and simply sank into the sofa. He slowly pulled out an envelope, casually lit it, and peeled off the outer cover. Inside the envelope was only a blank sheet of paper. On it was only a short line of text, and the content was very simple. The starry sky is an illusion. Chapter 280. Songsha leaned back on the sofa, staring at the note. After a long while, a sigh suddenly filled the room. Although I had a feeling about it back then, it's actually true. A flame quietly ignited at the edge of his hand, slipping from his palm as he murmured to himself, like fluttering flames, turning into embers that scattered out the window. Songsha stood up, deciding which pizza place to eat tomorrow. He also took care of some backlogged communications. After the Battle of Forge Light City, Herald, Flashstar, and others in Palos Her immediately sent messages, inquiring about the battle and expressing concern for Song Shi's condition. However, the situation had been tense and chaotic for the past few days, and Song Shi himself had been in the operating room performing medical surgery. He simply couldn't find the time to reply until now, sitting in this street-side pizza place called Glory Pult, where he finally had time to respond to them all. The situation is alright. Fubo Energy has begun withdrawing from Forged Light City. Oh, and me? I'm fine, my injuries aren't too serious. I only made a tiny, insignificant contribution. You ask what exactly? Oh, I killed Emmanuel. Song Shi downplayed it. Your leader? As for Chaklo, in my personal opinion, this might not be a bad thing. Sir, your extra-large luncheon meat and cheese pizza is ready. The waiter, carrying a large cardboard box, hurriedly pushed it towards Song Shi's table. So fast? Song Shi was a little surprised. Such high efficiency today. Did the boss give you a raise? How could that be? The female waitress, probably in her early 20s, chuckled. It's a perk for regular customers. I see you come here often. I don't remember so many times. Song Shi nodded, thanked them, and left the pizza shop with the box. Several minutes later, an excited shout finally erupted from inside the pizza shop. My God! I actually ran into Song Shi. Song Shi climbed up the building, looked around, and chose a spot on the rooftop to sit. He sat on the edge of the rooftop, about to open the food container, when he suddenly paused. It's really something to see all of this concentrated in one place. Song Shi turned his head. In the distance, a machine's fuselage swept across the sky, rapidly approaching. Wait a minute, he gestured. I forgot to buy drinks. Why don't you buy some first and then come back up? You can buy some for yourself too. The engine oil and stuff are on me. Lapis Lazuli, without a word, swooped down into the street, grabbed a large bag of drinks from a vending machine, and returned. Oh, the new product from Bart Orchard, the ultimate explosion vine dragon fruit flavored soda, is quite nice. Song Shi casually took the can and unscrewed it. Finished? Let's make it clear. Don't ask me about my injuries again. You should define finished. Lapis Lazuli floated on the edge of the rooftop. Its balancer's power wasn't turned up very high, yet the machine swayed gently with the airflow. If we define it by my standards, my mission isn't finished yet. Then you're quite the busy android. Song Shi said dismissively, taking a bite of pizza, the soft texture carrying a strong, oily aroma. So how come you have time to come over now? The mission was heavy, but the most priority tasks were completed. Lapis Lazuli replied naturally. It floated at the same level as Song Shi, and from a distance, it looked as if two people were sitting side by side on the edge of the rooftop. Did you know the Enlighteners are changing the name of Forged Light City? Gwendolyn mentioned it, and she even gave me a few alternative names, like Wafasu. Song Shi, clutching his beverage can, said, in the Rokal myth, it's the final resting place of Dadasoa, the Light Thief. Using that symbolic meaning to endorse the city isn't a bad choice. The specific meaning of the name, Gwendolyn told you? Lapis Lazuli seemed a little surprised. Hearing this, Song Shi was unusually taken aback. He was speechless for a moment. I'm not illiterate, I have a proper high school diploma. And anyone who's been in Forged Light City for this long would know something about the Rokal myth. But changing the name will definitely take some time. Their most important thing right now is to quickly expand their influence, take over and unify the entire city, and incidentally, push a group of pro-Enlightener officials into power. I see Gwendolyn is currently overwhelmed with these things, busy every day. Yes, the city government hasn't disappeared. Even the heated election process for key positions, like mayor, has proceeded almost without delay. Even though most people now know that the true master of Forged Light City has changed from Fubo Energy to the Enlightened Ones, the official government has always been the government itself. This was also true when Fubo Energy was at its peak, its authority covering the entire Roker Plain. If the Enlightened Ones were to dissolve the municipal government on the spot and reorganize their own governing body, it would no longer be a controlled area tacitly approved by all parties, but a complete independent rebellion, inevitably unleashing a violent wave. The Enlightened One's current situation does not allow for any further complications or adding to these troubles. When are you planning to leave? Lapis Lazuli asked. Soon, but not in the next few days. Song Shi opened another can of soft drink, staring intently into the distance. What? Planning a farewell party for me? Lapis Lazuli replied succinctly. Together. Song Shi put down the drink he was about to open, turned his head, and after a long pause said, Are you sure? The next stop, Cast Light City, is precisely where Lapis Lazuli. A good opportunity to unleash your power. The Onyx are waiting for your triumphant return, to reclaim your place on the world stage. There's no contradiction, Lapis Lazuli said. Most of what the Enlighteners can provide, I can do myself, but there are things they can't provide. To put it another way, you value my potential and plan to start from humble beginnings, share hardships, and build goodwill to garner some support for the future on the community. Songshur lazily dragged out the last syllable, then suddenly added, could you put it more touchingly? Lapis Lazuli paused for a moment, then said, I won't breach my contract until my 1-year service period is up. Touching, Songshur clapped his hands. Then let's go together. To be honest, if we go to the Eastern Continent Republic, I really need you as a demon. My ability. What do you think? Should I just fly over on your back, or get a car from Gwendolyn first? Either way seems fine. I recommend a land vehicle, Lapis Lazuli replied. Of course, if you insist on flying, I can too. Songshur unscrewed another can, then, as if remembering something, shook it at the other person. Want some? No. The atmosphere's all set. Aren't you really going to get a can? Songshur asked seriously. Or are you worried about short-circuiting? So, Lapis Lazuli took the can of refreshing dandelion Sprite flavor soda. A dent appeared on the top of the device. It was inverted and began to slide horizontally downwards, with a gurgling sound. The two drank soda and ate pizza. For a moment, no one spoke. The rooftop became quiet, save for the sound of the wind lashing against the exterior walls. Not bad, right? After a long while, Songshur suddenly spoke. Lapis Lazuli had been looking down. The war a few days ago seemed to have had a significant impact, yet also seemed to have had no impact at all. The streets below still had neon signs flashing, and men in suits were still hurrying to work. Advertisements for the new implants were everywhere, but for some reason, the various loan shark businesses that had been thronging the streets had vanished overnight. Lapis Lazuli said. On these streets, unchanged from any other day, the only difference was the absence of the thick layers of frost and snow that once blanketed the earth. Today was an exceptionally fine day. Brilliant golden rays of sunlight streamed down from the azure sky, through the churning clouds, and into the earth below, creating ripples of gold. The once gloomy and overcast sky had, in a flash, been bright for several days, and even the frost, which seemed to never melt, was gradually dissipating. Indeed, Songshur tossed aside his empty aluminum can, stretched, and stood up. It's so much more comfortable in the sunshine. Chapter 281. Starting from the Roker Plains, we first reached Mafate, then traversed the oh-so-great Rift Valley, heading east, crossing the wasteland, until we reached the border of the Pan-Eastern Continental Union. After that, we can choose to enter from either Sulphur River County or Southend County. The voice paused, and King Jinchi turned his head. Songshur, are you listening? Yes. Songshur quickly put down his data tablet and leaned closer, his hand passing through the holographic map projection on the electronic table in front of him. How could I not be listening? Wait a moment, let me take a look. Okay, alright, how should I put it, the first half of your plan? Yes, but the route after reaching the border needs to be changed. Looking at the overall map, Lujiang and Nannan are indeed the border of the Pan-Eastern Continental Union, and this route is indeed the shortest, but they are subordinate counties/provinces of the Northern Thunder Defense Front. However, we're going to the Eastern Continent Republic. Entering from Lujiang and Nannan requires a long detour, actually taking more time. Songshur tapped the crystal tabletop, his fingers gently gripping, and the scale of the holographic map silently expanded, fixing on another region. We enter from here, Fengzhou County, and after entering, we cross 2 counties to reach Yulai. Oh, there's one more thing. What is my goal? Since we're already on this journey, theoretically I shouldn't hide it. Songshur's gaze lingered on a certain point on the map. But, let me put it this way, Lapis Lazuli, I can only tell you that I need to go to Yulai to confirm something. What exactly it is, I'm not entirely sure myself yet. More than a year has passed since this rebirth. At this point in my previous life, I had already been expelled from the orphanage and had to fend for myself, wandering from county to county, working odd jobs while studying psychic abilities. My whereabouts were uncertain, but this wasn't a major problem. When someone has lived in a place for a long time, even if they later leave, the traces left behind, like the freckles crawling on walls or the damp moss in the cracks of stone steps, don't disappear completely the moment they leave. As an orphan, I spent over a decade in the orphanage. If I went back there, I had plenty of ways to confirm whether Songshur still existed in this life. However, these things. In less than 2 years, a high school graduate had reached the 3rd ring of psychic abilities. Even for psychics of my and Chakla's level, this was an astonishing speed of advancement. In my previous life, it had taken me a full 5 years to reach this point. And then, reaching the peak of the 4th ring took 12 years. Therefore, both Chaklo and Suyu, including Kingjinchi, sensed something amiss to varying degrees, but they were indifferent and didn't care, so they pretended nothing was wrong. As for himself, the matter of rebirth was ultimately too bizarre, and he didn't want to reveal it yet. Previously, he hadn't paid attention because he had more pressing matters to attend to and didn't have time for such things, and secondly, his strength was still insufficient. Even if he wanted to investigate the reason, he was powerless. Now that everything was settled, and he had advanced to the 3rd ring again, he had the initial qualifications to travel the world with his skills, and could set off. Hopefully, he would find the answer after returning to Yulai. It's actually that deeply entrenched? After listening to Songsher's words, Kingjinchi spoke after a while. Songsher withdrew his gaze and looked at the AI. What? The situation of the Pan-Eastern Continental Alliance. Kingjinchi tapped the holographic projection, causing the map to shrink and reveal the entire territory of the Pan-Eastern Continental Alliance. I read the data. The alliance was a political entity formed during the 7 Earth Wars, when various forces in the Eastern Continent and surrounding regions formed an alliance for self-preservation and expansion. But the 7 Earth Wars ended nearly 70 years ago. I originally thought that even if these forces still existed, they would only retain a certain influence, a combination of interests similar to political parties. But Songsher, judging from your description, the situation doesn't seem to be like that. It's not that complicated. Songsher said dismissively. The historical origins you mentioned in the first half are correct, but the second half is much simpler than you think. Those forces have never dissolved. You can just treat them as warlords, each occupying some counties and provinces, and then each side periodically holding the 9 counties to liberation. They elect a nominal leader for the Pan-Eastern Continental Union, assemble a governing body, and theoretically, everyone will be under their jurisdiction. However, in reality, each prefecture and province basically operates according to its own rules. Of course, on the surface, this is constitutionally based, a legitimate right of autonomy. Right, let me think, about our attitude towards the AI. Songsher suddenly thought of something and pondered seriously for a moment. The Eastern Continent Republic is absolutely out of the question. Even we ourselves engage in large-scale divisions and discrimination there, you AIs are treated merely as tools, with absolutely no rights. The 4 heavens aren't much better, and I personally don't like the Knowledge Council. The Northern Thunder defense line is alright, as long as you're strong enough. You might be able to handle it there. I do intend to take action in this area. Lapis Lazuli interrupted Songsher, offering no words of refusal, but the priority in this area, at least for now, can be lowered. We complete your confirmation task first, and then proceed with the AI-related actions. That makes sense. Songsher clapped his hands decisively. He had only thought of it, and mentioned it casually. If he were to actually plan an action now, he probably wouldn't be so keen. Furthermore, Lapis Lazuli continued, there's another transportation option. We can purchase a cross-border air service from time-traveling airlines, directly connecting to the Pan-Eastern Continental Union. Songsher was slightly taken aback. Cross-border air service, even within time-traveling airline service lineup, is considered a high-end service, requiring strict vetting of passenger records. Based on his resume, if he were to take the plane, he probably barely reached the troposphere before a squad of level 5 units would descend from the sky, forcefully decapitating and crashing it. The next moment, Songsher suddenly realized something. You just downloaded the new fun language module? Guess? Songsher scrutinized the other party for a few moments, then said strangely, sure. Ding, ding. Hearing the ringtone, Songsher picked up the data tablet and connected to the communication. Gwendolyn, already ready? So fast? Okay, I'll be right there. The conversation was quick. A few breaths later, Songsher hung up. He waved the data tablet at Lapis Lazuli. Gwendolyn's vehicle's ready over there. Shall we go check it out? Chapter 282. Songsher pushed open the door, sat on the Lapis Lazuli, and traversed the city skyline, heading towards their destination amidst the roar of construction machinery. The effects of that battle were still far from over, most notably in the devastated 1st and 2nd districts. However, with round-the-clock reconstruction, the city's original outline had been somewhat restored. To avoid chaos, the Lapis Lazuli activated its optical simulation, and in a short while, the two arrived at their destination. Songsher landed with a leap, casually burning a nearby apartment building, which was about to be completely demolished, to ashes, leaving the bulldozer driver who had just arrived stunned. Satisfied with the apartment's destruction, Songsher nodded to the driver and entered the base ahead. With the threat from the corporations led by Fubo Energy temporarily eliminated, the enlightened ones could finally appear openly. To expand their influence, they had begun relocating some bases to the surface, and this logistics base was one of them. However, upon entering, they found the place sparsely populated, mostly occupied by fieldwork. A waiting towing and navigation drone quickly approached, guiding Song Shi and King Jinchi. A few minutes later, they arrived at their destination. The vast, empty garage contained only one vehicle. It was a completely black sedan, its aerodynamic lines perfectly sculpted, yet exuding a powerful presence. Violence and luxury, two starkly different visual styles, were seamlessly integrated by the senior art director. Level 4 embedded armor plates, Level 4 anti-electromagnetic interference module, super terrain balancer, zero time difference intelligent control system. Let me see, Song Shi said, circling the car and raising an eyebrow. This structure? And it uses propellantless propulsion? And then there's this. Song Shi's gaze fell on the car logo again, the emblem of Margarita, a high-end vehicle sub-brand of Shirshi Pass. This thing must cost at least 10 million credits. When did you enlighteners become so rich? After Fubo Energy's downfall, a considerable number of people, fearing our purge, immediately sold off their assets, trying to leave Cast Light City as soon as possible. They had many things they couldn't take with them, and were forced to stay. Gwendolyn's voice came from inside the drone. We towed this car from an underground private garage. The previous owner went bankrupt because of Fubo Energy's plummeting stock price and the sale of his assets. He wanted to leave Cast Light City and change his identity, but he was caught by the Dark Crystal Credit Tax Audit Team halfway. Originally, they were going to auction this car to pay for it, but we negotiated and stopped it. Margarita in the previous quarter's Vansta. A replica, limited to 12 units across the entire network, priced at 34 million credits. Lapis Lazuli, having finished his research, accurately stated the specifications. One of the biggest highlights is its propellant-free power, utilizing a lightweight nuclear fission engine. Top speed exceeds 700 km per hour, with a 0 to 100 km per hour acceleration time of 0.7 seconds. Song Shi estimated the destructive power of the self-destruction and subconsciously nodded. Considering your ultra-long distance off-road driving, we removed some components, focusing on strengthening its load-bearing and pressure-resistant capabilities. Gwendolyn paused, then had a drone toss over a key. Anyway, it's yours now. While Song Shi was receiving the keys, Gwendolyn added, besides basic supplies, we also included a standard unit of mechanical materials. If the vehicles break down on the road, you can have Lapis Lazuli repair them. Southern Heavy Industries Singularity Technology, the universal printer, is touted as an all-purpose industrial machine. Given a technological blueprint and sufficient materials, it can manufacture any corresponding technology, equipment, and device. With the universal printer, even if the world were reduced to ruins overnight, humanity could rebuild civilization from the ashes. As a second tier beyond intelligent machine, Lapis Lazuli, while far from reaching that level, possesses similar capabilities, at least enough to serve as a temporary mechanical repairman. So well prepared, you considered everything? Song Shi circled the car, a smile on his face. Then why don't we just leave today? Gwendolyn completely ignored the young man's words, paused, and said, that's all the logistical support we can provide. But one thing, are you sure you don't plan to inscribe a few more psionic techniques before setting off? To break through the company's control, and considering their own limitations, superhuman individual soldiers have always been the core development direction of the enlightened ones. However, in terms of prosthetics, weaponry, and modules, the enlightened ones do indeed have a technological gap with the company. Therefore, in terms of superhuman individual soldiers, compared to other things, the enlightened ones rely more heavily on psionic energy. Therefore, they have a considerable reserve of psionic technique rituals, which Song Shi can access at will if he wants. No need, Song Shi said without hesitation. I already have a plan for the next combination of psionic techniques in mind, and to be honest, there's no rush. As if suddenly remembering something, Song Shi looked up at the drone. Gwendolyn, do you have any records of the heart-forging ritual? 1.5 seconds later, Gwendolyn's voice rang out. She cautiously replied, no, at least not in the databases I'm authorized to access. You need this psionic technique? We can keep an eye out for it, and send you updates. Oh, no need then, Song Shi nodded. I just tell you directly. Gwendolyn was silent for a moment, then slowly uttered a single syllable. Practice what you preach, never regret even in the face of death. Song Shi tapped his chest. The most fundamental point to obtaining the heart of practice is that your heart must be unchangeable. Or rather, your heart can only change because of yourself, and cannot be swayed by external things. No, not even wavering. It's a general-purpose psionic technique, not limited to a specific path. Its origin is currently unknown, but I personally speculate that it may have been created by truth. The specific content of the ritual is travel 10,000 miles without changing your heart. Songsher casually remarked while examining the car. Its ritual is rather peculiar. It can be very complicated or very simple, depending on the person. But regardless of the type, it takes quite a long time. Already recorded? Gwendolyn asked, is there anything else that needs to be added? No. Wait, there really is one. Songsher thought for a moment, then suddenly laughed. It can be combined with boiling blood and forging flames. The combination, the effect, Songsher said casually, knocking on the car door. Very strong. Chapter 283. Leaving wasn't anything particularly special. However, after hearing that Songsher was leaving, some people spontaneously organized a farewell party, or rather, simply used it as an excuse to celebrate and have some fun. The atmosphere was extremely lively, even excessively so. A bunch of people were drinking, singing, laughing, and making a ruckus. One even staggered and tried to set off fireworks with a gun, but luckily someone nearby reacted quickly and punched him in the face, knocking him unconscious. By the end of the farewell party, no one even noticed that the theoretically intended farewell recipient, Songsher, had slipped away. A hot wind blew in. With the macrostate light energy matrix gradually retracting and withdrawing from the Roker region, the climate here had returned to somewhat of what it was thousands of years ago, hot and windy. Some astute local merchants had already begun planning their future product procurement. At least the previously extremely popular hand warmers and self-heating cotton-padded jackets clearly weren't going to see a good market in the future. Hiss. Songsher stood on the rooftop, snapping his fingers with a hint of disdain. A brief, scorching flame burned away the lingering smell of alcohol. Industrial alcohol mixed with medical alcohol? You might as well just drink gasoline. You could always get a liver transplant anyway. The next instant, Songsher suddenly turned his head. Another figure stood on the edge of the roof, quietly smoking. He seemed to have been standing there for a long time, but Songsher was certain that just a second ago, no one had been there. Nanoparticles. No, I should say your cells. However, Songsher's face showed no surprise. He scrutinized the other person. You disperse the cells that make up your body throughout the city. Each one can act as a fulcrum, and in special circumstances, it can quickly absorb and gather nearby cells to form itself. But this way, you'd be completely trapped within Forged Light City, Songsher commented. The newcomer was none other than Suyudu. In a sense, after advancing to the fifth ring, he had completely transformed his life form, becoming a nano-like aggregate, each of his former cells now resembling nanobots. Right now, he had clearly disintegrated his body, spreading like dust throughout the city, but even for someone at the fifth ring beyond, this level of disintegration would take a considerable amount of time to recombine into a complete form. While Chakalo was said to be bound to Forged Light City, he could still move freely in essence. Suyuda's actions, however, were literally confining him here. It's just an emergency measure. Suyu took a drag of his cigarette. His temporarily assembled body was only at about the third ring strength. Our takeover is still progressing. Things have been chaotic lately, many people are trying to take advantage of the situation, and we don't have enough manpower. I have to ensure nothing goes wrong. Once we've fully taken over, I withdraw. Compared to a city with millions of inhabitants, the members of the Enlightened Ones are undoubtedly a drop in the ocean. Moreover, after the all-out war ended and the situation in Forged Light City stabilized somewhat, a considerable number of people were eager to leave. They were originally members of various branches, qualified to be transferred to Forged Light City. They were all elites. However, precisely because of this, without them, the branches lacked strength. Furthermore, the recent battle in Forged Light City alarmed the entire corporate alliance. After a brief moment of shock, those companies didn't hesitate to increase the pressure on their own territories, making the situation even worse for these branches. So we need to hurry back to provide support. So, in the middle of the night, you're here for a farewell party too? Songsher chuckled. At this, the middle-aged man's expression darkened as he looked at the scattered enlightened members in the courtyard below. He said unhappily, no discipline at all. Suyu took a final drag of his cigarette, then chewed the remaining butt. I went to see Yvette and Patty. Chief of the Scientific Ethics Committee, Fifth Ring Truth, Yvette Gregory. Director General of the Security Bureau, Fifth Ring Consensus, Patty Morse. I'm listening. Hearing those two names, Songsher immediately became interested. Tell me more. The Scientific Ethics Committee will be stationed with an oversight team to provide us with public endorsement. There will also be some non-official cooperation, but that's all. Patty? Humph, still as indecisive as ever, saying things that are neither here nor there. His thoughts are unreadable. Then, Suyudu snorted coldly again. Consensus. Ha, that's what consensus is. Back then, quite a few people were watching, especially from Yunan's side. Suyudu got to the point. After that day, they made some new moves at the border, and now the situation is much more tense, but they kept it all under wraps. If you cross the border and traverse the wasteland, you might run into their people. I don't know your opinion of Yunnan, but my personal advice is to be careful. The day Chakro transformed into a star and went against the current, directly confronting the solar radiation focusing array, terrifying energy fluctuations swept across the sky, shocking all directions. As the closest country, Yunnan Fifth Ring has set its sights on them, even displaying a restless posture, forcing the fifth rings of other giant corporations to confront them, leaving them unable to spare the resources to deal with the enlightened ones. Clearly, the former was happy to cause trouble for the corporate alliance, and for that, the enlightened one should thank them. Yunnan, is it? Songsha repeated the word, nodding. Okay, I understand. After revealing this information, without saying anything more about meeting again, Suyu decisively disbanded the temporary avatar, returning to dust and dissipating into the night sky. And so, it was time to depart. The afternoon of the next day. Foods packed, bottled waters packed, medicine sufficient, all logistical supplies are adequate. Songsha glanced at the vehicle storage management panel, which clearly displayed the contents of the trunk. Songsha casually closed the panel, inserted the key, passed fingerprint verification, and then gave it a sharp turn. The entire vehicle instantly emitted a violent roar, and even the body began to tremble slightly. Although theoretically nuclear-powered, this car doesn't have the loud noise of a conventional engine. However, considering the personal preferences of some users, the developer Margarita specially designed a controllable simulated internal combustion engine in-car experience, striving to provide users with the most personalized enjoyment. Lapis lazuli sat. No, to be precise, it was magnetically attached, firmly pressed against the car's ceiling. If it were still in a state of gravity-fed levitation, it would probably crash into the rear windshield in a few seconds. Pan-Eastern Continental Alliance, you lie. Songsha tapped the dashboard, and the car audio system automatically turned on, a bright and cheerful female voice starting to play. Zenra Setsuna's new album from the previous quarter, Star Trajectory, had achieved an outstanding performance, topping 7 charts. His fingers interlaced, knuckles cracking. Songsha stretched, gripped the steering wheel, and then floored the accelerator, speeding off like an arrow with a wild laugh. He sped through the streets, onto the highway, and headed straight in one direction. Songsha, you're back. Chapter 284. Leaving Forge Light City and entering the city's outskirts, the environment rapidly shifted from frigid frost and snow to blazing sun, significantly impacting the roads. However, with the Vansa replica boasting millions of credits, even the most dilapidated roads became easy to navigate. After driving for half an hour, completely entering the wilderness, and confirming there were no pedestrians or buildings, Songsha pressed a few keys, transforming the car into convertible mode. He then increased the speed several notches, speeding forward head-on against the oncoming gusts of wind. Boom! 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 The brilliant sunlight poured down with extreme extravagance. From the billowing dust trailing behind the car, Songsha gripped the steering wheel, letting out a series of distorted laughs. Unfortunately, after laughing for a while, Lapis Lazuli remained silent. The machine remained motionless, only its patterns flickering intermittently, likely immersed in the online world. Bang! A sudden explosion echoed through the wilderness. Before the explosion could be heard, a straight trajectory pierced the atmosphere and crashed into the speeding car. Wasteland bandits. During the time the Enlightened Ones took over Casting Light City, a considerable number of people, mainly wealthy individuals, chose to flee. Those who were rich, but not quite that rich, unwilling to pay skyrocketing prices for intercity flights, opted to hire security and travel through the wasteland, becoming the primary targets of the bandits. Songsha gripped the steering wheel with one hand and drew a Permission 3 medium-range kinetic energy pistol from the side shelf with the other, firing 2 shots to his side. Then, with a bang, the sniper bullet, intended to penetrate the air, was preemptively hit, deviating from its trajectory. Then, with a boom, the second bullet burst into flames, transforming into a streak of fire that struck a small hill a kilometer away. The explosive flame shot into the sky, instantly melting the hill into the shape of a cratered volcano. The bandit, along with his sniper rifle and prosthetic body, was reduced to ashes. Songshur didn't even glance at the molten hill. He flipped his pistol, put it back in the storage compartment, and continued driving. After killing 3 more waves of bandits, his reputation spread through the bandits' chat groups. Nearby bandits knew a tough nut had been struck, and they couldn't afford to mess with him. The rest of the journey became much calmer and more tedious. Bored, Songshur switched to autopilot, reclined his seat, and started looking at his tablet. With lapis lazuli, the Dep 4 demon, on his device, data was plentiful and fast, making browsing incredibly smooth. Several hours passed like this. Approaching the edge of the Roker Plain, just as Songshur was considering what to eat, the outlines of buildings gradually appeared on the horizon. Lapis lazuli. Stop surfing the internet. Get out and rest. Songshur decisively made up his mind, tapped on the back seat of the lapis lazuli car, then sat up again. Let me see where the camouflage is. Oh, it's here. So if I press it, that's it. The once incredibly luxurious sedan surface rippled with concentric circles of water, and at a visible speed, the car's structure significantly deformed, transforming it into a typical civilian vehicle. Simultaneously, the paint, like chameleon scales, quickly faded, replaced by a layer of old, dusty brown. Camouflage module nano-coating. This Vansta is of a class that even someone completely unfamiliar with cars could immediately recognize as a luxury car. Considering the upcoming journey, although Songshur wasn't afraid, he wanted to avoid unnecessary trouble, otherwise it would be quite annoying. Pass, one-time use, 200 credits. No bargaining. If you think it's too expensive, get lost. 2 steel barriers blocked the way. The bald, burly man guarding the gate glanced at the car, swung his massive mechanical arm, and approached, banging on the window without any politeness. This small town, marked Burke on the map, had a permanent population of around a few hundred. To survive in this wasteland, they clearly couldn't be too conventional. The other person rolled down the window. He looked quite young, but the burly man only glanced at him, confirmed the credit points had arrived, and then gave a signal to his accomplice beside him, who was pointing a gun at the car. The latter raised the barriers, and removed the rusty, sharp steel spikes from the ground. The car restarted, and slowly drove past. That guy looked kinda familiar, the burly man muttered after driving for a while, but quickly forgot about it, immersing himself back in the dazzling world of online gambling. The atmosphere here is a bit strange. The car stopped in an open-air parking lot, and Songshur got out. He glanced around, sniffing the air. It feels a bit oppressive. Where in your corporate alliance isn't oppressive? Lapis lazuli flew out of the car. It also temporarily changed its form, its body shrinking considerably, floating beside Songshur, looking like a spherical drone. If that's how you put it, then I guess I have to accept it. Songshur shrugged. I really envy the freedom, harmony, and ease of the AI. With that, he walked out of the parking lot. In just a few hours, the supplies prepared by the Enlightened Ones had been almost completely used up, so there was no need to replenish them. Songshur's only purpose in parking here was simply to get some fresh air and clear his head. Although there wasn't much scenery to see. Old, wild, and filled with the smells of engine oil, rust, and dust, a typical wasteland settlement. Aside from essential establishments like machine repair shops, prosthetic clinics, and casinos, most shops along the street were closed. There were few pedestrians, only the sweltering wind could be heard, as if everyone had been confined to their homes. Someone's watching. Songshur raised an eyebrow. He could sense that shortly after entering the town, a tail had appeared behind him. However, the method of tracking was rather poor. Even without third-ring psionic power, the other party couldn't hide it from him. After walking for a while, Songshur suddenly turned his head. He stopped, his gaze falling on a small alley. The next instant, he vanished from his spot and disappeared inside. Deep in the alley, garbage overflowed, piling up thickly beside the trash cans. Amidst this mountain of garbage, a small figure was rummaging through something, occasionally stuffing it into a nearby plastic bag. For a fleeting moment, the child looked up, intending to move to another spot, when he caught a glimpse of the silhouette standing behind him out of the corner of his eye. He paused, startled. Then, in the next instant, he grabbed the bag, kicked up a cloud of trash, and dashed forward without hesitation. A silent burst of crimson gold flames erupted. A gust of wind swept through, burning away all the trash, even the lingering strange odor. Songshur drew his pistol, pointing it at the shocked man. I suggest you don't move. The child looked about 12 or 13 years old, wearing unusually large, dirty clothes, his forehead covered in scars. However, aside from the barcode scanner on his right wrist, He had no other implants. Let's talk about the situation here. Songsher's face was fierce as he brandished the muzzle of his gun. See this? I advise you to be honest, kid. The shock in the other man's eyes vanished instantly upon seeing the gun, and before Songsher could even ask, he blurted out everything. Burt Town was located in the wilderness, far from any city. The most powerful person in the town was Old Som, because he had obtained the distribution rights for Fubo Energy in Burt Town, firmly controlling the town's lifeline, energy. Based on this, he had also cultivated a group of armed men, running rampant and wielding power with impunity, essentially the uncrowned king of Burt Town. But when Fubo Energy collapsed, Old Som's distribution rights were automatically revoked. He was reluctant to give up the foundation he had built in Burt Town, but he also feared that the enlightened ones would come to settle scores if he stayed. Old Som remained undecided, only ordering everyone in town to stay indoors and not leave the town, while instructing his men to be constantly vigilant against outsiders. He himself remained at his mansion, seemingly pondering something. All right, that's enough. Songsher softened his tone, casually handing the other man a black coin data card, then glanced at Lapis Lazuli, who replied, I checked the local information. The situation basically matches. Songsher nodded, pressing his shoulders, his bones cracking. The next moment, starting from the alley, a surging torrent of flame swept across the town, traversing thousands of meters, and crashed straight into the luxurious mansion in the town center. Chapter 285. As the crimson gold flame streaked across the sky above the town, even the increasingly glaring sunlight dimmed. Old Som's mansion, a 3-story villa with a large courtyard, stood out prominently among the surrounding dilapidated buildings in the center of town. The next instant, the scorching flames crashed down from the distance, directly into the villa's courtyard. Boom! Amidst the rising and splashing flames, Songsher strolled out, surveying his surroundings. At his feet, a large crater, several meters in radius and resembling molten lava, appeared centered on the point of impact. Even without deliberately using wildfire, the dark red crater was still slowly expanding. I need to stretch a bit, Songsher said, walking towards the villa's main entrance. His steps were slow, even leisurely. And in this leisurely pace, some people finally reacted. For their own safety and ease of deployment, these men of Old Som almost all lived near the mansion, protecting their boss. 3 burly men swallowed a few pills, grabbed their plasma rifles, and were about to fire. Their other companion drew his plasma lightsaber, ready to pounce. As a former distributor for Fubo Energy, Old Som had used this method to acquire a decent batch of energy weapons to arm his men. But Songsher didn't even glance at them. He simply snapped his fingers. With a crack, almost simultaneously, a series of arcs of electricity erupted from their bodies, hissing and popping out, more accurately, from their prosthetic bodies. Hacker, hacker. Damn it, a hacker. Seeing the dense, scarlet pop-up suddenly filling his prosthetic eye's field of vision, the mohawk-haired man roared in panic, his body collapsing awkwardly to his knees. Damn it! Who are these guys? They took over the cybernetic bodies of all 5 of them in a single encounter. And they've been paying a hefty monthly fee for 0-degree network cybernetic firewall subscription, but there's an exception. The one with the lowest degree of cybernetic integration among the 5, barely maintaining some mobility, gritted his teeth and was about to fire, but his fingers suddenly exploded, blood splattering, and the rifle fell limply to the ground. The next second, the belated gunshot rang out. Personal files checked too? Very efficient. Songsher tilted his head slightly, praising them. The information from Lapis Lazuli came through his earpiece. These 5 had extensive criminal records. Each one deserved to be executed. Then execute them. With their cybernetic eyes deprived of sight, and their implants paralyzed, these henchmen were now pure sitting ducks. Songsher emptied a magazine, blew up 5 heads, and continued walking forward through the blood and oil splattered on the ground. Thud thud. Thud thud. As Songsher stepped forward, the sentry gun turrets hidden in the wall, their control altered, simultaneously fell silent. The alloy barriers that had just risen to cover the door and windows, after a brief pause, retracted again. Unimpeded passage. Quite wealthy, huh? Even an intelligent defense system. Songsher casually turned the doorknob and entered the villa. But the more sophisticated something is, the easier it is to go out of control. Didn't the company that installed this defense system tell you that? Welcoming the young man was a heavy energy machine gun standing at the end of the corridor, roaring furiously. Without choosing to beg for mercy or take the opportunity to escape, Old Som, the middle-aged man hastily donned a bulletproof vest, his bulging belly protruding, sat on the gun rack, his face fierce as he pulled the trigger. That makes more sense, Songsher nodded slightly, finally using his psionic energy. Psionic technique, scorched earth. A crimson gold field silently unfolded. The spraying, shimmering plasma rain could only create ripples of crimson gold, unable to shake the scorched earth in the slightest. In fact, with each step Songsher took forward, the plasma rain began to retreat little by little. Even old Sam's fierce, desperate expression gradually froze before this scene. Crack. When the shadow finally fell, old Sam was still holding the trigger, but the overloaded, red-hot energy machine gun could no longer fire. Songsher grasped the glowing red barrel, exerted force with his 5 fingers, and casually bent it 90 degrees. Then, he extended his index finger, a spark igniting from its tip, aiming at the middle-aged man. "I'm giving you a chance. Is there anything else you want to say?" Songsher gestured for old Sam to speak. You are an enlightener." Old Sam paused, his eyes turning resentful again. "You son of a bitch. You." "Sorry, I'm an orphan." Songsher sighed, a spark blazing, engulfing the machine gun and incinerating the attacker. "I checked, my wife is divorced, my daughter is studying at a company academy in another city. So it's just you now." Songsher glanced at the message from Lapis Lazuli, nodded, and turned to leave the mansion. At this moment, Lapis Lazuli had already arrived. Unexpectedly, behind the Omnic, a short, panting figure suddenly appeared. "You brought him?" Songsher raised an eyebrow. Lapis Lazuli succinctly replied, "No, he came by himself." "So bold. And he knows how to seize opportunities." Songsher laughed. "I'm starting to like him." The child rushed into the courtyard, glanced at the mess, and without hesitation, lunged at the young man in the center. "Sir! Master! I want to assist you." "No need to assist, I don't need it." Just as the child's expression tightened, and he was about to kneel again, he heard the other say, however, "I can teach you something." He grabbed the child, and made him stand up straight. Songsher smiled and said, "How about I teach you a little psionic energy?" Hearing "teach you something," the child initially showed uncontrollable elation, but after hearing the next sentence, he quickly shook his head. "Sir! I want to learn how to be a hacker." "What?" "I saw everything." He showed admiration, even gesturing with his hands. "Just now. You directly destroyed their cybernetic bodies. So incredibly amazing." No, learn psionic energy." Songsher paused for a moment, then said seriously, "I still want to be a hacker. Just teach me a little." The child shook his head vigorously, pleading earnestly, "I know I can't give you much. So just a little bit will do." "I take back what I just said." Songsher's face darkened. "Fine, I won't teach you psionic abilities, and you can forget about learning hacking techniques." The other child froze in shock. However, in the end, he did teach him something. Lapis Lazuli provided a data card containing an introductory tutorial on network technology, handing it to the child. It was at that moment that the child realized he had encountered an Omnic. With this tutorial, as long as he followed the steps step by step, and his talent was above average, making a living through network technology shouldn't be a problem. After leaving the profusely thankful and weeping child, Lapis Lazuli, having inspected the mansion, provided new intelligence. "Old Sam has been in contact with Time Traveler? Recently?" Songsher seemed to realize something. No wonder he didn't leave Roker immediately. Time Traveler probably made some promise, wanting him to stay here as a mole, to lay the groundwork for Roker's future entry. "Greedy, daring, and a gambler," Songsher commented. "Not exactly bad habits, just that he lost this gamble." "Won't you stay a little longer?" Lapis Lazuli asked. "You only killed old Sam and his men, but the situation here isn't stable yet. Am I supposed to personally find them jobs and arrange settlements?" Songsher countered. "That's enough for now. They find their own way. Everyone has to find their own way. Besides, they're not as fragile as you think, living in the wasteland." "I understand," Lapis Lazuli said after a moment of silence. "Humph." Songsher yawned. "However, I sent a message to Gwynlyn. The enlightened ones passing through here in the next few days will keep an eye on the situation." As he spoke, the man and the android crossed the street and returned to the open-air parking lot. In the afterglow of the setting sun, the luxury car, which had reappeared in its original position, crashed into the wasteland again, amidst the surging crimson clouds, billowing dust as it sped away. Chapter 286. Can't catch up. With a furious roar, Songsher laughed as he shifted the car to top gear and floored the accelerator. The sedan's already terrifying speed increased even further, like a bullet hitting empty air, leaving everyone else in its dust as it sped across the land. The SUV police car behind, bearing the Security Bureau insignia, was revving its engine, but was instantly pulled away, the distance between them widening visibly. One of the sentries cursed, grabbed a rocket launcher, and was about to lean out the window to fire, but was abruptly pulled back by a hand. All right. No need. The colleague spat. Driving a car with this kind of equipment, and daring to run a checkpoint, do you think that can't be fought? The border belongs to the company, but our lives are our own. Besides, he didn't break in from the outside. The sentry with the rocket launcher gritted his teeth and reluctantly sat back down. They're just giving up? Their sense of responsibility is questionable. Songshur glanced at the police car turning around and driving away in the rearview mirror, shaking his head. It's rare to have a good car like this. I was hoping to try a chase. Since leaving the Roker Plains 2 days ago, Songshur had been traversing the wasteland, heading towards the border of the corporate alliance. Originally, he could easily have driven out by finding some weak points in the border defenses, but he happened to see a checkpoint and became interested, choosing to drive straight through. Unfortunately, the border guards gave up after a short chase. Next, it's no man's land. Songshur's hands rested on the steering wheel. He was more comfortable with this old-fashioned operating system than a trackball. He continued eastward. Regardless of which county he planned to enter from, to reach the territory of the Pan-Eastern Continental Union, he had to first travel eastward, traversing vast stretches of no man's land that had become wasteland. Originally, long-distance sea voyages were an option, but the 7 Earths war left behind a vast number of undercurrent torpedoes, silent intelligent submarines, and autonomous underwater mechs. These killing machines, no longer under command, roamed the deep sea, becoming ghost ships of this era. Some of them even had their permissions tampered with, and were taken over by the intelligent machines that had escaped into the deep sea and built computing units in the abyss, actively searching for and attacking human ships. Besides these, there are sea beasts. The various technological abuses of the 7 Earths war permanently polluted the oceans, giving birth to enormous, frenzied mutated sea beasts. Among them are phantom beasts that awaken psionic energy but were corrupted, and mutated sea beasts that were corrupted and then awaken psionic energy. While they fight and devour each other, they also harbor great hostility towards humans, readily capsizing passing ships and devouring the lives of their crews. Considering these factors, traveling by sea is likely more dangerous. This is also why long-distance maritime trade is so difficult yet highly profitable today. Fengzhou Prefecture. Songshur glanced at the map on the screen, typing absent-mindedly. After driving a while longer, we have to rely on ourselves. The electronic map provided by the enlightened ones only showed a general outline of areas outside the corporate alliance. The actual details were very vague. The complex and unknown road conditions weren't a problem for him, but they would affect the vehicle. After all, no matter how luxurious the configuration, it wasn't a shuttle. It couldn't fly over mountains. Time travel and valley expansion did have more detailed map versions, but clearly, they wouldn't be for him. Unless he paid a lot of credits. But Songshur didn't want to send money to the company. Lapis Lazuli, can you hack into Time Series navigation database and get a map? Success rate close to 0. Lapis Lazuli answered decisively. The navigation database is a crucial asset for Time Series, with extremely high security. With my Depth 4 capabilities, I can't hack it. In fact, I might be traced back to our location. Of course, if you want to see an orbital airborne force or a hypersonic weapon strike, then I can try now. Then forget it, Songshur said casually. Anyway, when he first left the Pan-Eastern Continental Alliance, he didn't have a detailed map. He just found a direction and went straight there. It wouldn't hurt to relive it now. The midday sun slowly sank, the twilight dim and withered. Someone's here. After an unknown amount of time, Lapis Lazuli suddenly spoke. I see them. Songshur sat up straight from his reclining position, pulling the chair back upright, and glanced sideways for a moment. 3 people about a kilometer away, with a vehicle. No hostility detected so far. Oh, they noticed us too, but it's probably not sensory perception. They're using some kind of reconnaissance equipment. Songshur's pupils brightened, gleaming with a faint crimson gold. They're actively moving closer to us? They seem quite confident. Even though both are wastelands. Wastelands within a country's borders are clearly more peaceful than those outside. In such a dangerous place, encountering strangers is usually best avoided, nipping any potential danger in the bud. However, these strangers are actively approaching. They're either still inexperienced novices, or they have enough confidence in their abilities to control the situation no matter what happens. Let's meet then. Songshur stopped the car, casually took a can of Chun Guang beverage, endorsed by Nando, from the car refrigerator, and waited quietly for the other party to approach. A deep roar grew louder as the engine drew nearer, and moments later, the silhouettes of 3 motorcycles appeared in the distance. Seeing the parked car, they exchanged glances, deliberately slowed down, and slowly drove towards it. When they were about 100 meters apart, the leader stopped, made a calm gesture, and seeing Songshur nod, they continued forward, reaching the car. The 3 men were uniformly dressed, all wearing thick cloaks, headscarves, and collars, obscuring most of their faces. Dust and grime clung to every crevice of their motorcycles, covering the exhaust pipes, clearly indicating they had been in the wilderness for a long time. Bart. The leading man pulled down his collar slightly, revealing a chapped face. He pointed first to himself, then to the 2 men beside him. 7. Marvin. Songshur. Songshur opened the car door and stood on the ground. What brings you here? We are wanderers. The man who called himself Bart smiled, patted the trunk twice, and heard an empty sound. Our supplies from this trip are almost gone, and the nearest gathering point is still far away. We happened to run into you, and we like to exchange some supplies. Don't worry, we're not bandits. Bart lifted his cloak and, in front of the other man, slowly reached into his pocket and took out a card holder. Money is fine, can I use credits? Songshur looked at the card holder, which was filled with various data cards. He then looked at Bart, and the man met his gaze frankly. If I take over the credit points, will you guys then find an excuse to travel together and discuss the corporate alliance on the way? Songshur crossed his arms and leaned back in the car. The Rangers of Yunnan? Chapter 287. Ha! Hearing the other person's words, Bart laughed. He shook his head. I like to be a Yunnan person. Wouldn't it be so comfortable to have power protecting you? Unfortunately, my family members are all stubborn. But there's nothing you can do, isn't there? Bart patted his chest. After all, we're family. Songshur nodded. He drew his gun and fired a shot into the distance. A streak of crimson gold flame instantly pierced the air and landed with a deafening boom, transforming into a towering torrent of fire, rising several meters high and churning like magma. From afar, it looked like a high-explosive bomb had exploded. Only when the flames reached the sky did the 3 realize what had happened. The 2 men beside Bart immediately drew their guns. I have no problem with Yunnan, and it's not too late for you to admit it now. Songshur turned his gun around and casually tucked it back into his waistband. But if you continue playing the game of hiding your identity in a place like the wasteland, what does hiding your identity represent, and what consequences will it lead to? I don't need to elaborate, do I? Crack! The sound of a gun whirring rang out, and Bart reacted, forcefully pressing down on his companion's gun. Calm down. My mistake? I'm sorry. Glancing at the blazing fire in the distance, Bart clasped his hands together and said in a deep voice, I'm sorry. But we really meant no harm. You said it yourself, after all, this is the wasteland. He took a deep breath and said, word by word, you guessed right. Yes, we are indeed Yunnan's Rangers. That's more like it. Let me ask you a question. Songshur suddenly tapped Fansta. Do you like this car? Bart was startled. However, a few seconds later, the man next to him called Seventh Brother realized something, and his pupils suddenly contracted. He stepped forward. Your ability to conceal your emotions needs improvement, Songshur commented. The Vansta wasn't currently using its camouflage module, displaying its original luxurious appearance, and this seventh son showed a brief flash of resentment upon seeing the car. Although it was well concealed, how could it hide it from him? Then, seventh son, his heart tightening, heard the other party say leisurely, would you be happier if I said I stole this car from the company? Half an hour later. In the shadows of a large, wind-eroded rock face, Bart stuffed a piece of solid fuel into the folding furnace, and a bright flame rose, bringing a touch of warmth. The nights are quite cold in this area. A fire would be much more comfortable, Bart explained, then paused, but you probably don't need it? What do you think? Songshur glanced at the folding stove. A crimson gold flame silently appeared, transforming into a stream of fire that drew a 4-meter radius circle on the ground around them. The ambient temperature rose rapidly, eventually settling at a warm level. Seeing this, Bart chuckled, saying nothing more, simply taking compressed food blocks from the motorcycle's trunk, setting up a pot, and starting to cook. The other 2 sat silently with their heads down, clearly leaving the negotiation to Bart. Troublesome. Bart focused intently on cooking, seemingly too busy to speak, but his mind was racing. His skills were definitely not bad. The first ring transcended psionic energy, and a decent implant configuration combined meant he could put up a fight against ordinary level 3 units. If there were even two companions assisting, it wouldn't be impossible to kill the latter. But the opponent's strength, even just from what he's shown, clearly surpassed his own. A single pistol shot unleashed power comparable to a high-explosive bullet. Flames, do you on? Perhaps even in the second ring, this seemingly young guy was considered a master. Fortunately, the opponent hadn't shown any malice yet. The initiative was definitely lost. He'd just have to deal with it for now. Let me ask you a question. Bart finally finished fiddling with the stew pot and looked up. I want to know how you figured out our identities. Of course, it's okay if you don't answer. I'm just curious. While Bart and the others were pondering Songshur was also observing the former. A three-person team, 2 members specializing in combat, and a technician responsible for equipment maintenance and operation. A very standard Yunnan Ranger configuration. Upon hearing Bart's words, Songshur succinctly replied, temperament. While theoretically no two individuals are exactly alike, similar professions, environments, and upbringing can create similar temperaments. Your outward disguises are decent, but your temperament doesn't quite resemble that of a wanderer. But there are indeed traces of long-term desolation, so the only ones I can think of are rangers. Temperament, huh? Bart swallowed the other's words, a smile appearing on his face. This explanation is new to me. This time, Songshur didn't respond. He sized up the three for a few seconds, then suddenly asked, "What do you call him?" Bart was genuinely surprised. He exchanged a glance with the other two, who had remained silent. The former's expression gradually became strange, even carrying a hint of sincerity. "You seem to know Yunnan quite well." "Marvin and I are both clan chiefs," Bart said. "Qilong is the president." "Clan chief?" Songshur raised an eyebrow slightly. "So you weren't completely lying to me at first. At least your grandfather's generation were true wanderers." Long before the 7 Earth Wars, there were groups who pursued anarchy, abandoning their identities and settlements, choosing to wander beyond the territories of various countries, the prototype of today's wanderers. After the 7 Earth Wars began, the flames of war swept the world, cities were razed, and regimes collapsed. To escape the war as much as possible and seek survival, more and more people became wanderers. When the number of wanderers reached a certain level, they formed tribes. Wanderers addressed each other as family, united by non-blood kinship. Different tribes had different cultures and systems, but the leaders of these tribes were generally called clan chiefs. Bart waved his hand. That was decades ago. Now, we might reminisce about it, but few of my family members would actually be willing to go back to wandering. By the way, Bart's tone became serious. We wanderers don't care what you call the chieftain. But some guys, especially those religious zealots, you can't call the chieftain by his name. That's an insult to their pope, their saints. Thank you for the reminder. Songshur chuckled lazily. I be careful. Judging by the timeline, the current ruler of Yunnan has only been in power for 2 or 3 years. However, judging from the expressions of Bart and the others, they already show him considerable respect. Yunnan. The ancient 7 Earths War was a devastating conflict, with rivers of blood flowing. Nations and powers crumbled, and every day, people woke up to find themselves useless, reduced to the destitute and homeless. It was on this shattered land that the first lord of Yunnan was born. He rose to power through unparalleled military might, gathering together the displaced and defeated, accepting various fallen forces, and conquering far and wide to reclaim lost territories, ultimately becoming one of the victors of the 7 Earths War. After the 7 Earths War, with unparalleled prestige, he forcibly unified the various forces under his command, declaring the establishment of Yunnan. Even the Pan-Eastern Continental Union, a political entity living in the same region and sharing a common culture, was riddled with internal conflicts. The vastly different forces, nations, and ethnicities that made up Yunnan presented an even greater challenge to integration than the Pan-Eastern Continental Union. Some of these forces even harbored historical grudges, forced to submit to the lord of Yunnan only after both had been defeated, their nations destroyed, and their families destroyed. Such a complex situation, even with the buffer of their shared experience during the 7 Earths War, was still insufficient. Far from enough. Something was needed to unite everyone and all forces. Thus, the original lord of Yunnan made his choice. He was emperor and president, he was pope and chieftain, saint, marshal, and khan, all were facets of his titles. He was the most exalted king of kings, and also the chief executive officer. He was crowned grand monarch, and also bore the title of saint and the position of speaker. From then on, the fragmented people had a common and sole leader, and under his banner, they embarked on the path to the future. Yunnan was far more dispersed than the Pan-Eastern Continental Union, and far more cohesive than the Pan-Eastern Continental Union. Chapter 288. That's it, Bart said. Songsher stared at the bubbling pot, slightly raising a finger to increase the brightness of the flames, illuminating the surroundings. Without needing to ask, Bart naturally revealed their purpose and the background of their contact with Songsher in a casual tone. Strictly speaking, the Rangers were not a regular armed unit of Yunnan. Their most common duty was actually reconnaissance and surveying of the wasteland. The defeat during the Seven Earth War forced many people to leave their homes, and many forces lost their territories. Even though they were later united under the leadership of the first Yunnan ruler and reclaimed some territory, it was not all. Although some forces and individuals no longer cared, the former were a minority. For many more forces, through generations of repeated emphasis and instruction, the vision of reclaiming their rightful land had not faded. On the contrary, decades of accumulation had made it even more urgent. On the other hand, Yunnan also has a fundamental strategy for restoring the ecology of the wasteland. This was the pursuit of the first Lord of Yunnan. The Seven Earth Wars caused severe damage to the world's ecology. The wasteland is not only polluted, with barren land uninhabitable, but also has a significantly increased probability of extreme weather events, including some natural disasters. Each natural disaster alters the topography and environment of that wasteland. Whether it's restoring the wasteland's ecology or reclaiming lost territories occupied by others, Yunnan must control information about the wasteland. The Rangers were established for this purpose. They spend their days traversing the wastelands, surveying terrain, environment, and other data to build a comprehensive, real-time database. When the Rangers detect an area of wasteland where the ecosystem has a chance of recovery, Yunnan dispatches a large force to begin restoration operations. In a sense, Yunnan's massive wide area weather control system is both their space-based weaponry for manipulating the surrounding landscape and a tool for ecological restoration. As Rangers, Bart and his two companions were no exception. Although the Enterprise Alliance and Yunnan's border had escalated following the Battle of Forge Light City, their superiors didn't give Bart and his companions any additional tasks, still requiring them to survey the wastelands along their designated routes. However, during the day, they realized they came from the Enterprise Alliance's direction, so they considered disguising themselves as wanderers to see if they could extract any valuable information from the Enterprise Alliance. Besides, even if the other side knew nothing, the wastelands were desolate, and the constant travel there was mentally taxing. Being able to chat with a stranger would be a welcome relief. Then he encountered himself. "You're awake?" Songsher suddenly turned his head and saw the car door open automatically, and a spherical machine slowly flew out. "This is periodically clearing redundant data," Lapis Lazuli corrected. Hearing the conversation, Bart was still somewhat stunned. Marvin, on the other hand, had already reacted. He was the technician in this Ranger unit, responsible for wasteland surveying, mechanical repair, prosthetic body maintenance, network technology, and other work. He instantly realized that this was definitely not some intelligent companion drone equipped with humanoid programs. It was clearly a true intelligent machine. A brief moment of surprise was followed by a chilling coldness that welled up from the depths of his heart and crept up his spine. He hadn't even noticed the opponent's presence until it deliberately flew out. This meant there was a significant gap in skill and equipment performance between them. They had been easily blocked. A demon? What depth was it? Depth 2? No, probably depth 3. Marvin lowered his head, concealing his throbbing Adam's apple. Two powerful second-ring psionicists, including a depth 3 demon. If the opponent turned on them, his team wouldn't even be able to get any messages out. "May I ask where you're headed next?" Bart, realizing a possibility, smiled. "Our route is eastward, towards the Adot Mountains. The Pan-Eastern Continental Union, Fengzhou County. Looks like we're in luck. We can still travel a bit further." Bart seemed quite surprised, patting his chest. "Songsher, and this android friend, if you don't mind, why don't we all come together? I can't guarantee anything else, but at least I'm confident in traversing the wasteland." "Sure," the other replied quickly. "Then let's go together." Songsher shrugged, smiling at the man. "With a free guide, it saved me the trouble and effort. Why would I refuse?" A second later, Bart coughed, revealing genuine joy. "That's fantastic." After a simple dinner, night deepened. Bart and the others, preoccupied with their own thoughts, lost interest in conversation and set up temporary campsites, falling asleep. Songsher returned to the car, watched 2 simulacrum movies, and played games for half the night. Having advanced to the 3rd ring of psychic abilities, Songsher was no longer human. He could now go a week without sleep and maintain peak mental condition. However, due to personal habit, he still slept for an hour or 2 each night. At the crack of dawn the next day, the group cleaned up the traces of their overnight stay and set off again. Speaking of which, I forgot to ask yesterday. Signaling Marvin to lead the way, Bart slowed the motorcycle down, wiping the window. Hey friend. You said yesterday you stole this bike from those company dogs. It's awesome. Want to hear about it? I worked for the Enlighteners for a while, Songsher said slowly, one hand on the windowsill. I did alright, so before I left, they gave me this bike. I heard it was a big real estate developer's prized possession. The Enlighteners? Bart's voice rose amidst the howling wind and sand. Wait, damn it. It can't be Forge Light City, can it? You participated in that battle? Yes. Then did you see Chakro? That day. Did he really shatter the solar radiation focusing array of Fubo energy? Hearing the other's words, Songsher pondered for a few seconds, then nodded. Well, you could say that. Amazing. Amazing. Bart nodded repeatedly, a hint of longing appearing in his brown prosthetic eyes. The abyss and the domain firewall fragmented the once public domain into isolated islands, making long-distance information transmission extremely difficult. Therefore, even though Yinan and the Enterprise Alliance were adjacent, and the Battle of Zhuguang City had a huge impact, he only received a few scattered pieces of information while traversing the wasteland. Even this small amount of information consumed a significant amount of cross-domain long-distance data traffic. Suddenly, at a certain moment, "It's coming!" Songsher looked up and suddenly spoke. The others, upon hearing this, were stunned for a moment. After a few breaths, Ma Wenkai, the technician, suddenly realized something. He quickly operated the equipment, compared it to the surrounding environment, his pupils contracted, and he roared, "No! A sandstorm is coming!" At a speed visible to the naked eye, the sky, like an enraged giant, had changed color in just a few breaths. A deep, impenetrable black had spread, like a gigantic ink dragon surging and swallowing everything in its path. Natural disaster. Under the dim, gloomy sky, the air current suddenly accelerated, carrying sand and gravel, and a fierce wind raged in all directions. "I am De Yuan," Songsher said casually, surveying the forming sandstorm. "Compared to Yu Chao Yu, our perception in this area is considerably stronger. No cover." Bart didn't have time to speak. He quickly scanned the surroundings and, finding no shelter, decisively said, "Get out. Dig a hole. We bury ourselves. There's still time." The motorcycle slammed on the brakes, and the sedan stopped as well. Bart activated his spiritual energy, increasing the power of his prosthetic body, and was about to dig a large hole on the spot when the sedan door opened, and Songsher stepped out. His overcoat hem fluttered in the wind as he strode forward. No need. You guys should rest for a bit." As he spoke, Songsher was still watching the sandstorm ahead. He could see a towering column of wind rapidly taking shape and expanding amidst the billowing dust. A winding stream of fire silently bloomed, then instantly solidified, transforming into a jet-black straight blade. Natural disasters like this. Songsher raised his hand with interest, tracing the blade inch by inch. Crimson gold blood trickled from beneath his fingers. Just cut it open. Chapter 289. Only by standing there, witnessing firsthand the sky-covering storm, can one truly realize the power of nature and one's own insignificance. The sky seemed to collapse, endless sand and gravel rushing with the gale, transforming into a turbid storm that devoured everything. Driven by terrifying kinetic energy, the earth was ripped open with chaotic lines of scratches, the marks of the sand and gravel tearing through it. Then came darkness. As if a curtain had been drawn, the raging sandstorm obscured most of the light. At midday, a world that should have been bathed in sunlight was plunged into deep gloom. As far as the eye could see, only what one's 5 fingers could reach. The fate of high-ranking psionicists, the abuse of various strategic weapons, and the annihilation of countless lives, these devastating consequences of the Seven Earths War were clearly impacting the world. If we use the terminology commonly used by the Pan-Eastern Continental Union, the current wasteland is largely in a state of geological collapse, seasonal disorder, and lingering resentment. This is both the cause of the frequent occurrence of extreme weather events and the driving force behind their increasing intensity. Silence. No, it should be said that the howling sandstorm has drowned out all other sounds, leaving only this one sound of silence in the world. If this sandstorm continues to intensify and spread, when it reaches its peak energy level, it could probably easily overturn even armored vehicles. Even though it is currently in its formative and developing stage, it already displays some of the power of a natural disaster. Songsher? Bart's roar was torn apart by the raging air currents the moment it left his mouth. He was both shocked and angry, and wanted to say something, but his eyes suddenly widened. Reflected in the pupil of his prosthetic eye, the young man didn't turn back. He walked to the front of everyone, sword in hand. Flames. A sea of crimson gold flame suddenly erupted, swelling against the wind. Initially, it was the suppression of Swaysure, the power of nature, before the individual's spiritual energy caused the originally raging storm to slow and relax. Then came rendering and wildfire, tangible sand and intangible wind. Their properties were simultaneously altered, as if they had become gunpowder and pure oxygen. With just a tiny spark, they could spread instantly, unleashing a raging inferno. Hair flew wildly. Songshure's 5 fingers twirled slightly, and the flames of forging surged forth towards Chongshure. Then, in the next instant, a streak of flame shattered the gale, incinerating the sand. It plunged straight into the very center of the sandstorm, into the towering, earth-shattering column of tornadoes. Clang! In a daze, a clanging sound like blades being drawn rang out, but a tenth of a second later, this trembling sound transformed into a roaring, towering torrent of flames. In that instant, the raging flames and the storms that had been ravaging the heavens and earth were forcibly melted away, and a brilliant light illuminated the previously shrouded land. But then, the flames suddenly collapsed. Or rather, centered on a certain point, they all collapsed inward. The surging flames swirled in reverse, coalescing and coalescing until finally, the previously overwhelming tide of flames vanished, replaced by a single, fiery stream stretching over 100 meters, trailing trails of crimson gold. But from within this straight stream, an even more intense and blazing light erupted, the crimson gold seemingly flowing with molten lava, bursting forth with an almost blinding brilliance. The raging storm then cracked open, before suddenly expanding, unleashing crimson gold flames that engulfed everything in all directions, burning and churning the sandstorm. From a sliver of scorching light, terrifying psionic energy surged and roared. The surroundings cleared. The gloomy curtain melted away with a deafening roar, revealing the azure sky behind it. Sunlight slanted down, illuminating the world once more. With each breath, only the surging, hot wind rushed past his ears. In the center of the melting earth, Songshure stood, observing everything before him, and nodded in satisfaction. "Why did you use a fire seed?" The lapis lazuli's voice rang out. It was an unnecessary, irrational extra expenditure. It had flown over after creating a gravity field to protect Bart and the others, and their vehicle from the impact. Hearing the voice behind him, Songshure showed no surprise. Without the fire seed, he tilted his head slightly, lowering his voice. A single strike wouldn't be enough to cleanly eliminate the enemy, but in this situation, a second strike, well, that's not so good. While the lapis lazuli pondered the meaning of those words, Songshure turned and walked back to his original position. Continue on, or rest a little longer. Songshure casually extinguished the flames, sheathed the heavy slayer, knocked on the car door, and looked at the 3 still stunned. This is the 3rd ring of psionic energy. After a long while, a bitter voice finally rang out. Bart took a deep breath, rubbing his forehead vigorously. Dalyu Fire, the Battle of Forge Light City, and the name Songshure. I should have realized it sooner. Songshure shrugged and smiled. I didn't hide anything. You are Nan Do. Shi Lang looked shocked, instinctively glancing at the lapis lazuli with awe. Then you must be the extremely dangerous gravity user. Looks like it's working quite well. Really made a name for itself. Songshure feigned surprise. I knew I should have launched a co-branded beverage with you when I was the spokesperson. You should call me Lapis Lazuli, who had just flown back, emphasized, then added, I like to understand your perspective on Onyx and Yan'an. It added, I already looked at some materials on this, but I also need to know your practical perspective. Caught off guard by this question, Chi Lang paused, then after a few seconds composed himself. Lord Lapis Lazuli, there are significant differences within our organization, and our attitude towards Onyx isn't unified. However, speaking specifically of our part, at least from the colleagues I contacted, they're basically indifferent. While Lapis Lazuli was conducting his research, Bart had already started chewing on an energy bar. He leaned against the motorcycle, chewing angrily while sighing deeply. So this kind of outrageous thing can actually happen to me? For the rest of the journey, Bart and the other 2 were noticeably more relaxed, speaking with less initial restraint. Songshure learned that Yunan's current border actions were merely maintaining a posture of restless activity, and that they didn't actually intend to start a war. This matched his memories from his previous life. The present was a rare period of peace. In his recollection, a full-scale war between the various factions wouldn't have occurred for at least 5 or 6 years. Even if the outcome of the Battle of Zhuguang City changed, it wouldn't significantly affect the current global situation. The group traveled together for 3 days, and after reaching a precipice halfway up a mountainside, it was time to part ways. Further ahead, they would approach the border of the Pan-Eastern Continental Union. After a few detours, they would enter Fengzhou County. Bart and his companion's mission was to head west and survey the wasteland there. "Marvin, pass the stuff over there," Bart called out, turning his head from the shadow of the rock wall. "Things?" Songsha raised an eyebrow. "A wasteland map. A special edition for our rangers," Bart said. "Aren't you going to Fengzhou? You say you're almost at the Pan-Eastern Continental Union, but there's still a long way to go. This will save you a lot of time. Of course, don't think too much about it. We can't give you the complete version, only this part of the route. Also," Bart paused, then said seriously, "are you really not going to reconsider joining Yunnan?" Songsha chuckled. "Didn't I tell you, I'm not going to be a traitor. With your abilities, if you join Yunnan, I guarantee you have plenty." Bart wanted to persuade him further, but looking at the other man, he suddenly hesitated, unable to finish his sentence. The man could only smile wryly and raise his hand. All right. Fine." So they waved goodbye and headed off in their respective directions, stepping into the wasteland and continuing their journey. "Do you think I should have persisted a little longer?" Watching the billowing dust gradually disappear on the horizon, Bart suddenly spoke. "Was it really necessary to go this far?" Marvin paused, taken aback. While he is indeed very powerful, our Yunnan is certainly not lacking in talented individuals. For example, think of Bartholomew. Even the clan chief praised him. "You're not a psychic, so your understanding is incomplete." Bart shook his head, glancing at his prosthetic limb, which had already transformed into a supernatural organ. "TSK, such a young third ring, and his strength is genuinely terrifying. Don't you understand what that means? If we can't either suppress or win over this kind of person sooner," the man's voice faded into the sandstorm, "then we must never make him our enemy." Chapter 290. What a pity. Songsha gently pressed the front of the car. "It's only been driven for a little over half a month. It can be placed underground," said Lapis Lazuli. "At a depth of 10 meters, the safety rate will reach over 98%. "That's unnecessary." Songsha shook his head and sighed. "It's highly unlikely I drive it again. Let's dismantle it. Drain the stored maintenance materials. Replenishing them after entering the Eastern Continent Republic will be quite troublesome. We also have to take the nuclear fusion reactor with us. Although it's not perfectly compatible with your interface, it can still serve as a temporary power source if necessary." More than half a month had passed since leading the Enterprise Alliance, and Songsha was finally approaching the border of the Pan-Eastern Continental Union. More accurately, the border of Fengzhou, one of the 19 prefectures under the jurisdiction of the Eastern Continent Republic. At this point, he certainly couldn't just drive an unauthorized luxury car straight through. Fengzhou's border defense system isn't completely useless. A guided artillery shell landing, while not threatening Songsha in his current state, would certainly ruin the original entry operation. "What do you plan to do?" King Jinchi cautiously asked. "With the surveillance network in place, even with my technical support, it's hard to guarantee complete success if we try to smuggle in." I know. Songsha pondered for a moment, then abandoned the idea of burning it directly. Instead, he used psionic flames to melt a large crater and buried the dismantled car inside. If some lucky person with a metal detector found it in the future, they could probably make a fortune. When in Rome, do as the Romans do, leave room for chance. After settling everything, he casually remarked, "The surveillance network is practically the foundation of the Eastern Continent Republic. To make a big move against that thing, you need at least an Abyss Lord. So, let's go through the proper channels." Songsha patted his chest and smiled, to be a legal citizen. 6 hours later. Fengzhou County. Border Patrol Station, Immigration Checkpoint. Name? Songji. Identity? A vagrant, but I don't want to be a vagrant anymore. I want to live in a house. Drink clean water. Eat my fill of awesome food. Get a trendy prosthetic body. Actually Alright. The inspector at this immigration checkpoint was a bald, middle-aged man. He expressionlessly interrupted the young man's incessant chatter, his prosthetic right hand clicking open and closing, stamping an electronic seal on the form. "Your temporary household registration is complete. The probationary period is 2 months, during which your activities are restricted to Fengzhou County. You must not have any criminal record during this time. After the probationary period, you will become a formal citizen of the Pan-Eastern Continental Union." After rapidly reciting this official statement, the young man opposite him paused, his face first showing joy, then quickly concealing it. He hesitated for a few seconds, but finally couldn't resist his curiosity and cautiously said, sir. I heard that citizens are divided into different ranks, may I ask? Oh, you know quite a lot. Since entering the room, the bald middle-aged man's expression had changed for the first time. He sized up the young man, whose clothes were tattered and travel-worn, exuding the weariness of years of toil. Only his wide-open eyes held intense excitement, as if he had already glimpsed the outline of paradise. After a long while, the middle-aged man gave a cold laugh, pressed the button on the table, and the window clicked shut. The armed guards immediately stepped forward and signaled to the young man that he could leave. In the rush and shoving, in a moment of distraction, the young man found himself standing at the entrance of the patrol station. He instinctively turned around and saw the fence slam shut. A kinetic assault rifle, a pistol, and a dagger were all confiscated under the pretext of prohibited dangerous goods. The crumpled wad of bills hidden in his waistband was also nearly gone during the search. The only thing that wasn't missing, and actually appeared in addition, was an electronic ankle cuff attached to his right ankle. It had real-time tracking, and any attempt to remove it would trigger an electric shock. But there was no time to panic. Vans arrived. Several vans were parked on the street behind the outpost, with heads bobbing around them, all staring intently at them. Brothers? Over here. A man in a floral shirt, who had been crouching beside a gray van, saw them emerge, abruptly pulled off his nicotine vaporizer, jumped up, and waved to the young man at the gate. I am your mother. Before he could finish speaking, another burly man appeared, leaning against. The massive mechanical arm first pushed aside the man in the floral shirt, then approached the young man with a broad smile. Don't listen to that bastard's nonsense. Brother. Welcome to Phone Joe. Feeling lost now? No problem. Listen to me, I take care of everything. Hey! You're not playing by the rules, are you? Don't you know what first come, first served? Hey John. I think you really want to see blood. Who are you trying to fool? Let's have a go. Beep, beep. A sharp whistle suddenly rang out, silencing all the words. Behind the guard post fence, the armed security guard from before turned back. He spat out the whistle and said impatiently, What's all the noise about? Do you think this is your home? Be careful, or I sue you for obstructing official business. Hey! Got it, got it. The group arguing in the street weren't intimidated. They replied and simply stopped arguing. They exchanged glances and simultaneously surrounded him. The young man's expression instantly became wary. He took a half step back, his fist clenching slightly, and even his entire demeanor changed, exuding a hint of ferocity. Relax, relax, brother. Seeing this, a barely perceptible gleam of joy appeared in the man in the floral shirt's eyes. He waved his hand repeatedly, stopping in his tracks to indicate that he meant no harm. Well? He hesitated, scratching his head, and finally sigh. Let's put it this way. Brother, I won't lie to you, because I definitely can't hide it from you anyway. The man in the floral shirt shrugged. Who would dare to fool someone who can cross the wasteland? Let's be honest, we're kind of like intermediaries. After we introduce you to a job, they pay us a referral fee. That's how we make a living. He said seriously, but we can also really help you take care of a bunch of things, like arranging accommodation. We introduce you to the local situation, and with us there, people won't rip you off when you go shopping. Merchants won't show any mercy to outsiders like you. I know what you're worried about. Are you worried we take you to some remote place and harvest your organs or something? The man in the floral shirt chuckled twice, shaking his head repeatedly. How could that be? This is the Eastern Continent Republic, Phone Joe. Do you still think you're in some wasteland? If you ask me, you better change your habits quickly. There's that thing. There's a surveillance network watching. The man paused, raised his hand, pointed to the sky, and said, enunciating each word clearly, Who would dare do such a thing? Chapter 291. The Surveillance Network. Upon hearing this, the young man's expression immediately turned serious, but before he could speak, the man in the floral shirt laughed. Brother, what difference does it make where you work? I've been talking for so long, just choose me. Wouldn't it be better if I earned some hard-earned money? Even giving you a small rebate wouldn't be a problem. What kind of job do you want me to introduce? Hearing this, the man in the floral shirt knew he had it in the bag. He quickly waved his hand, signaling the others to disperse, and at the same time, he put his arm around the young man. The latter slightly shifted his stance, avoiding him. The man in the floral shirt wasn't annoyed, still smiling. No rush. Brother, get in the car first. We talk on the way. I treat you to a meal to welcome you. And so, under the regretful gazes of the others, The young man got into the van and quickly disappeared at the end of the street. TSK, that Chin guy got there first. Watching the van drive away, the burly man clicked his tongue, displeased. It's rare to find a decent fighter. He's much more valuable than those old, weak, and disabled people. Now you can talk, right? Inside the van, a fat man was driving, while the man in the floral shirt and the young man sat in the back. Watching the young man get in, maintaining a respectful distance as he spoke, seemingly ready to strike at any moment, the man in the floral shirt's eyes grew increasingly satisfied. My surname is Chin. You can just call me Chin the Skinny. The man in the floral shirt, no, Chin the Skinny, smiled. What should I call you? Song Ji. Okay. Brother Song. Chin the Skinny held up 2 fingers. Let's put it this way, there are basically 2 paths to work. One is to go to a factory and fill the assembly line. The literal meaning of assembly line, cheap labor, just filling lines. Hearing this, the young man frowned. Don't think I'm bluffing you, Chin the Skinny man said, counting on his fingers. Think about it, your temporary residency is only valid for 2 months. Who knows if you can actually stay? Become a citizen of our Eastern Continent Commonwealth, the Pan-Eastern Continental Union? In this situation, which company would want to hire you? Don't even think about wandering the streets and barely making it through 2 months. One of the conditions for your permanent residency after 2 months is that you need to have a stable financial record. Do you know anything about mechanical repair or similar skills? If you do, I can introduce you to some slightly better jobs, but like I said, at best, it'd be a little better than working on an assembly line. What's the second option? The young man narrowed his eyes. You really? That's all I wanted to say. It's so easy talking to smart people. Chin the Skinny complimented, then asked seriously, brother, how long did it take you to get here? 1.5 weeks. 1.5 weeks traversing the wilderness, impressive, truly impressive. Chin the Skinny clapped his hands. Let me be blunt, boxing. With all your skills, how can you waste them on an assembly line? I can introduce you to underground boxing rings. Fast money, lots of fun. Rings, underground boxing? The other man's brows furrowed even more. The prosecutor said that if I want to be officially hired in 2 months, I absolutely cannot have a criminal record. Underground boxing, no way, I won't go. Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, Chin the Skinny burst into laughter. Seeing this, the young man suddenly realized something, his expression changing slightly. Could it be that you can fool the surveillance network? Ha, how could that be? Chin the Skinny laughed even louder, but noticing the other's displeasure, he stopped laughing. Who can fool the surveillance network? Even if someone could, they're definitely not someone a nobody like us can get close to. But who told you that our underground boxing is illegal? The other person was taken aback. We officially obtained sports competition certificates. It's a legitimate and legal event, okay? Chin the Skinny chuckled. It's just not publicly displayed. Most people around here don't even know such a thing exists. Isn't that just underground boxing? Let me be blunt, brother Song. Chin the Skinny suddenly stopped laughing, his expression turning serious. In underground boxing, as long as you're skilled and get the approval of the higher-ups, money, vouchers, prosthetics, food, drink, entertainment, beautiful women, what can't you get your hands on? Don't take this residency permit thing too seriously. Believe me, if you win a fight today, and do it well, by this time tomorrow, someone will have already helped you get your official residency permit. The young man's eyes widened. So, that's how it is. Besides, you know, if you work on a factory assembly line, even if you get your residency permit 2 months later, you still be the lowest of the low, the 8th class. You have no power whatsoever, anyone can step on you. You might work honestly your whole life, and maybe you rise to the 7th class when you're about to die. Chin the Skinny pulled up his sleeve, revealing a section of gleaming alloy, a purely mechanical prosthetic limb. He raised his voice slightly. See that? If I hadn't been appreciated by the boss, and become a middleman, I'd be an 8th class citizen my whole life. How could I be like this now, eating whatever I want, and even getting permission to implant a prosthetic body? Maybe in a few more years, I can even be promoted to 7th class status. Brother Song. You're a capable man. I have a good eye. Once you step into the ring, I won't say much, just 2 matches. If you win 2 matches, I guarantee you get a much better weapon. If not, I make up the difference. When someone is so open and honest, how can you possibly refuse them? So, with Chin the Skinny's delighted expression, the van drove along the elevated highway, traversing the uneven cityscape, finally stopping on a street where the buildings were noticeably shorter. Chin the Skinny got out. After a few seconds, realizing the other person hadn't followed, He circled the van and saw the young man standing on the cracked, old concrete, surveying his surroundings. Then, he seemed to smile. "This is the air I've been waiting for." Chin the Skinny paused, then a knowing look appeared on his face. He laughed heartily. "What's this? You haven't been to a truly bustling place yet. But no matter what, it's definitely much more comfortable than your barren land." The people on the street clearly recognized Chin the Skinny. Several people immediately came over, but most eyes were fixed on the young man beside him, scrutinizing him without any attempt to hide their interest. Some even revealed a hint of anticipation in their eyes, eager for another good show. "Brother Song, don't rush. Just rest well today and recharge. I go arrange things for you." Chin the Skinny turned and beckoned to a man, Brother Wang. "This Brother Song is new here. Take him out for a meal, find him a place to sleep, and I cover the cost." The man didn't waste any words. After Chin the Skinny left, he and the young man efficiently settled everything. The accommodation was a 3-story apartment building on the street, reasonably clean, but the furnishings were quite dilapidated. Leaving behind the message, "Call me if you have any problems," the man left the room and went downstairs. Such a standard procedure. After a few breaths, the room fell silent again. The young man stood up, slowly walked to the window, and casually pulled back the curtain. A thick, rusty wire mesh blocked the window. "I said it was a proper procedure, a law-abiding citizen," Songsher said, tapping the black necklace around his neck. "How about it? Everything's legal and compliant, isn't it? So simple." The voice of Lapis Lazuli rang out, or rather, its voice and Songsher's voice only echoed between them, without a trace reaching out. It was one of the many functional modules provided to him by the Enlightened Ones before leaving Forge Light City, the soundproof room. "Why is the entry inspection procedure so?" Lapis Lazuli hesitated, choosing its words carefully. "Crude." A young, somewhat fierce face was reflected in the window, which had several cracks running through it. One of the modules Lapis Lazuli carried, the makeup box, could perform a considerable level of disguise surgery that lasted for several days. One of the racial advantages of intelligent machines lies in their ability to carry far more equipment modules than humans. Well, the fluidity is what makes this place so remarkable. Who would dare to mess with that? Songsher gazed into the distance. "And there's no need to stop them, is there? Just like the Eastern Continent Republic beneath our feet, with its surveillance network, they're not afraid of anyone causing trouble." I sensed it. Lapis Lazuli's tone turned serious. "Such a vast and unique network, incredible design in theory, and yet it's actually been implemented here. That's all. Well, it's quite impressive." Songsher leaned against the edge. "In network technology, the Enterprise Alliance has gone the furthest, undoubtedly leading the world. Only in the area of ultra-large network domains can the Eastern Continent Republic be said to be absolutely no less capable, and perhaps even surpasses the Enterprise Alliance. With the surveillance network watching, to be honest, if I were the only one coming in, it would actually be quite troublesome, restricting my movements. Such high trust in me." Lapis Lazuli's screen flickered, a rare smiley face appearing. "Humph." Songsher's lips curled into a smile. "Monitoring the network is troublesome, but a demon who studied at the Enterprise Alliance and reached Depth 4 isn't some common cabbage. Especially since you're not human, you're an omnic. There's nothing else for now, go surf the internet and relax." Lapis Lazuli asked, "How long do you plan to stay here? Anyway, I'm not actually going to fight any underground boxing matches with these people." Songsher stretched and let out a comfortable sigh. "I still have to go to Yulai. TSK, Fengzhou is such a lousy place, so damp and humid, I can't stay long." Chapter 292. The underground boxing match arrangements came quickly. The next evening, Songsher, who was being secretly watched over at the apartment, received good news from Chin the Skinny. "Brother Song, we found an opponent. We fight today." Chin the Skinny knocked on the door and laughed. "How was your rest?" "I slept soundly," the other replied. It was clear that compared to his weary appearance yesterday, the young man looked much more energetic. That's good, Chin the Skinny said. "Shall we head over now?" The two went downstairs in the same van and drove onto the highway. "Do you have any information about the opponent?" "Of course. We can't let you run into them blindly." Chin the Skinny pulled a data tablet from his pocket and handed it over. "Take a look." The tablet displayed a photo of a burly man shirtless. Guicho, a henchman employed by the Iron Gate gang, had already made a name for himself before receiving his prosthetic body. 7 or 8 ordinary men couldn't get close to him. But after both his arms were replaced with prosthetics. "Wait a minute, prosthetics?" The young man frowned. This guy has prosthetics. What am I supposed to do? Am I supposed to use a gun? Don't worry, don't worry. Looking at the young man's body, which was almost entirely that of a natural human except for a data interface and several electrode patches, Chin the Skinny shook his head. You see, when we get there, we definitely won't let you go in empty-handed. Oh right, don't misunderstand. We're not going to perform surgery on you on the spot to install prosthetics. Resources are scarce in this wasteland, so it's understandable that we can't get any implants. But don't think that just because you come here you can get prosthetics installed. How much do you know about this place? Seeing the other person shake their head, Chin the Skinny revealed a knowing look and said earnestly, Then I be blunt. You can't just get a prosthetic body installed whenever you want. You need a permit with the corresponding quota to have the implantation surgery done, otherwise it's illegal and a crime. The surveillance network can catch you instantly, remove the prosthetic body, and send you to jail. Look at that. As he spoke, Chin the Skinny rolled up his right sleeve, revealing a hint of smugness in his eyes. The second-generation spinning ball mechanical prosthetic limb, 190,000 silver dollars. I can now spin 5 coins on my fingertips simultaneously. How terrifyingly flexible. I worked for the boss for 4 years. He saw how diligent I was and personally applied for the permit for me. As he spoke, the van slowly came to a stop. Oh, we're here. This area was significantly more bustling than the apartment street. Even though it was only evening, there were already signs of neon lights, and the colorful gauze hanging along the street swayed gently in the light from the wooden-look lampposts. In the latter part of the street stood a magnificent building, its plaque adorned with bold, flowing characters, Chongming Club. Hey Chin, this is the new recruit you brought? As soon as they stepped into the club, someone raised their voice. A middle-aged man in a suit opened his arms, grinning as he approached, oh so delicate and tender. Shut your mouth. Chin the Skinny retorted sneered. Get your silver notes ready. Otherwise, you end up paying for it with your pants. With that, Chin the Skinny pulled the young man inside. Once they reached a deserted corridor, the former said, The guy's name is Wang Ming. His gang has always had conflicts with our Red Blood Society. Ignore him, he can't say anything nice. The young man nodded steadily. When does the match start? Don't rush, let's go sign the contract first. Wait a minute, someone's looking for me. Chin the Skinny showed off his buzzing data tablet. Here's the thing, go straight to the end, turn left into the second room. Go there first, give them my name, they know what to do. Contract? Of course we need a contract. This is a legitimate competition. We absolutely won't do anything illegal. The surveillance network is watching. Chin the Skinny finished speaking in one breath and turned into a corner. Songsher followed his instructions and entered the room at the end of the corridor. Seeing someone enter, the 2 burly men who were sitting immediately stood up. Chin the Skinny called me here to sign the contract. Oh, you're Chin the Skinny's new recruit. Here. One of the burly men took out a tablet, fiddled with it for a while, and handed it over. The interface is all set up, just sign your name, remember to add your household registration number. Songsher took the tablet, but didn't sign it immediately. Instead, he carefully reviewed the contract terms. A few seconds later, he pointed to a spot and said in a deep voice, Wait a minute, once the match begins, life or death is irrelevant. What does that mean? Wasn't it supposed to be a legitimate competition? What do you mean? It means exactly what it says. The burly man who handed over the tablet cracked his neck. Once you're in the ring, you're responsible for your own life. This is underground boxing. Do you think this is child's play? Besides, who told you that people can't die in a legitimate competition? This isn't what we said at the beginning. The burly man narrowed his eyes, his expression suddenly changing, revealing a sinister smile. I don't care about the beginning or not, just get this sign now. Don't tell me you're trying to back out now? As they spoke, another burly man approached. However, facing the 2 men surrounding him, the young man's brow furrowed, showing no fear whatsoever, his fingers clenching into fists. Hey! What's going on? What's going on? Just then, the door opened, and Chin the Skinny burst in. Seeing the scene before him, he quickly stepped between the 2, signaling them to calm down. Chin the Skinny, you newbie are a bit clueless. The burly man said coldly, his face unfriendly. This isn't what we agreed on. The young man said in a deep voice. Brother Song. It's my fault, my muddled brain forgot to mention it. Chin the Skinny slapped his forehead, forcing a smile. Underground boxing does have risks. Think about it, with so many benefits, how could there be no risks at all? You come from the wilderness, you don't need me to explain this to you, do you? A dead body is considered a risk? That sounds intimidating. Chin the Skinny said seriously. The main problem is that fists and feet don't have eyes. Accidents are inevitable. If it's not written into the terms beforehand, then if something happens, it'd be an accident. According to relevant laws and regulations, the organizers would suffer huge losses. However, with this written into the terms and conditions, if the situation occurs again, it falls within the scope of the competition, is not illegal, and will not be punished. This is just insurance. How could anyone really die on the field? Besides, I'm here, aren't I? I'm the introducer, and I have the right to stop the match for you directly. Don't worry, don't worry. Seeing that the young man didn't speak, Chin the Skinny gradually suppressed his smile. Taking advantage of the other's moment of thought, he secretly gave the burly man a look, and the latter subtly blocked the door. Brother Song, you come this far, don't give up. Then he heard the young man say, Let's go! Chin the Skinny's smile instantly returned. Great! Leading the way, the two passed through the opulent, lavishly decorated lobby, turned into a guarded elevator, and quietly descended underground. The scalding heat of alcohol, snort, and blood assaulted their senses the moment they stepped out of the elevator. The club's underground space was vast. Stands lined both sides, teeming with people, and at the top was a row of opaque private boxes. In the very center of the space stood a massive arena. At this moment, on the arena, a burly man with a buzz cut stood proudly. Each time he raised his hands, cheers erupted from the stands, reflected in the dim yellow light of his large prosthetic limbs. Guicho. Guicho. Just get him. Kill him. Kill him. All in. Guicho will win. My mortgage depends on you. The Iron Gate Gang boxer, a man known as Guicho, looked at the young man in the distance, grinned maliciously, and slit his throat. Your cybernetic enhancement level is below 5%, so you can choose 3 pieces of equipment. The referee's cybernetic eye brightened, scanned the young man, and nodded. My personal suggestion is that you should at least take a weapon, for example. 47 seconds later. On the arena covered with varying shades of dried blood, the young man, who had chosen a powered arm, wielded an alloy dagger. After 27 moves, he cleanly and decisively knocked the man down. When the latter refused to admit defeat and tried to retaliate, he shattered the man's right palm with a single blow, sending parts flying everywhere. 15 minutes later, the president of the Red Blood Society climbed out of the bathtub and sent an urgent message to Chin the Skinny. Tonight, I'm bringing this brother Song to my house for dinner. Chapter 293. A major upset. Guicho's strength was by no means weak among local boxers. He was at least a mid-level fighter. However, he was completely powerless to fight back, defeated in less than a minute by the suddenly appearing stranger, and the latter wasn't even wearing a prosthetic arm. A single power arm couldn't compensate for the difference in physical capabilities, yet the young man still won, meaning his fighting skills and awareness far surpassed Guicho's. If he were to be equipped with a suitable prosthetic arm, perhaps. Thinking of this, the VIPs in the upper-level boxes didn't glance at Guicho lying on the ground again, but immediately ordered their men to go and talk to the young man. However, just as they were about to act, Chin the Skinny reacted quickly, having the Red Blood Society members hold off his opponents while pushing through the crowd to reach the young man, who had just stepped off the stage. Brother Song. Chin the Skinny exclaimed with a broad smile, speaking rapidly, impressive. A beautiful fight. This isn't the place to talk. Let's go outside. Seeing the other man frown, he could only say, Remember what I said yesterday? Well, here's the opportunity. The chairman wants to see you personally. Under Chin the Skinny's direction, when the other VIP's men finally managed to break through the Red Blood Society's ranks, they found they missed them. The young man had already gotten into Chin the Skinny's car and left the club. Guicho isn't weak, yet you took him down in no time. As if the subtle conflict during the contract signing had never occurred, Chin the Skinny adopted a remarkably warm attitude. Ha! I knew my judgment couldn't be wrong. I want official residency, the young man said. Don't worry, I understand, Chin the Skinny said with a smile. But like I said, don't lower your expectations too much. You understand once you meet the chairman. Chairman? Chin the Skinny grinned, proudly stating, We usually call him boss. Anyway, remember, the boss is a dignified 6th-class citizen. About an hour later, Chin the Skinny's car stopped in front of an upscale residential complex. Armed security guards stood guard at the entrance, their weapons gleaming. After a series of checks and announcements, passage was permitted. The complex was located in a slightly secluded area, giving it a tranquil atmosphere. Stepping inside, one was greeted by pavilions and terraces, lush and verdant, all made of naturally cultivated vegetation. Equipped with anti-gravity modules, palace lanterns floated stably within the complex, emitting a gentle glow. TSK. Chin the Skinny's eyes revealed envy. To live at a place like this, you need at least $1 million silver dollars, and even then money alone isn't enough, you have to be at least a 7th-class citizen. Passing through the meticulously designed gardens, led by Chin the Skinny, they arrived at a 3-story villa. 2 enormous, imposing stone lions stood guard at the entrance, but before anyone could get a good look, the door opened automatically, revealing an old man's face. He nodded slightly to the 2 people at the door as a greeting, then walked inside. This is Uncle Zhang, the chairman's elder, now the head butler. The villa's architectural style was also imitative of ancient designs, even featuring a small pond in the courtyard with several koi fish. "Where's the toilet?" the young man suddenly asked. "Huh?" Chin the Skinny was taken aback. "Going to see someone looking like this isn't appropriate." The other person raised their hand, which was still stained with blood. "Oh right. It was my oversight." Chin the Skinny nodded repeatedly. He had intended to give directions, but then changed his mind and decided to accompany the other person to the restroom himself. He stood guard at the door for a moment, not leaving their side, and only felt at ease after confirming that the other person hadn't done anything unnecessary. Soon, in the living room, the young man met the middle-aged man referred to as chairman. The latter, dressed in a long robe, had been seated at the head of the table, but upon seeing the young man, he immediately stood up to greet him. "This must be Song Ji, Brother Song." The chairman's voice was deep and energetic, making it impossible to tell that he was nearly 50 years old. "Come, sit down and eat." The chairman took out a set of small cups. "How about some wine?" "It's all good stuff. Want to try some?" "No, it numbed my senses." "Ha, that's true. Without such self-discipline, you wouldn't have been able to defeat Guo so easily." The chairman smiled and poured himself a cup. "It's all right if I don't drink. Just eat something to fill my stomach." The table was filled with porcelain dishes of all sizes. Red carp sizzled with hot oil, braised pork knuckles were tender and could be easily torn into pieces, and chicken giblets stir-fried with scallions and ginger steamed, their aroma filling the air. The handmade soup was smooth and creamy, melting in the mouth. You can't get these in the wasteland, can you? Even in our Fengzhou, these aren't things you can just eat anytime. Watching the young man eating with gusto without any politeness, the chairman smiled and said, "I heard from the older generation that decades ago, these were just everyday dishes, but now, even the lowest class can only afford them during festivals. Brother Song, may I ask you one more question? What are your plans for the future?" "To be a law-abiding citizen." A few seconds of silence followed, then the guild leader burst into laughter. Good idea, good idea." The guild leader clapped his hands vigorously as he laughed. "I really love your temper." "Ha! A law-abiding citizen? Then coming to the Eastern Continent Republic's territory is definitely the most suitable for you. What do you think of my Red Blood Society?" The guild leader said, "Let me be frank, you're so young and good at fighting. If you work for me, the license for cybernetic implantation goes without saying. For years, I'm confident I can make you a 7th-class member." The young man was silent for a moment. "I know what you're thinking." The guild leader leaned back in his wooden chair, looked down on our Red Blood Society. "Think there's no future in gangs?" "Heh." The guild leader snorted. "You don't think our Red Blood Society has no one backing it up, do you?" The young man's expression changed slightly. The guild leader didn't reveal much, but instead changed the subject, saying rather arrogantly, "I still have some influence with that person. If you're truly capable, and the Red Blood Society can't tolerate a rising star like you, then what's wrong with me introducing you to that person?" After a long pause, the young man pondered for a moment, then slowly said, "I need to think about it." "No problem." The guild leader waved his hand. "You can stay on our turf for the next few days, and take your time to consider it." Guild leader. An hour and a half later, Chin the Skinny returned after seeing the young man off, saying respectfully, "His identity is still under investigation. We should have results in the next couple of days." The guild leader didn't look at Chin the Skinny, but simply grunted in acknowledgement. Such a skilled person can't possibly be without connections. Investigate thoroughly. "But Chairman," Chin the Skinny said cautiously, "is it really necessary to go to that extent? A 7th rank status, and more importantly, what you said about being introduced to our big shots. Why are you so confused all of a sudden?" The chairman chuckled. "In Fengzhou, no, in the entire republic, who can do anything without permission from higher-ups? The idea of having a powerful backer is just something to bluff a newcomer like him. If that were the case, who wouldn't have someone behind them? It's just that a dog needs a human, But a human can always change dogs. And wanting to change status. Humph, I done dirty work for those above me for almost my entire life, and with a bit of luck, I barely managed to become a 6th rank. He wants to be a 7th-class citizen, but let's postpone it a bit. Chin the Skinny was stunned for a moment, then said, He's from the wasteland? We need to observe him further. The chairman's tone softened slightly. We need to understand his character. You could secretly arrange a time to test his temper. Having ability is certainly a good thing, but I'm afraid he'd be unreasonable and develop inappropriate thoughts. If that's the case, the more capable he is, the faster he die, there's no stopping him. If he offends those above, it might even implicate us. In short, the chairman sighed deeply, as long as he doesn't try to stand up for the lowly commoners or engage in any disrespectful displays of respect, and just honestly works for me and makes a contribution, then what's wrong with giving him wealth and status? A combination of kindness and severity. The chairman stroked the armrest of his chair and said slowly, That's the way to use people. The next morning, in an urgent report from his subordinates, the chairman, who had just woken up, learned something. The young man had disappeared. Half an hour later, he learned a second thing. The 2 million silver notes he had painstakingly accumulated over the years, hidden in the smart safe in the villa's basement, were also gone. Chapter 294. Keep the lease? I'm not buying a house, burn it. Do you want the debt repayment? Be generous, don't bother paying it back, burn it. What about this red jade 9-bead bracelet? An antique, keep it, might be useful later. Let me see, after deducting these, what's left? Song sure estimated, 1,100,000 silver notes. Not bad. Song sure snapped his fingers, casually took a stack of silver notes, and put them in his pocket, letting Lapis Lazuli put the rest away again. Currently, the AI has mastered 4 of the 2nd ring psionic arts, the latest being matter compression. If it reaches the 5th ring in the future, combined with gravity manipulation, it might be able to create collapse bombs by hand. However, currently, although Lapis Lazuli is far from reaching that level of power, another auxiliary effect of matter compression, namely, by significantly compressing the volume of matter, can achieve a certain degree of spatial storage function. In the blink of an eye, the silver notes and antiques scattered on the ground were swallowed by the android, its appearance unchanged. This is the guild leader's personal stash. The silver notes have all been pre-washed, so you can use them with confidence. Songsure stood up. This place is different from the corporate alliance. There's a monitoring network here, and the scrutiny of online silver note circulation is much stricter. Although it still can't stop you from hacking and withdrawing, it's best to avoid such risks as much as possible. All right. Songsure turned his head. How was it? How difficult was it to break into that smart safe? The guild leader's villa was, of course, secretly equipped with scanning security equipment, but how could such things possibly detect a Depth 4 demon? Yesterday in the bathroom, Songsure put down the Lapis Lazuli necklace. The necklace took some time to survey the villa's layout, then sneaked into the basement under cover of night, emptied the safe, and met up with him, who had also fled. Above average civilian water quality, the Lapis Lazuli commented. The closed algorithm used is a bit old, but it's been finely tuned. This is supposed to be Kai Jiafeng's small flagship product, and this is all it does? Songsure sighed. Alright, now, the final step. A dazzling stream of fire erupted from the young man's ankle. The electronic ankle bracelet melted instantly like butter, turning to embers before it even dripped to the ground. However, Songsure paid no attention. He looked down at his hand. Beneath his skin, something seemed to be boiling. The surveillance network isn't just a few cameras. The electronic ankle bracelet was merely a visible restriction. The Eastern Continent Republic's true control over immigrants, and every citizen within its borders, also involved nanometer-scale signal generators. Every citizen of the Eastern Continent Republic receives a nanite injection at birth. These nanites travel through the bloodstream and spread throughout the body as a real-time monitoring measure. Then, during each annual physical examination, they are secretly injected again to replenish the nanites and ensure their continued effectiveness. A few days ago, at the immigration checkpoint, the prosecutor also secretly injected himself with nanites under the guise of a physical examination. Every citizen carrying nanites becomes part of the surveillance network. When necessary, the surveillance network can even use them as a fulcrum to unleash various special powers. Songsure clenched his fists. Burning blood, burning? How could mere nanobots possibly withstand the burning blood? Almost instantly, those nanobots, permeating blood vessels and concealing themselves within blood plasma, visible only under a microscopic scale, were all reduced to ashes. Lapis Lazuli, go. The next instant, Songshur leaped onto the AI, which had already activated its anti-gravity and silent modes, carrying him rapidly away into the vast darkness. 3 minutes later, on the map of Fengzhou County surveillance network, a point of light was permanently extinguished. 23 hours 19 minutes and 35 seconds. IDTY-if-7895 has lost connection to the network. A new uncoded individual has emerged. The auditor, wearing a white mask, spoke calmly on the screen. The last known location has been located. Should we notify the nearest police station to make an arrest? Wait, new parameters have changed. Result correction complete. No trace of the uncoded individual has been found in public cameras, citizen cameras, or recording devices within a 1-kilometer radius. 17 hours ago, the nearby gang Red Blood Society experienced a disappearance and theft of assets. The entire incident has been traced, and it has been preliminarily determined that the suspect in both incidents is the same person. The target's attitude towards us is currently unknown. Their network technology is excellent. The possibility of them being demon cannot be ruled out. The incident level has been upgraded. Should we establish a special task force? After a while, the auditor superior's voice came through the earpiece. So, the trail has temporarily gone cold, right? You could say that, the auditor replied. Set this as a Class B incident. Notify the 10th Bureau, and have them send a team to handle this rat. Understood. While speeding along, Lapis Lazuli suddenly spoke. 3 seconds ago, someone tried to trace our tracks online, but I dealt with them all. Excellent. Songshur praised generously. Keep it up. Is the risk too high? After a few seconds, Lapis Lazuli spoke. If we continue like this, we exposed ourselves too early. No, it has to be early. The earlier the better. Songshur shook his head and pointed to the sky. With the surveillance network, we'd definitely be exposed. It's just a matter of sooner or later. If they find out now that Songshur is here, a bunch of experts will probably parachute in, desperately trying to sell me their noble ladies. If I don't comply, they take action. To be honest, it's quite troublesome. But if we keep hiding our tracks and wait until later to expose ourselves to the surveillance network, this is pure malice, extremely dangerous. The Eastern Continent Republic is very wary of infiltration by other forces, and will definitely take it very seriously. It's equally troublesome. Only in a situation like this would any spy expose their existence for $1 million silver dollars? Songshur tapped the chair beneath him. Give them a situation where everything is under control, completely under our control, to truly buy time. Is that so? Lapis Lazuli pondered for a moment. I understand. Then, I will lower the level of technology I'm displaying. That's not necessary. Just stick to the current level. You weren't using your full strength anyway, were you? Songshur stretched his limbs. Being uncensored again, it's quite nostalgic. Let's go out of Fengzhou to Fengquan. Songshur exhaled a long breath, the firelight flickering in his eyes. After passing Fengquan, we can reach Yulai. We can also work on the escape technique along the way. Psionic Art Soaring Sky. Chapter 295. Fengquan, located in the southwest, has been blessed with abundant waterways and rolling mountains since ancient times. Every autumn, a light drizzle often lasts for more than 10 days, creating a misty atmosphere that keeps the mountains and fields pristine and clean, a truly refreshing sight. However, this was in ancient times. During the 7 Earth Wars, Fengquan's ecology suffered severe damage. Although it hasn't yet become a wasteland, decades later, it's far from fully recovered. Along the way, there was still some rain, but the acidity was noticeably excessive. The rain drizzled past signs and eaves, picking off rusty iron dust and forming streams of murky sewage that swirled and flowed into the equally rusty drainage nets. This environment isn't too bad, is it? The black umbrella was slightly raised, and a hand was extended to touch the scattered raindrops. Feeling the slight burning sensation in his palm, Songshur nodded in satisfaction. In the Enterprise Alliance, the acid rain in their industrial zone would corrode people to the bone. Fengquan is said to be plagued by acid rain, but it's actually much better. They were now within Fengquan County. With Lapis Lazuli providing technical support, their journey had been remarkably smooth. Because implantation requires permits, and due to past traditions, at least within the Eastern Continent Republic, a significant amount of physical currency still circulates, unlike the Enterprise Alliance where settlement is almost entirely online credit points. With the silver vouchers the chairman had prepared, regular purchases were no problem at all. I think I eat and rest first, Songshur said, folding his long-handled black umbrella, shaking off the rain, and casually sticking it into the red plastic bucket by the door, as he stepped into the shop. "Boss, a bowl of wontons, 4 ounces, with red broth, scallions and cilantro, please." Songshur looked at the large, plastic-sealed menu on the wall and placed 3 silver coupons on the table. A mix of everything, except the white maggot filling. "Alright, please sit down, it'd be ready soon." Songshur found a seat against the wall and quietly gazed at the rain dripping from the eaves. There are 7 slots available for the 3rd ring of spiritual energy skills. Currently, he possesses Calamity Flame and Solid Stone, allowing him to inscribe 5 more spiritual energy skills. However, considering that he is determined to obtain Soaring Sky and Heart of Forging, the remaining 3, Divine Eye, Dharma Body, and a decisive ultimate move. Just as he was pondering, a sudden noise interrupted him. Recently, Songshur turned around and saw that the clerk, seeing him staring out the door, assumed he was bored and had turned on the television in the lobby. Recently, the much-discussed September 7th drunk driving collision has finally come to a close. On the screen, a formally dressed host calmly and unhurriedly announced the news. The suspect confessed to his crime. After drinking excessively, he still drove a truck on the road, causing a collision with 3 pedestrians at 8 p.m. that night, resulting in the immediate deaths of all 3. Subsequent identification revealed that the 3 were a family of 3. The parents had gone out to celebrate their daughter's 7th birthday, but this tragedy occurred on their way home. The screen switched to a picture of a man in his early 20s, handcuffed and pinned to a chair, his head covered in blood, yet showing little fear. A pop-up window next to him, providing identification information, indicated he was classified as Class 8. The family of 3 from earlier were also classified as Class 8. Within an hour and a half of the incident, with the assistance of the surveillance network, police forces were mobilized and successfully apprehended the suspect, who had fled to a farmhouse. In accordance with the newly revised regulations, the suspect was formally sentenced to death and will be executed in the autumn. "Hey, your wontons are ready. Enjoy. Enjoy." A large bowl of wontons was placed on the table, steaming with white vapor, each wonton coated in red oil, dotted with a few green pieces, and emitting a fragrant aroma. However, Songshur didn't start eating immediately. He was still watching the program, his index finger lightly tapping the table. A few seconds later, Songshur suddenly called out to the shop assistant, who was about to leave. "I haven't been following the news for days, what's this?" The shop assistant, startled, paused for a moment, then suddenly realized, clicking his tongue twice. "Look, it's about someone in our area who was hit and killed last month, a whole family of 3. I heard they only left a son. So tragic, so tragic." The name of the program, Sanchio Case Investigation, was displayed in the upper right corner of the screen. Located in Sanchio City, Bangkwan, this should be a local legal program. "I see." Songshur nodded, said nothing more, picked up his chopsticks, and began to eat. 10 minutes later, after finishing his wontons, the young man went out, reopened his umbrella, and disappeared around the street corner. Pitter-patter. Thousands of raindrops swept across the earth. A middle-aged man stood by the window, watching the ripples spread across the ground in the front yard. "Is the case closed?" the man thought to himself. Thinking this, he sat back inside. He could see a stealth helmet casually leaning against the sofa. With the savings and resources he had accumulated over the years, while not extremely wealthy, he certainly didn't need to squeeze into the Taishu Pavilion stealth equipment and pay by the hour to experience the wonders of the virtual world like most people. Despite the wonderful experience, he wasn't completely addicted. With a persistent drizzle outside, he had no desire to go online any further. "Maybe I should just take a short nap." Just then, the door opened. The living room door. The man froze for a moment, then, in a flash, he drew his gun and retreated towards the bedroom. Crack! Songshur entered the living room and closed the door behind him. At the same time, a thin stream of fire appeared in the air, struck the muzzle of the gun, melted into molten metal, and even climbed up, burning the man's entire arm holding the gun. Or rather, his prosthetic arm to ashes. But despite the excruciating pain, the man endured it. He barely managed to maintain his balance and was about to roll into the bedroom when, in the next instant, a hand gripped his throat, stopping everything. "Let's talk." Songshur looked down at him, speaking calmly. "Which company hired you?" Cough, cough, cough. I. His breath was choked, and the man's face quickly flushed red. However, with a loud smash, the door, which had just been closed, was flung open again. This time, the movement was noticeably more violent. The door was practically kicked open. A figure roared, but upon seeing the scene inside, he paused for a moment, but there was no time to think. He gripped his short dagger and lunged forward again. Songsher didn't even look, delivering a sweeping kick that sent the man flying backward with even greater speed, knocking over a pile of furniture. "It's not your turn yet. Wait here," Songsher said casually, loosening his grip on the man's throat. He added, "Last chance. Which company hired you?" Chapter 296. Who hired you to run over that family and kill them? Ha ha. The man first greedily inhaled deeply, then shouted urgently, "What? At least tell me what you're talking about. Are you still going to play these tricks on me?" Songsher said, "Then you can die now." Feeling the steel-like fingers tighten again, the man had no doubt that the other could easily crush his throat. "Wait!" The man's expression changed drastically, and he instantly changed his words. "Yes, that's right, it was me. The one I hired. It really was you. It really was you." Upon hearing this, the young man who had knocked over the furniture and was lying on the ground, his eyes wide with rage, roared and lunged forward again. "You!" Songsher glanced at the latter, and instantly, a strong gravitational field pressed down, pinning the man who had just gotten up back to the ground. Then, a sound-silencing field activated, blocking out the man's roar. "I'm already here. Do you think I don't know you hired the killer?" Songsher's gaze returned to the man, emphasizing each word. "I'm asking, who hired you?" The man's expression shifted wildly. He suddenly knelt on the ground, begging for mercy. "I can't say. I really can't say. If I do, I die too." Deep, dark flames suddenly erupted, engulfing the man. Then, in the next instant, these flames of calamity vanished completely, as if it had all been an illusion. However, in that instant, the man was drenched in sweat, his expression dazed, and a clear terror appeared deep in his pupils. Just now, he felt as if his consciousness was being torn apart. No, rather crushed. It was a torment far more intense than physical pain. Speaking out means death? Sweating profusely, the man subconsciously looked up and saw the young man before him speak calmly. "I am a psionicist of the common sense path. You understand what this means." The other looked down at him, his body wreathed in dark flames, appearing and disappearing indistinctly. "This is the Crimson Lotus karmic fire, fueled by sin. Believe me, when you experience the torment of eternal damnation, you will want to die more than ever before." He enunciated each word clearly. "I promise." Perhaps it was a moment, perhaps a long time passed. When the man finally realized that no one had come to save his life, and that the surveillance network had likely been temporarily blocked by the other man in some way, he gritted his teeth and forced out a few words. "The He family. The He family of Shiyuan." Songsher nodded, his expression unchanged. Pretty much what I thought." "Okay, anything else you want to say?" The man shuddered, his voice suddenly rising. "Wait. We can cooperate. From the inside out. You alone can't possibly." "Sounds good, but unfortunately, I don't need it." Songsher shook his head. "Farewell." With a bang, the flame surged again, completely engulfing the man, burning him along with his prosthetic body, instantly turning him into shallow embers on the floor. Then, Songsher turned and looked at the young man still lying on the ground. The latter looked to be in his early 20s. Underneath his loose coat were two bionic prosthetic limbs, indistinguishable from those of a natural person. The exposed parts were gloved, and his black pupils, now replaced with prosthetic eyes, were staring intently at him, his teeth clenched, struggling with all his might to move. Songsher sighed, and released the gravity field from the lapis lazuli. "Don't move, and don't shout, or I press you down again." Songsher sat on the opposite sofa. "You heard what I said earlier. Perhaps the series of events had happened too quickly, the impact too intense." The young man's Adam's apple bobbed, and his gloved mechanical fingers clicked, but he took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down and refraining from any sudden movements. "Who are you?" he asked hoarsely, his gaze constantly shifting to the pile of ashes. "I know who you are, Lu Yun," Songsher said. "You saw it. It was this hired man who, while drunk, ran over and killed your entire family." The young man, "No," Lu Yun's expression instantly twisted. He gritted his teeth, which cracked, and trembled violently. He forced himself to speak clearly. He just said, "The He family." "Yes, the He family you're thinking of. The fourth-class aristocratic family, the Shiyuan He family. You're a local, so you should be much more familiar with this name than I am. The Eastern Continent Republic administers 19 prefectures, Fengquan being one of them, and Shiyuan being a region within Fengquan Prefecture. As a resident of Fengquan, Lu Yun certainly knew this name. While the He family wasn't as prestigious as the third-class aristocratic family Fengquan Zhao family, which the current Fengquan prefect came from, They were still just ordinary citizens within Fengquan Prefecture. People from heaven that someone like him, an 8th-class citizen, couldn't even dream of. But precisely because of this, not to mention any offense, he had never even met anyone related to the Shiyuan He family. Why? Because it's interesting. Songsher looked at the other person and said calmly, once you're tired of women, and your appetite for food and drink has reached a certain threshold, no matter how bizarre the scenery of the virtual world may be, it's still fake, not real enough. And for more sophisticated games, you can't access them at your level. So, the only object of your amusement is people. Let me ask you a question. After your entire family is wiped out, you accidentally find out that someone hired someone to kill you, and then within a month, you manage to access the black market, assemble this illegal cybernetic body, and transform yourself from a college student into a combat expert. Do you think it's possible that you haven't been caught? Lu Yun was stunned. These past few days, through a series of accidental encounters, he had occasionally thought about these things at night. However, with his great revenge still unavenged, such thoughts. Forget it, you better not think about it anymore. If you keep thinking about it, I'm afraid your head will explode. Songsher took out a reagent and a vacuum injection pump from the necklace, or more precisely, from the lapis lazuli storage compartment, and tossed it over. Planting so many prosthetics into yourself in such a short time, your cyberpsychosis is at least in the middle stage. Haven't you noticed your brain's been a bit muddled lately? Or irritable and easily angered? Anyway, give yourself an injection first. Jade Pharmaceuticals' best-selling product, it has a good inhibitory effect. In a daze and numbness, Lu Yun subconsciously took it and gave himself the injection. After a dozen or so breaths, he suddenly realized that his previously groggy mind seemed a little lighter. I found out who it is. Songsher browsed the data tablet. The lapis lazuli screen was working hard, automatically displaying lines of messages. He Haowen, Deputy District Head of Guqiu District, Sanchio City. Wait! I never seen him before, nor have I ever heard of him. Lu Yun suddenly roared. And how could he possibly have orchestrated my actions? Even if he's not a direct descendant of the He family, but just a member of a collateral branch, he still holds a 5th-rank status, far above yours. The higher the rank, the greater the authority over the surveillance network. Songsher shook his head. A few coincidental restaurant recommendations that match your psychological profile are enough to largely determine your decision to have lunch. He can't control every single one of your actions, but with the guidance of the surveillance network, your overall direction of action won't change. By the way, the fact that you've been using a prosthetic body and haven't been arrested by the surveillance network yet is also thanks to his help in covering it up. Songsher scrolled through the data tablet, browsing the intelligence. Normally, your revenge trail will only end with this underground intermediary, and you be discovered by the surveillance network just as you're about to take revenge on him, arrested by the arriving police, charged with using a prosthetic body, intentional assault, etc., thrown into jail, and executed in the autumn. Finally, He Haowen will make a surprise appearance, visiting you in prison, revealing that he's the real culprit. Enjoying your expression at that moment, probably finding it amusing, it's just their old trick. It's over. But don't worry, I covered for you temporarily, though it won't last long. Okay, all done. Songsher turned off the tablet screen and finally looked up. I seen enough. Aye. Lu Yun's expression was dazed, filled with anger and sorrow. Suddenly, he knelt down violently. I want revenge. Please teach me what to do. In just a few breaths, Lu Yun's forehead was scraped raw, bleeding profusely, but he didn't care. Tears streamed down his face, and he didn't utter a sound, only kowtowing more and more violently. Songsher tilted his head and looked at him for a few seconds. Then a palm strike came down, hitting the back of Lu Yun's neck. Lu Yun only had time to groan before his body went limp. How long will it take for He Haowen to realize there's a problem here? 40 minutes, Lapis Lazuli cautiously replied. If the situation is urgent, I can extend the shielding for another 15 minutes, but then the surveillance network's counterattack will increase significantly, and I might. Then 40 minutes. Songsher stood up. Split up. You take this guy to the suburbs and find a safe, secluded place to wait for me. I'm always punctual. Okay. The necklace spontaneously peeled off, and Lapis Lazuli transformed into a suction cup, sticking to Lu Yun's chest as he lay there, taking over the prosthetic body and simultaneously increasing gravity, forcibly lifting him up. Wasn't that a bit too much? Couldn't you have asked me what I was going to do? Okay, what are you going to do? Songsher went into the bedroom, opened the wardrobe, thought for a moment, took out a gray coat, put it on, and then grabbed a fisherman's hat from the side. So the young man pulled his hat over his head, stepped across the messy floor, picked up the black umbrella hanging in front of the door, and stepped into the endless rain outside. Murder. Chapter 297. Plop. A light drizzle fell, rippling gently across the meticulously designed ancient courtyard. He Howin leaned against the window, a wisp of mist rising softly amidst the cool sound of the rain. The table was handcrafted from solid yellow peach wood. The teapot was made of purple clay, delicate and pleasing to the eye. The tea was black tea, Yunshan Xiaozhong, warm and mellow. The man, dressed in a loose-fitting cloud-patterned robe, half his chest exposed, slowly poured himself a cup of tea. He took a small sip, a warm sensation instantly filling his nostrils, then flowing from his throat into his lungs, warming his heart. Even though he wasn't of the direct line, but rather from a branch of the family, he was still a genuine member of the Shiyuan He clan, a fourth-class noble family. While he couldn't attain true power, he wouldn't lack simple material comforts, like a few ounces of Yunshan Xiaozhong liquor. After all, he was a legitimate fifth-class citizen. Judging by the time, it's about time, he thought to himself. The thought of the scene he would soon witness made the man feel a surge of heat, not discomfort, but rather an eager anticipation. I might as well see that guy now. With this thought, a semi-transparent field of vision appeared before his eyes. This was the surveillance network. Or rather, this was the surveillance network's interface for those with authority. One of the underlying protocols of any electronic device in the Eastern Continent Republic is that the surveillance network can unconditionally and in real time extract and record relevant information, including, but not limited to user logs, chat logs, usage data, and a range of other information. Based on this, and coupled with the nanomachines injected into the bodily fluids of every citizen, real-time monitoring of the entire situation creates the cornerstone of law that the Eastern Continent Republic is so proud of. With the advancement of status, citizens' access to the surveillance network also increases. For someone like himself, a fifth-class citizen, almost everyone in the eighth-class category is completely transparent, with no secrets left. To a certain extent, he can even guide and control the thoughts and actions of others through methods such as information push notifications. Let me see. The man smiled, widening his prosthetic eye. His user interface was customized to resemble a mysterious mirror. Surely, even the so-called immortals of ancient times, who surveyed the world with supernatural powers, couldn't have achieved anything more than this? Still making final preparations, or licking your wounds? Looking at the other person's current location, still that abandoned, unfinished building, the man clicked his tongue lightly. You're really quite lazy. I already shoved the clues right in front of you, and you still haven't made a move? Are you seeking revenge on the murderer? Honestly, how much longer do you expect me to wait? With a sigh of exasperation, the man downed his tea in one gulp, stood up, and prepared to sample the newly delivered 5-stone powder. His position as deputy district head sounded impressive, but it was essentially a sinecure. The few tasks he did were readily taken care of by his subordinates. Besides, he himself had no interest in working, and being from a collateral branch of the family, he knew he could never rise in rank. His power was capped. Relying on his family's legacy, enjoying a life of luxury in the local area was already quite good. Wang Hu. The man raised his voice slightly, calling to his personal guard, have a car prepared for us, I need to go to the Spirit Dream Pavilion. Lingming Pavilion again? Good, good. A deep voice rang out first, followed by a burly figure appearing at the tea house doorway. A bearded man grinned, it's that young master I've been lately. It's on my tab, the man said irritably. When have you ever paid a silver voucher? But let's make this clear beforehand. It's fine for casual fun, but if you're up to any redemption schemes, I won't be paying a cent. Young master is generous. You understand. The burly man thumped his chest and laughed loudly. I'm very clear about right and wrong. With that, he swayed excitedly, turned, and went out to call for arrangements. Then, the next breath, the tea house door shattered. From the scattering debris, a burly figure was sent hurtling back. The curtains were ripped apart, teaware shattered, furniture broke and rolled. In a series of crashes, the once spotless tea room was transformed into a scene of utter chaos in an instant. Deep within the tea room, embedded in the wall, Wang Hu growled and looked up. A figure with a hat pulled low, wearing a gray overcoat, appeared in the doorway. Casting a shadow, he casually placed the black umbrella he was carrying aside, then slowly stepped into the tea room. Almost simultaneously, Wang Hu roared as he rose to his feet, howling to the sky. Vajra might. Suppress demons and evil. The burly man's body suddenly swelled, growing several inches taller. Intricate, Dark golden patterns emerged from his skin, spreading across his entire body, making him appear as if cast from steel and bronze. But what truly caught the eye were two brand new, massive arms that grew from under his armpits, for arms with 20 fingers, forming a solemn madra. Psionic Art Diamond Force. Psionic Art Four-Armed Guardian. Psionic Art Shock Release Seal. Diamond Force is for defense and also enhances strength. Four-Armed Guardian are extraordinary organs, coordinated for combat. Combined with the Shock Release Seal, which has a high-frequency vibration effect, for a short time, the four arms are comparable to high-frequency weapons, enough to smash armored vehicles with bare hands. Faced with a frantically trembling sense of crisis in his heart, Wang Hu dared not be careless and immediately chose to go all out. His transcendent second-level psionic power was instantly pushed to its limit. By some time, let He Haowen use the surveillance network to send reinforcements. And then, the opponent seemed oblivious, still strolling forward, only with crimson gold flames appearing around him. A mere guardian Garen. From the rotation of his 5 fingers, the flames condensed, converging into a single line, which its wielder then slashed out. You dare to suppress me? The two parted ways. Wang Hu's charge came to an abrupt halt. He paused, the dark golden lines on his skin slowly fading, his arms falling limply to his sides. He stumbled backward and slumped against a low cabinet. A hand removed his hat, concealing the still shocked, angry expression on his face. Then, he continued forward. He Haowen, terrified and bewildered, sat on the ground, his body involuntarily retreating, yet he couldn't help but raise his head. Under the removed hat was a young man's face. The man finally stopped 7 inches away. Nice to meet you, Songsher said, looking down at the man with a smile. I heard so much about you, District Chief He. The latter swallowed hard. Why won't you speak? Songsher paused for a few seconds. Speak, he nodded. If you don't, I kill your whole family. Chapter 298. As it raised its head, its prosthetic eye began operating at full capacity. The high-precision image recognition module rapidly compared and recorded the appearance, and connected to the surveillance network, attempting to access the database with 5th-level clearance to determine the other party's identity. Then it abruptly stopped. Sorry, your current signal is unstable, and the connection has been lost. 1, 2, 3 pop-ups appeared almost instantly, filling his vision with a dense barrage of scarlet pop-ups. The man was horrified to discover that his connection to the surveillance network had been severed. The surveillance network is as powerful as a prison, its power terrifying. But that doesn't mean you are the same. Songsher said calmly, if you can't break through the surveillance network, surely you can break through your cybernetic protection? I promise you this in the name of the He family of Shiyuan. As if suddenly remembering something, He Haowen's previously fearful expression froze. He said urgently, Your Excellency. Your Excellency. If you leave now, I guarantee no one will bother you. What do you want? Silver vouchers? Rare treasures? I can give them to you. How generous, and you won't even pursue my crimes. Songsher clapped his hands. Shouldn't I thank you? Hearing this, He Haowen swallowed hard, his forehead even more sweaty. For scions of prominent families, the ability to read people and judge character is fundamental. Although he hadn't mastered it much, he was still better than most. But judging from the other man's tone now. Damn it! Damn it! Is my life over? His thoughts raced, but He Haowen suppressed his fear and forced himself to speak again. Wait. Could you reveal some of the cause and effect? Even if I die, let me die knowing the truth, okay? He took a deep breath and said in a low voice, I consider myself to have always been kind to others. While I may not have cultivated many good relationships, I at least avoided gossip and lived a quiet, law-abiding life. Where have I offended you? He always paid his dues when he frequented brothels and taverns. He rarely invoked the name of the He family of Shiyuan to intimidate others in disputes. Moreover, He Haowen's eyes unconsciously glanced at Wang Hu's corpse beside him. A second-ring psychic, an active-duty military officer from the Jinping Battalion, a 6th-class citizen, in the complex environment of urban warfare, slaughtering a special forces squad, or even deciding the outcome of a battle, would be no problem. Moreover, Wang Hu's diamond strength wasn't just for show, he could withstand bullets. Even if he couldn't defeat his opponent, he could at least stall for time. Yet, right before his eyes, he was killed in one move by this person. A third ring, definitely a third-ring psionicist. Do you really treat people kindly, and make many friends? He Haowen heard the other person speak. He paused, racking his brains to recall, but couldn't figure out what went wrong. He really was the kind of person who followed the rules. Forget it, Don't think about it anymore, it's making me uncomfortable. Songshur sighed. Let me just reveal the answer to you. He Haowen subconsciously widened his eyes. The one with the surname Liu. He Haowen hesitated. Which Liu Baichuan? Or Fengza? The Liu of Fengquan. Still trying to figure out which family in Fengquan had the surname Liu, He Haowen's mind was still in a daze when, in that instant, crimson gold flames violently surged up and rushed towards him. Through the gap in the surging flames, the man saw a pair of eyes that also shimmered with a crimson gold hue. He suddenly realized something. You mean Liu Yuan? You dared to provoke the He family of Shi Yuan for a mere 8th-rank person? A third-ring psychic. Even without any background, even if one defected from another power to the Eastern Continent Republic, starting from scratch, one could be directly granted a 5th-rank status. If one achieved something in the future, or was recruited, invested in, or married into a powerful family, advancing to 4th rank was not difficult. This 4th rank status, achieved through one's own strength, was far more valuable in the eyes of those above than that of ordinary scions of powerful families, who obtained their status solely through bloodline. Such a person. Why? Because I thought so I did it. Songshur snapped his fingers. The doubts are resolved. Can you die in peace now? Farewell. The flame suddenly flared up, and He Haowen abruptly scrambled to his feet, trying to run out of the tea house. However, halfway through his standing-up posture, he crumbled like a sandcastle in the wind, turning into ashes. SOSO. Not as impressive as a first or second-rate fire. Songshur stretched, casually unbuttoned his coat, wrapped something in the flames, tucked it into his pocket, then picked up his black umbrella again, walked out of the tea house, and never looked back. 7 minutes later, the tea house suddenly erupted in flames, crackling and burning slowly in the drizzling rain, eventually collapsing. Then came a terrified scream. Fire. 34 minutes, perfect. When Songshur entered the semi-abandoned building materials warehouse located on the outskirts of Sanqiu City, Liu Yun was already awake, with lapis lazuli floating beside him. You woke up pretty quickly. Songshur nodded to King Jinchi first, then looked at the other person. Being able to move is a good thing. We need to prepare to run. I can't leave. Liu Yun gritted his teeth, making a cracking sound. Thank you so much for your kindness, brother. But I must take revenge. Dying doesn't matter. You guys go first. Oh, commendable courage, Songshur praised. But there's no need for that. Songshur shook his rolled-up coat and threw it on the ground, from which a sphere slowly rolled out. The look of terror on its surface was still lifelike. Beheading and displaying the head, as a warning, is a fine tradition of us Eastern Continent people. Songshur rubbed his chin. Theoretically, you should place his head on your entire family's graves to show that your revenge has been achieved. However, the situation is special now, and you certainly can't go to the cemetery, so let's simplify the process. Of course, if you insist on keeping it with you, to admire and play with it at any time, I don't recommend doing that. Liu Yun stood there, stunned. He stared intently, yet in a daze, at the head. It was an unfamiliar face. Without a doubt, he had never known it. My father, my mother, my sister? They died because of him. This is... Songshur suddenly raised an eyebrow. Then he exchanged a glance with King Jinchi. Psychic awakening? Liu Yun suddenly knelt on the ground, his head slumped against his chest, but it wasn't an expression of gratitude. It was a posture of utter weakness after losing consciousness. At the same time, in his perception, the other person began to radiate the glow of psychic energy. That's normal. Songshur thought for a moment and commented, the series of extreme emotions, from extreme joy to sorrow, triggered the awakening of psychic energy. Chapter 299. When Liu Yun slowly opened his eyes, he only saw a rusty warehouse ceiling. He was lying on the floor. The next instant, he suddenly remembered what had just happened. He sat up abruptly, staring at his hands in disbelief, then raised his head, opening his mouth to speak. Which path? Just then, he heard the young man speak. The other man was half-crouched, staring at him. The path, this is... Liu Yun closed his eyes again, then suddenly opened them again, clenching his fist tightly, and said in a deep voice, Transcendence. Then, the path bestowed upon him the first spiritual energy technique. Enhanced breathing circulation. It was visibly that since opening his eyes, Liu Yun's breathing rhythm had become noticeably steady and long, his efficiency and endurance significantly improved. As a carbon-based life form, breathing is the driving force of all movement. One could even say it is the source of life itself. Feeling the powerful breath coursing through his body, even Liu Yun, whose mind had been completely transformed after a series of stimuli, couldn't suppress his joy. He tried to see congratulations on the other person's face, but heard only a sigh. Wait, why is it another surpassing? Songshur scratched his head and clicked his tongue. There are already enough people on your path, why add more? You've chosen the most correct path. Lapis Lazuli flew over. Welcome to our new companion. Lu Yun's eyes widened. Enhance breathing circulation. This is a transcendent organ related to the energy system, Lapis Lazuli said gently. Quite an impressive spiritual skill, child. You made a good start. Alright. It's time for business. Songshur sized up the young man before him. Let me ask you beforehand, what are your plans? Like turning yourself in? Absolutely not. I did nothing wrong. The murderer got away scot-free, but I have to pay for his life? What kind of logic is that? Hearing this, Lu Yun's expression instantly became agitated. He gritted his teeth and was about to kowtow again. Please let me follow you. I know you're very powerful. I'm willing to give my life for. Not turning yourself in is fine, but of course, you definitely can't stay in the Eastern Continent Republic anymore, Songshur said. It hurt a little, bear with it. Lu Yun was stunned. The next instant, Songshur's right hand shot up and pressed against his chest. 5 fingers, like sharp blades, easily sliced through his skin. Then, a violent flame erupted, surging along the wound into Lu Yun's heart, and then, from there, sweeping through his limbs and bones. Ugh! Like a shrimp thrown into a vat of boiling oil, Lu Yun's body instantly turned red, bent over, and from a distance, he appeared to be engulfed in flames, burning fiercely. His blood seemed to boil, and the extreme pain even overwhelmed his ability to scream. He abruptly lost consciousness and fainted. Perhaps it was a moment, perhaps a long time. When consciousness returned, Lu Yun felt every part of his body groaning in pain. Even his newly regained strong breaths carried a strong metallic taste. I burned away the nanobots inside you. Songshur stretched his wrists, stood up, and said leisurely, as long as you're careful and don't enter the city again, the surveillance network won't be able to catch you for a while. Lu Yun paused, then instantly understood. Ignoring the pain all over his body, he struggled to his feet and said urgently, You're leaving? But I haven't repaid you yet. Let me come with you. If it really comes to that, we go together. If anything happens, you can use me as bait to escape. You're overthinking it. If I really take you with me, something bad will happen to me. Songshur said slowly, Give him the thing. King Jinchi handed over a plug-in data card. Lu Yun had a brain-computer interface implanted. This data card could be used immediately upon insertion. Since you don't have any plans for the future, how about I offer you a suggestion? Start from here and head north to Sanchi County. That's under the jurisdiction of the Northern Thunder Defense Front, and the Eastern Continent Republic can't interfere there. Now that you have psionic abilities, you should be able to make a living. Of course, if you're resentful and planning to fight your way back here, that's even better. Those crazy people who fight each other all the time will probably be happy to help you. This data card contains some basic information about psionic abilities and a route I planned. I calculated it, and the survival rate is about 60%. Lu Yun subconsciously asked, What about the remaining 40%? Failure means death. Songshur glanced at him. This involves a 5th-class person. A major case involving a death. You don't think you can just casually escape like it's a day trip, do you? Get running, and be prepared to die at any moment. Songshur patted the other person's shoulder and laughed. Of course, I have high hopes for you. Don't die. If you don't, I treat you to dinner next time we meet. Alright, that's enough chatting. The surveillance network is probably about to realize something's wrong and lock onto our location. If we don't run now, it'd be too late. You should go. Lu Yun seemed to want to say something, but looking at the young man who had stood up and the floating android, the words that lingered on his lips were ultimately swallowed back, leaving only a low However, soon, as if suddenly remembering something, he blocked Songshur's path as he was about to leave the warehouse, and said in a hoarse voice, I have another question. Why? Lu Yun said, Why did that choose me? Songshur stared at him for a few seconds, then shook his head. Do you have a happy family? Do you feel happy? Then the other man understood. If you don't have love for your family, then even if your whole family is wiped out overnight, how can you feel any resentment? And if you don't feel resentment, then how can your expression show any impact when the truth is revealed? It's time to go, Lapis Lazuli. Songshur stretched, letting out a long soft sigh. Lu Yun, who had been silent, was startled. Huh? Aren't you going to escape? Lapis Lazuli. Songshur suddenly smiled, a strange light appearing on his face. I don't think I ever said this trip was just for sightseeing and reminiscing. Lapis Lazuli raised its mechanical arm, gravity pulling at the marks on the ground, tearing them apart and destroying them. Fulfilling my will, forging my actions, I will never regret even if I die. My heart, my will? Songshur slowly pushed open the warehouse door, striding out. In the shattered, cold rain, only a wild, unrestrained laugh remained. Unyielding. This time, I will fight my way to you lie. Chapter 300. Parting ways, each going their own way. Before the surveillance network could detect the warehouse, Songshur led Lu Yun for a while, then plunged into the wasteland on the outskirts of Sanchio City. Without any pleasantries, they parted ways. You lie. Songshur sat cross-legged on the lapis lazuli stone, traversing the wasteland as he thought. At this stage, the surveillance network can probably make judgments. Controlling a massive amount of electronic equipment, overlooking the entire territory of the Eastern Continent Republic, with endless information flowing through it every moment, and branching off from every citizen, the surveillance network was thus forged. From beginning to end, more than a surveillance network magnified countless times, the true essence of the surveillance network was actually a hypercomputation system. Its true power lay not in monitoring what has already happened, but in using the infinite information it controlled to deduce what has not yet happened in the future. Moreover, compared to the near-absent corporate alliance of revelation, the Pan-Eastern Continental Union has a long-standing tradition of divination and fortune-telling. Therefore, even in this era, a considerable number of revelation psionicists have chosen to remain in their homeland instead of joining the Silent One Society. For the psionicists of revelation, the surveillance network is nothing short of a world-suppressing weapon, a supreme treasure of magic. Its divination effects will significantly enhance their abilities. An unknown, powerful psionicist, secretly infiltrating, especially given the involvement of the major case of the deaths of the 5 classes, a group of people of high social standing. With this series of factors combined, the Eastern Continental Republic will certainly not be complacent, and will definitely utilize divination. They have most likely already identified their true identities, and may even have gone further, determined that their destination is Yulai. Will it be the Department of Homeland Security, or military experts? Or perhaps just those retainers and advisors from those aristocratic families? Songshur patted his thigh lightly. However, there's always a chance. On the distant horizon, the outline of a city gradually emerged. Fong Quan. Huanju City. 7 days ago, in Sanchio City, He Haowen was found dead in his home. Wang Hu, the active-duty military officer of the Jinping battalion responsible for his security, also died on the spot. The autopsy report showed that his Vajra force was instantly pierced, killing him instantly. 5 days ago, in Huanju City, on the eve of his 70th birthday banquet, the Fong family patriarch was killed in his own mansion by a long-range attack. This is the video replay. On the large display screen, the previously static images began to move. It was nightfall, everything was dark, but this mansion in the city's center was brightly lit, as bright as day. A minute later, the scene suddenly brightened, no longer as bright as day. A blazing sun, flowing with lava, suddenly rose from the night sky. In its blinding brilliance, it crashed into the mansion below. Upon impact, the sun shattered and collapsed, transforming into a raging inferno that easily reduced most of the mansion to ashes. In an aerial view taken by a drone, this ancestral home of the 5th-rank aristocratic family, the Huanju Fong clan, was now nothing but a massive, charred crater. Not only the Fong family, but that night, 7 different locations in Huanju City were attacked, with no one surviving. The longest interval between attacks was no more than 30 minutes. Undoubtedly, the attackers possessed some kind of high-speed mobility. Eastern Continent Republic, Homeland Security Bureau, also known as the 10th Bureau. At this moment, beside the display screen, the officer of the 10th Bureau calmly continued playing the next segment of the report. The most recent incident, just yesterday, involved the Yuanjiang Guard on the Fangquan border. In broad daylight, they charged straight into the camp, killing the garrison commander, Ma Xiao, in 17 moves, before fleeing into the wilderness once more. Although Ma Xiao only reached the 3rd ring 2 years ago, his years of military training have made him far from weak in martial arts, someone whispered. The He family of Shiyuan, the Fong family of Huanju, the Ma family of Yuanjiang. The suspect's violent tendencies are quite clear, the officer said. The problem now is how to bring him to justice. His identity has been confirmed, someone said. Da Yuan of the 3rd ring, Songshur, all his previous activity records are with the Enterprise Alliance. His last appearance was during the Battle of Zhuguang City. Should we request intelligence sharing with the Enterprise Alliance? Their intelligence database on this person is certainly much more detailed. Cooperating with those scoundrels? Upon hearing this, the colleague frowned immediately. Greedy bastards. Isn't this just giving them an excuse to interfere in our affairs? Someone raised a more substantial question. Who will be responsible for taking action? A Depth 4 demon is providing support, most likely the Onyx Lapis Lazuli, whose whereabouts are constantly shifting and difficult to pinpoint. However, relying on the surveillance network and the power of divination, the distance between the two sides is constantly shrinking, and several times, they almost manage to corner the other side. Even now, they are closely following each other, pressing forward step by step. Therefore, the most important issue now is not positioning, but who will make the move. They hadn't been idle these past few days, gathering a vast amount of information about Songshur. Without a doubt, he was a truly exceptional psychic, a prodigy. Such a formidable opponent would be difficult for ordinary third-ring psychics to defeat. However, if they were to mobilize a group of third-ring psychics and employ a pincer attack tactic, they could certainly kill him, but the former would suffer heavy losses. Third-ring psychics were undoubtedly the backbone of various forces and families, invaluable assets. How could they be wasted on such a trivial matter? Even the aggrieved party behind He Haowen's death, the He family of Shiyuan, after understanding the situation, immediately issued an order to their guest elder, the third-ring Dayuan, not to act rashly. Observe first. Wait until everyone is present. These days, they've been enduring wind and rain, constantly chasing each other, while also waiting for the higher-ups to finish their arguments and finalize a plan. You think that all this arguing above is just making things difficult for yourselves, right? Just then, a leisurely voice rang out, interrupting the discussion. Most people were initially taken aback, then immediately surprised. This was the 10th Bureau's temporary investigation base, with a very high level of secrecy and full surveillance network coverage. How could someone suddenly appear? They looked in the direction of the voice, and saw a handsome young man in his early 20s, dressed in a cloud-patterned robe, walk in. Meeting their gazes, he showed no unease, instead chuckling lightly. Actually, that's what I think too. All this arguing about troop deployment, so ambiguous, when will it ever end? So he surveyed the crowd, then said confidently, I might as well come and meet him. A second-class noble family, the He Haitsong clan. Direct bloodline of the main branch, the second young master of the clan, the third ring truth. Descending into the netherworld. Kurano Garden. Chapter 301. Shaken them off? Shaken them off, Lapis Lazuli added, for now. That's enough. Songshur nodded slightly, and disappeared into the surging crowd ahead. It wasn't just a real-world pursuit. A series of attacks also occurred on the network level. Lapis Lazuli had clashed with the former several times. Although he hadn't revealed his whereabouts, his opponents were no pushovers. They had firmly suppressed Lapis Lazuli using their surveillance network. This led to Lapis Lazuli entering a semi-silent state 3 days ago, trying to avoid leaving any openings. Fong Quan couldn't stay any longer. Therefore, at this moment, Songshur had stepped onto the land of Yulai. It still feels the same. A cool, refreshing wind blew in his face. Songshur unbuttoned his coat, and the wind rushed in, swirling around his chest, making his heart suddenly feel a little chilly. Amidst the slight chill, Songshur laughed heartily. Ha! It still feels the same. The young man leaned against the iron railing of a park, standing against the wind, gazing at the silver ribbon winding through the city in the distance. The Jiulai River, one of the sources of the name Yulai, flowing through most of Yulai. Yulai is rich in jade, with abundant mineral deposits. The Jiulai River, flowing through the entire region, is thus stained with jade dust. If the sun's angle is right, and the light is just right, the Jiulai River will display a layer of clear, snow-like white. This scene is the famous sunlight reflecting snow of ancient Yulai. Lapis Lazuli, come and see. Songshur placed his hands on the iron railing, his fingers tapping lightly. You're really lucky. You just arrived and you can see sunlight reflecting snow, how about it? Not bad, not bad. An optical phenomenon caused by special water quality, Lapis Lazuli commented. The formation principle isn't complicated, but truly reproducing it is quite difficult. I give it 78.458 points. Out of 100, it added. Truly lacking an aesthetic sense. Songshur sighed, not turning his head, still gazing at the distant river. Not letting the Jiulai River be completely polluted is one of the few human things those Yulai bureaucrats have done. Let's go! Lapis Lazuli. Songshur pushed off the fence with both hands, turned, and walked out of the park. I've chosen the target. Could you please finalize the information cover plan? I'm going to get something to eat. An hour later. The old, dilapidated plastic table wobbled, and a large porcelain bowl with a chipped rim landed steadily on it, almost spilling the soup it was filled with. Songshur took out his chopsticks, picked up a mouthful of noodles, each one coated with red oil, smelling incredibly fragrant and tempting. Although the cost of real spices like Sichuan peppercorns, fermented broad bean paste, and chili peppers was too high, and he could only substitute them with MSG, in a sense, this was the taste Songshur truly knew. Just then, a plate of pink, juicy radishes, cut into small cubes, was placed in front of Songshur. "Brother, did you just get back from out of town?" Looking up, he saw the owner and head chef of the noodle shop, a middle-aged man wearing an apron. Noticing Songshur's gaze, he smiled. "You seem to be enjoying your meal. You must really like this." "Sort of." Songshur picked up a piece of pickled radish and put it in his mouth. "Thanks. Oh, by the way, your cooking is excellent. The noodles are quite good." "Ha, thanks. Hearing this, the shop owner visibly cheered, scratching his head. Not to brag, but really. So, Songshur slowly finished the last bite of noodles, casually putting down his chopsticks, and for the first time looked directly at the other person. "When you leave later, don't mess up his brain." "Huh?" The shop owner unconsciously touched his apron, puzzled. "What do you mean?" The next instant, the shop owner's tone suddenly changed, his entire demeanor abruptly altered, as if he were a completely different person. Impressive. The boss clapped his hands slowly, his tone sincere. "You saw through it so easily? I thought my disguise was quite convincing." "Intuition," Songshur said succinctly. "Do you believe it?" "Of course I do." The boss nodded seriously. "Only fools don't believe in intuition." "Forgive me." The boss plopped down across the plastic table, not minding the greasy, yellowed wall, and leaned against it, saying leisurely, "And the famous Nando." Songshur wanted to meet, but they could only do it in a place like this. "Then send me a sum of silver notes. 500,000 will do," Songshur said casually. "I forgive you after you send the money." "What's the big deal?" The shopkeeper readily gave an address, looking indifferent. 500,000 is too little. I left 1,000,000 silver notes there. You can just go get them." King Jinchi quickly reminded him that address is the 10th Bureau's secret outpost in this city. "Ahem, shall we get to the point?" Just then, the shopkeeper spoke again, straightening up, his expression becoming more serious. "The surveillance network is watching. I'm actually quite pressed for time." "All right." Songshur shifted his posture. "What conditions are you, Shuri, preparing to offer? Why don't you ask what we already offered?" The other party directly addressed him by name, and the boss showed no surprise. He smiled and counted on his fingers. "This. Lapis Lazuli friend, your skills are indeed remarkable. Even in the Eastern Continent Republic, you would be a prominent Taishu guest. Ah, compared to the network and demons, I still prefer the titles Taishu and Taishu guest. Deep 4 is indeed powerful, and the Taishu technology inherited from the Enterprise Alliance is indeed far superior to ours. But under the surveillance network, how can anything be flawless? If it weren't for us, Shuri, we secretly supported you a few times, you couldn't have survived until now. Let me make it clear beforehand, this isn't about taking advantage of a favor, it's just to show our sincerity." The boss smiled, spreading his hands. "So how about it? Passing grade?" Songshur interlaced his fingers. "Go on. You really accomplished a great deal along the way. The powerful families everywhere will definitely not let this go. The 10th Bureau team responsible for hunting you down is quite a gathering of powerful figures. Let me put it this way, Son Yeting has arrived. The surnamed Song? That means someone from the He Heights Song family. Let me think. Is it their second young master? That's right, it's that one, Xia Shan Yuming. Oh! Songshur nodded casually. And then? Impressive presence. The boss sincerely praised. No wonder you were a key figure in the Battle of Zhuguang City, truly impressive. To be honest, I met you here partly because I was paying attention and waiting, and partly because of luck. Now that the team for the 10th round has been decided, there won't be any more delays, and I'm afraid we'd be able to catch you soon. So you came to ask me in advance if I want to join your Shuri, right? Songshur leaned back slightly. However, a force that doesn't even possess the 5th ring and does dirty work for aristocratic families. Why do you think I should join? Indeed, precisely because of that. The boss smiled and clapped his hands, his voice as firm and powerful as iron. That's the greatest attraction of my Shuri. Chapter 302. The Eastern Continent Republic is perhaps the most law-abiding force in the entire world. Even gangs, like the Red Blood Society and the Iron Gate Gang, those so-called underground boxing rings, candy-selling taverns, and singing and dancing brothels. These are all legitimate businesses with official licenses and registered with national regulatory agencies. Those truly unlicensed and illegal businesses don't need official intervention. These gangs will diligently eradicate them themselves. One reason these gangs must be backed by powerful figures is that only with the latter's connections and approval can they obtain official licenses, legally operate their businesses, and earn large sums of money. However, if one harbors any improper thoughts, or even thinks, maybe I can negotiate with them, then instantly, relevant agencies will swarm in, their businesses will be seized and confiscated, and they will vanish overnight. As the sun rises the next day, new followers will eagerly offer their loyalty, carrying their leader's head, in exchange for new nods of support. Under the omnipresent watchful eye of the surveillance network, those who break the rules in the Eastern Continent Republic are dead. However, there are always exceptions. Just as to avoid accumulating too much pressure and causing unforeseen accidents that those above don't want to see, a true black market exists in the Eastern Continent Republic. The surveillance network deliberately leaves some space, tacitly allowing certain illegal transactions, artificially smoothing the flow and keeping everything uncontrollable within a controllable range. And the same applies to those noble and aristocratic families. Following the rules is good, very good, everyone follows the rules, and families are united. But sometimes, there are things that rules simply can't solve. Besides, what if I follow the rules, but the other party doesn't? If I suffer losses because of this, even if I retaliate later, the loss is still there. It's better to take the initiative and subtly break the rules. Thus, Shuri was born. Initially, Shuri wasn't called Shuri, nor did they have a formal name. They were simply a group of assassins kept by aristocratic families, handling matters that couldn't be resolved through explicit rules. However, as time went on, some of these assassins began to feel fear. They clearly understood that knowing too much of their master's secrets meant they would inevitably meet a bad end. Methods like memory erasure were expensive and unnecessary for lower-class people. Secondly, they weren't reliable enough, at least not more reliable than death. And they didn't want to die. A scholar dies for one who understands him, but they were merely assassins, and their masters were far from being understanders. To avoid being silenced in the future, these assassins attempted to contact other powerful families, hoping for a chance to survive, and then they were all silenced. The master family would not tolerate this, and the other families would never condone such despicable acts of betrayal. After hearing the intelligence, they immediately sentenced the assassins to death. However, the existence of these assassin groups gradually spread. Through a series of intricate evolutions, they became what is now known as Shuri, a black glove used by the upper-class families to handle shady matters, and also a dagger used against each other. This is an official institution of the Eastern Continent Republic that exists in no written records. The internal structure of Shuri was loose, even chaotic. A colleague on this mission might become an adversary under orders from two rival powerful families the next time they met. Even the major families that needed them didn't respect them much, looking down on them for getting their hands dirty. Whose surname are they anyway? Because of this, over time, considerable discontent accumulated within Shuri, but the higher-ups simply ignored it. Until today, Shuri had an unprecedented plan. To betray its master and become independent. Not to rebel. It simply meant no longer being a puppet of those above, at least no longer being given anything for nothing, or even being forced to work for free. In short, it couldn't continue to have a prestigious title but a lowly status. Ha, Shuri. Song Shi's expression remained unchanged. 10 years later, after a series of events, Shuri could be said to have almost achieved its goal of independence. Unfortunately, then, under the Emperor's will, the massive military force of the Van Pusta Empire's Purification Holy War swept in, and the entire Pan-Eastern Continental Union engaged in battle. Shuri no longer cared about independence and immediately turned to fight against the Empire. Let's not even talk about what you can offer, Song Shi said calmly, his right hand supporting his neck. Even if I were tempted, would you really dare to defy the world and obstruct those aristocratic families' plans? We dare, the shopkeeper answered quickly. A celestial being, a born Tao child. You should ask why we dare not? The shopkeeper said with a smile. A psionicist with potential, no, extremely high potential for the fifth ring. We, Shuri, aren't blind. If we didn't dare to step in, we might as well bury him on the spot. He decided to go all in. Since you know the name Shuri, you must know what we do. Our current goal is to rebel against the higher-ups. A few seconds later, looking at the other party's unchanging expression, Even the boss couldn't help but feel puzzled, muttering to himself. Such a big secret. How can he not be surprised at all? Good. The other party finally reacted, clapping his hands. Support, support. The boss paused, but still chose to continue. I dare not say that Shuri is entirely innocent, and that the blame lies entirely with the higher-ups, but a considerable portion of them are indeed unfortunate people forced into this situation. We made some plans over the years to rebel against the aristocratic families, but to be honest, the effectiveness of these plans is not as good as yours, he said, enunciating each word clearly. A fifth-ring psychic. Where is he? Songshur asked. The boss's smile remained unchanged. I believe that day is not far off. So you're planning to forge a connection with me now, so that I can support you in the future, or at least give you a hand? Songshur chuckled slowly. If we follow the practices of the business alliance, the boss said seriously, we could also call it investment. Of course, if you're willing to join Shuri, we do our utmost to cultivate you. Ultimately, we don't care about having another leader. In fact, having a fifth-ring leader in charge is a great thing. It's fine if you don't join, but you've been killing your way through, making you mortal enemies of those noble families. Shuri also wants to rebel. We share the same goal. Cooperation is mutually beneficial, and... Do you believe it? Songshur interrupted, raising his index finger and pointing to the ceiling. If I walk to the center of the street now and express my willingness to submit, by tomorrow evening, I'd be at the palace banquet, and the noble ladies from each family will be vying to come to me, hoping I marry them as my principal wife? Before the other could speak, Songshur looked up, staring at the ceiling. The half-finished ceiling fan swayed erratically. Years of leaks and soaking had eroded most of the plaster from the walls, leaving behind a wrinkled, moldy surface, much like an old person's skin. There's one thing you're right about, Songshur said, withdrawing his gaze and rising. Let's fight our way through. From today onward, conceal my whereabouts for 7 days, and I will owe you a favor, and in the future, I will help you escape the control of those above. Chapter 303. I feel a little dizzy. The shopkeeper blinked, feeling inexplicably lightheaded. In his field of vision, he saw the young customer not far away finish eating, nod at him, and walk out of the noodle shop. He probably didn't sleep well last night. Watching the other person's departing figure, the shopkeeper thought for a moment, came to a conclusion, and quickly dismissed it. A method of consensus. The evening wind was already quite chilly, making the dirty plastic bags on the street corner tremble. Songshur had roughly figured out how the other party had managed to track him down. The other party had calculated his approximate route, and to avoid being directly observed by the surveillance network and witnessing Shuri's fate, they didn't appear in person. Instead, they spread their consciousness. According to the traditions of the Eastern continent, or rather, divine sense, in advance among the creatures in this area. Once any of them detected a special spiritual energy reaction, their physical consciousness would descend and meet him. The range of divine consciousness differentiation was so vast, and the methods of control were remarkably skillful and powerful. Furthermore, the individual had sensed the concealed spiritual energy and discerned their identity. A peak third-ring consensus. In the ancient Eastern continent, before the pinnacle of spiritual energy broke through to the fifth ring, a spiritual user of this level would be an absolute living immortal. Even today, under the strictest standards, within the largest power, they would be considered a formidable expert. Their position within Shuri is undoubtedly that of a core high-ranking member. It's no wonder such a person wouldn't be content to merely be a black glove for some aristocratic family. However, in my previous life, I hadn't had much interaction with Shuri. In his previous life, when he returned to the Eastern Continent Republic with his blade drawn, those who blocked his path were all military officers and powerful generals from the 4 departments of Zhongdu, elite cadres from the 10th Bureau, retainers of various families, and pillars of their clans. The people from Shuri hardly ever showed their faces. A thought flashed through his mind, and he had already pieced together the whole story. As for that deal, the other party naturally agreed, confidently stating that as long as he didn't go and kill the eldest son of the Longyuan Feng family, a first-class noble family, within the next 7 days, the surveillance network and the 10th Bureau's pursuit team, Shuri would be responsible for covering up and delaying. Of course, only for 7 days, or rather, as few as possible, 7 days. So, Songshur stood under the old, dilapidated eaves, turning his head and gazing in one direction. It's time to go back to Linjiang, the final destination of this trip. In that instant, the gaze seemed to transcend the constraints of time and space, passing over buildings of varying heights, sweeping across barren land, until it reached the banks of the Jiulai River, the city built against the mountain and standing beside the river. And in a corner of the outskirts of this city called Linjiang, in that dilapidated welfare home, did any trace of Songsher still remain? Your emotions are fluctuating, King Jinchi suddenly spoke, cautiously asking, should I provide a sedative? Emotional fluctuations, and you just give them a sedative? After a few seconds, Songsher's subtle voice sounded, luckily you're a demon, not a doctor, otherwise you have killed hundreds of patients sooner or later. Emerald Pharmaceuticals really should invite you to give them a lecture, to teach them about medical safety. I'm leaving. Before going to Linjiang, I have one last score to settle here. Songsher buttoned up his coat again and walked towards the west side of the city. All injustice will be slain, all will be done according to my will. Oh! The person has already been located? Very efficient. Let me check the location. Chenghu Ward. My lord, everything is ready. In the middle of the vast, blue lake, a classically decorated and exquisitely crafted pleasure boat glides slowly by. Inside the pleasure boat was a small pavilion. A man's voice was steady as he respectfully reported to the figure seated inside. The security equipment in the vicinity has been set up and connected to the surveillance network. Captain Wang's men are all in position. And him? Captain Wang said to avoid alerting the enemy, so he stayed in the lower deck of the pleasure boat. He specifically sent me to tell you, Zhang, to rest assured. We will not miss the opportunity. My lord, the man's tone brightened slightly. A force of soldiers from the Mountain Division, personally led by Captain Wang, will surely achieve a great victory this time, suppressing that madman who calls himself the so-called Xieji. The 4 divisions of Zhongdu, Wind, Forest, Fire, and Mountain. These are the 4 most elite military units in the entire Eastern Continent Republic, well-equipped and cybernetically enhanced, battle-hardened, and absolutely formidable. The commanders of each division are all 4th-ring psychics. Even disregarding his troops, the commander himself was a terrifying force capable of single-handedly leveling mountains, destroying cities, and altering local landscapes. 3 days ago, the surveillance network issued a warning to Lord Zhang, a 5th-rank official, namely the director of the city's urban planning bureau, inside the pavilion. An assassination attempt might be planned. A more specific deduction suggested the assassin was the recently rising star, the killer who called himself Xieji, a 2nd-ring psychic. However, the surveillance network only made a deduction. It couldn't immediately pinpoint the attacker's location. After much deliberation, Lord Zhang concluded that there was no reason to be on guard against thieves for 1,000 days, especially since the surveillance network had temporarily failed, likely indicating that other hostile figures were behind the attack. Rather than living in constant fear and suspicion, it would be better to use himself as bait, luring the attacker to a remote location like Chenghu Fangxi, and then killing him on the spot. Noble families value rules. Hiring an assassin is already against the rules, and if it failed and was attempted again, that would be a complete breach of the rules, subject to pressure and retaliation from all sides. Therefore, only once, absolutely only once. Yes, he had already seen through it. This so-called Xieji sounded impressive, but it was definitely an assassin hired by one of his rivals. The fact that the surveillance network was providing warnings, but couldn't pinpoint the attacker's exact location was the best proof. This indicated a power struggle between the 2 sides. Then let's finish this in one fell swoop. First, capture or kill the murderer alive, then slowly extract intelligence and seize the opportunity to retaliate against the enemy. For this battle, I specifically used my connections to invite this squad of 6 mountain soldiers, personally led by a captain. With such formidable strength, no matter how much the Xieji struggles, it will not be able to escape my grasp. The fish is in the net. Just as Lord Zhang was about to pour himself another cup of tea, a pop-up window suddenly appeared in his vision, instantly energizing him. They arrived. Then I will remain calm and composed, holding the fort in the center. With a barely perceptible hiss, the vision in his prosthetic eye flickered, switching to a camera view display. On the shore of this artificially created long lake, a waiter in a service uniform, carrying a stack of documents, was unhurriedly passing through the riverside offices, approaching the pleasure boat moored in the lake. The waiter always seemed to have his back to the camera, making it difficult to capture his face. Lord Zhang chuckled softly. So this is the Xieji? The net is in place. Please enter. Chapter 304. Calm down, calm down. Watching the surveillance footage show the other party gradually approaching his pleasure boat, even though he was certain he was fully prepared, Lord Zhang couldn't help but feel a little nervous. He took a deep breath, finished his tea, and tried to calm himself. Captain Wang was on the lowest level of the pleasure boat, and the accompanying soldiers had already set up an ambush, there would be no problem. He stood up, trying his best to appear composed, and slowly walked to the window, gently holding his teacup, gazing down at the vast expanse of the long lake. He even casually untied his hairpin, letting his long hair down, striking a pose like a carefree scholar enjoying the view. The long lake was vast, and there was more than one pleasure boat. Among these boats, small boats shuttled back and forth, serving as transportation for service personnel and supplies. He could see that the Xieji disguised as service personnel had boarded a small boat and were intentionally or unintentionally moving closer to the pleasure boat. The instant Lord Zhang's face appeared. 120 meters, that was the distance between them. The Xieji attacked without hesitation. Even its voice was a fraction of a second late. A streak of dark light suddenly pierced the air, shooting towards Lord Zhang's location. No, not just a streak. In that tenth of a second of its burst, like tangled threads, the dark light dispersed, splitting in two, then in four, forming a deadly net of 4 chilling rays, threatening to obliterate Lord Zhang along with the pleasure boat and its pavilion. At that very moment, a furious roar echoed. "You scoundrel, how dare you!" The bottom of the pleasure boat exploded with a deafening roar, and from the flying debris, a burly figure rose fiercely, his spear sweeping and slashing like a mountain crashing down, simultaneously shattering the 4 streaks of dark light. However, in that instant, as it shattered the last ray of darkness, the moment it touched the spear, it dispersed again, splitting into 3 lines. The first line was still shattered, but the 2 that emerged continued their momentum, breaking through the spear's stance and about to pierce the pavilion behind. The lake surface suddenly exploded. Boom! Almost simultaneously, a burst of flame suddenly blazed, tearing through the twilight, arriving in an instant and shattering the darkness. Splash! The curtain of water, rising like a waterfall, fell back down with a splash. The lake water flowed through the gaps in the alloy, past the scalding gun barrel, and finally, along the sharply defined prosthetic limb, dripped slowly from the end of the iron-colored skirt onto the floor. Sun-sweeping semi-automatic rifle, Azure Wolf Howl large-caliber heavy pistol, Black Tortoise Guard comprehensive full-body armor, Blunt-edge single-molecule ancient square sword. Thunderous Decree anti-electromagnetic interference module, Azure Bag modified artificial hormone gland, Whale Slayer Class B power prosthetic arm, death-shaking and life-severing second heart and circulatory system. On the deck of the pleasure boat, 5 figures stood indifferently. A dense, impenetrable crimson light flashed through the equipped insightful ghostly electronic prosthetic eyes. The 4 divisions of Zhongdu, the Mountain Division soldiers. This squad had been lying in ambush in the lake beside the pleasure boat from the very beginning, evading reconnaissance, only to break through the water now. They even fired several shots in midair, shattering the incoming dark light. They slowly turned their heads, simultaneously looking at the figures in the distant small boat. The next instant, under the immense impact, the entire pleasure boat sank, and except for one of their personal guards, Lord Zhang, the other soldiers vanished from their original positions, charging towards the assassins. "Surrender, or you will be spared." Amidst the rolling roar of mechanical voices, the 2 sides officially engaged in battle. Surrounded by formidable enemies, his situation instantly plummeted to the abyss, but Xieji showed no fear. He abruptly crouched, lowering his center of gravity, and with a quick flick of his fingers, hurled several more streaks of dark light, repelling the attacking soldiers. Under the capture of his electronic prosthetic eye, the latter had already discerned everything. The true form of those dark lights was clearly that of extremely slender, long, hiltless short blades with a matte coating. At the end of each hiltless short blade was a tiny hole, the size of a grain of rice, through which a monomolecular thread was threaded, and the other end of the monomolecular thread was chained to Xieji's waist. These hiltless short blades, thrown by hand, possessed terrifying power, even surpassing the large-caliber heavy pistol Azure Wolf's Howl in close combat. The 5 soldiers couldn't get close for the moment thanks to the flying blades, but they exchanged a glance, instantly assessing the situation, retreating several steps, drawing their guns, and forming a pincer movement towards the only opening in their encirclement. Captain Wang gripped his spear, charging forward and slamming it down from the air. Psionic art, mountain shattering. His spear was custom-made in the military workshop, equipped with a built-in power pump that allowed the gun to vibrate at an extremely high frequency, destroying various mechanical or object structures. The effect of the psionic art, mountain shattering, was simple. It allowed supernatural organs and weapons to temporarily resonate, achieving a so-called man-machine unity, enhancing destructive power. The spear struck. Even a tall, magnificent pleasure boat tens of meters long could be easily shattered into pieces, let alone a second-level balance cultivator who wasn't known for his physical prowess? Transcendence, it's all about destroying balance, and in that instant, just as the two sides were about to collide, the sky directly above suddenly lit up. Sometimes ago, a spark silently rose into the air, and in an instant, it burst into a blazing light, surging and expanding, transforming into a dazzling crimson gold sun, which plunged into the long lake below. No wonder infiltrating was much easier than I thought. In another painted boat in the distance, Songshur pushed open a window and leaped out. So, everyone's attention was focused on someone else. Psy. However, neither side could afford to speak. Facing the falling sun, the lake water, within a radius of several hundred meters, instantly boiled. Then, as the sun completely touched the lake surface, a burst of mist rose, and a torrent of scorching energy swept in all directions. Of the 6 accompanying soldiers from the mountain tribe, 1 grabbed Lord Zhang and ran, while the other 5, while fleeing to avoid the aftershocks of the blazing sun, fired their guns. Streaks of scorching flame swept across the atmosphere, crashing towards Songshur. Then, they were all blocked by a layer of crimson barrier, unable to advance an inch further. Psionic art, Scorched Earth. The Scorched Earth technique, now activated with psionic energy, was even more effective than it had been in Forged Light City. Even these formidable individual weapons of the mountain tribe could not break through it. When he first infiltrated the pleasure boat, Songshur's attention had been entirely on Lord Zhang. But at this moment, he no longer looked at Lord Zhang, who was being carried away in a frenzy, but instead turned to the other side. The instant he saw a sun-like beam crashing down, Xieji decisively grabbed back the flying short blades and fled towards the outer perimeter. Even so, soaked to the bone by the lake water, he looked quite disheveled. Xieji? Songshur sighed. This time, he run into an acquaintance. Chapter 305. Since he had encountered an acquaintance, he naturally wanted to greet him. However, for now, he should deal with the matter at hand. No need to draw the heavy slayer. As the sun wheel crashed and disintegrated, its aftershocks still lingering, Songshur slightly turned his right hand, and a streak of flame, trailing several meters long, condensed into form, which he then unleashed in a single strike. Spiritual energy technique Mountain Soul. Having just dodged the aftershocks of the sun wheel, Captain Wang sensed a powerful surge of spiritual energy in the distance. His body crackled and exploded, instantly growing into a nearly 3-meter-tall giant. Just as he was about to swing his spear, a crimson gold light burst forth, completely filling his vision. In his perception, it wasn't just a streak, it was a completely new sun wheel crashing down upon him. Its terrifying power made even a dignified second-ring transcendence captain of the mountain division feel, for a moment, an overwhelming sense of unstoppable force. But it was only in his mind. But it was only for a fleeting instant. Psionic art immovable stance. The next instant, Captain Wang roared, his momentum like a mountain, unmoving and unyielding, his spear meeting the fiery slash head-on, and then, he blocked it. His lifelong honed martial arts were worthy of his reputation, although his immovable stance was broken, and his mountain spirit-enhanced body was badly burned and shattered. He had indeed blocked the attack. After delivering the casual strike, Songshur paid no further attention to his opponent, instantly skimming across the lake surface, leaving only a trail of burning lake water. Lapis lazuli. Songshur's voice was somewhat distorted by the raging air currents. Help me stop AI. Xieji, yes, the assassin who just attacked. The android instantly disengaged, flying towards the Xieji not far away. The latter surveyed the situation in a few seconds, made a decision, and was about to retreat when he suddenly felt a gravitational pull on him, looking up in surprise. Huh? At the same time, within the analytical vision of the insightful ghost electronic eye, the opponent's energy level clearly had reached the 3rd ring. 6 mountain division soldiers working together, with sufficient intelligence support, could kill a 2nd ring psychic using their natural human bodies. But if the latter were to reach the 3rd ring, then even with the mountain division's elite forces, only with multiple captains leading their troops, and their soldiers equipped with countermeasures, would they have a slim chance of victory. Boom! The roar of gunfire. But the soldiers protecting Lord Zhang did not flinch. They fired several shots in quick succession, then decisively threw away their weapons, drew their ancient-made blunt-edged square swords from their waists, and lunged at Songshur, who was piercing through them. Truly valiant. Songshur exclaimed in genuine praise, laughing loudly, I will grant you all death. This time, unlike before when he forced back the captain, he did not use forging flames to condense a temporary flame before striking. Songshur spread his 5 fingers, and drew heavy slaughter. Embers, wildfire, calamity. 3 spiritual energy techniques erupted simultaneously, black flames coiling around the blade, blasting forward with unprecedented terrifying force. In the torrent of black flames, the 6 soldiers who tried to stop him were instantly swallowed up, dissolved into ashes. It was over in a flash. The exchange between the two sides lasted extremely short, with the situation shifting in the blink of an eye. If it weren't for the exceptionally high level of Zhang's prosthetic eye, he wouldn't have been able to see the situation at all. Even so, he was currently in a daze. But one thing was certain to the man. He seemed to be watching the young man, carrying a straight sword, walk towards him and stop in front of him. The man forgot all about cursing the useless mountain soldiers and forced a smile. "I wonder what you are, sir." No need to beg for mercy, no need to make promises. Songsher looked down at him. "Zhang Binbing, no matter what, you will die today, die here. Oh, don't even bother showing your 4th-class status," he said. "Don't you find it troublesome to flaunt it to everyone you meet?" Zhang Binbing was stunned for a moment, his face suddenly turning red, and he stammered angrily, You. I don't know you at all." Yes, of course you wouldn't know me." Songsher half squatted down, looking at the other man at eye level. "Do you remember your position?" Zhang Binbing stared wide-eyed, unsure what to say. Should he say he was the director of the Urban Construction Planning Bureau? That's right, you are the director of the Urban Construction Bureau, possessing the ability to coordinate urban layout and plan construction. Songsher said slowly, "You can arbitrarily assign projects with a single word, controlling the life and death of a bunch of civil engineering and construction companies. You enjoy their flattery, and those gifts of friendship. I accept anyone who comes, simply because you obtained this bureau chief position through your 4th-class noble family background." Ha. I see. I understand. Zhang Binbing suddenly laughed, panting, his tone fierce but weak. Ha! Another lowly who resents us. Then let you resent us. You never have our noble bloodline, our profound family tradition. You think killing me will make you. Songsher plunged a knife into the man's chest, saying calmly, "Be quiet." Zhang Binbing's eyes widened, words caught in the blood gushing from his throat. "Jing Shifeng, do you remember it?" But then Songsher shook his head. "Of course you won't. You only remember the owner of that construction company who gave you a priceless glass tree, which you admired in your study. He sought projects from you, but the local business was already saturated at that time, and even with your position, you couldn't create new opportunities. So you personally acted as a go-between, introducing him to a government-funded charity project in another city to renovate the old, dilapidated welfare homes in Linjiang City." What? Zhang Binbing seemed to want to speak. At this moment, Songsher suddenly laughed. "The glazed treasure tree, worth a fortune. Having spent a fortune on you, I naturally tried to recoup it all, cutting corners, deceiving superiors, or even just taking a few photos, going through the motions. The 3rd welfare home of Linjiang City." Although it was only at eye level, the young man seemed to be looking down at the man. Before Jing Shifeng came, the building, though dilapidated, was still habitable. After Jing Shifeng finished repairing it, it collapsed within 6 months. "It crushed 3 of my roommates to death," Songsher said. "Any last words?" "Huh?" "Good, I remember. Every word was precious, worth a fortune." Songsher nodded, sighed, took a step back, and stood up. He pulled the heavy slayer sword out inch by inch, shaking off the blood, and igniting crimson flames. By the way, Songsher flipped the heavy slayer sword, revealing a blazing edge, and instead of looking at him, glanced at the ashes of the soldiers not far away. "You are not worthy of their death. You are not even a fraction as good as them." Blood gushed into the sky, and crimson flames completely engulfed the opponent. In that instant, Songsher closed his eyes, then slowly opened them again. The overflowing emotions in his heart suddenly subsided, replaced by an indescribable sense of liberation. Those complex thoughts, those occasional memories, quietly vanished. Starting from Fengzhou, he fought his way here, sometimes wielding his blade against injustice, sometimes, like now, severing grudges a second time. Fulfilling his will and forging his actions, he would not regret even if it meant death. "My heart and my will cannot be broken." Psionic art, heart of forging. From the surging pulse in his chest, Songsher could feel that the ritual of his heart of forging was nearing completion, lacking only the final catalyst, a catalyst of sufficient intensity and weight to once again master this psionic art. At that time, the flame of forging, burning blood, and heart of forging will merge into one, allowing him to be reborn in the fire, thus gaining a portion of the 4th ring sublimation traits in the 3rd ring stage. But now? Songsher glanced at the roaring captain charging towards him, shook his head slightly, and simply stomped his foot on the ground, creating a ring of fire that blocked out all directions and soared into the sky. He himself disappeared from his spot, diving towards the direction of the lapis lazuli stone. Songshur smiled nostalgically and happily. I should go see some acquaintances first. Xieji, Ai Lu. Chapter 306. Clang. In that instant, centered on the Xieji, a mythical beast, 7 short blades transformed into dark light, crisscrossing like fluttering butterflies. Yet, each blade, from its silent flight, unleashed a terrifying power. A single strike. Finally seizing the opportunity, a blade of dark light struck the lapis lazuli. With this single, teeth-grinding roar, the latter's armored shield was dented and deformed, but that was all. The lapis lazuli completely ignored the short blades that were so close, nearly piercing the armored shield, and manipulated multiple gravity spheres to retaliate. In the significantly enhanced gravity environment, the opponent's movements became noticeably more sluggish, and the 7 short blades, controlled by a single molecular line and flying wildly, also experienced a decrease in kinetic energy and a slowing of their trajectory. The two sides exchanged dozens of blows in less than a minute, causing the surrounding lake water to churn violently, the pleasure boat to crumble and teeter on the brink of collapse. No, if this drags on any longer, we really won't be able to escape. Xieji took a deep breath, a glint of light flashing in its eyes. Its spiritual energy began to surge, its knuckles cracking, and even the 7 short blades swirling around its body seemed to sense the will of their wielder, beginning to tremble in unison. It has to go all out. Just then, a towering flame suddenly shot into the sky in the distance, followed by an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy that violently swept towards them. The distant crimson gold had just appeared in the Xieji's eyes, and in the next instant, it completely filled its pupils, reaching right in front of it. It's getting late. Songshur had already sheathed his heavy slaughter technique. In the instant he passed the Xieji, breaking through its defenses, he laughed loudly, and with one hand carrying the Xieji, he fled wildly into the distance. Let's go! You scoundrel, don't run. Cough. Cough cough. The captain was furious, his roar echoing. He had taken 2 blows from Songshur. His survival was a testament to his profound skill and formidable martial arts, but serious injuries were unavoidable. He couldn't continue the pursuit and could only watch helplessly as his opponent transformed into streaks of fire, disappearing swiftly into the distance. Spitting out several mouthfuls of blood, he finally recovered. The captain leaned on his spear, looking at the police car that had finally arrived nearby. He gritted his teeth and said, word by word, immediately. Right now. Notify the 10th Bureau. After speeding for dozens of miles, confirming that they were temporarily out of the surveillance network, Songshur finally stopped. He was at a bridge arch over a small river, a secluded and rarely visited place. Cough. Songshur released his grip. The Xieji rolled over on the ground, then instantly jumped up. He kept his eyes on the Xieji, while quickly recovering his breath. Even as a second-ring psychic, with enhanced physical strength and implanted prosthetics, he was still a balanced, not a transcendent. Being carried for dozens of miles by the other party was making him feel extremely uneasy. He desperately wanted to find a place to lie down. Thank you for the rescue, he said calmly, observing the young man. But what do you intend to do, sir? As he spoke, he managed to straighten his disheveled clothes, reached into his pocket, and pulled out a black baseball cap. He put it on, pulling the brim down slightly to partially obscure his face. Meanwhile, Songshur was also scrutinizing the person before him. Due to the high-speed travel, the disguise the other man had used was mostly ruined, revealing his true appearance. It was a remarkably handsome face, but his youth gave him a slightly immature look. At this point in time, just turned 20. That's really young. Well, actually not that young. Songshur thought for a moment. In his previous life, after meeting this person, their brief time traveling together was about 3 or 4 years later. Back then, both of them had just advanced to the 3rd ring. Now, Songshur had already deduced that the other person hadn't even been in the 2nd ring for very long. This time, he was far ahead. But since it was due to rebirth, there was no reason to be arrogant. Let me think about this. How about this? Songshur finally spoke. You ask a question, I ask a question, and we resolve the doubts this way. All right. Xieji said succinctly, you go first. Songshur didn't stand on ceremony and directly asked a question he was genuinely interested in. Why did you kill Zhang Bidbing? Because he was an evil person. Mentioning this name, Xieji's eyes sharpened instantly, and he said, enunciating each word clearly, he abused his power, accepted bribes, acted recklessly, manipulated urban construction projects, causing at least 10 families to be ruined and killed. His actions deserved punishment, his crimes deserved execution, and he deserved to be killed. Alright, that's enough, I understand completely. Songsher raised his hand, interrupting the other party from continuing to recite. The first question was resolved. A mere coincidence. Well, not really a coincidence. The Xiezhi, since ancient times, has been a mythical beast in the eastern continent's legends. Its size varies from oxen to sheep, resembling a qilin, with a single horn on its forehead and divine eyes capable of discerning good from evil and distinguishing wickedness from wickedness. According to what the other party told him, he chose the name Xiezhi to express his desire to reshape the world's morality. However, the other party believed that doing good deeds was too inefficient and couldn't support good, so he had to become an assassin, firmly believing that by killing all the evil people in the world, he could suppress evil and uphold righteousness. Songsher's assessment at the time was, aren't you being a little too unfair? Following the other party's line of thinking, they would indeed choose Zhang Bibing sooner or later. Now it seems that in his past life, the other party was ambushed and failed in the assassination attempt, but still managed to break through the encirclement. And then, to ensure his roommate's peace, he single-handedly stormed into Zhang Bibing's house. Your turn, Songsher nodded. The Xiezhi was direct. Why did you rescue me? If I said I rescued you because I wanted to, could you accept that? The Xiezhi pondered for a moment, then suddenly realized, I see. Please continue, he said. Never mind, I have nothing more to say. Songsher sat down on the spot, spreading his hands. Just ask anything. Intelligent machine. Upon hearing this, Xiezhi first glanced at the lapis lazuli beside him, then looked at Songsher again. Intelligent machines are rare in the Eastern Continent Republic. Are you outsiders? You could say that. Were you there by chance, or intentionally? By chance, perhaps too fantastical, but it was indeed by chance. I also have a gut feeling. Xiezhi shook his head. I believe that answer. Your psionic abilities, he asked cautiously, have reached the third ring? Songsher smiled without speaking. Then Xiezhi understood. A few seconds later. You? Xiezhi paused, genuinely puzzled. Aren't you going to ask about my identity? Oh, so the assassin is Xiezhi. Songsher nodded. I thought you were AI Lu, a second-ring balanced psychic from the 4 heavenly emperors who chose the White Emperor path and came to the Eastern Continent Republic to uphold justice. AI Lu? ? Chapter 307. Aren't you going to ask me how I know all this? Looking at the other person who remained silent for a long time, Songsher said with interest, I'm not a revelation. There's no need. The shock lasted only a short time. AI Lu lowered his hat brim and shook his head slightly. If it's something you can say, you tell me without me asking. If it's something you can't say, why should I ask? AI Lu clasped his hands in a fist salute. My name is AI Lu. May I ask your name? I really should introduce you to be an etiquette teacher for those aristocratic science. Songsher commented, sighed, and also clasped his hands in a fist salute. Freelance bounty hunter Nando. Songsher. The Zhou Tian constellations. The Southern Dipper governs the Southern Dipper. Songsher. AI Lu nodded, indicating he had memorized it, then looked at the intelligent machine beside him. Friend, may I ask your name? You can call me Lapis Lazuli. Lapis Lazuli didn't clasp its hands in a fist salute, it extended a mechanical arm, and the two shook hands. I apologize, I injured you earlier. I have medicine and medical equipment here, would you like to use them? Your martial arts are excellent, sir. This time, I was outmatched, no need to apologize. AI Lu paused, then added, for now, I am outmatched. Hearing this, the etched patterns on Lapis Lazuli's body suddenly lit up. However, in the end, it only said, I look forward to that day. This wasn't just bluffing. Songsher thought to himself. The reason he met AI Lu in his previous life was also because he was eyeing the same target, a warlord who occupied a corner of the desolate land. Relying on his extraordinary power from the third ring transcendence, he was virtually unstoppable, his arrogance boundless. He accepted a government commission to take the head of a target for a bounty, but after fighting his way in, he ran into AI Lu, who was also there to assassinate him. He initially mistook the warlord for an outsider, and attacked without hesitation, only to exchange 20 blows without a victory. Then, the two sides briefly paused, exchanged words, cleared up the misunderstanding, and joined forces to kill the warlord. At that time, he had just left the corporate alliance and returned to the Pan-Eastern Continental Alliance, having just advanced to the third ring, and wanted to find a worthy opponent to hone his skills. So after receiving the bounty, he shared half with AI Lu. They got along quite well, and decided to travel together for a month and a half, doing many things together before parting ways. Although AI Lu was still not as good as him. But AI Lu was still an absolute genius. Within the corporate alliance, he was on the same level as Yu, a promising candidate that a giant corporation would consider a core talent for development. If Yu was extremely skilled in networking and had the potential to become a demon lord, then AI Lu's talent lay in assassination, or more accurately, killing the target. During their time traveling together, they sparred no fewer than 100 times, including nearly 10 instances of relentless combat where one would severely injure the other. The final conclusion was, in a pure fight, AI Lu had a 10% chance of winning. It would basically be a series of losses. However, if the sole aim was to kill, AI Lu had a nearly 30% chance of dying alongside him. This was already incredibly extreme. Although he hadn't seen AI Lu for several years, when he traveled to the Venpusta Empire with peak 4th ring psionic power, the name Xieji was still renowned, and he knew that AI Lu had successfully reached the 4th ring ascension realm 5 years later than him. Lapis Lazuli's predecessors, Meteor Atal and Xieji Ailu. If the two were to fight to the death, the latter might not win, but he would certainly kill the former. Well, I be blunt, Songsher said, leaning against the stone wall of the bridge archway. In the Eastern Continent Republic, you openly assassinated a 5th-class citizen, murdered 6 Mountain Division soldiers, and severely injured a Mountain Division captain. Your crimes are unforgivable, and you deserve to die. Sir, apart from the first one, I didn't do the rest. How can you slander me without evidence? Ailu said earnestly. How can this be considered slander? Songsher shook his head, pointing to the other man's chest. You and I killed Zhang Binbing together, and then we ran away together. In the eyes of those above, isn't this just pure accomplice? Since we're accomplices, then the charges should naturally be shared. All right, then it's indeed not slander. Ailu pondered for a moment, then nodded. However, I really didn't do those things. It's all right, these are minor issues. Are you interested in traveling together? Together? Hearing this, Ailu slowly repeated, You mean, you're inviting me to travel with you? Exactly. Oh right, I almost forgot to ask. Suddenly remembering something, Songsher looked at the other man. How did you evade the surveillance network? Even Qin Jinshur, a Depth 4 demon, who had studied at the Enterprise Alliance, struggled considerably with the omnipresent surveillance network. In his memory, Ailu's skill in network technology was only slightly better than his own, at most usable, and there was no way he could possibly stop the surveillance network. Ailu pondered for a few seconds, then raised his head, looked directly at the young man, and slowly spoke. Have you heard of Shu Ri? Songsher's expression suddenly became subtle. Ailu noticed this and, while puzzled, continued to explain. This is the secret military organization of the Eastern Continent Republic. It was originally a group of assassins raised by aristocratic families, but, ahem, that can be omitted, I know. Songsher coughed. Let me guess. Did someone from Shuri approach you under the guise of investment? Ailu looked the young man up and down for a few seconds. I see, you've been approached by them too. Yes, they promised to cover up my surveillance network to some extent, and at least Shuri won't restrict my movements. Ailu readily admitted this. They believe I have the potential to reach the 4th ring, and of course, I think so too. So I promised that once I reach the 4th ring, I can assist them in becoming independent. Oh! Songsher suddenly laughed, his tone becoming more serious. Shuri. No matter how lenient the standards are, they absolutely cannot be called good people. And you, after taking the Xieji, after this title, you actually chose to cooperate with them? Your thinking isn't wrong, but it's also wrong. Ailu nodded at first, then shook his head. In the Eastern Continent Republic, the root of all evil within its borders lies solely in the powerful clans. While Shu Ri is certainly not a benevolent person, and his hands are stained with sin, it is those above who truly lead and drive them to commit evil. Evil has no inherent hierarchy, but it has varying degrees of severity and urgency. Ailu slowly said, The world is vast, and sins are endless. Although I have the will to punish evil and promote good, to eradicate all evil, I fear I could not accomplish it in my lifetime. Therefore, I must make a choice. First kill those of the 6th rank, then those of the 5th rank, then those of the 4th rank, then those of the 3rd rank, then those of the 2nd rank, then those of the 1st rank. Ailu stood calmly, his expression sincere, and said in a low voice, This is all I can do. Chapter 308. Finally, Ailu accepted the invitation. Even with Shu Ri providing cover, Shu Ri's status in the Eastern Continent Republic was ultimately mediocre, neither high nor low. Without the assistance of a network expert like Lapis Lazuli, facing the investigations of agencies like the 10th Bureau, it was hard to guarantee that their whereabouts wouldn't be exposed. Moreover, considering that this psychic, who called himself Songshur, seemed extremely familiar with him, Ai Lu was still very puzzled and wanted to know why. "Sir, where do you plan to go next?" Ai Lu asked. After leaving the bridge arch, both of them changed their clothes. Ai Lu wore a baseball cap and a loose jacket, while Songshur wore an overcoat and a bracelet formed from lapis lazuli. "Where were you originally going?" Songshur looked around without turning back. Without hesitation, Ai Lu replied, "Eastward, to eradicate evil and vanquish wickedness." "Eastward, you plan to go to the territory of the Knowledge Council?" Songshur recalled the map and said knowingly, "Yes, those scholars are indeed quite eccentric. Unlike the 4 heavenly emperors from which Ai Lu came, which was governed by the 4 heavenly emperors leader and his 8 emperors, using the 4 paths of azure, crimson, black, and white as its guiding principles to unify the power of believers in its subordinate prefectures. As a component of the Pan-Eastern Continental Union, the Knowledge Council is completely different from the 4 heavenly emperors. It advocates absolute rationality and the pursuit of knowledge, proclaiming, 'If I hear the way in the morning, I can die content in the evening.' In the prefectures under the jurisdiction of the Knowledge Council, everyone undergoes a long selection process from infancy until adulthood, revealing the final result. Talented individuals are admitted to academies to receive rigorous education and become researchers. The most outstanding among them will enter the 9 academies, the highest academic and governing body of the Knowledge Council, which comprises 9 academies specializing in different fields. Those lacking talent were relegated to the workshops, where, after short-term professional training, they were assigned to the most suitable positions based on their vocational assessments. From then on, they devoted their lives to diligent work, solely to support the 9th Academy. Leaving aside the research the 9th Academy deliberately concealed, even the research that was publicly exposed was often quite outrageous, bordering on appalling. No wonder Ai Lu planned to go there. "I'm going to Linjiang." Songshur smiled slightly. "Not exactly on the way, but not a detour either. Shall we go together?" "That's feasible." Ai Lu considered for a moment. "Linjiang City is very close. We should arrive by tomorrow afternoon at the latest." "What is your purpose?" "Just to confirm something." Songshur yawned. "By the way." Then, the young man turned his head, glancing at the undulating city skyline behind him, and said slowly, "After chasing for so long, it's time to clean things up. What I need is a result." Looking at the crowd below, the commander of the 10th Bureau spoke in a deep voice, subtly glancing at someone. At the very back of the stage, a man sat casually reclining. He wore a long black robe, his chest partially exposed, his expression languid, clearly lost in thought. But in that instant, as if catching his commander's observation, the man suddenly spoke. "Why be so reserved? I ask myself, have I ever hindered or interfered with your arrangements these past few days?" He smiled and said, "So don't worry about me, just continue." This man was none other than Kurano Tsubasa. Hearing this, the commander's expression remained unchanged, still calm and dignified, but inwardly he breathed a sigh of relief. He came from a 4th-class aristocratic family. Although not from the most direct line, he was still a core member, possessing 4th-class status from birth. Later, he joined the 10th Bureau, and through years of diligent work, he brought this status from hidden to overt, becoming a pillar of the family. Only those of 5th class or higher were qualified to be called aristocratic families. In the eyes of the 7th and 8th class lower classes, everyone in a 5th class aristocratic family was 5th class, indistinguishable. Of course, he wasn't so ignorant. He clearly understood that even within the same class, there were distinctions of rank, namely overt and hidden. Like his own 4th class family, the Songnan-Lu clan, those who were merely born into wealth and only knew how to eat, drink, and be merry were the hidden 4th class. Upon reaching adulthood, they would be casually given a sinecure, enjoying a life of comfort and ease based on their family background, but that was all. Those truly capable members of the family dedicate themselves to the 10th Bureau, the military, and the imperial court, climbing the ranks step by step. Once they achieve a high position and prove themselves, they become 4th rank Ming. Those qualified to bear the prefix Ming are the true pillars that support a family, ensuring its survival and prosperity, and the commander is a 4th rank Ming. However, all these things, these so-called 4th rank Ming titles, high positions in the 10th Bureau, pillars of 4th rank families, and their own exceptional talents, are utterly insignificant compared to the 2nd young master of the prestigious 2nd rank family, the Hahite Song clan. The other party is a direct descendant of the Song clan, possessing terrifying talent. At 26, he entered the third ring, his cultivation unparalleled, earning him the prestigious title of descending to the netherworld, and deeply favored and nurtured by the Song clan. A pillar of a powerful family? Barring any unforeseen circumstances, Son Yeding is destined to become one of the pillars of the entire Eastern Continent Republic. 20 years from now, Son Yeding will undoubtedly hold a place among the high-ranking officials of the court. With such talent and character, such a distinguished lineage, forget about using his power to oppress others or bossing me around. Even if Son Yeding were to kill me on the spot without any reason, he would at most receive a symbolic punishment afterward. Phew, thankfully, this second young master of the Song family is indeed as rumored, easygoing and kind. And so, the officer continued. After so many days of pursuit, we still suffered repeated setbacks. What do you have to say? Report, based on the current intelligence analysis and another divination, we confirm Song Shi's next target. Speak. The man replied, Linjiang City. Also, we identified the assassin codenamed Xie. Another person spoke up. His name is AI Lu, a psionicist from the four heavens. His personality profile shows he has strong paranoia and martyrdom tendencies, attempting to emulate the legendary mythical beast Xie to kill evil. Our assessment suggests his encounter with Song Shi was accidental, but now, we can't rule out the possibility that they started working together. They're truly birds of a feather, in cahoots. A 10th Bureau employee sneered. Watch your words. A voice suddenly rang out. The employee was startled at first, and subconsciously looked in the direction of the sound. Then, he felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. A chilling coldness rose up his spine, one vertebra at a time, as if it had gripped his heart. The second young master of the Zong family was looking at him. Zong Yeding tilted his head slightly, as if he had seen something unbelievable and incomprehensible. His expression was strange as he slowly sized up the employee. Why do you think these two are birds of a feather, in cahoots? He asked. What's your name? Meeting his gaze, the employee broke out in a cold sweat and managed to say, Su Shuyuan. Your surname is Su. Zong Yeding raised his head, thought for a while, and then lowered it again. Are you from the Chanchuan Su family? Yes. A mere fifth-rank noble family, a mere fifth-rank official, and you dare to speak so arrogantly to them? Zong Yeding stood up and, under everyone's gaze, slowly walked to the employee. He wasn't much taller than the latter, but at this moment, he seemed like a high and mighty king, looking down upon the ants of the mortal world. Do you know that I seriously considered which of my sisters I should marry to him? Kanjian gazed gently at the other man. Even that AI Lu possesses extraordinary talent. Even if he's gone astray now, he's not someone you can meddle with. The other man trembled, not daring to utter a word. Kanjian sighed, and shook his head slightly. Since it's confirmed to be Linjiang, then let's set off. I handle Song Shi and AI Lu. With those echoing words, the man turned and stepped out the door. Behind him, the employee stood motionless. Only after a long while, when someone tried to pat him, did they realize with astonishment that his expression had already frozen in place. Then, silently, his entire being disintegrated like dust, turning into a wisp of deep purple mist, vanishing without a trace. Chapter 309. Linjiang. Gazing at the winding Jiulai River that flowed through the city, Song Shi stopped. We're here. At this moment, atop an undeveloped mountain peak, Song Shi surveyed the undulating skyline. Linjiang City was far from prosperous. Looking out, one could see skyscrapers, but even private shuttles were few and far between, a far cry from the abnormally developed transportation industry of the corporate alliance. At least here, it was rare to see shuttles speeding and scrambling through the streets in broad daylight, exchanging fire. AI Lu didn't speak, but carefully observed the nearby mountain cliffs, trying to find a suitable hiding place for the assassination. Linjiang City, it's 8 hours 17 minutes and 54 seconds now, Qing Jinshi said. Do you want to stay and rest for the night, or head straight to the target location? You know where I'm going? Song Shi didn't turn around. No, I don't know, Lapis Lazuli replied. But data analysis suggests you came to Linjiang City to go to a certain location. Song Shi chuckled twice, neither confirming nor denying. He simply took 2 steps forward, crossed the edge of the cliff, stepped into the air, and plummeted downwards. Seeing this, Lapis Lazuli and AI Lu quickly followed, one leaping down, the other descending at a steady pace, following behind the young man towards the city. All three moved at a considerable speed, and in less than an hour, they officially entered the urban area of Linjiang City. The sensory experience of close-up, first-hand contact was far richer than viewing from a high vantage point. The uneven streets, The rusty signs, the dust-covered vehicles that had clearly been parked for an unknown amount of time, and the densely packed residential areas that looked like they had been squeezed together by a large hand. The cramped spaces meant that even sunlight had to struggle to penetrate. "It's so dilapidated," AI Lu said honestly. "There's nothing we can do." This place was originally just a small village on the banks of the Jiulai River. However, during the Seven Earths War, this area served as a front line for a while, so the Eastern Continent Republic ordered its engineering corps to build a city on the spot. Songsher stopped and gestured to look under the tree. There lay a dark green mass, about the size of an adult water buffalo. Upon closer inspection, the green substance was clearly ancient vines, and what they were wrapped around vaguely showed rusty mechanical structures. And troop carrier. Lapis Lazuli scanned it. A very old model, technologically outdated, over 78% of the main structure is missing. After the Seven Earth War, a huge pile of unwanted military equipment was left behind. Troop carriers like these were so valuable that back then, people would fight tooth and nail to get them. The dismantled equipment could be sold for money, and the pried open parts weren't cheap either. Even the armor plates, after being cut and welded onto prosthetic bodies as protective modules, were readily available. After all that dismantling, no one took the remaining parts, so they were simply left here. Over time, that's how it ended up like this. Songsher, speaking at the same time, suddenly became enthusiastic. "Guess what's the most outrageous thing here?" Without waiting for an answer, he gave the answer directly. "In the square in front of the city hall, there's a piece of armor plate. The armor plate of a space carrier." Songsher spread his hands and gestured. During the Seven Earths War, the previous generation space carrier of the Eastern Continent Republic, the Wheel of Heaven, was cleaved in two from afar by a knight commander of the Vanpusta Empire, a fifth-ring psionicist. The armor layer was blasted apart on the spot, and the largest piece fell into the Jiulai River. After the war ended, this armor plate was salvaged and towed back, and it became a souvenir. It's a product from the previous generation. Its performance is indeed outdated. Lapis Lazuli quickly reviewed the data and made his assessment. No wonder its armor was penetrated in one shot. It's inferior to the Groden Glory. Is that the main point? Songsher sighed deeply. In short, after the war, this place had neither resources nor heritage. Besides a bunch of sturdy and durable buildings, everything else was either evacuated or relocated. Lin Jiang quickly declined. "Let's go. Let's find a place to eat first." Lapis Lazuli and AI Lu followed Songsher, who skillfully navigated the winding streets and alleys, finally stopping in front of a half-closed restaurant at the entrance of an alley. Songsher knocked on the window. After a few seconds, a middle-aged man's head popped out. He glanced at the two people standing outside. "It's time. We're not selling anymore. Look at the time." "I'm so sorry to bother you so late," Songsher said sincerely, pressing his palms together. "We're from out of town. We heard so much about Master Sun in Linjiang. His crucian carp soup is amazing. We're only staying for one day. Could you please make an exception?" With that, Songsher pulled out a few silver notes and handed them over. Hearing such praise, and most importantly, seeing the silver notes, the middle-aged man called Master Sun beamed with joy. However, suddenly remembering something, he hesitated. "The fresh fish sold out during the day, so we can't kill them now. Is that all right?" "No problem." So, the half-closed shop door opened, the dim electric lights came on, the stove was relit, and Songsher and AI Lu sat at a round table covered with a red plastic sheet. A moment later, Master Sun brought out a large, heavy bowl of crucian carp soup and placed it down. "There's not much food left, you guys eat first. I just whip up a couple of stir-fries and bring them up." Chef Sun patted his apron. "It's free, consider it a gift. Thank you for your help." Songsher nodded to him, then unpacked the chopsticks. "Try it." Without prosperity, there's not much development, so the food ingredients are still relatively intact, which is one of the few advantages of Linjiang. In the stainless steel bowl, large chunks of tofu and fish were crowded together, bobbing in the milky white fish soup, glistening with oil. Songsher remained expressionless, simply drinking his soup. A moment later, several plates of stir-fries were served. AI Lu was taciturn, and since Songsher didn't speak, neither did AI Lu. As an AI, Qin Jinsher wasn't suited to speak. So for a moment, the only sound was the clatter of spoons scooping soup. The two ate bowl after bowl in silence until they finished everything. After thanking Chef Sun, they left. A while later, a new voice suddenly rang out. "How was it?" Songsher asked. "It's quite delicious," AI Lu replied. "I didn't detect any addictive substances. He runs an honest business." My question? I shouldn't have asked you. Songshur clicked his tongue. He slowly raised his head, looking at the silvery outline of the sky. The neon light pollution in Linjiang wasn't too severe, and the outline of the setting moon was quite clear, along with the nearby starry sky, which was also quite brilliant. I think it's just SOSO. Songshur gazed at the setting moon. Indeed, some things should be kept in memory, otherwise, every time you take them out, they only oxidize more, corroding them beyond recognition. Songshur shook his head and said nothing more. Under the cover of night, they wandered through the quiet streets until, at a certain moment, they stopped. Wait here for me for a while. Songshur touched the rusty notice board, on which the paint on the 7 large characters had long since peeled off. Linjiang City 3rd Welfare Home. I'm going to check something. Songshur pushed open the iron gate. Don't worry, it won't be long. Chapter 310. What is rebirth? Why rebirth? Why is it himself who has been reborn? In the 2 years since his rebirth, Songshur had pondered this question many times, but most of the time, he came to no conclusion. After all, in Palosher and in Forge City, he had many things to do and no time to spare. And most importantly, there was the re-establishment of his psionic power. If his psionic power wasn't strong enough, then even if he had a million thoughts, there would be absolutely no possibility of them becoming reality. Until now. Songshur slowly opened his 5 fingers, and crimson gold flames quietly bloomed. As his will flowed between his fingers, the rising flames reflected a young face. 3rd ring control. Having re-established himself to the 3rd ring, his current power, while far from being powerful, was at least sufficient for self-preservation. Thus, these questions resurfaced, prompting him to seek answers. Was it talent? Without needing to feign modesty, Songshur understood perfectly well that his talent was unparalleled. Even within the entire corporate alliance, only a handful of individuals, like Chaklo, could rival him. Even among 5th ring psychics, those incomparably revered, undisputed strongmen who dominated their regions, he possessed the confidence to stand shoulder to shoulder, or even surpass them, as he climbed towards the god's throne, towards anything beyond it. The Vanpusta Empire had poured its resources into cultivating this generation's most terrifying psychic, holy judge, Renata Clemens. When Songshur clashed with her, their fates were often evenly matched. Yes, his talent was immense, unbelievably so. However, could he truly gain a second chance through mere talent? This was an opportunity even more unbelievable than unbelievable. Besides, when Renata ultimately shattered him, he also destroyed everything she possessed. They perished together. Now that he had been reborn, what about her? Was that woman, Renata, currently witnessing the Empire's resurgence, eagerly awaiting the day he would seek her out, or she would come to him? Songshur didn't know the answer. He even considered going to the Society of the Silent Ones to find the being who attained godhood through revelation, to seek verification and investigate the reason. But ultimately, Songshur abandoned this idea. Placing hope in revelation? That was too tedious. Who? The courtyard was quiet. The 3rd welfare home of Linjiang City was established 4 years after the 7 Earth War. The war had indeed ended, but the lingering scars still deeply affected this place, bringing with it a large number of war orphans. The 3rd welfare home flourished for a time because of this, but as the 7 Earth War receded into the past, and the number of orphans continued to decline, the welfare home's funding was repeatedly reduced, and it quickly fell into ruin. Songshur looked around. His eyes held an undisguised nostalgia. He knew every corner of this courtyard. The banyan tree in the center, facing the dormitory building, was the most comfortable place to lie down. The exposed roots wouldn't hurt anyone. That corner over there, he once fought someone over control of the television, successfully breaking their nose. A little further back, by the edge of the dry pond, the 3rd red brick was loose. Knowing the trick, you could pry it open and hide some small gadgets. To save electricity, the orphanage would turn off the lights and power early, sending the children to bed. In the darkness, they would huddle under their blankets, whispering amongst themselves. Back then, many children's ultimate dream was to get a spot for a prosthetic implant, to have a brain-computer interface and a prosthetic eye, so they could access the internet anytime, anywhere. Ideally, they also get a prosthetic limb, so they could punch the director's fat face and smash his gold coins. The day after he turned 15, the director ordered him to pack his bags and kick him out of the orphanage, forcing him to fend for himself. But this also meant he had lived there for 15 years. 15 years? Without realizing it, Songshur had stopped at the door of a room. It was past midnight, children's energy was limited, and they were already fast asleep. Just a door away, with Songshur's current perception, he could clearly hear the rising and falling breaths behind it. Songshur stood at the door, simply listening quietly, making no other move. Listening was enough. There was no need to go in anymore. This dormitory had no place for Songshur. On the lower bunk of the second bed, in the spot that used to belong to him, lay a child. Songshur didn't know him well, but he vaguely remembered him as an orphan the orphanage had recently taken in shortly before he left. According to the timeline of his previous life, he should have already left the orphanage by now. Adhering to the principle of never wasting anything, making full use of every opportunity, the orphanage would naturally have a new child fill the vacancy. That wasn't the real issue. The real problem was the subtle traces. The paint he rubbed off the wall while tossing and turning in the middle of the night, the scratches he carelessly made on the edge of the bed. These were the very traces that indicated an orphan named Songshur had once lived here. Now, Songshur saw not a single one. Songshur turned and left. He went to another room, the orphanage's administrative office. He casually pushed open the door. Without lighting a flame, Songshur expertly pried open each cabinet, taking out a stack of file folders containing both data cards and more primitive paper documents. Songshur sat in an armchair, browsing through the files in the pitch-black room. Nothing. There was no Songshur listed in any of the file rosters. Huh. Songshur put down the files, tilting his head back to look at the ceiling. Nothing? When Ai Lu and Qing Jinshi, who were squatting, heard footsteps in the distance, they stopped playing Go and looked over. Songshur's figure emerged from the orphanage and walked towards them. The environment remained dim, with only a few rays of moonlight filtering through, nothing else. But at this moment, in the deep gloom, the pupils of Ai Lu and King Jinshi brightened. In their psionic vision, a flame was igniting ahead. Unable to distinguish whether it was flame or Songshur, or perhaps the two had merged into one, with each step Ai Lu and King Jinshi took, the crimson gold flames on that surging, burning silhouette rose even higher. Blinding light burst forth, the dazzling flame sweeping in all directions, burning away all the darkness. The silhouette continued its stride, raising its hand. Before this, I thought of many things, some true, some false. But what does it matter? It clenched its fist, then extended its index finger, pointing straight to the sky. I am still me, I am still myself. It sighed, then laughed loudly. Only Songshur. Psionic art, heart of forging. At this moment, it was accomplished. Chapter 3:11. This is. The ritual is complete? Lapis Lazuli instantly understood. Ai Lu also tilted his head, feeling a strong psionic reaction, his eyes hurt a little. I have achieved heart of forging. Songshur lowered his hand, lightly touching his chest with his index finger. My intentions are now clear. Psionic technique. Heart of forging. Lapis Lazuli cautiously asked, my database contains very little effective information. What is its effect? It varies from person to person. Songshur calmly replied, my words are unmoved, unshaken, undamaged. As he spoke, Songshur removed his index finger from his chest and then touched his brow. A person's intentions, thoughts, and ideas are never static or consistent. Even the most renowned and valiant warriors experience fear at certain moments. They simply manage to suppress and shatter that fear, continuing forward. They are products woven from countless strands of the same or different threads, not a pure whole. Courage is simply courage, cowardice is simply cowardice, greed is simply greed. It's not like that. Most of the time, this has no impact. A valiant general can crush fear, and a person of unwavering resolve can quickly abandon the thought of giving up and continue towards their goal. For them, these are merely trivial thoughts, easily dispelled. However, there are moments in this world that most of the time cannot encompass. Consensus excels at capturing those fleeting, complex thoughts of the target, using them as a foundation to infiltrate, subtly expanding, and silently permeating and altering the target's entire mind. This is not something that can be overcome simply by unwavering will. Even enlightened immortals and Buddhas have experienced instances where their golden bodies crumbled, their Tao hearts were corrupted by demons, and their Dharma bodies disintegrated when faced with the elusive demons of the six desires. Immovable and unshakable, indestructible and indestructible. For Songshur, the effect of the heart of forging is to transform every wisp of his mind into a whole, achieving a state where one is all, and all are one. The mind reforged in this way will be elevated to a new height, reaching a state of immovability, indestructibility, and indestructibility. From then on, most disturbances targeting the mind can be completely ignored. And that's not all. When the mind is unified into one and all, like 5 powerful fingers clenched, it will unleash an even more powerful punch. With the achievement of Heart of Forging, Songshur's spiritual energy, control, and intensity will all reach a new level. His will permeates every inch of spiritual energy, and every inch of spiritual energy will drive his will to act. Without warning, Ai Lu pinched the short blade between two fingers and hurled it with a backhand. These alloy short blades, magnetized beforehand and stored in a magnetization box, were propelled by the electromagnetic acceleration field in the prosthetic hand and the balanced spiritual energy. Their close-range lethality was comparable to an anti-material sniper shot. Then, with a teeth-grinding cracking sound, the short blades stopped. More accurately, a hand caught the short blades. The right hand, wreathed in flames, slowly and loosely grasped the short blades from across the chest. Within the small space between the 5 fingers, the flame seemed to condense into an invisible field, preventing the short blades from moving an inch despite their constant trembling. Then, the 5 fingers lowered, gripping them tightly. Songshur slowly turned the short blade around and handed it back to Ai Lu. Hold it tight, don't drop it. Impressive. Ai Lu took the short blade, reinserted it into the liner of the magnetized box, and praised, impressive indeed. Just a little trick, nothing to mention. Songshur smiled. Ai Lu blinked, remaining silent, but King Jinchi spoke up. How did you do that? Songshur immediately replied, it was just spreading scorched earth within a small area, altering the properties of the air between us, and finally using the pressure of the stone to control the energy. With the support of the heart of forging, pushing these things a step further, catching this attack barehanded is nothing. By the way, I actually anticipated your attack, so I prepared in advance. King Jinchi was about to say something when Songshur suddenly took a step back. Could you please cover my tracks? They heard each other say this, slowly opening their arms. Now, let's get to the main point. And in the next instant, flames erupted. No longer the mere ignition of spiritual energy when achieving heart of forging not long ago, this moment, even an ordinary person present could clearly see flames rising from the young man before them, completely engulfed in flames. Silence. Yet, in a daze, one could almost hear the crackling of firewood, the dull thud of hammering on the anvil. Flame of forging. Like a surging, boiling river, the gurgling sound. Boiling blood. Even the thunderous, resounding beat of a heart. Heart of forging. And finally, all these sounds vanished in an instant. Along with him, Songshur vanished. In the endless flames, first his clothes were torn and burned, then his skin ignited, revealing the bright red flesh beneath, which quickly dried and turned to ash. His jade-like, translucent white bones crumbled inch by inch, the fragmented dust surging into the crimson gold fire, causing it to rise and rage even more fiercely. Under the watchful eyes of Ai Lu and King Jinchi, Songshur gradually turned to ash, completely disappearing into the flames. Then, the silence was broken, and sound rang out again. From the empty air, a heartbeat, no, it was an intense, violent roar, suddenly erupted. A ball of fire burst forth. Immediately afterward, threads, countless crimson gold, incredibly fine threads appeared out of thin air. Then, as if on an unimaginably skillful loom, they began to spin rapidly, quickly weaving these threads into shape, the outline of a heart. Upon closer inspection, these threads were clearly strands of extremely concentrated psionic flames. With a series of powerful roars, these threads wove faster and faster, spreading outwards from the heart, forming a humanoid shape. Jade-like bones reappeared, and vibrant flesh grew back, indistinguishable between blood and lava, a crimson gold liquid flowing down the skeleton. Finally, patches of skin rose, enveloping everything. And so here, reborn in the fire. Songshur slowly opened his eyes, a strong crimson gold light emanating from the depths of his pupils. He gently stepped onto the ground. No, this is. The usually steady voice of the azure stone, for a moment, exceeded its vocal range, revealing an uncontrollable astonishment. Although it had been blasted to pieces by the 5th ring years ago, reduced to scrap metal, resulting in incomplete memory recovery, it was still, after all, a psionicist who had once stepped into the 4th ring realm. Unlike Ai Lu, who wondered, something terrible must have happened, but what exactly? He understood what was happening before his eyes. 4th ring sublimation? Chapter 312. What is the difference between the 4th ring, sublimation, and the 3rd ring, control? Lapis Lazuli knew the answer. What is sublimation? The pure rise, the impure sink? Like a solid transforming into a gas, it's still the same substance, but its properties become completely different. If the 3rd ring, control, is about grasping and controlling every part of oneself, no longer merely an individual using psychic energy, but a pure, undifferentiated psychic. Then the 4th ring, sublimation, is about fusing all cultivation into one, A second leap forward. Psychic skills are no longer just so-called skills, but become an inherent, freely controllable ability for a psychic, completely integrated. Just as psychics are extraordinary to ordinary people, the fourth ring, sublimation, is also extraordinary for psychics. The third ring psychic is merely transcendent. So, a fourth ring ascension psychic, aside from self-identity, shares absolutely no similarities with humans. This is a completely different species, even more so than the differences between species defined by ordinary genetic makeup. Songshur is indeed very strong. His talent is incredible. His temperament is terrifyingly admirable. Lapis Lazuli, of course, understood this, but the other party had only advanced to the third ring a few months ago. No matter how incredible his talent, it was impossible for him to break through to the fourth ring. Therefore, disregarding his surprise, Lapis Lazuli focused all his attention on observing, finally figuring out what had happened. "Stop, don't observe anymore," Songshur said. "First, hand me a set of clothes." Lapis Lazuli retrieved a change of clothes from the storage room and handed it to Songshur. Using the raging flames as cover, Songshur quickly changed and then casually withdrew. Knowing what the other wanted to say, Songshur spoke directly. "Push the boiling blood beyond its limit, self-immolate to burn your body, then use the effect of the forging heart to forcibly maintain your will, and then use the forging flame to reforge your body. The principle is that simple. As long as you can hold on, and don't die halfway, you succeed." Songshur demonstrated his right hand. "It's like you're undergoing a weakened version of sublimation ahead of time, allowing you to possess some of the characteristics of sublimation in the third ring." "But the effect?" Songshur looked somewhat regretful. "It's passable, but after all, it didn't burn away your consciousness as well. True sublimation requires destroying and reforging both consciousness and body simultaneously. Dying and being reborn, without destruction, there can be no construction. What I just did only destroyed the body. This is far more than just having half the effect remaining. The intensity of destroying and rebuilding both consciousness and body simultaneously is far greater than destroying either one alone. After all, those with strong physiques can grow consciousness again after it's been shattered, relying on the residual memories imprinted on their bodies. Those with exceptionally strong consciousness, such as those at higher levels of consensus, can create a body anytime, anywhere, as long as a sliver of their true spirit remains intact. However, it's ultimately only at the third level, so there's no need to be too demanding. Moreover, ultimately, the minor sublimation achieved by combining the flames of forging, the boiling blood, and the heart of forging is still quite powerful. By Songshur's standards, powerful. From this moment on, reforged by the forging flame, his physical strength, whether it's the most obvious attributes like reaction time, power, and speed, or more specific attributes like resilience, sensory acuity, and adaptability, has been significantly enhanced. Although this significance is based on his original body, no matter how significant, it can't compare to the terrifyingly forged physique of someone at the transcendent stage. It's still a formidable improvement. Secondly, there's his spiritual energy. Having been reborn from the ashes, Songshur could feel that his total spiritual energy had increased considerably, and more importantly, its circulation. If in the past, circulating spiritual energy was effortless, now it's at will, in a sense. One could even say that with a single thought, all things arise. Songshur clenched his fist, then released it. However, what emerged wasn't his 5 fingers, but a surging, swirling flame. Body refining into fire form, or perhaps elementalization. Without the existence of psionic techniques like elementalization, a similar effect is achieved through meticulous control of psionic energy. Although Songshur has never been fond of using methods like elementalization. Then, there's the calamity flame. Songshur brought 2 fingers together and slowly swept them across his body. With this movement, a jet-black sword blade condensed inch by inch. This was the weapon Calamus Flame. Originally manifesting as flames, the Calamus Flame now possessed a metallic texture. Under the power of the forging flame, the Calamus Flame was compressed, reshaped, condensed, and transformed into a new weapon form, making its effect on attacking the mind even stronger. There's still a bit more interesting variation to try. Songshur pressed 2 fingers against the sword's edge, giving it a slight tremor. Fine, winding cracks spread across the entire blade before it instantly shattered, scattering into countless fragments. Each fragment was deep black, burning with black flames, its irregular edges flowing with a sharp, iron-like sheen. Disintegrating at the slightest touch, each of the countless fragments could attempt to break through the surface, striking the opponent's mind. He had also infused it with the power of Swaysure to suppress the opponent, making it easier to break through their defenses more quickly. Songsher nodded in satisfaction. He casually flicked his wrist, extinguishing the nearby flames, ending the assessment. Lapis Lazuli, you're also a psionicist who has seen the scenery of the fourth ring, so I don't need to say more. Wait a minute. Ale suddenly interrupted, staring at the Omnic. Excuse me, what does having seen the scenery of the fourth ring mean? You don't know? Oh right, you really don't know. Songsher laughed. I can't go into the details, or maybe Lapis Lazuli will tell you himself later. For now, just consider it as a rebirth. Unheard of. Absolutely astonishing. Ale exclaimed, unusually speaking in a long sentence. Senior must have made this decision to climb to even greater heights. I admire you, I admire you, I respect you, I respect you. He clasped his hands in a fist salute to Lapis Lazuli, giving a respectful bow. Let's end this pleasant chat here. Songsher clapped his hands. We still have important matters to attend to. Is there important matter? Lapis Lazuli asked. Of course there is. Songsher sighed. Everyone, it's time to prepare to run. I estimate the pursuing team is already in Linjiang. It's inconvenient for me to act in the city. The young man glanced at the sky. Besides, if we linger here any longer, I'm afraid the first thing to come won't be the pursuing team, but rather a single Heavenly Calamity Fire. Heavenly Calamity Fire, this is one of the space-based weapons possessed by the Pan-Eastern Continental Alliance. Anyway, in the next instant, Songsher grabbed Ai Lu and Qing Jinshi, and the three of them began to speed towards the wasteland. Let's get going. Chapter 313. They ran away without hesitation. Although they didn't yet possess psionic techniques like escape magic, in terms of speed alone, technological creations might not be inferior to psionic abilities. At least, that was the case until psionic energy reached a certain level of power. To avoid directly triggering the surveillance network, within Linjiang City, Songsher and his group stole a car. Their speed wasn't particularly fast, but once they officially left Linjiang City, Lapis Lazuli seeped into the car body, disregarding wear and tear, and drastically overloaded the power far beyond the original design. Boom! The engine roared and thundered as the car sped across the barren land, kicking up thick, murky dust. East. Songsher stared at the electronic map, raising his voice. Listen to me, head east. Lapis Lazuli, I handle the obstacles, you just charge straight ahead. The faster the better. A raging inferno instantly engulfed the wheels, crushing protruding rocky outcrops. Songsher slightly spread his fingers, and fireballs emerged from his body. Whenever there was a rock wall or something requiring a detour, a fireball would burst forth first, instantly burning through it. The flames rose, only to be smashed and pierced through by the speeding car in the next instant. This is too conspicuous, Ai Lu observed for a while, deciding to offer a reminder. The movements are too large. Senior Lapis Lazuli won't be able to hide it. The surveillance network is composed of a satellite constellation. To capture Southern Dipper Songsher, several of these satellites must have already been moved here, encompassing Linjiang City and the surrounding area. No! Songsher blasted through another stone forest, grinning. I want them to see. Sneaking around and being cautious can indeed delay the time it takes to be blocked, but it's only a delay. Songsher raised his index finger, pointing to the sky. The surveillance network has been deployed for a comprehensive overview, and the divination is calculating the overall situation. If this still can't stop us, then the Eastern Continent Republic isn't that useless. Moreover, at this stage, Shuri will definitely withdraw and will no longer provide us with protection. If we keep hesitating, we won't get far. There's only one way out. Songsher, one hand pressed against the car window, laughed loudly into the wind. Head east, towards the territory of the Biting Defense Line. Biting Defense Line. Hearing this, Ai Lu indicated that he understood. Then when we get there, we part ways. I'm going to the territory of the Knowledge Council, he said calmly, then quickly added, rest assured, to repay your rescue, I will do my utmost. It's too early to say that now. Songsher leaned back. And who told you I stay on the Biting Defense Line and not go to the Knowledge Council? Hostile aerial units have appeared, expected to arrive in 3 minutes. The deep voice of the Lapis Lazuli came from the car speakers. They're here. Songsher leaned out of the car window, catching a glimpse of the scene behind him amidst the billowing sand and dust. It was a swarm of drones, painted in bright gold, hurtling across the sky at high speed. Produced by the Eastern Continent Republic's state-owned military-industrial group, Psionics Military Industry, these were the second-generation Golden Falcon high-speed armed drones, renowned for their superior aerodynamic design and fire accuracy in high-speed dynamic environments. Too many! and they've been preloaded with countermeasure firewall modules. The moment the drone swarm appeared, King Jinchi began hacking. While suppressing the enemy's demons, he hacked into the drone swarm, and a series of sparks instantly erupted in the sky. Some of the drones, crackling with electricity, tumbled and crashed into nearby colleagues, causing even greater damage. But there were just too many. The drone swarm was like a massive, dark cloud, blotting out the sun, a dark mass rolling in. Even with lapis lazuli's chain reaction virus, it couldn't be cleared away in a short time. The remaining drones rotated their cameras. Crack! The next instant, scorching jets of fire, rockets trailing contrails, roared in unison, raining down on the distant car. Having someone back you up is awesome. On several shuttles suspended behind the drone swarm, some employees of the 10th Bureau cheered with exhilaration. With the arrival of Kurano Ting, a noble scion of a second-rate family, even though the former hadn't explicitly stated anything, tasks that were previously difficult to handle, such as access to resources, material requests, and personnel allocation, were now handled with lightning speed, almost unlike anything in the Republic. Military-grade weaponry like the Golden Falcon high-speed armed drones was being flown out as if it were free, overwhelming everyone with sheer force. It was incredibly satisfying. A pillar of crimson gold fire erupted from the ground, rising diagonally into the sky, sweeping around and instantly piercing through the dark clouds that blotted out the sun. Then, with a deafening roar, the pillar of fire exploded, like a volcanic eruption, spraying fire rain across the sky, extinguishing the previously imposing drone swarm. Only a large expanse of burning wreckage remained, tearing through the sky and slowly falling to the ground. The staff member was momentarily stunned. The shuttle, hovering high in the sky, continued its journey. Its outer armor was clearly marked with a bronze-iron pattern, resembling a bronze cauldron with spreading cracks. However, those cracks were held together by countless half-exposed skeletal hands, maintaining the whole structure. This is the emblem of the Eastern Continent Republic's Homeland Defense Bureau, also known as the 10th Bureau. Not bad. A leisurely voice echoed from inside the shuttle. Looking down at the terrifying scene below, Kanjio Ting sat cross-legged and chuckled. If a mere swarm of cold, lifeless creatures could stump the guy, why would I have come here? The swarm of Golden Falcon drones was indeed overwhelming. Even a typical third-ring psionicist would need some effort to deal with it. But to him, these intelligently controlled weapons, capable of easily destroying a regular army, weren't even a problem. And neither was his opponent. Theoretically, in terms of destructive power alone, a high-yield nuclear weapon would be a serious concern even for a fourth-ring psionicist. However, in reality, most of the latter wouldn't care about a nuclear bomb. Psionicists at that level have too many ways to avoid directly facing a nuclear explosion. Even though he was only aiming for the third ring now, the principle remained the same. The Golden Falcon, unleashed by a saturation barrage, possessed greater destructive power and a wider attack range than Zhang Yeding, yet in a direct confrontation, Zhang Yeding felt no threat whatsoever. Young Master Zhang. The enemy is only 23 miles away, about to enter the territory of the Northern Thunder defense line. One man, slightly tense, reported to Zhang Yeding, if they really enter, we'd be in serious trouble. I know, don't worry. Zhang Yeding smiled, slowly straightening his robes, then rising to his feet. His long black robe fluttered in the wind, like a dark dragon soaring in the sky, raising its eyes to survey the mortal world. In my name, notify all units to activate all airborne heavy firepower. Understood. However, complete locking will take a little time, please. No need. I never said these things were for attacking the enemy. The man was astonished. Then what do you mean? Such a grand spectacle, how can it be without fireworks? Amidst the bloodshot eyes of everyone inside the shuttle, Kurano Tsubasa laughed loudly, stepped out of the shuttle, and plummeted from the sky. I handle this. Chapter 314. But the anticipated fall did not occur. As Zhang Yeding stepped forward, fog suddenly rose in the sky. Centered on the man, large clumps of deep purple mist emerged, ethereal and formless, yet possessing an inexplicable, overwhelming aura. These mists swirled around Zhang Yeding, drifting erratically, appearing from afar like a majestic immortal riding on auspicious clouds. Spiritual ability Netherworld Purple Chi. The next instant, surrounded by the endless mist, Zhang Yeding transformed into a purple rainbow streaking across the sky, breaking the sound barrier in mere breaths, approaching the distant car. Just before reaching it, Zhang Yeding slightly pressed his 5 fingers down. In his hand, a folding fan with a wooden frame appeared, its dark surface gleaming like gold and iron, and on each fold, a line of winding, vertically arranged, dark purple seal script. Zon Yeding swung his hand downwards. Instantly, billowing purple energy converged into a river, then branched into several tributaries, completely enveloping the speeding car from all directions. Just as the curtain of purple energy was about to completely envelop the car, a spark suddenly ignited, and in the next instant, the spark exploded, unleashing a violent torrent of flames that incinerated the surrounding mist. He didn't press his advantage. After unleashing this attack, Zon Yeding stopped, making no further moves. A few seconds later, the car below slowly came to a stop. Crack. Under the man's gaze, the car door was pushed open by a well-proportioned and powerful hand. First came the young man in the overcoat, then Ai Lu wearing a baseball cap, and finally, Lapis Lazuli floated out. Zon Yeding's gaze lingered briefly on the latter two, before settling on the young man, who had emerged first. Shou Tian Xing Su, Nando Zhu Sheng Nando Song Shi. Amid swirling purple mist, Zon Yeding landed gracefully in front of the car. He smiled and said, "Interested in visiting the Zong family? My 11th sister is charming and lovable, my 7th sister is well-read and learned, and my 5th sister is usually obedient, but is actually very opinionated and determined." Zon Yeding closed his folding fan. "Would you like to chat with them?" Well, Song Shi looked at him for a few seconds, then sighed. "Why do you always start your recruitment efforts by sending your daughters?" "They are my sisters," Zon Yeding corrected, frankly stating, "Actually, I don't think you accept them at all, but for their happiness, I'm willing to try." Song Shi smiled. "How come I didn't know I also have the ability to bring happiness? To be your bedmate, to share in your blessings, that is the greatest happiness." Zon Yeding shook his head slightly. "No one dares to bully me. No one dares to humiliate me. I have everything I desire, everything I wish for." The man countered, "If that's not happiness, then what is?" "Fine." Song Shi yawned. "Unfortunately, I don't accept it." Zon Yeding slightly unfolded his folding fan. "I'm sorry, well, actually, it's not that much of a regret." "It's all right." Song Shi slowly raised the corners of his mouth. "Your group of affectionate girls will soon be filled with regret." Zon Yeding unfolded his folding fan another inch, and he gradually smiled. "Good spirit. This isn't about spirit." Feng Yuan, Lin Chunga, Wen Xuanye, Najihiko Chinen, Su Liyuan, these talents, once considered as equals, were now being casually rattled off like dumplings being dropped into a pot. "Want to kill me? You better gather all these people into a team first before you even have a chance." Then, Kanjing said gently, without the slightest hint of anger, "Please enlighten me." "All right," Song Shi laughed, "I send you on your way." Before the words had even finished, King Jinchi and Ai Lu retreated rapidly to the outside, while Kanjing's folding fan unfolded completely once more. Spiritual ability, vast power. The surging, boundless purple mist, in that instant, erupted with an unparalleled, almost tangible, powerful aura. With just a light glide, a layer of the ground was sheared off. The car, as if crushed by a hydraulic press, its exterior dented, its body collapsed, and then it exploded violently. But within the purple mist, the explosive power was significantly reduced. Only a single spark appeared before it was instantly swallowed by the vast purple fog. A new spark ignited. It swelled with the wind, expanding rapidly, a roaring, raging crimson gold flame threatening to incinerate the purple mist. Behind the flame tide came Song Shi, his calamity flame burning violently, his heavy slaughter swirling with jet black fire, dragging a fiery blade tens of meters long, slashing towards Zon Yeding. Zon Yeding's pupils glowed with purple light, and billowing mist surged upwards, but the instant the two touched, the entire purple sea of mist was cleaved. If viewed from the heavens, one could clearly see a deep black current piercing straight through the sea of mist, splitting the tide in two, leaving it unable to heal for a long time. Such astonishing malevolent energy. Zon Yeding raised an eyebrow. Netherworld purple chi, combined with the netherworld, is elusive and possesses numerous effects such as protection, buffering, weakening, and destruction. Vastness further enhances its imposing and majestic aura. Yet, under the opponent's pitch-black flames filled with ferocious malevolent energy, the netherworld purple chi he summoned was forcefully cleaved in two with a single blow. No, it's not just a matter of malevolent energy. The opponent's spiritual energy level is above his own. It should be so. It is as it should be. Without such formidable cultivation, even if he won, what would be there to praise? Zon Yeding suppressed his overwhelming joy, and was about to take a step back into the sea of purple mist, when a terrifying crimson light suddenly appeared deep within his pupils. So fast! Without the slightest pause after unleashing that strike, Song Shi instantly closed in, and then, the second strike blasted forth. There was no time to dodge. Zon Yeding's eyes sharpened. Facing the violently descending, jet-black waterfall, he forcefully thrust out his folding fan. Even his voice slowed slightly. One could see that the purple mist that had filled an area of over 1,000 meters in radius. That surging, vast purple mist, before the even more surging, vast waves of calamity, almost instantly collapsed and caved in upon collision. The jet-black flame swept outwards, with the force of a wildfire, as if to completely engulf it, but the even more terrifying killing power came from the opponent's weapon. Even though he had anticipated it, seeing the folding fan, carrying the vast purple mist, directly confront the heavy, deadly strike, and feeling the unparalleled, powerful force, as well as the extremely ferocious, mind-piercing, soaring killing intent, still sent a shiver down Song Yeding's spine. First, the fan ribs trembled, then the destructive force spread to his 5 fingers, penetrating deep into his bones and meridians, continuing to climb and spread. With just one strike, Song Yeding felt his entire right arm, holding the folding fan, lose all feeling. How could it be so much stronger than expected? If the opponent had been holding back all along, only for this moment, then this meticulous restraint, exquisite, exhilarating. In the first round, he was indeed a step behind. Song Yeding laughed heartily, and instead of retreating, he advanced, charging towards Song Shi. The man unfolded the folding fan to its limit. On the 6-folded gold and iron fan surface, the first fold, where the originally winding, ancient, and blurred dark purple seal script began to become clear, each character lighting up. Spiritual Art Netherworld Decree. First Decree, Extinguish Fire. Chapter 315. Are kings and nobles born with a special destiny? When Kang Yi-ting was 9 years old, he wanted to know the answer to this question. He asked many people, and everyone gave him an answer. They said, yes, you are the eldest son of a second-class noble family of noble birth. From the moment you were born, you were destined for a life of luxury and to rule over all people. But Kang Yi-ting didn't believe it. If noble families were truly born with noble blood, possessing exceptional character, and destined to rule over all people, then why would they have so many good-for-nothings who only know how to eat, drink, and enjoy themselves? If that were truly the case, then why would noble families extend kindness to those of lowly birth but outstanding ability, even going so far as to marry off their daughters to them, and accept them as true members of their own family? Therefore, the truth is far from what the noble families claim. When Kang Yi-ting was 12 years old, he finally solved the question. It is not family background that brings ability. It is ability that shapes family background. There is no such thing as destiny in this world. Everything is merely a byproduct of one's abilities. That night, as the silvery light spilled from the courtyard, and the setting moon shone in the sky, Song Yeding slowly raised his hand. He thought of many things. Whether in private school or in dealing with people, he possessed undeniable talent. While his peers and clansmen were still struggling with the assignments given by their teachers, he could already complete everything effortlessly, earning his teacher's heartfelt praise. He was proficient in all 6 arts of a gentleman, mastering each one. While others still retained the naivety of children, he had already seen through people's hearts. With a few strokes of his pen, he could unravel complex situations, and even the elders of his clan had to speak to him as equals. Praise, affection, respect, fear. Finally, Song Yeding remembered the beginning of it all. The servants in the household had told Song Yeding more than once, with a pious tone, that his birth was accompanied by extraordinary signs. On the day of his birth, a strange fragrance filled the air, and crimson spider lilies bloomed across most of the Song family mansion, as if in an instant, the place had fallen into the underworld. Later, when elders in the clan were asked about this, they laughed and said it was just a customary ritual for a noble family to celebrate the birth of a newborn son. How could there really be a fall into the underworld, or a profusion of spider lilies? Then Song Yeding understood. Those ordinary mortals, those who lead mediocre lives, are not even allowed to see it. They will never know the truth in their lives. His own talent and disposition were all for this moment. Song Yeding suddenly realized, understanding all the cause and effect. I am a reincarnation from the underworld, with the destiny of the purple star. I am destined to become the Netherworld Emperor, ruling over the 10 courts and wielding power over the 18 hells. Those overflowing red spider lilies are heaven's plea for my astonishing talent. Third ring truth. Descend to the Netherworld, Kang Yi-ting. This is an imperial edict? Song Shi raised an eyebrow. After the other man's folding fan lit up, the flames he commanded suddenly became somewhat sluggish, even their power diminished slightly. An edict in the name of the Emperor? Then, the young man laughed, sincerely praising not bad. After considering yourself the Netherworld Emperor, you actually reached this level step by step. Kang Yiting remained silent. Since activating the first edict, the man's demeanor had drastically changed. The dashing and carefree young master of a noble family, not long ago, now resembled an unapproachable, divinely revered emperor. He was still looking at Songshur, but his eyes, tinged with a purple hue, clearly surveyed the royal territory, ignoring the madman who dared to challenge the emperor's majesty. On the folding fan, the second, third, and fourth folds, the seal script lit up again. Second decree, suppress the evil. Third decree, seal the troops. Fourth decree, suppress. With the 3 decrees issued in succession, Zhang Yiting's expression visibly weakened. Maintaining 4 decrees simultaneously was a considerable burden, even for him. But the effects were equally evident. The overwhelming calamity flames under Songshur's control, originally possessing unparalleled ferocity, weakened, and the terrifying power unleashed by Songshur also subsided. Facing the final suppression, he felt a sudden heaviness throughout his body, as if carrying an invisible mountain. Zhang Yiting did not stop. He slowly raised his hand, towards the front. You can stop now. The man's expression changed slightly. The emperor, who ruled the netherworld, whose heart should have been indifferent and overlooking everything, was now uncontrollably stirred. Your decree, your so-called empire, as emperor, is merely this netherworld purple chi. Songshur slowly reached out, stroking the heavy slayer's blade wreathed in calamity. Only within the netherworld purple chi can your decree take effect. To be fair, this is quite a move. After all, your spiritual energy reserves far exceed those of ordinary spiritualists, and with the added blessing of the vast chi, plus the netherworld purple chi's ability to weaken the 5 senses, your opponent will have virtually no chance of escaping its range. As his fingers traced the blade inch by inch, the heavy slayer, which had already dimmed somewhat, once again blazed with a chilling light. Even the calamity flames began to rise, roaring even more violently than before. Self-immolation state activated. Ordinary psionicists don't even need to use their commands. A direct influx of netherworld purple chi would suffice. Even skilled individuals, after a couple of targeted commands, are doomed. Songshur delivered one last heavy strike, then looked back at Kang Yiting not far away. He said, I'm here. At the same instant, a chilling sense of warning exploded in Kang Yiting's heart. The psionic technique called Cutehead had never before conveyed such a death warning. Withdraw from the range of netherworld purple chi and wait for an opportunity to maneuver? Just burn them all to ashes. Songshur laughed wildly, and an incomparably dazzling crimson gold light bloomed and spread from himself, creating a scene of scorched earth. But it was far more than just scorched earth. Rendering wildfire, stonefall. 3 psionic techniques were fully unleashed. After their incomplete sublimation, propelled by the heart of forging, they erupted with power far exceeding their previous strength. Now, they converged into one, transforming the scorched earth into a truly terrifying, catastrophic force. Boom! Like endless waves of crimson gold flame surging and rolling, from the heavens above, an area spanning thousands of meters transformed into 2 completely different worlds. One was a dark, ethereal purple, uncertain, the other was a raging, insane crimson flame. A vast, tangible sea of purple mist rose and rose again, under the rule of the netherworld emperor, determined to annihilate the madman and uphold the emperor's majesty. But at this instant, as the flames began to sweep across, the purple mist lost all its vastness, instantly collapsing. The crimson gold, at a visible speed, engulfed the dark purple ahead, and from that high-speed torrent of fire, Kang Yiting sensed the other's intentions. Not to uphold one's own dignity. Not out of resentment or hatred towards the enemy. Simply, kill. Chapter 316. Unstoppable, insurmountable. The rolling sea of mist was torn apart by the raging flames. Faced with the overwhelming pressure crashing down upon him, Zhang Yiting had no time to retreat. He could only gather his spiritual energy, concentrating purple chi around his body, and condensing it into his folding fan before unleashing it. Then, in the next instant, it was swallowed up by the ruthless, descending flames. Both sides had surpassed the speed of sound, not merely linear speed, but true speed capable of maneuvering and changing direction at will, disregarding inertia. In the blink of an eye, the 2 sides exchanged dozens of high-speed blows. An ordinary person without a prosthetic eye would only see 2 crisscrossing, wildly shifting streaks of purple-red light. The dense purple mist and scorching sea of flames, like a vast ocean, now resembled a battle between colossal beasts, easily overturning the tides and creating waves tens of meters high. Barely withstanding a single strike, Zhang Yiting was forced back, coughing up blood. In mere moments, his once dignified and majestic aura transformed into a wretched state. Large patches of his body were burned, the skin on his arms was eroded away, revealing the bone beneath. Even the vast purple energy surrounding him was somewhat disordered. More fatally, his head throbbed with excruciating pain, his mind reeling and chaotic. An endless, violent killing intent surged into his consciousness, threatening to tear it apart. Son Yeding abruptly bit off his tongue, forcefully shaking his mind. As he regained some clarity, his eyes blazed with a purple light, and the last two folds of his folding fan lit up. 5th decree, binding flames. 6th decree, stopping the flames. All 6 decrees were activated. Even with unparalleled talent, having earned the title of descending to the netherworld, and having entered the 3rd ring before the age of 30. Maintaining 6 layers of decrees simultaneously was already the limit of Son Yeding's current strength. Suppress evil, sever fire, bindle flames, stop blaze. 4 consecutive decrees finally suppressed the opponent's ferocious, relentlessly boiling flames. Even though it still exceeded his own netherworld purple chi, it was still incredibly powerful. But this power was now within the realm of challenge. The instant the decrees were uttered, another fiery blade pierced through the purple chi barrier, slashing down head-on. This time, however, after barely managing to block it, Son Yeding coughed up blood, choosing not to confront it head-on again, and for the first time, retreated. Using the remaining purple chi from the netherworld purple chi as a curtain, Son Yeding constantly shifted and changed positions, trying his best to avoid clashing with Song Shi. How did we get to this part that I hate most, dragging out the time? Song Shi suddenly stopped. He glanced at Son Yeding, who was hidden in the mist in the distance, breathing heavily, and sighed. Don't you think this is incredibly boring? Even a lion uses its full strength to hunt a rabbit. Besides, when it comes to direct confrontation, I'm no match for you. Despite having bitten his tongue, Son Yeding's voice remained unchanged, echoing from every wisp of purple mist, making it impossible to pinpoint its location. Since issuing the decree and becoming the emperor of the underworld, the man's tone had long since lost its joy and sorrow. Yet, at this moment, beneath those indifferent words lay an indescribable meaning. It was fear, astonishment, anger, and admiration. And ultimately, all of this transformed into pure joy. Great responsibilities bestowed by heaven inevitably involve tribulations. To ascend to the supreme 9 cauldrons of sovereignty, how could there be even the slightest possibility of an easy, unobstructed journey? As a direct descendant of the Zong clan, looking back on the past 28 years, Son Yeding had never encountered an opponent stronger than himself, someone who also sought to kill him. If he could defeat this opponent here, wouldn't he be one step closer to becoming the true emperor of the underworld? This is good. As if finally having a good idea, Song Shi snapped his fingers. He casually plunged Chongshi into the ground beside him, and laughed. Your next move is Nian, right? In ancient times, Lu Jibwa and his retainers co-authored the records of the underworld, mentioning the cycle of reincarnation in the underworld, stating that when a person dies, they become a ghost. When a ghost dies, they become a Nian. When a Nian dies, they become a Shi. When a Shi dies, they become Yi. When a Yi dies, they become Wei. Only by experiencing these 5 deaths can a person truly perish, returning to utter nothingness. Your netherworld purple chi is vast and powerful, possessing both offensive and defensive capabilities, and it can weaken the 5 senses of others. Combined with the Imperial Edict, it's sufficient to deal with most opponents. Song Shi raised his index finger, but there are always exceptions. If you encounter a master who can forcefully penetrate the netherworld purple chi and attack directly at you, you'd be somewhat unable to cope. After all, ultimately, you are the emperor, not a fierce general. You're not suited for direct combat. Therefore, your backup plan is to transform life into death, and humanity into vengeful spirits. This is the true reason why netherworld purple chi is called netherworld. Song Shi tapped his brow. Of course, that's true, but the essence of your move is merely a method specifically targeting the 5 senses. Song Shi slowly raised his left hand. He knew that his opponent could see it. This hand, originally wreathed in flames, well-proportioned and powerful, disappeared without his noticing. It's not quite accurate to say that most of the area from the right elbow down to the 5 fingers becomes transparent, because the swirling purple energy and dust passed through those transparent areas. It was as if it had vanished into thin air. And in terms of senses, those transparent parts were equally unresponsive, not simply numb, but as if they had never existed in the first place, disappeared. It wasn't that I wanted to make a certain movement, but received no response. It was that I couldn't even muster the thought. A person cannot imagine how to make their tail wag. A very good idea, Song Shi praised generously. You referenced the methods of the 5 hells of heaven and manhum. This set of methods that seals the five senses and creates the illusion of the heavenly demon is a favorite among spiritual beings of the common sense. Eye sense, ear sense, nose sense, tongue sense, and body sense. These are the five senses. However, since you are not of the common sense, you cannot learn the illusion of the heavenly demon, so you only took the part that seals the five senses and combined it with your own cultivation to create the move transforming into a ghost. Normally, a human cannot see a ghost. So, inferring from this, is the reason for all this that humans and ghosts exist in the same world, but at different levels? If so, then the spirits that ghosts transform into after death are probably also at different levels. But no matter how many levels there are, they still belong to the same world. The world after death is the netherworld. The territory ruled by the netherworld emperor. This is the truth behind Kanjio Ting's trump card. If an opponent remains within the netherworld purple chi for too long, they will gradually lose their five senses, and their five perceptions will be sealed. Their body doesn't truly disappear, it's just that in their perception, they lose the corresponding parts. Just as the consensus of the high-level beings in the Eastern continent is that they can use the five prisons of heaven and man to achieve a spiritual version of the brain in a vat, manipulating the consciousness of others at will and creating an impenetrable illusory world. The opponent, stripped of his five senses by the netherworld purple chi, was essentially on a different level from himself. This was the transformation into a coward, a gradual reduction in combat power until, ultimately, he was temporarily reduced to a state of unconsciousness and a vegetative state. You're stalling for time now, simply to wait for me to further lose my five senses. Why go through all this trouble? Song Shi stretched, then released his defenses, allowing, and even actively summoning, the netherworld purple chi to permeate him. At a visible speed, Song Shi's body began to fade, gradually becoming transparent, until it completely disappeared. Starting from his feet, the disappearance spread upwards, past his knees, across his abdomen, crawling towards his face, engulfing Song Shi entirely. Song Yeding was stunned. Then, for the first time, disbelief appeared in the man's eyes. Are you satisfied now? Because just as Song Shi was about to be completely engulfed, with only a last bit of black remaining, the young man's voice suddenly rang out. That last bit of black was like an insurmountable chasm, unable to advance even an inch further. Crack! The empty air suddenly resounded with a crisp, shattering sound, like glass breaking apart. Then, in the next instant, the sound followed in succession, growing ever clearer and more intense. It evoked the image of cracks rapidly spreading across the surface of glass. A hand reached out, then the forearm, the upper arm, the shoulder. As if ink had seeped into clear water, those vivid, unmistakable colors reappeared in the world. Five senses sealed, five senses suppressed. Song Shi exhaled a scorching breath, facing the vast purple mist, laughing loudly, his index finger pointing to his chest. My heart is right here. How could it be ignorant and without feeling? Chapter 317. Psionic Art of Forging. Forging will in action, unwavering even in the face of death, immovable and steadfast, indestructible and indestructible. Unifying countless minds into one is all is one. Using Heart of Forging as an anchor point in the world, forcibly maintaining a sliver of true spirit, then drawing upon consciousness to break through the netherworld purple chi's blockade of the five senses and consciousness, returning to the world. If it were without Heart of Forging, the previous version of himself, facing Kang Ting's transformation into a demon, would probably have required some effort to resolve, or he might have shattered the opponent before the five senses and consciousness succumbed. But now, this is not even a trouble. However, the opponent's thinking is indeed quite ingenious. Even without Heart of Forging, if he were to act impulsively, he would probably choose to force his way through the counter. Can we stop dragging this out? Song Shi pressed the heavy slayer, and slowly drew it. Without this decisive move, dragging this out will only be a pure drain on your strength. A hopeless situation. Are you really not prepared to take a gamble? The endless purple mist suddenly parted, like the tide splitting in two, and a figure emerged from the depths of the distance. It was Song Yeding. He closed his eyes slightly, then slowly opened them. Suddenly, Song Shi felt a lightness throughout his body, and his spiritual energy flowed back to its original, unhindered state. Has the other party revoked the decree? No, not just one. On the folding fan held by Song Yeding, the light on all six folds simultaneously extinguished, dimming. The man's five fingers gripped the edge of the folding fan, drawing it together into a single line, clenching it tightly in his palm. At the same moment, all the remaining netherworld purple chi moved without wind, surging and converging towards the man, rushing into his body. Such intense compression and condensation caused his body to tremble uncontrollably. In a daze, One could even hear a distorted sound, as if overwhelmed by the weight. This was the final decree. The 6 powers merged into one, no longer issued to others, but a decree directed solely at oneself. The fate of countless nations rested upon one's own body, granting boundless glory. It was not that the emperor existed for the nation, but rather that the nation existed for the emperor. A nation without an emperor was meaningless. Completely absorbing the netherworld purple chi, which represented the nation, into oneself, this resolute willingness to shake the 9 provinces and shatter the 4 seas was exchanged for a rapid surge in pure personal combat power. Psionic Art Netherworld Decree, Emperor. Without further words, the instant the decree was issued, both vanished from their spots. In less than a tenth of the time, the pitch-black blade wreathed in calamity clashed fiercely with the Emperor's sword, its handle made of folding fan and imbued with purple chi. Boom! Then, clang clang clang. Aside from the evenly matched first strike, from the second strike onward, the calamity-infused blade forcefully shattered the Emperor's sword, which hadn't fully recovered. Starting from this point, a series of consecutive strikes forced Son Yeding into a completely defensive posture, unable to mount any counterattack. How could this be? What's going on? Song Shi laughed wildly, calamity erupting and condensing into a terrifying flame, crashing down. What makes you think that by removing the Imperial Edict's suppression and focusing on improving yourself, you can suppress me? Son Yeding didn't have time to answer, because in the instant before the previous strike had dissipated, a new one descended. The aftershocks alone caused the ground, which was 10 meters in diameter, to collapse and sink instantly, melting away completely, and turning into a crater several meters deep. Each collision would create a new crater. At this moment, the frequency of their clashes was far beyond what could be measured in seconds. In just a few breaths, the earth was riddled with holes, shattered, and overflowing streams of fire shot straight into the sky, scattering and splashing, forcing Qin Jin Shi Ailu and the shuttle from the 10th Bureau in the air to retreat again to avoid being affected. Son Yeding's long hair danced wildly. One eye was already burned out, half of his left arm had turned to ash, and his aura was erratic and chaotic. But the man only roared to the sky, his remaining right hand and teeth biting down on the Emperor's sword, purple energy surging wildly, neither retreating nor dodging, slashing hard at the raging flames that filled his vision and were falling violently. I can still hold on. No, you can't hold on, Song Shi said. The color of Chongshi suddenly changed. The originally pure black, in this instant, suddenly split in two, blooming into a scorching crimson gold. 2 completely different flames, yet belonging to the same master, intertwined around the heavy slaughter, transforming into a 2-colored, counter-swirling, interwoven fiery blade. Boundless power was revealed, transforming into a terrifying killing force that brooked no disobedience. It slammed into Kuradoting's chest. Even his voice was briefly consumed by the flames. Until a certain moment, the howling of the burning wind gradually returned to his ears. Cough. At the bottom of the enormous pit, the man gasped for breath, barely opening his eyes. His transcendental abilities, honed from achieving the 3rd ring of spiritual power, allowed him to see clearly, even in this severe injury. It was the sky of the burning wind. Then, a figure carrying a straight sword emerged, looking down at him. So I'm already lying down? Kuradoting suddenly understood. Take one last look at the sky. Should I step aside? I suggest you look closely. After all, this kind of state of mind for appreciating the view is quite rare. I remember you people are quite particular about this. Song Shi leaned down. Any last words? Kang Yiting stared blankly at the sky, eyes wide open, until a hoarse voice finally broke through after several breaths. I haven't passed my tribulation. I can't attain the position of the Netherworld Emperor. Yes, after all, you're going to be killed by me. Song Shi laughed, of course. Maybe there really is an afterlife, the Netherworld. You can go there first and accumulate resources beforehand. Maybe when I go there in the future, you have a chance to get your revenge. Of course, I don't really hope there is. Is it a bit crazy for someone to have to kill 5 times before dying? Heh. Heh. Kang Yiting looked up at the young man, and slowly, he managed a weak laugh. Your destined death, has it been broken? I don't know, Song Shi replied. Perhaps it has, perhaps not, who knows? Son Yeding saw the other man say calmly, but is there any truth to the saying that fate is predetermined? Everything I do is for my own heart. Fate is predetermined. Fate should be predetermined. Son Yeding's remaining eyes widened suddenly. He seemed to want to raise his head, but due to his severe injuries, his neck, which he had barely managed to lift, collapsed again. The Netherworld must exist. Attack! The man gasped and laughed wildly. I be waiting for you in the netherworld. I be waiting for our second battle. Understood. Songshur raised the corners of his mouth, gripped Chongshur, ignited the crimson flames, and slashed down with a backhand, sending you on your way. Clang! It was the trembling sound of weapons clashing and dragging. But at this moment, the sound did not come from Chongshur. Boom! A thunderous roar suddenly resounded from the heavens. A blinding white light, condensing into a colossal pillar piercing the clouds, crashed down upon the earth below, towards Songshur at its center. Accompanying this was an equally thunderous roar of fury. Stop! Chapter 318. As the magnificent pillar of light crashed down, a terrifying surge of spiritual energy erupted. Even Songshur, in his current state, felt an overwhelming sense of oppression. This was spiritual energy firmly established at the fourth ring. The immense pressure descended, causing the ground hundreds of meters below to cave in. At the very center of this pressure, Songshur's bones creaked and cracked. Even his raging calamity was forced to subside. However, in that instant, Songshur abruptly raised his head. Facing the pillar of light descending from the sky, he burst into wild laughter. I've been waiting for you. In a moment even shorter than a second, his self-immolation reached its limit, crimson gold cracks spreading across his entire body. Then, 18 dazzling orbs of light suddenly appeared around him. 18 sparks were simultaneously extinguished and ignited, driven by self-immolation and a massive surge of spiritual energy. The overwhelming power that had previously dominated all things was forcibly pried open, creating a crack. From this crack, Songshur gripped the heavy Slayer's sword, its raging flames licking out a pair of eyes reflecting crimson gold. Then, wielding the straight blade, Songshur slashed upwards, aiming at the collapsing pillar of the sky. Even before touching it, merely approaching it, at the very center of the collision between the towering pillar and the straight blade, a clash between the minuscule and the magnificent, endless scorching light erupted. A dazzling ring of energy, seemingly tangible, swept outwards in all directions, shattering the atmosphere and cracking the earth in its path. Then came the collision. The towering pillar was forced to pause for a moment by the upward surge of fire. But it was only for a moment. In the next instant, the colossal pillar, without pause, continued its relentless assault, engulfing the flames, crushing the blades, and crashing down. Yet within this unparalleled divine might lay an unrestrained, furious roar of thunder that swept across the sky. Truly audacious. That attack, seemingly aimed at Songshur, was actually intended solely for Zon Yeting. This strike, meant to annihilate everything and save Zon Yeting, was interrupted by a surge of spiritual energy that caught him completely off guard, and a ferocious, inexplicable counterattack. It slowed his advance, seized the fleeting opportunity, and before anything else could, ended Zon Yeting's life, burning his remains to ashes. Knowing he was doomed, he wanted to drag someone down with him. The man roared, the man was enraged. Then they will all be buried with him. The colossal pillar finally descended, hundreds of meters of earth completely collapsing. The rock formations, shaped over countless years, melted away like warm ointment before the spiritual energy reached the fourth ring. There were no flying stones. Under the terrifying onslaught, the rock layers crumbled and cracked, shattering into pieces, and then, in a fraction of a second, turning into completely crushed dust. Tens of thousands of cubic meters of matter vanished, replaced by a raging, murky sandstorm. The storm tore open. Just as everything was about to subside, the giant pillar was about to descend, and the sandstorm was just rising again. It suddenly surged, and before a sound could be heard, a stream of fire pierced through the storm, hurtling wildly into the distance. Songshur. No, not just Songshur. Songshur was covered in cracks, dripping with scalding blood, but in that instant, Lapis Lazuli and Ai Lu. Somehow, they had approached Songshur. They grabbed the young man together, and then simultaneously unleashed their spiritual energy. Calamity Flame transformed into Trembling Flame wings. Lapis Lazuli simultaneously reduced the gravity of the three, transforming into a high-speed maneuvering form. Its vector nozzles, with the force of overload melting, spewed long trails, roaring violently. And Ai Lu. As the second ring balance, his psionic energy can be simply summarized as trajectory. In his eyes, without the need for additional computational prosthetics, the trajectory of everything is clearly visible. Those hitless short blades linked by monomolecular lines, under his control, can constantly change their trajectory while minimizing kinetic energy loss, transforming into extremely agile and terrifyingly lethal weapons. And now, Ai Lu is fully activating this psionic energy that controls trajectory, imbuing all three with it. This time, it's not about changing the trajectory. The three suddenly move straight forward without any deviation. What Ai Lu is doing is simply reducing resistance on this straightforward trajectory, making it as fast as possible, but compared to all this, the greatest driving force propelling the three forward at this moment is the terrifying aftershock of that attack. In the instant he was struck, at the cost of severe injuries, Song Shi seized the opportunity to turn, using the massive aftershock to be blasted away. The four forces converged, all concentrated on his body, and the prearranged preparations transformed into a speed beyond everyone's expectations. 11 times the speed of sound, spanning nearly 4 kilometers per second. Even from the heavens, it was a dazzling trail rapidly traversing the earth. But for a fourth-ring psionicist high in the sky, this was fast, but not fast enough. After the initial shock, the immense psionic energy surged again, and the atmosphere within several miles crackled under its strain. The three forces continued their mad dash, causing his hair to stand on end, his mind to tremble, and a powerful sense of impending doom rising from behind him, like a gigantic beast with its gaping maw about to devour him. The second. The initial stance was about to be completed, an attack powerful enough to flatten a mountain was about to unleash. This time, this strike encompassed an area of 5 miles, leaving absolutely no room for evasion or trickery. Ai Lu's eyes suddenly bled, veins bulged in his temples, and the lapis lazuli body flashed wildly, accompanied by a series of crackling sparks. Even Song Shi felt his vision dim for a moment. This was the extraordinary vision of a psionicist, a brief distortion in the face of high-level psionic energy. Compared to the first strike, which he hadn't used to kill in order to save Zhang Yeding, this new strike was absolutely serious, coming with the attitude of shattering the earth into dust in one fell swoop. Unstoppable. If it were him at the peak of the third ring, he might have been able to try to turn around and fight back, but with his current strength, he was far too weak. He absolutely couldn't withstand it. Fortunately, he didn't need to block it himself. Since he had anticipated the presence of a fourth-ring psychic secretly following him, Song Shi naturally had a backup plan. The third second, the divine attack, crushing mountains and collapsing the earth, was finally complete. It was as if the sky had suddenly sank, the platinum gold divine light obscuring all other colors, falling with indifferent force towards the tiny madman below. Someone had drawn a sword. The sank sky suddenly bulged, as if some unstoppable sword blade had pierced the divine light, supporting everything and pushing the sky back up. This is the border of the Northern Thunder defense line. 3.46 seconds, 12 kilometers. The invisible border line was crossed at this moment. Song Shi fell to the ground. Ai Lu and King Jinshi were also struggling. The three rolled twice, lay down on the ground, and hurriedly adjusted their breathing or redundant data while looking up at the sky. A little ahead of them, 300 meters above the ground, a man in a silver-gray military uniform, a dark white cloak draped over his shoulders, stood in the air with a cold and stern expression. 2 black general stars, as dark as the night, adorned his shoulder insignia. Eastern Continental Alliance, Northern Thunder Defense Line, Lieutenant General. Fourth Ring Great Source, Yin Yang returns to 1, Zhang Mingyuan. He stared at the vast, distant sky, slowly untying the strips of cloth wrapped around the sword's edge. You have come this far, you must not cross this line again. Chapter 319. The border? Thunder rumbled again in the sky. The fourth ring psionicist made no attempt to hide his rage. Can't cross? Then drive them out, or step aside and I take them myself. Are you brain dead, Zhang? A fourth ring psionicist is no different from these guys. Zhang Mingyuan stood ramrod straight, like a drawn sword. You think you can just cross the border at will? Fine, go apply to our marshal. Once approved, I step aside without a word. No room for negotiation. The other's voice suddenly calmed. Every inch of land must be fought for. Zhang Mingyuan enunciated each word clearly. Either get the cross-border approval, or get out of here. Or his tone hardened, take action? You insist on shielding them from this calamity? Can't you understand human language? I'm stationed at the border of the biting defense line, fulfilling my duty. Zhang Mingyuan paused, then said coldly, besides, since they didn't die at your hands and successfully entered this place, their fate is not yet sealed. As fellow members of the Great Yuan, I'm shielding them from this calamity today, so what are you going to do about it? The voice fell silent for a moment, then the calm was shattered, transforming into a thunderous roar once more. Then let's do it your way. We've been waiting for this. The coldness on Zhang Mingyuan's face melted instantly. He threw off his cloak, the cloth binding his sword peeling away, revealing 2 streaks of light, one white and one black, seemingly composed of pure particles, spiraling together to form a 4-foot-long sword blade. Zhang Mingyuan gripped the sword blade with his 5 fingers and swept it across. From between his clenched fingers, something began to expand rapidly. Yin and Yang energies intertwined and gave birth to something. At the same time, the Geiger indicator module within the lapis lazuli's body began its values skyrocketing. Zhang Mingyuan laughed wildly and slashed his sword towards the sky. Only those who survive this sword strike are worthy of discussing our rules. The collision of 2 different energies, a heavy atomic nucleus and a thermal neutron, unleashed a massive burst of light and heat. Accompanying this was newly born Yang energy, which collided and fist-sullied with Yin energy, transforming into an even larger torrent of light and heat. The sky suddenly became incredibly bright. Even the sun's brilliance seemed extremely dim in that instant. Looking into the distance, everyone could barely open their eyes to see a rapidly expanding, perfectly spherical sword light, emerging from the billowing, scorching wind carrying radioactive dust, cleaving towards the sky. The sky cracked open. Not by this sword strike. Just moments before this secret sword strike, something colossal seemed to rise, overwhelming the sky. The once vast and heavy clouds churned and dissipated, revealing its outline. It was a golden armored general, hundreds of meters tall, his entire body covered in intricate runes, his mechanical cloak billowing, his 4 arms reaching for the sky, roaring in a triumphant manner. General of the Eastern Continental Federation, Eastern Republic, Guardian General. 4th Ring Transcendence, holding up the sky with one hand, Zhang Tian, Zhang Yeting's second grandfather. The general lurked amidst the shattered clouds. Facing the incoming beam of light, his dark golden steel fingers raised a massive mechanical mace. Like a Rubik's Cube, its surface undulated with countless tiny modules, rapidly switching between forms, transforming into a 100-meter-long halberd that spewed forth a stream of ultra-high-intensity plasma, which he swung out with overwhelming force. Boom! 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 Then everyone saw a series of exploding orbs of light and heat burst across the sky, accompanied by the 2 fighters rising higher and higher, both choosing the stratosphere as their main battleground. Another box of blood-activating pills. Song Shi spat out blood and shouted to King Jinshi. Hearing this, the latter took out all its stored medicines, piling bottles and jars all over the ground, then resumed its self-repair mode. Although it wasn't directly hit, the aftershock of a 2nd ring being facing a 4th ring being, coupled with its overloaded escape, had caused considerable damage to its body. Song Shi didn't seem to care. He picked out a few bottles of medicine, poured half for himself, and handed the other half to Ai Lu. Try some too? It's from Jadeite Pharmaceuticals, the effect is guaranteed. Ai Lu took the bottle, thought for a moment, and decided not to force it down like Song Shi had, only taking a few pills and putting them in her mouth. Song Shi squinted at the sky, and after a while, praised, very good. This person's swordsmanship is refined and skillful. The Yin and Yang energies are perfectly balanced, and the combined power of the 2 is astonishing. Ai Lu, taking medicine, thought for a moment and said, what a pity? It's a pity that he focuses too much on killing. His sword techniques are too sharp, with no retreat, lacking variation. Song Shi commented, then sighed, well, actually, it can't be called a flaw. Yin and Yang energies are such extreme things. It's indeed too difficult to control them at will at the 4th level. Song Shi sighed again, concluding, however, even now, he deserves to be called a man of considerable skill, and qualified to roam freely. Ai Lu wiped the blood from his eyes and asked, who do you think will win? What do you think? Song Shi countered with interest. Ai Lu answered, I don't know. Their energy levels are too high. He pointed to his bloodshot eyes, his tone flat, I can't see clearly right now, I can't judge. That's true. Song Shi nodded, pointing to the sky, their strength is quite even. If they fight to the very end, the outcome is hard to predict, either side could win. But they won't last. If it really comes to that, it's a matter of life and death. Neither the Northern Thunder Defense Front nor the Eastern Continent Republic would accept a core member dying here. So Sanqian is in serious trouble, Song Shi commented. Zhang Mingyuan's killing power is astonishing, while Sanqian's golden body and Dharma form are stable. It's hard to say how long their battle will drag on, but in the short term, Sanqian will be on the defensive, probably getting several holes punched in him. Song Shi suddenly sat up, cross-legged, and gazed at the sky. Sir, what should we do next? Ai Lu asked, picking at her medicine. Should we wait here until they decide their fate? That's possible, but we could walk a bit further in first. Song Shi lightly patted his thigh. He had taken a furious attack from a 4th ring psionicist. Although he hadn't died, he had lost several liters of blood and broken many bones, and it still hurt quite a bit. Are you hungry? Or should we eat something first, and then continue? Suddenly, the conversation stopped. The distant whooshing sound of a shuttle cut through the air, then it hovered. Finally, a series of rustling footsteps approached, growing louder as they drew nearer. Ailu recognized them. Most were wearing the uniforms of the 10th Bureau. A dozen or so men stopped about 20 meters away, separated by an invisible line, their expressions complex as they looked at him. After a long and hurried journey, these people accompanying Kurano Ting had finally arrived. Chapter 320. Songsher didn't get up. Ailu put down the medicine bottle, silently stood up, and activated the magnetized box in his arms. 7 short blades flew out, swirling and hovering. These magnetized alloy weapons, combined with prosthetics accelerated by specialized electromagnetic fields, were enough to unleash terrifying destructive power. Lapis Lazuli stopped its maintenance, rose up, its body cracked open, transformed and switched, and gravity spheres slid out with a snap, slowly undulating and revolving around Lapis Lazuli like planetary orbits surrounding a star. The AI tightly locked onto the group. Any slight movement would trigger a gravitational field hundreds of times stronger than normal to slam them down. The latter did not move. They stood 20 meters away, watching the three, when suddenly someone spoke. "How are your injuries?" "Pretty serious." Songsher replied casually, "To be honest, my head is still a bit dizzy. My combat strength is only at the mid-level of the second ring." He slightly raised his head, sweeping over the crowd. "If you want to kill me, this is your last chance." Like a thunderous storm, the sky suddenly flashed, followed by a deafening roar that swept in all directions, instantly drowning out everyone's words. Having been slashed 30 times in succession, his golden armor shattered, Song Tian could no longer restrain himself. He roared repeatedly, activating his Dharma body to enter the advanced transformation of supporting the heavens and 100 mountains, transforming into an even larger spirit official general. Zhang Mingyuan also began to gather his strength, preparing to seize the opportunity to temporarily break through fission, forcibly unleashing the more profound fusion realm of swordsmanship, gathering a supreme sword light to slam down on his opponent in one go. However, even with such astonishing momentum, the impact of their clash on the earth at this moment was merely momentum. After Songsher spoke, the arena fell silent. The members of the 10th round were speechless. They could see that their opponent, who had so forcefully defeated Kang Yiting not long ago, was now covered in blood, his injuries a shocking sight. His previously despairing aura had become somewhat disordered. His opponent hadn't lied to them, a mid-tier second-level fighter. No, considering the impact of his injuries, his actual combat strength was even slightly weaker. If there were a third-level expert, they could easily kill him. But they didn't. From the very beginning, this operation only had one third-ring psychic, Zhang Yiting. They didn't dare mention it openly, but they wondered many times. Wasn't that too few? Young Master Zhang was indeed renowned and highly skilled, but his opponent was also a formidable figure who had earned the title of Southern Dipper. What if he lost? Even if he wanted to use him as a whetstone to test his skills in a one-on-one duel, that wouldn't conflict with bringing several third-ring experts to support him. Given his status, he could easily spare the necessary personnel, so why not do it this way? They had been completely baffled until a moment ago, when everything suddenly became clear. A fourth-ring psychic was watching from above. Indeed, there was no need to bring any experts to support him. Therefore, the strongest member of this team now was a second-ring psychic. The second-ring psychics, along with the non-psychics, who had undergone extensive modifications and implanted cybernetic armor, making them comparable to the former, were not weak. They could be considered elite forces anywhere. But facing the young man before them, even though he was severely injured and his strength had diminished, what were their chances of winning? Moreover, setting aside Songsher, the two beside him were no pushovers either, Xieji Ailu and Qing Jinsher. If a fight broke out, they wouldn't fare well. It was best to retreat quickly. Since a lieutenant general from the Northern Thunder Defense Line was involved, and given that it was all due to Song Yiting's choices, returning wouldn't be a big deal. Their families couldn't compare to the Song family, but they were still scions of a prominent family. The fault wasn't theirs, demotion and other punishments were inevitable, but their lives were safe. Among the group, a man in his 20s suddenly relaxed. He removed his 10th Bureau uniform, revealing a physique honed like steel. He nodded to the others, then stepped out of the crowd and crossed the border. 5 meters away, the man stopped and bowed to Songsher. A fourth-class noble family, the Wang family of Baihu, Wang Hu. He picked up the alloy staff he had carried for 10 years, and solemnly said, "Second ring transcendence." Songsher smiled. He stood up, carrying the heavy slayer, and walked through Ai Lu and King Jinshi to stand in front. Is everything done? Songsher asked. I left a letter home. Wang Hu held his steel rod horizontally, veins bulging on his forehead, proving the Tao is without regret. Good, I got it. Songsher nodded. Come on. And so Wang Hu went in. His subcutaneous protective armor, made of special steel, was indestructible, transforming into a powerful physique forged from steel. His prosthetic limbs, made of electromagnetic carbon muscle bundles, possessed explosive power. He wielded the steel rod with tremendous force, impervious to bullets. On a frontal battlefield, he could easily shatter buildings and single-handedly destroy an army. But it wasn't enough. So he died. His 19th move, the Heavy Slayer's blade, which had been gathering its flames, seized the opening as it drew back its strength, cleaving open his chest in one blow. Flames surged in, burning him to ashes. Songsher stood silently, watching as 3 men emerged from the crowd of the 10th group. 2 of them quietly collected Wang Hu's body, while the last one stepped forward. A 5th-tier family, the Huanyuan Feng family, Fengde. Second ring transcendence. He was older than Wang Hu, around 30 years old, his forehead covered in wrinkles. But when he crouched, feet staggered, gripping the central axis, and slowly tightening his grip on the crimson spear, those lines, accumulated from years of suppressed frustration, stretched out freely for the first time. Please enlighten me. In the 23rd move, the spear shattered, his stance collapsed, and half his body was severed. 3 more men emerged. 2 collected Feng Da's remains, and 1 stepped forward. A 4th-tier family, the Honghe Wei family, Wei Xiong. The man removed his clothes, revealing etched circuitry and implanted connection marks covering his body. He snapped the safety off his heavy pistol and said, I'm not a psychic, but I want to try. Let's go then. The 20th move, condensing and compressing a stream of flames into a blade, broke through the energy deflection shield, sacrificing a bullet to the shoulder to shatter the prosthetic limb, and then pierce the heart. Continue. 6th rank family Zhang Yun. Dead. 5th rank family, Huai Shiyun family Yun Liuxiu. Dead. 5th rank family, Chong Jiangyan family Yan Chong. Dead. Blood flowed everywhere, shattered mechanical and electronic parts flew everywhere, bodies were burned to black ash, tumbling up and down in the air. Songsher held the Heavy Slayer, not retreating an inch, until a long time later. No one else stepped forward. This team of the 10th Bureau, which started at 23, now had 15 members left. Some had retreated, others lacked the strength. They collected the remains of those who had gone before them, standing beside the shuttle, deathly silent. No more. Songsher glanced around at everyone one last time, then turned and walked back towards Ai Lu and Qin Jinsher amidst the rumbling thunder in the sky. Let's go! Under the silent gaze of the remaining people, the 3 walked side by side, slowly disappearing at the horizon, completely stepping into the territory belonging to the Northern Thunder defense line. Chapter 321. Despite feeling somewhat uncomfortable about suddenly having to chase so much distance, Qin Miao maintained his composure, protecting his tires while beginning the pursuit. On lap 6, Qin Miao caught up with Alonso, and used DRS to overtake him. Alonso didn't seem to care about defending Qin Miao, letting him pass just before the breaking point at T17. Qin Miao moved into 2nd place. Meanwhile, Hamilton overtook Sainz to move into 4th, and Verstappen overtook Magnussen to move into 6th. The 3 drivers were frantically chasing each other. However, according to FIA data, Verstappen's average lap time is about 0.2 seconds faster than the 2 Mercedes drivers. This is despite Verstappen not having had a chance to achieve a normal, uncontested lap time. On lap 13, Qin Miao finally caught up with Perez in the DRS zone. Red Bull did upgrade their car for today's race. But before the race, no one knew exactly how much this upgrade would improve their car's performance. However, judging from Perez's performance today, the improvement from this Red Bull upgrade is enormous. Because in the first 4 races, Perez's speed couldn't match his teammates, or even Qin Miao and Hamilton's. But judging from Perez's performance today, he at least has the ability to compete with Qin Miao on the track. On the same lap, Hamilton also overtook Alonso. Compared to his direct letting Qin Miao pass, Alonso, the old man, is clearly more interested in the other old man. Alonso focused all his attention and energy on defending Hamilton, much like he had in Hungaroring that year. Actually, given the performance of the Mercedes car, overtaking Alonso on the track shouldn't have been too difficult for Hamilton. However, Alonso was genuinely focused on defending Hamilton today, effectively shutting down many of Hamilton's good overtaking opportunities. Additionally, his deliberate braking tests and rhythm changes before entering the straights not only annoyed Hamilton, but also limited the W14's performance on the straights. After all, before each straight, the 0.3-second time difference between Hamilton and Alonso was deliberately widened by Alonso to 0.5 or 0.6 seconds. With such a large time difference, even with the Mercedes car's superior performance, it was impossible to catch up with Alonso's car and then overtake him. Because Alonso and Hamilton were locked in a fierce battle on the track, Verstappen, who started ninth, finally overtook Sainz and moved behind Hamilton. This entire process took only 13 laps. Verstappen was somewhat pleased watching the two drivers locked in a tight battle. At least Alonso had given Hamilton a significant head start. However, his joy vanished when he saw the time difference between Qin Miao and Alonso. Although Qin Miao had caught up with Perez and couldn't immediately find a good way to defeat him, Verstappen judged from Qin Miao's lap times and the time difference between him and Perez that Qin Miao was currently recharging his car, waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike. That was bad enough, but how did Qin Miao manage to close the 5-second gap between himself and Alonso? After Verstappen's initial surprise, it was Qin Miao's turn to be astonished. As the race reached lap 18, nearing the pit window, Qin Miao still hadn't overtaken Perez. It wasn't that Qin Miao didn't want to, nor did he have any defensive strategy. He simply couldn't find a way to overtake Perez. During this process, Qin Miao fully charged his car twice, attempting to overtake him in one fell swoop many times, but without success. Perez's Red Bull car also boasted incredible top speed, and, for some reason, he started making various defensive mistakes. Even Qin Miao himself couldn't resist the urge to overtake him at times. However, Qin Miao quickly regained his composure. Because Qin Miao knew he would overtake Sainz sooner or later, given that Sainz's pressure level was currently 71%. Now, all he needed to do was wait for Perez to make a mistake. And Alonso is still behind him. While Miami isn't a particularly easy track to defend on, with Verstappen behind Hamilton and Hamilton's tires starting to wear off, it will become increasingly easier for Alonso to defend against Hamilton. Meanwhile, Verstappen, with Alonso ahead of Hamilton, is constantly providing DRS, driving speed responsibility. Overtaking Hamilton won't be so easy for Verstappen. So overall, the advantage is on his side. Now, he just needs to drive at his most familiar pace and wait for Perez to make a mistake. However, on the track, Qin Miao didn't wait for Perez to make a mistake on his own. Instead, he witnessed the pit window open. At the end of lap 18, Sainz initiated the pit stop for the leading drivers. Under pressure from Sainz, the drivers ahead also began pitting for tires. Even Perez, ahead of Qin Miao, chose to pit. In fact, given the time difference between Perez and Verstappen, and Red Bull's strong tire-changing capabilities, a double pit stop wouldn't have been a problem. But in today's race, Verstappen started on hard tires. Starting from such a late position, using soft tires, like the other drivers' pit stop strategies, would easily waste time on overtaking. It was better to start on hard tires, and directly undercut most drivers with slower lap times. Therefore, at this point, Verstappen still had plenty of tire slack, making a pit stop at this time a completely unwise move. Soon, with lap 20 completed and all the drivers pitting, Qin Miao took the lead. He also effectively undercut Perez on the track. After all, Qin Miao was unable to overtake Perez from behind. Besides the upgrades Red Bull had brought to the car for this Grand Prix, significantly increasing its straight-line top speed, Perez was also creating substantial turbulence ahead of him. This made Qin Miao's already limited downforce in corners even less effective. Therefore, Qin Miao was unable to close the gap to Perez and establish a threatening position before the DRS zone in the middle of the second and third timeouts. This is a vicious cycle, and you could even say it's a characteristic of the Miami circuit. Because the DRS, driving support system, and Miami always has a winding section before the main track, and the DRS only begins after passing the corner. This makes it even easier for cars that aren't naturally suited to straightaways to defend in the DRS. Now that Perez is no longer blocking Qin Miao's path, and Qin Miao is using medium tires, given his tire maintenance ability, his lap time is even faster than Perez's new hard tires, although it's only by 0.09 seconds. At this point, some might wonder why Red Bull doesn't keep Perez ahead of Qin Miao to slow him down, waiting for Verstappen to catch up to a threatening position, or for Perez's tires to become unusable before pitting him. Let's put it this way. Perez is human too, and Red Bull is currently reasonably satisfied with Perez's performance this season and doesn't intend to abandon him outright. They also can't simply and seamlessly move Perez into the number 2 driver position. On the other hand, Red Bull believed Perez was a contender for the Grand Prix victory, while Verstappen was stuck in the DRS, driving speed relay system. Although there was indeed a difference in skill between the two drivers, under the circumstances, Perez had a slightly higher probability of winning the Grand Prix than Verstappen. In the following period, Jean Miao took the lead smoothly, and with no obstacles in his path, he began to slowly widen the time gap between himself and Verstappen. However, the increase was very slow, approximately 0.1 seconds per lap. On lap 25, the time difference between Jean Miao and Verstappen was fixed at 5.2 seconds. Jean Miao was first, Verstappen second, Perez third, Hamilton fourth, and Alonso had dropped to fifth. During this period, the time difference between Jean Miao and Verstappen remained constant, and Verstappen's even occasionally had faster lap times than Jean Miao. Clearly, even someone as strong as Jean Miao was experiencing tire wear. If he pitted on this lap, Jean Miao would fall 17 seconds behind Verstappen and 1.7 seconds ahead of Perez. This meant Jean Miao had found a suitable pit window on the track. If the tire change went smoothly and was completed within 3 seconds, Jean Miao would emerge approximately 1.3 seconds ahead of Perez. However, if it exceeded 3 seconds, Jean Miao's position would be uncertain. After all, when Jean Miao emerged from the pits, his tires were not at their optimal operating temperature, which would be a disadvantage on both offense and defense. If Perez blocks him, Jean Miao will be in trouble. Okay, we see Jean Miao is pitting. He lasted 25 laps on a set of soft tires, which is a normal pit stop for Jean Miao, Joe Howard said. Let's see how long Mercedes takes to change tires this time. Last week's race actually saw quite a few coincidences in the 5-Star Sports studio. For example, right after the 5-Star Sports commentators finished praising Zhou Guanyu and Jean Miao's performance on the track, both drivers retired from the race one after the other. Although it was obvious this incident had nothing to do with the commentators at 5-Star Sports, the key point was how incredibly coincidental it was. While it wasn't quite like Norris's rampage, where he crashed immediately after speaking, leaving the McLaren's wreckage scattered everywhere, it was close enough. Both drivers encountered problems almost immediately after the commentary. This led many domestic racing fans, who readily believed in such stories, to launch a barrage of criticism against the commentators at 5-Star Sports. Although the three commentators didn't subjectively want to believe these things, their inherent pragmatism made them more cautious when commentating on Jean Miao's race. Therefore, at this crucial moment, the commentators at 5-Star Sports didn't dare to make their usual decisive judgments in the broadcast. Slowing down, entering the pit lane, activating the speed limiter, Jean Miao slowly drove his car into the tire-changing area outside the Mercedes team's pit garage. The team's mechanics were all ready, waiting for Jean Miao to park the car. Jean Miao's parking spot was still flawless. He positioned himself perfectly, delivering his tires and front wing to the team's tire changers at just the right moment. As a result, before Jean Miao's car had even come to a complete stop, it was already being lifted up, and the removal of the bolts and tires was done almost simultaneously. After the 4 tires were removed, 4 new hard tires were installed. The instant the 4 tires were installed, the front and rear jack mechanics simultaneously released their jacks. While the car was descending, the 4 bolt-locking mechanics had already tightened the bolts on Jean Miao's car. After completing this series of operations, the 4 pneumatic brake operators raised their pneumatic brakes to indicate that the tire change was complete. Then Reyes gave the signal to release the car, and Jean Miao stepped on the gas and left the pit stop. At the same time, the total time for Jean Miao's tire change popped up in the upper right corner of the broadcast screen, which had been closely watching the change. 2.0 Beautiful. This pit stop was perfect. Jean Miao successfully overcut Perez. Now it's time for Jean Miao to utilize his long-distance speed advantage. After seeing the tire change time, the commentators from 5-Star Sports, who had been somewhat hesitant, confidently opened their champagne. Because the Miami circuit doesn't wear down tires much, and Pirelli provided 3 tires of medium hardness for this race, their durability was sufficient. Therefore, under normal circumstances, drivers typically use a one-stop pit stop strategy. But Jean Miao changed to hard tires, which clearly indicated that he planned to run the entire race on a set of hard tires, and wouldn't need to go into the pits for another tire change. This eliminated the risk of him getting jinxed in the pit lane, allowing the 3 commentators to freely celebrate in the studio. On the track, Jean Miao also noticed the quick tire change and, as he emerged from the pit lane, exclaimed in the team radio, "Awesome!" Frankie chuckled, "Now it's your turn. Just you wait and see." Because of the team's near-perfect tire change, Jean Miao emerged from the pit lane not only ahead of Perez, but the anticipated 1.7 second gap between them had increased to 2.0 seconds. Perez, looking at the Mercedes appearing before him, sighed inwardly. It was over. The race win was gone. Chapter 322. Your super meal is ready. With a thud, a large bowl of stewed beef broth, its seasoning concentration reaching an alarming level, was placed on the table. Next to it was a stainless steel plate piled high with flatbreads, and 2 small dishes of cold appetizers. The presentation was quite decent. The total was 150 silver coins, pay in advance. As a nation renowned for its internal unity, solidarity, mutual assistance, and fraternity, the Pan-Eastern Continental Union naturally had a unified currency system. Silver coins were universally accepted. Furthermore, the Pan-Eastern Continental Union adopted an extremely lenient attitude towards the transfer of citizenship, practically without any review process. Anyone who wished could freely change their citizenship. If a citizen of the Eastern Continental Republic had the idea of immigrating this afternoon, they could become a member of the Knowledge Council's governed territory by the following evening. Regarding the immigration of its citizens, at least on the surface, no party would obstruct it. Prices aren't expensive, Ailu said, glancing at the receipt. This is good? Songshur unpacked the chopsticks. How does it compare to the Four Heavens? This is the cheapest, followed by the Four Heavens, and then the Eastern Continent Republic, Ailu replied. I only been to these 3 places. The Northern Thunder Defense Front has indeed done a good job with prices, Songshur smiled. They have more restrictions on finance, so the economy here is relatively more primitive. It's much better than the Enterprise Alliance, and even better than the Eastern Continent Republic. Of course, it's far from the point of bartering. But precisely because of this, there are fewer market disruptors here, and prices have always been relatively stable. A primitive economy is fragile in the face of more advanced financial instruments. Lapis Lazuli spoke up. It had originally intended to disguise itself as a bracelet, but Songshur had said it didn't matter, so now, like the miniature drones used by the Dust Contract Generation to raise electronic pets, it floated directly on the edge of the table. Price stability. This is unreasonable. Quite reasonable. Songshur smiled. The last force that attempted to impose economic sanctions on the Northern Thunder Defense Front was attacked at its headquarters by a group of officers that very day, and was forced to withdraw the treaty. Yes. Ailu nodded in agreement. The Four Heavens were also attacked, but that was the Crimson Heavens affair. Azure, Crimson, Black, White, the 4 branches of the Four Heavens. Ailu originally belonged to the White Heavens, but had since withdrawn. Ha, these guys are really flamboyant. Songshur picked up his chopsticks, as if recalling something amusing, and smiled. They never hide their faces or disguise themselves. They're always in military uniform, their shoulder insignia always on display. When those officers came knocking, their slogans were louder than the last. Maybe that's just the tradition they inherited. Songshur said leisurely, gesturing for the 2 to eat. 3 days had passed since he beheaded Song Yeting. The Northern Thunder Defense Front governed fewer counties and provinces than the Eastern Continent Republic, but still 16. The 3 of them were currently located in Qingyuan County, adjacent to Yulai County. After leaving the border that day, they entered the nearest city and found a hospital with decent facilities. They received treatment for 2 days, taking a lot of medication. Thanks to the silver notes he casually acquired in the Eastern Continent Republic, Songshur was now quite wealthy. While he was undeniably seriously injured by Song Tian's attack, that was about it. With Songshur's abilities, these were merely simple injuries, nothing like damage foundation or damage potential. A couple of days of rest would stabilize the most serious injuries, and then he could recover naturally. At most half a month, he would be fully recovered. No, having survived the immense pressure of self-immolation, his spiritual energy would undoubtedly advance further. Therefore, after 2 days in the hospital, Songshur couldn't contain himself and chose to get up, taking Ailu and King Jinchi with him to set off again. Before setting off, they ate a meal. After the soup was finished and the flatbread was gone, Ailu was the first to put down her chopsticks, stand up, and clasp her hands in a fist salute to Songshur. So we're preparing to part ways now? Songshur gently tapped the table. Your calamity is over, and there will be no further danger, Ailu said calmly. These past few days have been pleasant, but I still need to go to the Knowledge Council to punish evil, punish evil, punish evil, punish evil, and promote good. Songshur propped his cheek with one hand. What if I said I also plan to go to the Knowledge Council? Could you reveal your purpose? A return visit, and to take care of some matters along the way, and to be frank. Songshur turned his head to look at Qin Jinshi. You also discovered some secret information, haven't you? In terms of the number of AI, the Knowledge Council has the most in the entire Pan-Eastern Continental Federation, as a research subject. Looking at it that way, our goals are actually aligned. Ailu sat back down. I understand. Please allow me to come along. Evil has no inherent hierarchy, but it has varying degrees of urgency. With his current strength, the evil he can handle is still too limited, but with Songshi's help, things will be different. Moreover, given the other party's status, they must have encountered many hardships. As long as they stay by his side and hone their skills, his own cultivation will surely improve faster. Suddenly, Songshi looked out the window. A moment later, King Jinchi and Ai Lu also noticed something and looked out as well. I should have informed your department that a specialty product trade fair is being held on these two roads. Below the restaurant, a construction team with their vehicles, tools, and hard hats was stopped at the intersection by a figure. The person was wearing a silver-gray military uniform with a horizontal bar on their shoulder insignia, clearly an active-duty lieutenant. At this moment, he stood with his arms crossed, as straight as a javelin, staring intently at the construction team ahead. It's supposed to open in 2 days, and here you are today, repairing and inspecting the drainage pipes? Meeting the man's sharp gaze, the government construction team members showed respect, but little fear. They consciously made way for him, and behind them, a man in a similar silver-gray military uniform, his boots stomping on the ground, walked out steadily. His shoulder insignia also bore a horizontal bar. Another second lieutenant. The rainy season is almost here. If we don't inspect the waterways and eliminate problems in advance, what if torrential rains flood the houses and cause disaster? The other man stood tall. It's my duty. How can I abandon it because of your words? According to convention, even if we delay for another week, we still have enough time to deal with the rainy season. You know it's just convention. The other man retorted, unyielding. This kind of matter concerning urban construction and people's livelihood is never too early. Isn't attracting investment also a matter of people's livelihood? The first lieutenant, having completely lost his patience, said, Fine. Trying to boost your performance, huh? Desperate to annoy me? Fine. Then let's do it the rules. I've been waiting for you. The second lieutenant abruptly raised his hand, clutching a metal-cased rod-like object, and yanked it open. With a long, piercing shriek, a plume of red smoke shot into the sky, exploding with a deafening roar about 100 meters above the ground, creating a conspicuous, lingering cloud of red smoke. Almost simultaneously, centered on the two, the construction crew, carrying their tools, scrambled onto the work vehicles and retreated. The previously surging crowds on the nearby streets dispersed in an orderly fashion. A string of shops, not even bothering to close, rushed out, owners and employees hurrying. Within a few minutes, the area within a 100-meter radius was cleared, completely deserted. Warning! Warning! Martial arts combat is about to begin within 30 meters of you. The damage assessment is level 3. Please evacuate to a safe zone, 100 meters away, immediately. Songshi's personal terminal vibrated, a mandatory wide area announcement popping up. Everyone in the restaurant, including the chef, waiters, and customers, instinctively ran away the moment the announcement appeared. Except for Songshi. Qing Jinshi and Ai Lu were also there. They exchanged a glance. The next instant, 2 lieutenants on the street began to attack. Chapter 323. To be honest, their methods were decent. But only decent. These two were quite similar in composition, both being first-ring transcendents, but both had implanted excessive amounts of prosthetics, thus gaining combat power beyond pure psionic energy, comparable to weaker second-ring psionicists. Although they were fighting, both sides were clearly holding back, not using real weapons, choosing to fight hand-to-hand, limiting the destructive power of the battle to the level of demolishing a house. The former's cannon hammer fist technique was highly skilled, each strike using a toothed bar as the main tendon, gunpowder as the fuel, and connecting rods as the bone, accompanied by the roar of cannon fire. The punches were powerful and impressive. The latter was no less skilled, his 2 extended fingers forming a sword, slashing, parrying, and striking, showing he had excellent swordsmanship, especially since his fingertips would occasionally erupt plasma streams, turning into sword light to launch surprise attacks, repeatedly restricting the opponent's cannon hammer fist technique. And outside the circle of their battle, the crowd that had supposed to leave hadn't truly dispersed, they huddled together. Those with weaker prosthetics stood on the street, while those with stronger prosthetics and better mobility climbed several stories high. The exterior walls, eaves, and windowsills were packed with people. Those with implanted prosthetic eyes stared wide-eyed, excitedly capturing every detail of the battle. Those without prosthetics pulled out binoculars from their pockets, intently watching the battle, and cheering loudly with raised arms. What? Could this be the so-called cannon hammer, the most powerful and fierce of all martial arts styles? Wow! I never expected to see the shadow-splitting sword here today. Woohoo! How fortunate I am. Good. That punch was beautiful. The force of the punch was incredibly powerful. Wrong. It's clearly the opponent's swordsmanship that's more formidable. This shadow-splitting sword simultaneously split into 3 sword lights, impossible to defend against, demonstrating superior skill. Victory will be easy. Nonsense. Ignoring the facts. Fist-wielding son. Sword-wielding son. This will surely kill sword. Kill hair. The two sides fought for 10 minutes, fists and swords clashing, houses within 20 meters reduced to rubble, until finally a result was reached. The lieutenant wielding the cannon hammer seized an opportunity, sacrificing a cut on his shoulder to close the distance with an elbow strike, then punching his opponent in the chest. The latter staggered back 7 steps, leaving deep indentations with each step, before recovering. The latter took a deep breath, his expression grim. Without a word, he turned and led the construction team away. Not bad, not bad. Songsher glanced down. Then this place will be hosting an investment exhibition. This is the rules of the Northern Thunder defense line. Ai Lu pondered, indeed, as rumored. Lapis Lazuli wasn't surprised. Its data-gathering efficiency far surpassed that of Songsher and Ai Lu, who were neither demons nor hackers. As a faction whose members are ranked according to military rank, the Northern Thunder Defense Front has an extremely strong combat atmosphere, with almost everyone pursuing greater power. If you are strong enough, silver certificates, land, followers, prestige, these byproducts of power, will naturally come to you, like the bioaccumulation effect in a food chain, where the powerful can easily grasp everything. Within the Northern Thunder Defense Front, it can be said that everything can be resolved through combat, just like what they had just witnessed. Those two clearly held positions in the municipal government, but when their duties conflicted, or simply when they were looking for an excuse to annoy each other, they relinquished their municipal government positions and chose to fight each other as second lieutenants, with that as the final outcome. That's right, that's the rule of the biting defense line. Songsher spread his hands. Footsteps sounded outside the door. Those who had evacuated not long ago returned to their original positions. The chef and staff of the restaurant, their faces still flushed with excitement, lifted the curtain and entered the restaurant. They were taken aback to see 3 customers sitting at their tables. You didn't evacuate? It seems so. Songsher turned to the chef and smiled. No need. You got guts. The chef paused for a moment, then gave a thumbs up, expressing his admiration. The fireworks set off by the 2 lieutenants before their fight, and the mandatory, wide area warning communications, were the biting defense line's requirements for any act of violence. If you didn't do these things, but instead, without warning, started a fight on the street, even causing innocent casualties, then you die. General, Colonel, Lieutenant, 3 ranks and 12 grades, above which are the 2 Grand Generals, and even the divinely powerful Grand Marshal, there's bound to be one waiting for you. However, on the other hand, if after receiving these warnings you wish to experience the battle up close, or witness the prowess of a master, and you choose to stay behind, only to perish in the aftermath of the battle, then neither side will be punished. However, such people are rare even within the Northern Thunder defense line, mainly because their replenishment rate cannot keep up with their consumption rate. I didn't expect to encounter two today, the chef thought to himself, intending to personally serve them some dishes, but the latter had already gotten up and jumped out of the windows one by one, leaving the restaurant. In this age of highly advanced cybernetic technology, jumping from the 2nd floor is no longer surprising. Songsher landed and saw the wrecked ruins of a building not far away. Police officers in uniform were already setting up a cordon, a bright orange line encircling the building to prevent anyone from entering. A policeman expertly activated his body camera, using a detector to repeatedly scan the ruins, occasionally digging through rubble to record the damage inside. They were assessing the damage. More accurately, they were assessing the losses resulting from the fight, including the collapse of buildings, damage to shops, and other consequences. After a precise assessment, these losses would be compiled into a bill and sent to the instigator, the 2 lieutenants, the one who lost. The other party must pay the bill within a specified period, or face legal proceedings and sentencing. Of course, he had one opportunity to object. The biting defense front would send a military officer of equal rank. If he won, the bill would automatically be transferred to that officer. Objections, of course, had a price. If the objector lost again, the bill would double. These bills are usually higher than the actual losses. Besides the original amount paid to the victims, The extra money is turned over to the North Thunder Defense Front's reserve fund. Just as I expected, Songshur looked around and laughed heartily, feeling more energetic. A matrix of drones slowly swept across the sky, their neon patterns representing the logos of the most powerful martial arts fighters of the moment. On the exterior walls of the commercial street buildings, the host appeared in a giant holographic projection, narrating the duels in the arena with unparalleled charisma. Throughout the streets and alleys, people occasionally stopped to watch, gazing up at the fiercely battling martial artists on the screen with fervent admiration. A soft whistling sound reached his ears. Looking into the distance, deep red fireworks slowly dissipated in the sky, signaling the start of yet another battle, for reasons unknown, that had begun. On the television screens along the street, news of the upcoming local investment fair flashed. The host finished the report in a gentle tone, and at the end, as a local, extended a sincere smile to the viewers. Welcome everyone to the North Thunder Defense Front. Chapter 324. He still had some affection for the Northern Thunder Defense Front. Songshur thought to himself. In his previous life, after leaving Yulai and struggling to make a living in various prefectures, he seriously considered joining the Northern Thunder Defense Front and enlisting in the army. However, he later discovered the more promising profession of bounty hunter and decisively abandoned the idea. After his spiritual abilities improved and the Southern Dipper gained fame, he had many dealings with the Northern Thunder Defense Front. While not entirely pleasant, they were certainly not bad. Songshur looked north. Located in the north, Chuming Prefecture was the headquarters of the Northern Thunder Defense Front. In terms of the intensity of martial arts, among the 16 prefectures under the Northern Thunder Defense Front, Chuming Prefecture was undoubtedly the most powerful. In a sense, the fundamental reason for this intense martial arts atmosphere was that one person was there. A very few people had heard a rumor. The Grand Marshal of the Northern Thunder Defense Line was the closest psychic to the God's throne in the world. Songshur knew this. It wasn't a rumor. What's next? Ai-Lu asked. 2 days had passed since the day the two lieutenants dueled. During these 2 days, Songshur and the other two had been recovering from their injuries, while leisurely strolling through the city, eating and drinking, a rare period of tranquility. But it ended there. While these days were carefree and joyful, all three had things on their minds. So seeing that they had recovered enough, Ai-Lu brought it up first. Don't worry, something will come. Songshur twirled a 2-inch titanium alloy sword between his index and middle fingers. Its design was a black and white interweaving, a 10:1 replica of the weaponry of Zhang Mingyuan of Yin Yang Unity, the Northern Thunder Defense Front Champions Force, and with the target's consent, this type of merchandise is readily available everywhere. As a lieutenant general, Zhang Mingyuan is naturally very popular. Songshur bought one on the street. Do you really think the Northern Thunder Defense Front, risking offending the Eastern Continent Republic to let us in, has no ulterior motives? Songshur flipped his fingers, and a small sword quietly appeared in his palm. Of course, I know they always been at odds with the Eastern Continent Republic and aren't afraid of retaliation. No need to remind me. Lapis Lazuli had clearly considered this question, answering, investment? You, me, and Ai-Lu are all psionicists aiming for the 5th ring, and indeed have the potential. Lapis Lazuli raised his mechanical arm, interrupting Songshur. I'm just using this as an example. I know you want to develop a 7th ring. No need to remind me. Even lowering expectations slightly, taking a lower value, 1 future 5th ring and 2 4th rings. This level of power would be considered a pillar of the Vanpusta Empire. If it were a corporate alliance, this force could be injected into the Enlightened Ones today, and tomorrow the Enlightened Ones would dare to openly raise their banners and formally declare independence. From the perspective of one faction, choosing to offer goodwill and invest in advance is perfectly acceptable. Yes, and no, Songshur casually tossed the small sword to Ai-Lu. There's definitely an intention to invest, but to say it's solely for that, Lapis Lazuli, I can only say that you haven't truly grasped the meaning of the words Northern Thunder Defense Front. This isn't your problem. Very few people can fully understand something based solely on written information. You are truly a perfect fit for the Northern Thunder Defense Front, Songshur. A voice suddenly echoed from the sky. A man in military uniform could be seen on the horizon, riding an anti-gravity hoverboard, hurtling past at high speed, approaching from afar, and landing in front of Songshur in a few breaths. That's Major 1-1-U? This was a bustling commercial street, teeming with people. Many heard the voice, and when they saw the figure descending from the sky, their breathing quickened, their eyes widened, and they shouted, "Holy crap! 1-U? It really is 1-U. Major 1. I still watched that battle last year when you defeated Major Zhang over and over again. That move, Frosty Dew and Snow, I now watch it whenever I have a fever and refuse medicine. I actually saw the real Wen. What? Even if I died now, it would be worth it. When you? The major named when you raised his hand, a slightly cold air current sweeping across the crowd, forcefully suppressing their enthusiastic shouts. Thanks to everyone's encouragement, but I have something to discuss with someone right now. You may observe, but please do not disturb me. The next instant, the scene fell into a deathly silence. Everyone's eyes were filled with fervor, yet they wished they could stop breathing, not utter a sound. Northern Thunder Defense Line, one of the seeds. Major Frostbite, Songsha raised an eyebrow. He recognized him, or rather, he had heard his name and seen his picture in his previous life. He was said to be a skilled fighter, though he had never fought him. However, to be on the Northern Thunder Defense Line's high-potential training list, a member of the Seeds, his skill level couldn't be too bad. Quite famous, huh? Hearing Songsha's words, Wen Yu unbuttoned 2 buttons of his military uniform and said gently, because my teacher is very famous, and I haven't disgraced him, achieving quite a few victories, so many people admire me. Peak second ring balance. Sensing the other's spiritual energy, and connecting it to this statement, Songsha knew who the other's teacher was. One of the 2 generals of the Northern Thunder Defense Line. 5th ring balance, quiet abyss, Hixin. I heard what you just said. When you revealed a silver star on his epaulette, I seen your file. On your first visit to the Biting Defense Front, you already understand us to this extent. Come on, join the Biting Defense Front. Isn't the Zong family your sworn enemy? Once you advance to the 4th ring. When you spoke with a nonchalant tone, uttering a startling statement, if you could single-handedly wipe out the Zong family, you could absolutely do it. All subsequent retaliation from the Eastern Continent Republic will be borne by the Biting Defense Front. Indeed, a very attractive invitation. Songsha clapped his hands in genuine praise. However, I still refuse. I understand. Hearing this, Wen Yu's expression remained unchanged, only nodding in approval. You are qualified. Then let's get down to business. Wen Yu raised his index finger. Indeed, as you said, the Biting Defense Front has designs on you. Here are General Wang's original words that he asked me to bring. General Wang. General Wang. Within the Biting Defense Line, this title represents only one person, one of the 2 generals. 5th ring Dayuan, 5 phases revolve, Wang Chunlai. Songsha, starting the day after tomorrow, as long as you can come to Chunming County, I will give you a great gift. Wen Yu slightly extended his hand. Of course, you have the right to refuse. Don't worry, this is not a hypocritical multiple-choice question. As long as you refuse, no one will cause you any trouble. A great gift? Songsha took the small sword back from Ai Lu's hand, turning it over and playing with it. Although the words are vague, considering that they came from the mouth of a 5th ring psychic, it is indeed very attractive. The next moment, the young man suddenly gripped the small sword, his pupil shining with crimson gold. Refuse? Songsha laughed loudly. Go back and tell Wang Chunlai, I'm taking this job. What spirit? When you clapped his hands vigorously, then, I be watching. Oh! Songsha raised an eyebrow. What, you're not participating? How could I? When you also laughed, first, your injuries haven't fully healed, you're not in your best condition. Second, I reached the peak of the 2nd ring, and I start working on breaking through to the 3rd ring today. I lost at the 3rd ring, but at your level, I have absolutely no chance of winning against you at the 3rd ring. But if you fight me at the peak of the 2nd ring, what's the point of winning? Once you recovered from your injuries, and I've broken through to the 3rd ring, I will definitely come to learn your skills. Provided you don't get knocked down on the way. Songsha said slowly, I don't think it's necessary to bring up something impossible. When you smiled silently. Without hesitation, he turned, stepped onto the hoverboard, and soared into the sky amidst the cheers of the nearby crowd, disappearing into the horizon. To Chunming County, if you can? Ai Lu murmured, realizing something. They? Ha ha ha. Songsha made no attempt to hide his joy, laughing brightly as he said, enunciating each word clearly, isn't it obvious? They want to use me as a whetstone. Let's see if this trip can forge a few divine weapons for the Northern Thunder Defense Line. Chapter 325. Announcement. Nando, Songsha has officially entered the country. Looking at the communication pop up in his prosthetic eye's field of vision, as if he had finally received the answer he had been waiting for, the burly man's breathing quickened. He closed his eyes, pressed his fingers to his chest, took a deep breath, and slowly exhaled, repeating this 3 times before reopening his eyes. His eyes gleamed with even more exhilarating elation. How could he possibly calm down? His eyes widened, a wide grin spreading across his face. He grabbed the silver-gray military uniform beside him, draped it over his shoulders, and donned his full uniform. A silver star gleamed on the pure alloy epaulets. Major. Notify the airport to prepare a shuttle to Qingyuan County for me within half an hour. Hanging up the communication with his subordinate, the burly man pushed open the door and stepped out. His already heavy steel boots now made each step seem as if they were about to shatter the concrete road. Suddenly, the tremor ceased. I don't recall a major being allowed to leave his post so easily. Long Boots stepped around the corner, and then a tall, imposing figure emerged. A military overcoat draped over his shoulders, the man stood before the burly man, arms crossed. Through the gaps in the overcoat, a silver star was faintly visible on his epaulets. Another major. First, I applied for a 2-week leave 3 minutes ago. Second, if I were to fight such a terrifying expert, what would it matter if I lost 10 years' salary? The burly man's broad hands hung at his sides, his massive, almost deformed physique seemed to crush the passageway simply by standing there. What? You're going to stop me? No, you're absolutely right. The man's right hand slowly pressed against the shoulder of his coat. That's what I was thinking too, but there's only one available shuttle at the nearby airport, and you were faster at making calls than I was. I don't usually ride shuttles with others. The military coat was forcefully ripped off and tossed aside. So I'm going to bomb you first, and then go find Songshur alone. In the sky, deep red fireworks slowly exploded. Nonsense. The burly man grinned maliciously. Countless meshing gears began to turn, and his arms suddenly expanded. Then come on. The next instant, the two collided violently, a barren peak, like a straight, sharp sword piercing the clouds. Since the Seven Earths War destroyed the ecosystem, resulting in extreme weather, the airflow encountered at the peak is no longer a mere gust of wind, but a true storm, powerful enough to overturn cars and demolish houses. Peeled smooth by years of relentless wind pounding, these completely exposed cliff faces possessed a surface as smooth as pebbles, gleaming with a deep, iron-like luster rather than that of rock. Atop the peak, a man sat cross-legged. His military uniform, with 2 horizontal stripes, hung to the ground. The man sat upright with his eyes closed, his hands resting on his thighs. He was merely sitting, yet the relentlessly raging air currents dared not approach within 3 meters of him. It was as if an incredibly hot, red-hot iron ball was positioned there, melting away any wind that touched it. The man slowly raised his eyes. Within the pupil of his prosthetic eye, a video feed, divided into 16 screens, and playing simultaneously at 5 times the speed, extinguished the rapidly flashing images of Songshur. Existing Nan-Do battle footage. Viewed. As the man opened his eyes, and rose from his seated position, it was as if a scorching, blazing sun had risen, the peak suddenly blazing with light. From this light, the raging winds within a radius of tens of meters instantly vanished, creating a brief vacuum. Lieutenant Colonel, Beijing Defense Line, one of the seeds. 3rd Ring to Yuan Yinyang Wang Hao. Strong, Songshur, extremely strong. Wang Hao glanced down in one direction, stared briefly, and then leaped down from the peak. Fight! At the same time, the woman who had been speeding across the sky slowed down, casually releasing the bird she had captured in her palm. 10,000 meters above, floating cannons swirled around the back of her hand, nuzzling affectionately. The blonde woman smiled faintly, the tail of her platinum mechanical wings unfurling inch by inch of brilliant light. The languidly drawn-out tail light dissipated quietly among the clouds. Nan-Do, is that it? Beside a lake. The water was crystal clear, utterly deserted. A woman draped in a plain-colored feather robe sat cross-legged, a long sword resting across her lap. She slowly opened her eyes, a blurry figure flashing past behind her. Nan-Do? Roaring day and night, deep within the massive automated factory, a young man in overalls, watching his flying sword dangling in midair, constantly spinning and vibrating, dragged by countless steel cables, tossed aside a wrench, wiped the grease from his face, and sneered. Nan-Do, Songshur? In the Biting Defense Line's administrative management system, leave requests surged within half an hour, showing no signs of abating, but rather continuing to increase. The reasons given by those relatively unknown and mediocre officers for leave were varied and bizarre, including but not limited to sudden death of a family member, a superior's funeral, maternity leave, sudden onset of depression, complaining about too much salary, and simply wanting to take leave. The officer in charge of approvals. Oh, even the officer took leave. Due to the temporary shortage of officers, these leave applications were reported up the chain of command, and ultimately, under the personal instruction of General Wang Xinlai, all leave requests were approved. However, The condition was that these individuals must work remotely, handling their assigned tasks even during their leave. There was another group. Those officers who had already established their reputations and held high positions. Their reasons for leave were either longer, a single sentence, or shorter, just a few words. But if the content were simplified, the only common thread in these leave requests was Nan Do Song Shi. Locally, shuttles were forcibly requisitioned, carrying officers to Qingyuan County. Those officers of lower rank, who couldn't get a shuttle, without a second thought, either boarded the high-speed train to Qingyuan overnight or rode motorcycles at breakneck speed. The citizens were astonished. They witnessed firsthand how these officers, rarely seen before, began appearing in large numbers on the streets, hurrying along, all heading in the same direction. Some were confused, puzzled, trying to find the reason. Others had close relationships with the officers, and in their fervent eyes, they found the answers to everything. Nan Do, who is that? Oh! I know. A key participant in the Battle of Zhuguang City. So it was him. Song Shi actually came here? When did he arrive? Damn it! I really want to see him with my own eyes. This momentum, and the surging crowd converged, churning, until finally, it transformed into an unstoppable torrent of fervent enthusiasm, rushing towards Qingyuan County like a tsunami. Chapter 326. Strictly speaking, Qingyuan County to Chunming County isn't far. Just leave Qingyuan and cross one more county to reach Chunming. The total distance is over 2,000 li. If one were to ride the Qingjin Stone and use the anti-gravity engine at full power, they could arrive in less than an hour. However, that would be rather absurd. The true meaning of Wangchili as reaching Chunming naturally means conquering Chunming. Song Shi glanced at the Qingjin Stone and Ai Lu, his pupils blazing with intense fire, to suppress most of the experts of the biting defense line in front of everyone, and step by step ascend to Chunming. There are probably few things in this world more interesting than that. Hee. Song Shi gestured for the Qingjin Stone to activate its anti-gravity effect. An invisible force field rose, and the bedding, electric kettle, tissue box, plastic stool, and fine dust instantly filled the room. Song Shi floated in midair, casually flicking an unopened soft drink can that drifted past him, then flicked it at Ai Lu, who was pressed tightly against the ceiling. Even without mentioning any grand gifts, I really should thank Wang Qinlai for allowing me to complete the soaring to the heavens ritual so quickly. Psionic technique, soaring to the heavens. Normally, a third-ring psionicist can inscribe 7 psionic techniques. Calamity, Stonefall, Heart of Forging, and the next psionic technique Song Shi chose, soaring to the heavens, could be considered a type of escape technique according to the naming conventions of the Eastern continent. The sheer power was so immense that it could pierce through the clouds and the Milky Way, and when it comes to accumulating momentum, what could compare to this current display of strength, facing the overwhelming tide of power unleashed by the Northern Thunder defense line and utterly crushing it head-on? Isn't that a bit too arrogant? Ai Lu caught the soft drink can, thought for a moment, and pushed it towards King Jinshi. Sir, although your strength is formidable, the Northern Thunder defense line has always been home to many experts. Defeat them all. Ai Lu questioned, don't you consider the possibility of a draw? A draw? Song Shi hugged his knees, slowly turning over, and laughed upon hearing this. Then I wait for them. I have a question, Song Shi. Just then, King Jinshi suddenly spoke. It swung its mechanical arm, precisely gripping the drink can. Immediately afterwards, the upper right corner of its body rotated, projecting a screen. A waterfall of data cascaded down, then quickly transformed into a visually clear, multidimensional table. I searched the crime records of the Northern Thunder Defense Front and its subordinate counties over the past 5 years. It's too low. Lapis Lazuli paused. No, it should be said that compared to the social atmosphere and prevailing principles here, the number of crime records is too low. Here, there's such a strong emphasis on force, a belief that the powerful should have privileges. Yes, I understand that there are some powerful individuals who are unwilling to abuse their privileges and recklessly violate public order and morality. But in my database, this group only constitutes a minority, everywhere. But here, Lapis Lazuli looked at Song Shi, seemingly choosing its words carefully. These officers are all a bit too. It came up with a somewhat appropriate word, noble. Aside from their military ranks, most officers also held government positions, and most of these officers actually performed their duties conscientiously, completing tasks to varying degrees. Oppressing the people with force, treating the weak as livestock, despising the incompetent, trampling on the law, acting arbitrarily and recklessly. The records Lapis Lazuli retrieved confirmed that these things had indeed happened, But compared to the social atmosphere and the number of officers, the frequency of these incidents was practically non-existent. It was as if these officers wielding force genuinely believed these things were wrong, and therefore... Stop, Songsher interrupted the AI. Is this already starting to be pure conjecture? Come on, let me ask you a few questions first. Before Lapis Lazuli could speak, Songsher raised his index finger. Am I stronger than you? Yes, Lapis Lazuli replied. Songsher nodded, then said, the evening moon in the sky glows. Lapis Lazuli was puzzled for a moment, then, realizing the other party had no intention of explaining, he had to speak up. This is... I said, the evening moon in the sky glows. Songsher stared at the intelligent machine, speaking in a matter-of-fact tone. Otherwise, how could it be bright? Wrong. AI Lu calmly interjected, the evening moon itself doesn't emit light, but its surface is composed of rocks, dust, and highly reflective materials. They reflect some of the sun's rays, which is why it appears to glow. Correct. Songsher snapped his fingers. Even someone with my level of education knows that the evening moon doesn't emit light at all. By the way, I remember AI Lu's education level is even lower than mine. Didn't you drop out of vocational high school? In short, if I were to bring in a lieutenant, I would repeat what I just said. Then, he would definitely first suspect that his own perception is flawed. Lapis Lazuli paused slightly, then suddenly understood. Wait. You mean? Yes, because I'm stronger than him, I must be more correct than him, and thus choose to believe me. Songsher spread his hands. Or, actually, he doesn't believe me at all, but because he's weaker than me, until he becomes stronger, he will still admit this mistake and willingly accept it as his guiding principle. That's the rule of the Northern Thunder defense line. Isn't it amazing? Songsher tapped his temple with his index finger. Of course, if you ask me personally, I think these people all have some problems here. Just because they're stronger, they're willing to abandon their own principles and follow the other side. Isn't that a bit too weak? Lapis Lazuli, you just asked me why these officers are so noble. Songsher chuckled, shaking his head. How could that be? At least half the officers subscribe to the principle of might makes right. It's just a matter of degree. Now, the so-called taking responsibility, restraining oneself, avoiding evil desires. That's just the Grand Marshal's requirement. He stared at the ceiling, his gaze seemingly piercing through to the past, reaching northwards to the region known as pure brightness. In a daze, a divine, majestic silhouette, seemingly reaching to the heavens and connecting with the sun, stood silently. Songsher slowly withdrew his gaze, looking back at the Lapis Lazuli. He raised his index finger, straight up. They are no match for the Grand Marshal. Chapter 327. The first battle came later than expected. Bang boom. Northern Thunder Defense Line, Lieutenant Long Dun, please enlighten me. Beneath the slowly dissipating crimson smoke, a burly man stood tall, his muscles bulging, exuding an aura that seemed poised to burst his uniform. He stared intently at the young man before him, his voice booming like thunder. I take this first place. This was a fairly prosperous commercial street, lined with shops and bustling with people. But when a shuttle descended above the street, followed by a burly man slamming down dozens of meters above the ground, creating a large crater in the street with a loud thud, the crowd that had been strolling was stunned for a moment. Seeing the fireworks, they immediately understood what was happening and quickly dispersed. Why are you the first one of your rank to arrive? Songsher put down the extra strong mint candy he had just picked up, sighed, and turned to look at the man. Didn't they say shuttles are in high demand right now? You, a mere lieutenant, actually managed to get one? I'm a local from Qingyuan, and I live close by. I was on duty at the airport at the time, so I just grabbed a shuttle and came over. The burly man answered without hesitation. I was lucky, no one reacted in time. He said in a deep voice, Can we begin? I don't mind, come on. Songsher gestured for him to begin. If you're not a psychic, then you're planning to rely on a cybernetics. Oh no, I mean an exoskeleton. Okay, you can start putting it on. After glancing at the man, Songsher immediately understood. The lieutenant nodded steadily. The next instant, the burly man clenched his fists, his arm suddenly snapped open, his military uniform ripped apart with a tearing sound. The door of the shuttle hovering in the sky swung open, and a metal box bigger than a person crashed down. The iron box crashed to the ground, and the burly man took a step back, retreating into the open box. Numerous modules popped up and switched, and in the blink of an eye, both the man and the box vanished. In their place stood a 2.5-meter tall steel mechanical armor, its dark gray paint and heavy armor bearing no resemblance to any elegant and refined design. Long plumes of white vapor emanated from the armor plates on its arm guards opening and closing inch by inch, and its enormous hands gripped a molten greatsword drawn from its waist. This is the third-generation Psionics-powered exoskeleton armor? The scattered crowd, or rather, huddled together in a ring, completely surrounding the battlefield. Someone shouted, "My God!" It said this exoskeleton has extremely powerful ground combat capabilities. Powerful propulsion, heavy armor. But that also means ordinary people can't handle it. I found out. He's long done. I heard he once defeated a second-ring psychic in a head-on fight using the second-generation Psionics exoskeleton. That's how he was promoted to lieutenant. Oh! And the one opposite him is? Songshur. Songshur didn't raise his hand. He glanced at the armor, and crimson gold flames began to appear around him. Yes! This is the flame of forging. Someone else's eyes lit up, and they explained, Songshur's first-level psionic technique. It's said to be able to forge all shapes and melt all things. I feel my body getting hot. Everything's burning. Wait, why do you all know so much? A tourist looked around incredulously at the surging crowd, feeling like he was about to be swallowed up. However, faced with such a rare sight, the people nearby didn't bother to answer him. They were focused on the battlefield, and some quick-witted individuals had already launched drones to try and record the scene from above. The roar of the armored engine echoed through the street. Watch out! Dragon Blunt is coming! A deep hissing sound rang out as the sword's edge gradually glowed, glowing a fiery red. The molten heavy armor is charging. Ah, it's so bright! Dragon Blunt is lowering its center of gravity. Dragon Blunt is stepping forward. Dragon Blunt is charging. Dragon Blunt is... Dragon Blunt is being engulfed in flames. Dragon Blunt is being blown apart. The mecha armor lowered its body and charged forward, each step shattering the paving stones, sending stone chips flying everywhere, with unparalleled force, as if it wanted to crush Songshur in its embrace. Then, just as the heavy sword was about to strike, Songshur raised his hand, clenched his fist, and threw a punch. Flame. An endless torrent of crimson flame surged forth, only to collapse in an instant, transforming into a single point of fire clenched between 5 fingers, before bursting forth once more. A punch? From the depths of the burly man's pupils, the combined force of scorched earth and embers from that punch suddenly surged, engulfing him. Under everyone's gaze, the charging elephant abruptly halted. Then, a straight stream of flame pierced its chest. Its once heavy and imposing armor, with a teeth-grinding metallic creak, violently deformed and shrank, flying backward with even greater speed than before, crashing through 3 houses before finally coming to a stop. Bang! A few breaths later, in the chaotic ruins, the pile of rubble, bricks, and broken steel bars was suddenly smashed open, riddled with holes. In particular, the power armor, whose breastplate had disappeared like charred charcoal, stood up. Then the armor plate separated, and in the rising steam, Long Dun stumbled out. Defeated with a single punch. The audience cheered loudly. So it was through the field of scorched earth, as the driving force, coupled with the embers, that matter was destroyed, thus dissipating Long Dun's charge energy and directly blasting him apart with a single punch. A man wearing a Victory in Martial Arts printed t-shirt explained rapidly. Not only that, Songshur also ingested an excessive amount of spiritual energy, hence this effect. Such a lavish application of spiritual energy. Unheard of. Just how much spiritual energy does he have? A tourist exclaimed in astonishment. You could even see that? Let me think, SOSO. At this moment, Songshur spoke. And the instant the young man spoke, the noisy commotion vanished. Your martial arts skills are passable, and your aura is decent, Songshur commented. But this level of competence is only average within your Northern Thunder Defense Force. However, with some more rigorous training back home, you still have a chance to improve further. Your limits are not limited to this. Thank you for your guidance. Long Dun's bare upper body bore numerous burn marks, but he ignored them completely, saying in a deep voice, I understand. This time, I will definitely undergo a rigorous ascetic training. Training doesn't necessarily have to be a rigorous ascetic training. Never mind. Songshur pinched his brow. With your personality, you might indeed be more suited to a rigorous ascetic training. Well then, I wish you success soon. Now, please make way. Long Dun remained silent. His colleagues on the shuttle threw down steel cables, hooked onto the wreckage of the giant elephant, and towed it into the air. He himself remained silent, making way without hesitation. Everyone, let me say a few more words. Songshur clapped his hands, surveying the sweltering crowd around him. From now on, including just now, I grant you free access to all the matches I participated in. You can record and share them freely. Revealing my whereabouts is also allowed. Discuss boldly, attract attention boldly. Tell everyone, Nan Do is waiting for them. Chapter 328. A monster from the Enterprise Alliance lands in Qingyuan County, Northern Thunder Defense Line. Urgent report from the front. Song Shi defeated Lu Qi in Fengcheng City, Qingyuan. He shattered Captain Lu Qi's stance with 3 strikes, burning half the street in the process. What urgent report? That's outdated. 3 minutes ago, Lieutenant Fong attempted an airborne interception, but was struck through the second heart. He was immediately transferred to the nearest hospital's emergency room. Immediately notify the editorial department, everyone to report for duty. I need the new column online within 2 hours. The cover must feature Song Shi. Wait! All the editors have taken leave under the pretext of close reporting. They all gone to Qingyuan County. What? Enterprise Alliance, Super Sports Alliance. At 3 p.m., Zhang Qiu, a well-known combat sports commentator, submitted a leave application to the Alliance. The season starts tomorrow. And you're taking leave now? Wait, damn it! You already booked the cross-border flight for time travel? I'm sorry, but I have to go back to my hometown. Give me a reason. There's a battle I haven't commented on yet, and a road I haven't traveled yet. What the hell? Damn, is it that your biting defense front is fighting again? And who is it this time? Song Shi. Huh? At the same time, Qingyuan County, Fengcheng City. There's no need for any so-called route speculation. 2 days ago, Song Shi, known as Southern Dipper, publicly dismantled Long Dun's Panxiang power armor and issued a proclamation, officially embarking on his journey. From Qingyuan County to Chunming County, and ultimately to the latter's central city. That city, in a sense, the capital of the biting defense front, Tindu. Now, Song Shi's path forward was clearly a straight line. He was advancing towards Tiandu with unstoppable momentum. Lieutenant Fong lost? Lieutenant Fong lost. The once vast park now had a huge crater in its center. Song Shi flicked his wrist, casually extinguishing the raging flames around him. A medical team that had been waiting quickly moved forward, lifted the blackened humanoid figure from the bottom of the crater onto a stretcher, and sent it into a medical shuttle, flying towards a nearby hospital. After a brief silence, a tsunami of cheers erupted from all directions. Nan Do! Song Shi! The surging crowd that filled the park, shoulder to shoulder, cheered and raised their arms. 9th battle, victory. 10 victories, 10 decisive defeats, undefeated in 100 battles. Song Shi! Song Shi! Song Shi! If ranked by combat strength, then the 3 ranks of the Northern Thunder Defense Line are Lieutenants, Level 3, Field Officers, Level 4, and Generals, Level 5. As for the 2 Generals, and the Grand Marshal, they are beyond a Level 3. A Lieutenant, of course, could not possibly be a match for Song Shi. The outcome was predetermined from the start. But at this moment, the crowd showed no sign of losing their enthusiasm, still cheering wildly and shouting Song Shi's name. Some of the spectators were even covered in dust and grime. These were people who had followed Song Shi all the way here in cars and motorcycles. Some had taken leave, but many more had simply abandoned their work to witness everything firsthand. They shouted as they injected themselves with stimulants to stay awake. Ladies and gentlemen, I have something to say. Song Shi raised his hand. The world fell silent instantly. First thing, I know many of you haven't slept for days to get here, and plan to stay awake for the next few days, relying solely on stimulants. Song Shi raised his index finger, surveying the crowd. Then, remember what I'm about to say, go to sleep. I don't want to see anyone die within my sight. Everyone held their breath, nodding repeatedly. Second thing. Song Shi raised his middle finger again. This time, he glanced at the swarm of drones hovering in the sky like bees. Whenever the battle began, these drones, equipped with various cameras, would follow closely, recording every detail. I know that right now, many live betting platforms are open. These casinos, I want you to distribute half of your profits equally to those who follow me, to those who came for me, even at the cost of their jobs. No forceful command needed. No chilling, authoritative tone required. There was no need to specify what the consequences would be for those who didn't comply. But everyone understood that the owners of these casinos would personally oversee the execution with unprecedented devotion, and would distribute half the profits equally among their followers. Anyone harboring the slightest bit of luck, attempting to conceal or steal a small amount of personal gain, would be crushed by their casino colleagues before the officers of the Northern Thunder Defense Line could even act, their heads presented to Songshur, because this was Southern Dipper's decree, issued by Songshur. Ding. A soft notification sound suddenly rang out in the park. Another ding. Ding ding. In an instant, a series of transfer notifications flashed in the prosthetic eyes of many people in the area. These transfers were to anonymous accounts from various sources, but they had one thing in common. Their transfer notes were all under the name Nando. This gift from Songshur, who on the Northern Thunder Defense Line would dare steal even a fraction of its reputation or impersonate him. How extravagant! Just then, a thunderous, powerful sound surged forth. No, not thunderous. The source of the sound was clearly a bolt of silver-white lightning, crackling and hurtling towards them at high speed. With a deafening boom, the lightning abruptly stopped 10 meters in front of Songshur, revealing a burly man striding confidently. The 3 horizontal stripes on his bulging military uniform epaulets flickered with arcs of electricity. Northern Thunder Defense Line, Captain Panley. The burly man's voice boomed like thunder, echoing, Peak Second Ring Great Origin. I come specifically to learn the Southern Dipper's secret techniques. Captain? Songshur sized him up for a few seconds. Where did you come from? I'm from Charlie County. Panley slowly raised his sharply defined right palm. Within this semi-hollowed prosthetic arm, layers of electromagnetic coils were stacked, flashing with chillingly azure arcs of electricity. Hearing of your visit, I specially traveled across 3 counties to come. Peak Second Ring Great Origin. Still following the path of thunder magic, Songshur stroked his chin. I roughly understand. Panley remained unmoved, his voice deep and resonant. Then, as the weaker party, I humbly request permission to attack first. Sure. Songshur nodded. Lapis Lazuli, you go first. Remember to let the other side attack first. The light patterns on Lapis Lazuli's body paused for a moment. Upon hearing this, Panley was stunned for a moment, then his eyes widened in anger. I challenge you. How can you fool me with a mere artifact spirit? Songshur laughed. Then, will you defy me? Panley was taken aback again. His expression changed, he closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, they were almost entirely filled with pure, blazing lightning. I dare not defy you. The burly man roared. Then let me test your skills. I have a name, okay? My surname is Jean Shur, and my given name is Ching. Songshur clapped his hands, took several large steps back, and stood next to AI Lu, while gesturing for the AI to step forward. Ching Jean Shur. Songshur's words were undisguised, and everyone present heard them clearly. This Panley can be considered strong. So let's defeat him. If you can't even defeat a mere strong, then there's no point in talking about restoring the glory of the AI. Chapter 329. Crimson fireworks burst open with a bang. Panley stepped forward, palm raised. Intense lightning crackled and flowed across his body, instantly filling the surrounding air with a strong smell of ionization. Under the excessively intense lightning, even Panley himself became blurred, making it difficult to see his full form. Fortunately, as people living on the biting defense line, the nearby spectators were experienced. Those with prosthetic eyes activated their anti-overexposure mode, while those without pulled out sunglasses and put them on, intently observing the battle. Panley, Marshal Rank Captain. Peak of the Second Ring Great Origin. A man carrying a banner bearing the words 10 sweeps, 10 decisions loudly explained, mainly skilled in lightning magic. Fierce fighting style. Skilled at defeating enemies with brute force. At that moment, Panley moved. He attacked first. With a powerful roar, an incomparably violent bolt of lightning shattered the atmosphere, without any change in direction, striking the Lapis Lazuli head-on. Almost simultaneously, the Lapis Lazuli also moved. The spherical body transformed, disintegrating and reassembling into a dark blue-green cube. It contained 12 gravity spheres, divided into 4 groups, 2 of which formed a gravity field, blocking the lightning. Under the immense pressure of gravity, the ground within a 3-meter radius of the Lapis Lazuli stone caved in. However, it still couldn't withstand the attack. Facing the imminent gravity field, Panley did only one thing. Not to evade or deflect the force, but simply to unleash his spiritual energy, pushing the lightning around his body to an even more violent degree. Of all the cultivation methods, lightning magic is paramount. And what Panley pursued was sheer power, only sheer power. Like a heavenly tribulation, unstoppable, the most powerful and extremely fierce lightning magic, the man's eyes widened, and he roared, how terrifying. Panley intends to shatter the entire gravity field head-on. Psionic Art Gravity Splitter. Psionic Art Extrasensory Flow. Before the violent lightning, the lapis lazuli remained unchanged. It simply activated a new psionic art. Gravity Splitter can easily divide a single unit of gravity into several new units, each possessing different vectors and scalars of gravity. Extrasensory flow allows the lapis lazuli to create extrasensory modules, significantly reducing the switching intervals for manipulating gravity, allowing gravity to flow and be used freely. Under the control of lapis lazuli, the combination of these two elements creates a completely new battlefield. In that instant, Panley, who had been charging forward with ferocious force, suddenly felt a heavy weight all over his body. No, not just a simple heaviness. His front foot felt unsteady, as if stepping into soft cotton, while his back foot felt as if sinking into mud, weighing a ton. His torso, caught between the two, experienced two completely different sensations simultaneously. As a captain who had fought his way out, after a moment of shock, Panley immediately realized what had happened. What? Someone exclaimed in shock. It's a gravity field. Lapis lazuli has adjusted the gravity field nearby. It has clearly divided the originally singular field into dozens of irregular pieces, each with a different gravity coefficient. This is severely interfering with Panley's movements. Uneven roads cause discomfort, and lead to loss of balance and falls. Panley was naturally far superior to ordinary people in this respect, but the chaotic gravity field exerted by lapis lazuli was far more powerful than the effects of mere unevenness. However, there was no need for tension. Nothing to fear. In an instant, lightning erupted around Panley, the immense power of the lightning disrupting the surrounding electromagnetic environment. Numerous drones had their components melted and fell to the ground. Endless lightning surged into Panley's prosthetic right arm, the layered electromagnetic coils now radiating a breathtakingly brilliant azure light. Since he couldn't approach his opponent for the time being, he would switch to ranged attacks. Fist intent materialization. Panley roared, demon-slaying divine firmament. With an overwhelming surge of energy, buzz, 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 the electromagnetic coils lit up layer by layer, unleashing a magnetic force powerful enough to crush a heavy tank, emanating from the man's clenched right fist. Accompanying this was a powerful torrent of lightning transformed from the psionic technique demon-slaying divine firmament. A strike combining force and energy, along with the demon-slaying power targeting the mind. With this single punch, Panley was worthy of his captain's rank. Lapis lazuli didn't dodge. As the punch struck him from afar, the AI lightly tapped its mechanical arm. Repulsive force. The chaotic, fragmented gravitational fields reversed simultaneously in that instant. An unprecedented, immense repulsive force rose from the ground towards the sky. Panley's body also suddenly levitated. One of the fundamental principles of boxing is force originating from the ground. As a peak second-ring psychic and grand boxer, even with a sudden gravity reversal, Panley wouldn't have been lifted off the ground without any resistance. I understand. This is a life-or-death fighting style. A spectator shouted angrily. Lapis lazuli, at the cost of taking the punch head-on, seized the fleeting moment when Panley's punch wasn't finished, and he hadn't fully recovered, reversing the gravity field and using repulsive force to lift him up. Caught off guard, Panley was instantly levitated. 10 gravity spheres, already prepared, surged towards him, 5 layers of gravity field stacked upon each other, forming a spherical shape in midair, completely suppressing and locking him down. Under everyone's gaze, lapis lazuli slowly raised its mechanical arm. First silence, then a frenzied roar erupted from all directions. Panley defeated. Lapis lazuli wins. The surrounding crowd waved banners wildly, blasted car stereos, and applauded incessantly, offering their reverence to the AI in the center of the park. What a clean and decisive move. Beautiful, so beautiful. I always been a devoted lapis lazuli fan. AKA, the unparalleled tyrant of gravity. A 10-year lapis lazuli fan, uninvited. My passion never cools. What? You're itching to join in too? Sensing the slightly disordered breathing of the person beside him, Songsher turned his head and smiled. No. But in a brief moment, AI Lu's aura returned to calm. He whispered, I'm too weak. If I want to win, I can only kill him, but he's not a bad person. But I don't want to lose. Songsher shrugged, noncommittal, and walked towards the center of the park. The cage formed by 5 layers of gravity fields, once fully formed, would be difficult for even a peak second-ring great source cultivator to break free from. The latter violently surged with lightning, forcefully holding back the gravity cage, causing it to rise and fall continuously, yet still unable to break through. Lapis lazuli didn't look relaxed either. Panley's punch was originally intended to force Lapis lazuli back first, then look for an opportunity to attack, but the latter took it head-on. Such extremely powerful lightning magic caused a large chunk of lapis lazuli's body to crack open, flashing with a series of crackling arcs of electricity. Songshur signaled that he could let go. The gravitational field receded layer by layer, and Panli suddenly landed, freed from his restraints. His face was filled with resentment, his body crackling with lightning, as if he were about to do something more, when suddenly a heavy weight pressed down on his shoulder. An intangible pressure instantly swept through his entire body. The violet lightning surrounding him began to recede, and amidst Panli's incredulous trembling, only a thin layer of lightning remained. It was as if he had been suppressed. Psionic art, Stonefall. A defeat is a defeat. Don't make it too ugly. Songshur placed his hand on the other shoulder, glancing at him. Do you know where you went wrong? Chapter 330. Domineering and fierce. A fusion of strength and gentleness, the ultimate Een and the gentle. Songshur withdrew his hand, raised his index finger, and said leisurely, any path can lead to ultimate strength. There is no superior or inferior. You chose the path of domineering and fierce, which is not wrong. But the true masters of this path chose domineering and fierce even after understanding the fusion of strength and gentleness, rather than disdaining and ignoring the ultimate Een and the gentle. But you are different. You simply pursue fierceness blindly, and your lightning techniques are nothing but violent. Since you have never understood what Een is, how can you elevate the opposite of Een, the fierceness of lightning techniques, to a higher level? As he spoke, Songshur raised his middle finger again. Secondly, this has also led to a deviation in your combat awareness. You recklessly charge at everyone you meet. He started by unleashing his lightning magic, aiming to overwhelm his opponent with unparalleled thunderous fist power. This wouldn't have been a problem in itself. Songshur shook his head. But against a true master, your strength isn't enough to support that. Compared to that level of existence, you're still quite weak. Songshur concluded. But it's alright, go back and hone your skills, and your future is still promising. Thank you, Nan-do, for your generous guidance. Panli's expression turned solemn, and he said in a deep voice, I will definitely remember this when I return. Good attitude. Songshur praised. Let me think of something. When you get back, wait for a thunderstorm, grab a lightning rod, find a high enough mountain to climb. Remember not to use spiritual energy, try to withstand a series of lightning strikes. If you survive, you might gain some insight. Panli clasped his hands in a fist salute again. Then, he ripped off his tattered military uniform, bearing his upper body, and strode confidently across the crowd, disappearing into the distance. Can it be repaired by self-maintenance alone? Songshur looked at lapis lazuli again. Should we find a factory? I do need one. Lapis lazuli didn't stand on ceremony, its body transformed, returning to its spherical shape. I just had a new idea about the iteration direction of some modules. Please find a factory that supports complex mechanical operations. I need to borrow their equipment. Why are you asking me? Songshur asked curiously. Of course you're in charge of searching. How would I know where there's a factory that meets your needs? I understand. But when you contact that factory, you can mention my name. Songshur snapped his fingers. I'm sure we have a pleasant conversation. After the conversation, Songshur waved to the crowd that hadn't dispersed, and was even growing larger, and amidst the renewed wave of enthusiastic cheers, headed towards the factory he had already contacted. At this moment, if someone were looking down from the sky, they would see the scene. On a city avenue, a car drives straight ahead. Ahead of it, traffic control drones continuously fly, projecting warning lines to clear a clear path for it. Behind the car, a torrent of countless colors surges forth. Motorcycles, banners fluttering in the wind, and SUVs roar, carrying equally roaring riders, following in the footsteps of the car ahead. Those surging colors and raging sounds, in the end, all converge into a single, pure wave. Nan-do. 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 Songshur. At a certain moment, they arrived at the factory. Songshur opened the car door and slowly stepped out. Beneath the large iron monument engraved with the factory's name, the factory's chairman, chief engineer, and other top executives stood in a line, respectfully bowing to the three arriving figures. This wasn't Songshur's or Lapis Lazuli's intention, it was simply their own initiative. Lord Lapis Lazuli, based on your needs, we already reserved the workshop and equipment on the way here. The chairman stepped forward and solemnly said, if you have any further needs, please let us know immediately, and we will do our utmost to assist you. Thank you. Lapis Lazuli extended his robotic arm. I will transfer the corresponding usage fee to your company account. The chairman nodded, refraining from saying anything more like please use it as you see fit. There's absolutely no need to pay. because that would be a rejection and denial of what the powerful had said, and of Lapis Lazuli's words. No need to wait here, go do your own work. After Lapis Lazuli floated towards the workshop, Songshur waved his hand, glancing at the chairman and others still lingering there. I stay here, you can all leave. Hearing this, the former naturally left one by one. Ai Lu went to the finance office alone, saying he needed to check the ledgers for any signs of embezzlement. He probably wouldn't be back for a while. Cho Xiao. Songshur sat cross-legged, assessing the progress of the ceremony. Not quite enough, far from it. 9 consecutive wins seemed like a respectable record, but the opponents were of varying skill levels, all at the lieutenant rank. Panli, from not long ago, would have been top tier among them. Songshur slowly extended his hand, staring intently at his palm. This level was far from enough to accumulate the true power that Cho Xiao sought. A more formidable opponent was needed. Fortunately, Songshur clenched his fists, a hopeful smile spreading across his face. The Northern Thunder defense line has no shortage of opponents. How long can those restless seeds hold back? And if they were all defeated, marching straight to the capital, what exhilarating joy that would be. Suddenly, Songshur raised his eyes. The next instant, a huge cheer erupted outside the room. That's Shan Jiang? Major? One of the seeds of the Northern Thunder Defense Front. It really is Shan Jiang. Shan Jiang is here too. Shan Jiang is in the arena. Why do people say it's a good draw for Shan Jiang to go first? Songshur stepped out of the room and onto the outside. The surging crowd that had been blocking the factory entrance parted like waves, and a figure slowly walked through the cleared path. It was a young man who looked to be about 26 or 27 years old. He wore a silver-gray military uniform, but the style was different from others. It was clearly custom-tailored, resembling more of a work uniform used in a machine shop than a military uniform. Only one thing remained unchanged. On the epaulets of his work uniform, a silver star gleamed with a cold light. Northern Thunder Defense Line Major, one of the seeds. Third ring beyond, Chonfeng, Shan Jiang. At a distance of 20 meters, he stopped and set off a firework. Simultaneously, conspicuous pop-ups appeared on the prosthetic eyes or personal terminals of the spectators. Warning! Warning! Your area is about to enter combat time. This damage assessment is level 4. Please evacuate to a safe zone, 400 meters away, as soon as possible. My name is Shan Jiang, current major, also known as Chonfeng. He removed his military cap, revealing a face with a cold smile. I heard your name far too many times these days. Shan Jiang turned his neck and extended his hand. Southern Dipper Songshur, I'm here to defeat you with all my might. Chapter 331. The unspeakable fire-holding demon lord approaches Sanshi County. Oh, quite imposing. After sizing up the other party, Songshur nodded. All right, I clear the field first. A crimson gold color instantly spread, casting a new filter over the surrounding environment. Spiritual energy technique, scorched earth. Those who didn't intend to retreat to a safe zone, preparing to stay and witness the duel to the death, felt a scorching heat wave wash over them, as scorched earth unfolded. They had no time to resist, and were swept away to safety. This is their own will, their own choice. The craftsman, who had been posing, frowned upon seeing this. Why bother? Songshur flicked his finger, swatting away the last spectator, and casually said, well, sorry, this is my will now. I don't recall there will being above mine on the biting defense line. The craftsman's brow relaxed. He nodded, indicating he understood, and his cold smile returned. Then I go? A sword cultivator? Songshur raised an eyebrow. Shan Jiang didn't answer, but simply formed a sword seal with both hands, pointing it at the young man. That makes it clear. Then I go. Shan Jiang formed a sword seal with one hand, and with the other hand, 2 fingers together, he raised it from below, producing a sound that was indistinguishable between a clanging sword and a roar, which suddenly resounded. Moving mountains and changing peaks, the hidden dragon emerges from the abyss. In that instant, the earth undulated and cracked. It was as if a huge earth dragon had turned over. The concrete floor of the factory was as fragile as a biscuit. In a short moment, the earth within a radius of tens of meters surged, shattered, and then exploded with a deafening roar, sending earth and rocks flying into the sky. Amidst the towering rubble and swirling dust, a cylinder 4 meters in radius and over 60 meters long burst forth from the ground. With the roar of its engine, its top spun wildly, crushing down upon Songshur. At the same time, someone shouted a long, resounding chant. I have a sword, its edge the excavation face, its blade the cutterhead, its spine the main bearing, its hilt the screw conveyor, and its clamp the propulsion jack. I forged this sword. Moving mountains and changing peaks is nothing more than that. It really is that move. A spectator, waving an undefeated in 100 battles banner, roared, Major Shan's signature move. Flying sword, heavy edge. And it looks even stronger than the video from a few months ago. Exactly. Major Shan has already transformed the tunnel boring machine into his own superhuman organ, forging the sword with his own body, not seeking sharpness, but only unstoppable force. Another person added loudly. A single sword strike unleashes immense power, enough to overturn the entire world. Incomparably powerful and unparalleled, this is the might of Chongfeng. Wow! As expected of one of the seated warriors. Major Shan Jiang is truly amazing. How can such a sword strike be blocked? How can it be blocked? The sound of shattering glass suddenly resounded, endlessly echoing. The earth collapsed easily, and the scorched earth also shattered. The scorched earth barrier, strong enough to withstand artillery bombardment, appeared powerless for the first time. Before Chongfeng's overwhelming sword force, the scorched earth cracked with countless snow-like fissures, shattering into scattered streams of fire. Although Chongfeng's speed had been slowed somewhat by the scorched earth, seemingly allowing him to evade with a mere movement, when truly facing it, it felt as if a mountain had truly pressed down, encompassing the entire landscape, leaving one with the feeling that there was no escape. Time seemed to stand still for a moment. Quite an idea, Songsher said, even in this moment, when it should have been unavoidable and unchangeable. His thoughts raced beyond reality, as he observed the oncoming heavy edge with keen interest. Undoubtedly, the opponent had poured immense effort into this flying sword, heavy edge, transforming it into a supernatural organ, forging the sword with his own body, and wielding it with complete control. At the same time, heavy edge truly possessed immense power. To take such a blow head-on would severely injure even himself. Undoubtedly, the opponent followed the path of one sword to break all laws, and had already achieved considerable skill, definitely deserving the title of a sword immortal. However, the opponent's weakness lay precisely in this. This craftsman had invested too much energy in refining heavy edge and the number of spiritual energy techniques he used to adapt it. Compared to this unstoppable, immensely powerful flying sword, his own body, or rather the part of his body wielding the sword, appeared far more vulnerable. This is the price of choice. To confront it, the best strategy is to maneuver and entangle, avoiding the overwhelming force of the heavy edge, and waiting for an opportunity to attack its main body. While retreating, Songsher summoned a series of fire stars, shooting them towards the oncoming heavy edge. Rendering was already in operation. The surrounding atmospheric properties had been transformed. Those fire stars, initially no bigger than a thumb, expanded rapidly like rolling snowballs as they passed through the atmosphere, becoming a rain of fire stars the size of a human head. With the enhancement of ember and wildfire, even the heavy edge, which had been reforged and reinforced several times, had its circular excavation blade plate blasted into a series of large craters, scraping away several layers and scattering large clumps of ash. But that wasn't enough. The sheer size of the heavy edge was overwhelming. These seemingly severe wounds didn't affect the flying sword's operation at all. The earth still cracked and crumbled, the scorched soil shattering and grinding against the retreating Songsher. However, the effects of scorched earth were never limited to defense. Within the scorched earth, Shan Jiang was constantly being burned. Because of his focused forging of the heavy edge, his body was fragile. What would normally be considered troublesome by someone of Shan Jiang's transcendence level was now quite tricky for him. Songsher's thoughts shifted. Spiritual energy technique Calamity Flame. A wisp of pitch-black light bloomed, instantly transforming the originally crimson-gold scorched earth filter into a deep, dark black. A violent, vengeful killing intent, using scorched earth as a medium, filled the entire environment. It too would devour Shan Jiang. Dragging out time is too boring. It was at this moment that Songsher spoke again. I know you definitely have some trump cards up your sleeve. Revealing enough to temporarily deal with the Calamity Flame, and then using heavy edge to crush my protracted offensive and defensive battle before you can't hold on any longer, is really boring. No need to dawdle, reveal them one by one slowly. Songsher proactively paused the Calamity Flame and the scorched earth, and sensing this change, the other party also made heavy edge temporarily stop. One move to decide the outcome. The young man smiled. Use your strongest move. Since you said so, Shan Jiang chuckled, how could I not comply? My heart is in the darkness, my body forges its own sword. His eyes sharpened, his 10 fingers forming intricate sword seals. The central axis of heavy edge cracked open, revealing an internal cavity. Shan Jiang leaped into the cavity, and then the crack closed again, completely enveloping him within. Man and sword as one. The power of the heavy blade surged once more in that instant. Its main body roared forward, the blade spinning wildly. A truly terrifying destructive force capable of splitting mountains and carving through valleys. Nearby factory buildings, unable to withstand the weight, collapsed one after another like dominoes as the heavy blade struck, with deafening roars and thick, murky dust billowing into the sky. From the very front of the heavy blade, the young man drew the heavy slayer inch by inch. Not bad, very good. Maneuvering and fighting, waiting for an opportunity to strike? No, there is only one best way to fight a swordsman. Song Shi exhaled a scorching breath, his eyes filled with undisguised joy. 10 Fire Seeds Refill. Chapter 332. The spiritual energy contained in one fire seed is equivalent to 1/4 of Song Shi's normal level. 10 fire seeds. 2.5 times. With Song Shi's already abundant spiritual energy reserves, far exceeding those of others of the same level, he suddenly unleashed 2.5 times that amount. The world suddenly flickered. It was a scene born from an extremely dazzling burst of light that obscured all the original light in the environment. Spiritual Energy Technique. Calamity Flame. Spiritual Energy Technique. Forging Flame. One jet black, one crimson gold, two completely different flame tides bloomed, soaring into the sky, instantly filling an area with a radius of 100 meters. These two flame tides surged and began to churn and reverse, centered on Chongshi. After obtaining the heart of forging and achieving an incomplete sublimation. Now, Song Shi's control over spiritual energy has advanced further, allowing him to combine Calamity Flame and Forging Flame into a single attack even under the high intensity of 10 fire seeds. Starting with heavy slaughter, propelled by the Forging Flame, the Calamity Flame, which should have been raging and surging, began to settle, condense, and transform into a blade that spread and grew inch by inch. Even excluding the hilt, the blade alone reached over 30 meters in length. Yet, even so, this newly forged blade still appeared considerably smaller than the massive size of Heavy Edge. And the heavy edge wielded by the single craftsman had completely reached him. Spiritual Energy Technique. Body Forging Sword. Spiritual Energy Technique. 10,000 June. The former forged man and sword is one, solving the weakness of the original body, and temporarily boosting the power of Heavy Edge. The latter imbues the Heavy Edge 10,000 June sword with a powerful aura, which enhances its destructive force and intimidates the opponent's mind with its sword aura, limiting their ability to evade. Boom! 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 Even if a mountain stood here, it would be easily pierced and pulverized. Song Shi bent down, his 5 fingers clenched tightly. Unfortunately, cleaving a mountain. Could it be that he couldn't do it? Boom! In the instant the blade was slashed, the previously settled and solidified black blade shattered, or more accurately, it reignited and burned. Those black flames ignited from the blade, transforming into a violent curtain of flames, trailing endless streams of flame in midair, solidified yet resembling an ink painting. The immense power it unleashed at this moment even surpassed the heavy edge thrusting forward. Dan Jiang felt his mind tremble violently, his extended senses collapsed inward, as if instantly burned away, its coverage momentarily limited to only his immediate surroundings. And the heavy edge. But that was enough. The sword was still there, the man was alive, that was enough. The next instant, the fiery blade collided with the heavy sword, unleashing a massive heatwave that sculpted the earth layer by layer. Even hundreds of meters away, the audience's hair flew wildly, their clothes billowing in the wind. Then came the belated, terrifying roar. In that instant, everyone strained their eyes, trying to see every detail, but the intense light from the clash of swords was too blinding. They only saw a moment of pure white before their eyes, unable to see anything clearly. Even the drones circling overhead, except for a very few that reacted quickly and climbed upwards without hesitation, were tossed about by the heatwave, some even burning and falling to ashes. Whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, the pressure caused the outer atmosphere to rush into this 100-meter-wide vacuum zone, scattering the curtain of ashes and burning winds. A cylinder, cracked from its central axis and nearly cleaved in two, lay askew on the ground, part of its tail still buried underground. The surface of this sturdy, heavy-edged sword, capable of moving mountains and carving through valleys, showed large chunks of melting marks, with flames still visible scattered throughout. The very tip of the blade, the cutting face and blade disc, appeared to have suffered a terrifying impact, completely burned through, like a flaming plastic rod, limp, melted, and shattered. Bang! A hand tore open the alloy casing of the heavy edge, then pressed down on the edge, propping up a figure. Cough, cough. The craftsman coughed incessantly, his military uniform, more like work clothes, reduced to tattered pieces hanging from his flushed, steaming torso. Damn, my flying sword that I painstakingly forged. He suddenly stopped, staring at the young man standing in the distance, and said in a hoarse voice, "How much of your strength did you use?" Songsha rotated the heavy blade, then casually withdrew it into his body. He pondered for a moment, then replied, "It consumed quite a bit." Shan Jiang cursed. He didn't immediately retract the heavily damaged heavy blade, but instead half reclined on it, sneering, "What a monster. He took my flying sword head-on. No wonder Wang Chenlai pulled this stunt. How can you disrespect your general?" Songsha raised an eyebrow and smiled, "Calling your superior by his first name? Damn, this isn't the Eastern Continent Republic. What's wrong with me calling him by his first name?" Shan Jiang tilted his head, pulled out a nicotine vaporizer with added ingredients, and was about to put it in his mouth. "If Wang Chenlai is unhappy, he can suddenly appear now and punch me to death. I won't utter a sound." "I don't think we need to wait for him to land a punch," Songsha said slowly. "Why don't you take a look around first?" Shan Jiang frowned, subconsciously glancing around. A scene of utter devastation. No, even devastation seemed too lenient. Chou Feng excelled at overwhelming force with heavy attacks, while the opponent, being a great source, commanded a vast, widespread barrage of spiritual flames. Considering this was within a city, both sides instinctively held back somewhat. But only somewhat. Chou Feng's relentless crushing and piercing attack shattered everything in its path, large chunks of ground collapsing, and collapsing numerous buildings in the process. The flames unleashed by the opponent were equally raging, obliterating everything in their wake. At this moment, within a radius of several hundred meters, the factory buildings and skyscrapers that had stood just moments before had vanished without a trace, leaving only countless holes. Damn. Shan Jiang's hand, gripping the nicotine atomizer, froze, his cold laugh faltering. As a factory personally selected by Lapis Lazuli, this place was naturally of high standard, with all its equipment being top of the line and incredibly valuable. If you also consider the penalties for the delayed orders caused by the factory damage and the collapse of the production chain, the total losses for this factory could be calculated in the hundreds of millions. According to the rules of the Northern Thunder Defense Front, the corresponding compensation bill would likely be delivered to his head soon. Even with the salary and savings of a third-ring transcendent and a seed status, it would take quite some time to pay it off. Shan Jiang paused, bit the atomizer, and took a deep drag. "I need to find another opponent quickly, use the bill as a wager, and make him pay for me." Chapter 333. Shan Jiang has lost. One of the seeds, a psychic who entered the third ring at 27, Cheng Feng. Shan Jiang has lost. Both sides attacked each other, but Shan Jiang's Cheng Feng was forcefully cleaved in two. Songsha has won again. Songsha has won again. Songsha has won once more. We are the champions. We are the champions. Having decided to quickly find a new opponent, Shan Jiang sheathed Cheng Feng and left the scene without looking back. From an economic perspective, the biting defense line wasn't exactly wealthy, and the salaries of its officers and soldiers were also low. At least compared to the giant corporations of those corporate alliances, the salaries, contracts, and benefits they were willing to offer to those of equal combat strength were significantly lower. But they didn't care. While the biting defense line's economy was generally average, prices were stable, and although the salaries of ordinary soldiers were lower, their actual standard of living wasn't bad. For the higher-ranking officers, silver notes were often just numbers, devoid of real meaning. When they needed something truly important, they always resolved it through combat. Many developed a habit of not treating silver notes as silver notes, completely neglecting their accounts and spending them recklessly. They only realized they were broke when their accounts couldn't be paid in silver notes. Even Shan Jiang, considered relatively frugal and of considerable status, was overwhelmed by the sheer number of silver notes required to pay. Thus, the spectators, who had been holding their breath during the conversation, finally couldn't contain themselves after Shan Jiang left. Flags waved wildly, cheering loudly, and some even tried to brave the lingering blast of wind to approach the inner edge of the battlefield. "You're back?" Just then, seeing the Lapis Lazuli drifting in from afar and Ai Lu running towards them from the other side, Songsha smiled. "How are you feeling?" "I don't feel well," the Lapis Lazuli replied. "When I was almost finished with the maintenance, the entire workshop suddenly collapsed." "Do you have any clues?" it said, My current guess is that it was caused by a battle between a great source and a transcendent. Impressive. Ailu knelt down, carefully examining the shattered ground. He gently picked up a piece of rubble, closed his eyes, and sensed it closely. After a few seconds, he opened them. Such a heavy sword aura. Weren't you checking the accounts? How did it go? Hearing this, Ailu stood up and said seriously, there were indeed some cases of embezzlement. I identified the perpetrators and handed them over to the local law enforcement department. You're quite efficient. Songshur sighed, waving to the surging crowd, signaling them to stop celebrating. I reckon no new people will appear anytime soon. Songshur snapped his fingers. What's next? Continue on our way, or find a hotel for the night. You decide, King Jinchi said. I can rest as I travel. A hotel or the outdoors makes no difference to me. Ailu replied without hesitation, I'm fine with either. Then let's stay one night. Songshur swept his right hand, smoothing away the remaining lingering winds and flames from the battlefield. It's still about 1,000 li to Tiandu. Not far. There's no point in rushing. Heh, Songshur chuckled. While this craftsman is not bad, there are still a few stronger individuals among the seeds of the Northern Thunder defense line. The main course isn't finished yet, so there's no need to rush. Oh right, everyone. Just a reminder. As if suddenly remembering something, Songshur turned to the crowd, his tone becoming serious. Don't shout outside the hotel while I'm sleeping tonight. Disgusting. In a quiet room, a woman who had been sitting with her eyes closed suddenly spoke. Before they had been facing each other, a large man with a thick beard and hair had appeared. He stood casually, yet possessed an indescribable air of heroic spirit. His cloak and silver-gray military uniform didn't bring much solemnity, but rather added a strong, fierce aura. A gold star shone on his epaulets. One of only 2 generals in the Northern Thunder defense line. 5th ring great source, 5 phases revolve, Wang Chunlai. You picked up Feng Lian's scent. The woman still hadn't opened her eyes. Her voice was quiet and cold. Why didn't you take a shower before coming here? No, I just had a match with a 5th ring opponent, and I came straight back. Wang Chunlai was furious. And this is what you tell me? Did you win? The woman asked. No. Did you lose? Definitely not. If you won, I would praise and cheer. If you lost, I could offer some words of comfort. The woman said calmly, you neither won nor lost, so what do you expect me to say? Fine, you have your reasons, you always have your reasons. I won't argue with you about these things. Wang Chunlai waved his hand, and sat down cross-legged. You really don't want to come out and take a look? It's rare to have such a grand event, with such geniuses, especially a good opportunity to hone those seeds. Some interest, but not much. The woman answered. Besides, he's not balanced. Thus, the other person's identity became clear. The Northern Thunder defense line, another general. 5th ring balance, quiet abyss, He Xian. I rather see that Chaklo Von than him. At that moment, He Xian finally opened her eyes. Her figure blurred for a moment, as if space had been divided into countless parts, but when she looked again, everything returned to normal. She slightly turned her head, focusing on one direction, the direction of the corporate alliance. His actions. I am not as good as him, He Xian said calmly. Therefore, I wish to challenge him with my sword. Unfortunately, he was struck by the divine throne and is currently still asleep. You won't have a chance for now. Wang Chunlai first grinned, then coldly snorted, Ha, divine throne. When this word was mentioned, their eyes met, and they both looked in the same direction. That was the Grand Marshal's secluded training ground. TSK, even I don't know where the Marshal is now, Wang Chunlai clicked his tongue. Humph, what a disgrace to be a general. Forget it. Let's not talk about this anymore. However, Wang Chunlai's interest quickly returned. Feng Lian must get an explanation for the Zhang family, so I given him one. The Eastern Continent Republic won't bother us for now. Eastern Continent Republic, current president. 5th ring consensus, Jun Tianshan K. Feng Lian. He is also the head of the Longyuan Feng clan, one of the 2 first-class families in the Eastern Continent Republic. Because the biting defense front protected and shielded Songshur, he personally fought against the former's general to demand an explanation. This achievement is enough to silence all the other families. Next, we just need to wait quietly. Wang Chunlai spread his hand, summoning a projection of an electronic map, a map of the entire biting defense front's territory. He rested his head on his hand, grinning. Let's see just how far this Nanda can go. Chapter 334. A despicable and shameless madman is about to enter Chunming County. Songshur and his companions left Qingyuan County and arrived at Sanchi County. After passing through Sanchi County, they reached Chunming County. The route remained straight. Song Shi and his companions drove a sedan, followed by a large convoy of vehicles. Everywhere they looked, colorful flags waved, and shouts echoed from morning till night. Within the territory of the biting defense line, there were also some wasteland areas. However, compared to other places, the danger here was limited to the environment itself. Man-made disasters such as bandits were nowhere to be seen. Such things had long been suppressed. After driving for half a day, they entered a city in Sanchi County. Someone approached Song Shi. "This is what I experienced these past few days," said a young man in military uniform, probably in his early 20s, in a park beside the stream. He then saluted Song Shi and King Jinchi. Lu Yun. Back in Fangquan County, there was that young man who had been cruelly manipulated by a fifth-class citizen, only to be rescued by Song Shi. After they parted ways, he fled to the biting defense line and joined the army. Now, with his first-ring transcendent status, he was highly regarded by the local military. Not bad. Looking at the other man's military uniform and noticeably stronger demeanor, Song Shi praised, "You actually managed to escape. That journey was indeed dangerous. I was lucky to get here." Lu Yun shook his head, then nodded, and a slight smile appeared on his usually serious face. "Ha, but I still can't compare to you. I heard about what you did in the Eastern Continent Republic. It's truly unbelievable and gratifying. I heard a few days ago that Song Shi was here. I wondered if it was just a coincidence of names. But after watching the video of your battle with Major Shan, I realized it really was you. So I took leave overnight to come and see you." "Oh, it's you too, Lord King Jinchi." Lu Yun was also very respectful to King Jinchi. "If you hadn't cast a tracking spell on me when I left, avoiding the initial lock-on of the surveillance network, I would have been caught long ago." "It was nothing." King Jinchi raised his mechanical arm, his voice gentle. "Don't worry about it." "But why are you wearing a helmet?" At this moment, Song Shi suddenly asked. Not long ago, when Lu Yun first came, he was completely covered up and wearing a helmet. Only after actually seeing Song Shi did he remove his outer clothing and helmet, revealing his military uniform and true face. "After all, you're too strong. Everyone's watching you now. There are so many cameras and drones around." Lu Yun said in a deep voice, "If I didn't hide my identity, and people found out I know you, some people might give me preferential treatment when I get back. You saved my life. I haven't even repaid that great kindness. How dare I turn around and abuse my power?" Song Shi nodded and smiled. "How's your mental recovery going?" Back then, for revenge, under the guidance of that fifth-class individual through the monitoring network, the other party came into contact with the black market and had a bunch of prosthetics implanted in a short period, developing a cybernetic psychosis, probably in its mid-stage. But now, the other party had lost the violent and ferocious nature of that time, and his mind had clearly recovered considerably. However, Song Shi could sense that beneath the other party's now calm tone, the raging fire of revenge still burned deep within his chest. "Unforgettable. I dare not forget. Your brain? It's recovered quite well." Lu Yun was frank. "The technological research and development here isn't very advanced. The quality of inhibitors for cyberpsychosis varies greatly. However, a lieutenant from Consensus heard about my situation and personally administered 3 rounds of mental recovery treatment to me." He then clasped his hands in a fist salute to the sky and said seriously, "To be honest, my next goal is to become a lieutenant as soon as possible. I wish you success soon." Song Shi extended his hand. "Want to have a meal together?" "No need for that." Lu Yun smiled and shook his head. "When we parted last time, you said you'd treat me to a meal if I survived. I save that opportunity for next time. When we meet again, I definitely reach the second ring." He then looked at Ai Lu, who hadn't spoken, with envy and admiration. "You are the Xieji. Ai Lu, slaying evil and vanquishing wickedness." "Truly. There's so little I can do," Ai Lu said. "So I can only choose one direction to strive for." Lu Yun paused, then nodded solemnly. He wrapped his coat around himself again, put on his helmet, took a few steps, and suddenly turned around. "I took leave to come out, so I can't keep following you." Because of the helmet, Lu Yun's voice was muffled, "But I firmly believe you can definitely reach Tiandu. Don't worry. I will watch all your live streams." With that, he plunged into the stream beside the park, swimming away underwater, trying to avoid public view. "Wait. I haven't finished speaking yet, so abrupt?" Song Shi looked at the rippling river surface and clicked his tongue. "All right, then let's continue forward." Suddenly, shouts erupted outside the park. "They're here. Someone else is coming." "What? Another seed? Seed? Who is it?" Huang Hao. When you... Wait, none of them. It's... The massive commotion suddenly dissipated, and a somewhat short woman, probably around 20 years old, slowly walked along the cobblestone path at the park entrance. She wore a Haori shawl made from a silver-gray military uniform, embroidered with crane patterns. 2 horizontal stripes ran straight across her epaulets. Lieutenant Tianyan Weiyang, Northern Thunder Defense Line. Long, black hair cascaded down her back, and the woman's slender fingers gripped the katana at her waist, slowly drawing it forward. Her clear voice echoed around. I long admired the name of the Southern Dipper, and today I come to challenge you. Songshur sized her up. Tianyan Weiyang. A sword prodigy. One of the seeds. The second ring's consensus. Holy crap. Tianyan Weiyang. How many moves can she withstand? How many stances? Or, can she defeat Songshur? Starting to fantasize again? Believe first, then believe. Songshur suddenly spoke. When did you advance to the second ring? Despite wielding a nearly 2-meter-long katana, Tianyan Weiyang exuded little murderous aura. Standing there, she evoked the image of a pure, self-sufficient lotus blooming in a secluded pool. 2 years ago, she said softly. So young, Songshur commented. You haven't even been an adult for many years. Is age a problem? Tianyan Weiyang slightly raised her head, her snow-white neck involuntarily protruding. As far as I know, you are far from being an older person either. Bullying the younger. Well, it's not entirely wrong, is it? Songshur hesitated for a moment, then decisively clapped his hands. Ai Lu you go. Like this. Songshur grabbed King Jinshi and jumped back. You chop Ai Lu down, and I fight you. Chapter 335. I understand. Seeing this, Tianyan Weiyang nodded slightly. I also heard of the name Xieji Ai Lu. She bent down, her fair hand pressing on the hilt of her sword. Please enlighten me. Ai Lu glanced at Songshur and Qing Jinshi, who had retreated 10 meters away, thought for a moment, and nodded to them. Okay. The magnetized box in her bosom opened, and 7 hiltless short blades, connected by monomolecular lines and already magnetized, flew out, swirling around the young man like a school of fish. Ai Lu grabbed 3 blades with her right hand, holding them horizontally in front of her chest, and suddenly said, Excuse me, where are your fireworks? Tianyan Weiyang was silent for a moment, then took out fireworks from her bosom, and set them off into the sky. Sorry, I only sent a warning communication, and forgot to set off the fireworks. Then she pressed her katana back down. Thank you for reminding me, let's continue. And so? The next instant, both of them vanished from their original positions. Then came a heavy, clanging sound of metal clashing. The great sword, powerful enough to cut through iron and gold, cleaved through the air, slashing down with overwhelming force, almost splitting Ai Lu in 2. But it was only almost. 3 short blades blocked the greatsword's path, 2 parried its downward strike, while the third deflected, striking the blade's sinew, shattering its clean, sharp momentum. The moment the 2 blades clashed, realizing the attack was ineffective, Tianyan Weiyang leaned back without hesitation. 2 short blades, carrying immense kinetic energy, grazed her forehead, a hair's breadth away, but ultimately missed. Boom! The next instant brought the deafening roar of air being pierced. Using the momentum from the backward lean, Tianyan Weiyang dodged the short blades, and simultaneously swiftly withdrew her great sword, slashing to the right without even looking. A streak of fire burst open. The last 2 of the 7 short blades, at point-blank range, were forcefully intercepted by Tianyan Weiyang using his exceptionally long great sword, sending sparks flying as their attack failed. The 2 exchanged blows, separating abruptly and returning to their initial positions, facing each other 5 meters apart. Feeling the lingering tremor from the great sword to his palm, Tianyan Weiyang murmured, looking at his opponent's hands. Ai Lu's 2 arms were prosthetics. These were specially selected and customized prosthetics, with built-in electromagnetic acceleration modules in the palms, capable of imbuing throne-magnetized short blades with immense kinetic energy. Furthermore, the dexterity of his 10 fingers far surpassed that of a natural human, easily performing various inhuman movements to facilitate the manipulation of the magnetized short blades. Building upon this foundation, and coupled with psionic skills that control trajectory, Ai Lu could be considered a humanoid electromagnetic cannon, the kind whose trajectory can be changed at will. But she didn't have prosthetics. Due to psychological fastidiousness, she only had a portion of her implants for internet access. Her hands, wielding the sword, were still mortal. Furthermore, it wasn't transcendence but consensus. Even at the second level, her physical strength hadn't increased much. continuously enduring attacks comparable to sniper rifle fire. Even if the great sword forged from special alloy could withstand it, her hands holding it couldn't. Tianyin Weiyang let out a soft breath. Her eyes suddenly lit up. It's appeared. Tianyin Weiyang's psionic skill. Someone holding a peerless and invincible banner also brightened up upon seeing this, exclaiming in a resounding voice. Even in some purely ancient swordsmanship styles that don't involve psychic powers, there exist secret sword techniques like Soul Shock and Berserk Sword, which use psychological suggestion to temporarily release the body's subconscious self-protection mechanisms and enhance physical functions. As a second-ring consensus, Tianyin Weiyang's efficiency in utilizing psychological suggestion far surpasses that of a natural person. She can do this with just a thought, and the effect is even better, thus greatly enhancing physical functions. Another person shouted, not only that. Tianyin Weiyang's psychic technique not only releases the subconscious, it can also alter reality with the mind, further enhancing physical functions on top of the simple effect of psychological suggestion. A double enhancement. Psychic technique, Divine Soul, transforms the power originally belonging to the spirit to a certain extent and bestows it upon the body, thereby enhancing physical functions. In Ai Lu's eyes, the opponent's movement trajectory suddenly changed, from clear to chaotic, a manifestation of reduced capture accuracy. The opponent's speed increased. In that instant, Tianyin Weiyang suddenly sprang into action, instantly appearing before him and slashing down with his sword. Ai Lu threw a short blade in return, but this time its effectiveness was greatly reduced. It couldn't stop the katana at all, and was easily deflected. His strength had also increased. Ai Lu retreated rapidly, and after reducing the resistance in his retreat trajectory with spiritual energy, his speed also increased dramatically, forcefully avoiding the katana's fierce sword strike. A divine soul, huh? Ai Lu steadied himself and stood firm. He also heard the audience's commentary. So powerful, I must use my full strength. Second stage, he whispered. And in the midst of his words, Tianyin Wei charged forward, gathering the lingering momentum of his previous unfinished strike, and without hesitation, launched a fierce attack, his katana tracing a chilling arc in the air. Ai Lu retreated again. This time, however, he bound his hands together, gripping the monomolecular threads, and pulled them back sharply. The flying short blades, pulled back by the monomolecular threads, exhibited trajectories that defied physics, spinning, hovering, and changing direction at will. For Ai Lu, the trajectory of these 7 short blades, a concept that should belong to physics, was something truly visible and tangible. Psionic art, traction. Even without using the monomolecular threads to pull them, he could still remotely control the short blades, but the consumption was lower with the monomolecular threads acting as a medium, which was beneficial for prolonged combat. At the same moment, Ai Lu activated another psionic art. Psionic art, energy accumulation. The immense kinetic energy imparted to the short blades through repeated acceleration using electromagnetic fields wasn't completely dissipated. Thanks to the energy storage effect, Ai Lu retained a portion of it with each throw, accumulating it before unleashing it when needed. At this moment, it erupted. No longer just a deafening boom as the air pierced through. In an instant, Tianyin Weiyang's sense of foreboding surged. Those whistling short blades, they were no longer so-called electromagnetic cannons or ranged weapons. Guided and manipulated by Ai Lu's hands, amidst the clanging of metal, the 7 short blades transformed into 7 sword-wielding warriors, each wielding different sword techniques, all attacking him simultaneously. Oh, he's entered the second stage. In the distance, Song Shi clapped his hands and laughed. Ai Lu specifically learned a bunch of sword techniques for this stage. It's more dangerous than being surrounded by people, Lapis Lazuli commented after observing for a few seconds. If it were 7 people attacking with weapons, due to the collision volume, the limited space around the target, and the limitations of the human body, it would be difficult to achieve what Ai Lu was doing now. 7 short blades attacking simultaneously in a truly meaningful way, and the sword techniques used were sometimes unnatural and unconventional. Clang. Clang, clang, clang. The 2 completely different weapons clashed wildly, friction generating a series of dazzling sparks, leaving streaks of crimson light in the air. In just a few breaths, the 2 sides had exchanged dozens of high-speed slashes, tearing the air apart with a mournful sound. With the accumulated kinetic energy, each short blade was incredibly powerful, its strikes ferocious. Even though a single blade was still no match for a great sword, the combined force of the 7 had forcibly suppressed Tianyin Weiyang, forcing him to defend and preventing him from getting close to Ai Lu. From defense to offense. Suppression. Finally, finding an opportunity to defeat the enemy in one strike. And the moment had arrived. After dozens of short blade strikes, Tianyin Weiyang finally showed an opening. Her fingers trembled and loosened slightly, causing the great sword to slow its retraction for a moment. Without hesitation, Ai Lu grabbed a short blade that had been circling around the edge and slashed fiercely at the attacker's chest. Swoosh! Clang! In the sudden strike, the attacking short blade was intercepted and deflected, spinning several times in midair before stabilizing and returning to its master's side. It was a blade that had appeared out of thin air. Ai Lu's gaze traveled upwards from the blade. The wielder of this brand new katana, with slender fingers, was still Tianyin Weiyang, the second Tianyin Weiyang. Tianyin Weiyang gripped the great sword tightly. Beside her, a woman with the same appearance, but a slightly transparent body stood calmly. It was she who had blocked that attack. Psionic Art, Mirror Image. Chapter 336. Ai Lu observed the other for a few seconds and asked, "Could you please explain?" Tianyin Weiyang paused, then slightly lowered her great sword. "Lord Ai Lu, you should know what consensus means. All things possess spirit, so unifying all spirits allows all things to reach a consensus." Ai Lu answered quickly, then added after a moment's thought, "This is what I heard. I don't know if it's correct." "No, that's a fairly standard answer." Tianyin Weiyang nodded slightly. "Therefore, we consensus often choose the path of understanding others. After all, if we can't even understand, how can we talk about unifying the other spirit, let alone reaching a consensus? This is also why many people believe the power of consensus stems from understanding. But why must we understand others?" Tianyin Weiyang gazed at Ai Lu. Her left hand loosened its grip on the hilt of her sword, slowly resting on her chest. She spoke with a cool, calm tone, "Why must I understand everyone else? I firmly believe that people can never truly understand each other." She uttered something rather unconventional. Even people of similar backgrounds, status, and personality can never completely accept each other. Conflicts are inevitable. The only one who can understand you is yourself, only I. There's no need to understand others, nor is it necessary to try. Just understand myself, just have myself understand yourself. Tianyin Weiyang lowered her hand, and gripped the great sword again. Beside her, Tianyin Weiyang also raised her sword. Except for the black crane pattern on her collar instead of white, they were remarkably similar. The effect of the psychic art mirror image is to create an identical version of oneself, mirroring the original self. Then Elle asked, "Which one is the real you?" Two blades crossed and overlapped, both pointing at the youth ahead. Tianyin Weiyang and Tianyin Weiyang each gripped a great sword, their bodies turned sideways, backs pressed against each other. "I think." They smiled at Ale. "Therefore I am. I understand." Ale seemed thoughtful, then nodded solemnly. "You are too strong. I must go beyond my full strength." "Third stage," he said. Before he could finish speaking, Tianyin Weiyang unleashed a burst of sword energy. Like a reflection in a mirror, the self created by mirror image perfectly replicated Tianyin Weiyang's power. Divine Soul no longer needed to expend double the psychic energy. The enhancement to the original self was automatically copied one-to-one to mirror image. With Tianyin Weiyang's unparalleled swordsmanship and the perfect coordination of mirror image, the combined combat power of the two was far more than just the sum of its parts. In the blink of an eye, the 7 short blades that had been suppressing Tianyin Weiyang were shattered. The two Tianyin Weiyang unleashed a flurry of white cranes flashes of light, charging forward and almost instantly closing in on Ai Lu. It was at this moment that Ai Lu moved. He didn't dodge or block. He chose to leap. In midair, with little leverage, this easy target could be easily struck even by an untrained ordinary person. As a Tianyin Weiyang who had attained the mastery of all techniques of her school, even a high-speed bird could be struck with a single sword strike. Leaping in front of her was tantamount to suicide. Facing two immortal beings, this was suicidal. Yet Ai Lu did it anyway. With a slight tremor, the magnetized box in his arms vibrated, releasing new magnetized short blades. 7 more, but this time, they weren't for pure killing. 14 short blades filled the surrounding space, swirling and dancing. Ai Lu, already in midair, landed precisely on a passing blade with each step, a mere tap sending him hovering in midair, his figure soaring. From afar, Ai Lu resembled a pinball, bouncing rapidly through the air. If his trajectory and landing points were precisely recorded and connected, they would form a geometric sphere. At the center of this sphere were the immortal beings and my reflection in the mirror. The speed was incredibly fast. Tianyin Weiyang's eyes narrowed slightly. Her opponent was now completely overwhelmed, their movements impossible to discern. The short blades flying everywhere deliberately avoided the katana, maintaining a simple encirclement. She tentatively struck with her sword, only to miss. But it didn't matter. One strike missed, then another. 100 strikes, and she would break through the encirclement, force her opponent to retreat, but then, a sudden, intense sense of danger surged. Tianyin Weiyang had no time to dodge, and swiftly thrust her sword to the right. Boom! As if struck by a tremendous impact, the katana's blade vibrated violently, buzzing and emitting a sharp tremor. But there was no time to recover. Before the echo had even faded, another boom erupted. What was this? Tianyin Weiyang flipped her katana, parrying the attack once more. This time, she clearly saw her target's face. A large caliber steel core bullet. Bang! 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 From the high-speed ejection, Ai Lu crossed his hands, drawing 2 large caliber pistols from his waist, and pulled the triggers at Tianyin Weiyang in the center. The steel core bullets, under the effect of the Psionics skill traction, possessed incredible flexibility and accuracy. Like a gunfight, the bullets curved freely, and combined with their powerful firepower, even with Tianyin Weiyang and Mirror Image working together, their 2 katanas swung in a flowing, silvery shield, they were instantly at a disadvantage. Even in dire straits. But magazine capacity is limited. Even with the most skillful and rapid reload, there is still a gap. That is their chance. Now! Tianyin Weiyang, who had been keeping a close eye on the ammunition count, seized the moment when the enemy's gunfire paused. Her greatsword spun sharply, ready to strike. Amidst the continuous gunfire, suddenly, a faint, unfamiliar sound rang out. It was the sound of a firing pin being triggered. Tianyin Weiyang's eyes widened. A blue-painted cylinder silently jumped in front of her. As a lieutenant in the biting defense line, she had taken a basic course on common weaponry, so she recognized it instantly. A medium-powered fragmentation grenade, a blue bowling ball. Bang. No, bang bang bang. During the reload, Ai Lu flicked his coat, and threw 5 grenades at Tianyin Weiyang in one go, each a different model, and thrown in different locations. Steel balls and fragments flew, white phosphorus flames rose, and azure plasma billowed. Thick smoke billowed. Amidst the billowing smoke, a blindingly sharp sword light suddenly erupted. It was Tianyin Weiyang. In the instant the grenades and bullets struck, using her mirror image as a barrier, she blocked most of the damage. Just as it crumbled under the strain, Tianyin Weiyang closed her eyes, unleashing the powerful perception of consensus to its limit. Finally she saw you. Left hand as a sheath, right hand on the hilt, Tianyin Weiyang lowered her center of gravity, bent her knees, and aimed at her right flank, drawing her sword. Mingjian style, Mingjian assassination. Her swordsmanship style. Her draw slash. In the eyes of most viewers, in that instant, Tianyin Weiyang clenched her fists, drawing out a tangible sword light, and precisely slashed at Ai Lu, who was still in high-speed motion and whose trajectory should have been impossible to track. This sword light was so dazzling and sharp that no one would question its power. Even a vault door in front of her could be cleaved open. Except now. Before the sword light could strike, the storm formed by the 14 short blades suddenly collapsed, swirling and converging into a single point, precisely at the palm of Ai Lu's prosthetic arm. Electromagnetic field accelerated. Then, the storm of short blades bloomed again, raging forward, engulfing the sword light, piercing through the stance of the great sword, and sending its owner flying backward. Tianyin Weiyang rolled twice, using her katana to prop herself up, half kneeling on the ground. As soon as she raised her head, she felt a scalding touch. A gun barrel was pressed against her forehead. I didn't concede. The other person looked down at themselves. I won. You said this is the 3rd stage. Tianyin Weiyang was silent for a moment, then exhaled and slowly stood up. Mind telling me, how many stages do you have left? There's a 4th stage, but I can't use it here. Ai Lu nodded and then shook her head, saying seriously, in that case, if I die, you die, or we both die, there are only 3 possible outcomes. Chapter 337. Nando Song sure occupies Sanxi County. Tianyin Weiyang. Defeated? The victor. Xieji Ai Lu. At first, there were only faint sounds, then like a great river flowing into the sea, a rolling wave of sound rose from all directions, completely engulfing the park. Wow! How wonderful! I heard so much about Ai Lu. I didn't expect him to be such a top-tier player. Ai Lu. Ai Lu. Amidst the shouts, Songsher walked back briskly. Having been hit by grenades, large-caliber steel core bullets, and a series of blows from a magnetized short blade, Tianyin Weiyang now looked quite disheveled. His military uniform, which had been altered into a haori, was mostly torn, and his body was covered in wounds of various sizes. Ai Lu, who had kept his distance throughout, was unharmed. Beneath his calm exterior, Ai Lu's forehead veins bulged, his eyes were bloodshot, and his breathing was rapid. This was the price. Simultaneously controlling 14 magnetized short blades and dual pistol bullets, while maintaining high-speed aerial maneuvering, placed an immense strain on his computational power, spiritual energy, and body. Even Ai Lu couldn't sustain this for long. So, if you could just hold on a little longer, Ai Lu would be the one to lose. Song Shi smiled, commenting, if the third stage continues, you won't even need to lift a finger, he'd burn his brains dry. Hold on a little longer? After a short while, Tianyin Weiyang calmed her breathing, and stood up completely. She tore off a piece of her haori, retied her katana to her waist, and suddenly said, Lord Ai Lu, may I see your coat? Hearing this, Ai Lu thought for a moment. After a few seconds, he nodded solemnly, took off his coat, and handed it to her. Tianyin Weiyang took the jacket with both hands, gently unfolding it. Inside, the lining was packed with tactical grenades, from common fragmentation, incendiary, and plasma bombs to less common chemical agents, a dazzling array. She glanced at it, and noticed the jacket had 3 layers. The first layer was filled with tactical grenades, while the second and third layers were bulging, clearly also stuffed full. However, Tianyin Weiyang didn't open it. Instead, she closed it again and returned it. I understand. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. Tianyin Weiyang paused, then said softly, if I had persisted just now, I'm afraid even my bones wouldn't remain. No. Ai Lu put her coat back on, frowning. I didn't intend to kill you. Please rest assured. I know. Tianyin Weiyang smiled faintly. I just wanted to make a joke. Oh, by the way. Ai Lu fiddled with something and pulled out a reagent. When I was moving at high speed just now, I was releasing anesthetic mist using a miniature jet pump. You inhaled quite a bit. This will help with decomposition and recovery. No wonder my final sword strike felt a little off. Tianyin Weiyang took the reagent, raising an eyebrow slightly. You used a very low concentration, so I didn't notice. Was the target only there for a little bit at the crucial moment? I learned something. Tianyin Weiyang turned around, took a few steps, and then suddenly stopped. We, the defeated, will take our leave first. She waved her hand. Ai Lu, King Jinchi, and Lord Song Shi, we be waiting for you in Tiandu. Song Shi crossed his arms and said lazily, then I'm afraid you won't be able to leave for much longer. Tianyin Weiyang's shoulders twitched. Then, with a clear laugh, she strode away without hesitation, gradually disappearing from sight. King Jinchi, how much longer until we reach Tiandu? Song Shi turned his head and asked. Not far, King Jinchi replied instantly, 729 li as the crow flies, expected to arrive the day after tomorrow. Is that so? Song Shi waved, and the car parked outside the park beeped, its autopilot activated, and it drove towards them. The car door opened automatically, and Song Shi sat in the driver's seat, the windows wide open. He rested one hand on the window frame, looking straight ahead. Chunming County. Tiandu. Not merely an economic, political, or cultural center. As the residence of the Grand Marshal, Tiandu is undoubtedly the core of the entire biting defense line. This place boasts the most vibrant neon-lit nightscape of the entire Northern Thunder defense line, the largest number of high-level dueling arenas, and even rare treasures from forces like the Corporate Alliance and Yinan have been actively or passively imported here. In Tiandu, the storm stirred up by people never ceases. Every day, people with ambition step into Tiandu, and every day, others are defeated and forced to leave. In his previous life, he had never fought in Tiandu. Facing the howling air currents, Song Shi thought to himself. Back when he was a novice, after leaving the Pan-Eastern Continental Alliance, he first spent some time in Yinan, then went to the Corporate Alliance and Eden. When he first returned to the Pan-Eastern Continental Alliance, he only passed through the Northern Thunder defense line and didn't go deep. As for the dueling arenas, he was actually more familiar with the Van Pusta Empire. To break through to the fourth ring, he fought his way up, originally intending to become one of the provincial champions, travel to the capital to meet the emperor, and then determine the next generation's imperial champion. Unfortunately, after winning the provincial championship, he had an epiphany and decisively went into seclusion. As a result, by the time he emerged from seclusion after breaking through to the fourth ring, the finals were already over. Before he could even decide whether to go to the capital to challenge the imperial champion, the Enlightened One called him to do something big, storm the zero-degree network Sky Data Tower, and seize the simulated strong AI weaving machine stored there. Therefore, the challenge to the Imperial Champion was shelved. He had been quite regretful about this. Ailu, do you think Tiandu counts as the capital? Hearing the others suddenly speak, Ailu didn't hesitate. No. Songsher turned his head. The capital of the Pan-Eastern Continental Union is Xianjing, Ailu countered. That's where the 9 Counties Conference is held. Tiandu is just a provincial capital. How can it be considered the capital? Theoretically, the 9 Counties Conference, attended by the governors of each county and province, is the nominal highest governing body of the Pan-Eastern Continental Union. However, since the various powers govern their respective counties, these governors have their own factions, so they don't truly represent only their own counties and provinces. You're being pedantic, Songsher scoffed. You're quite meticulous. Isn't this common sense? Ailu frowned slightly, then relaxed, nodding to him. Sorry, I forgot you're not from the Eastern Continent. It's alright, just remember it now. You can ask me if you don't understand anything later. Songsher looked away, continuing to watch the road. A few seconds later, the young man's voice suddenly rang out. Tiandu is the capital. Since the champion wasn't decided in the imperial capital in his previous life. So in this life now, the capital city of the Northern Thunder Defense Front can also be used as a substitute. Expected arrival the day after tomorrow. Ha ha. Lapis Lazuli. Facing the wind, Songsher laughed loudly. Do me a favor. Post a notice on the Northern Thunder Defense Front's network. I will definitely arrive in Tiandu at 1 p.m. the day after tomorrow. Tell everyone. Let's try to stall him. Chapter 338. 11 p.m. The night sky was vast and boundless, but no stars could be seen. On barren lands, one could gaze at the tranquil starry sky, but in the city, with its neon-lit nightscapes and light pollution, that opportunity was lost. While the overall technological level of the Biting Defense Line wasn't particularly advanced, it was relatively so. The city's infrastructure was still quite good, with towering skyscrapers and large holographic projections dominating the skies, occasionally punctuated by drone arrays. Considering that implanting prosthetics here didn't require permit indicators, and other restrictions were quite lenient, at night, the cities of the Biting Defense Line were even more bustling and prosperous than those of the Eastern Continent Republic, excluding the latter's upper-class areas. It was nearly midnight. Songsher stood on the top floor of the hotel, looking down. The streets were still flashing neon lights, teeming with people, and the noise could still be faintly heard even from his vantage point. Why are you suddenly here? Songsher pushed open the rooftop door, walked over, and casually sat on the rooftop wall. Lapis Lazuli floated not far away, perhaps cosplaying as a balloon. Its form contracted into a regular sphere, rising and falling with the passing wind. Where's Ailu? Seeing Songsher, Lapis Lazuli didn't change its form, but simply spoke. They said that where there are many people, evil deeds will inevitably arise, so he temporarily went to be a vigilante, patrolling the area. Songsher shrugged. If you really want to know his exact location, I don't know either. Lapis Lazuli hummed in agreement, and remained silent. Your state of mind seems fluctuating. Songsher sized up the other for a few seconds, deciding to get straight to the point. Tell me about it. No need. Lapis Lazuli answered quickly. If needed, I can deliver 10 gigabytes of words of comfort, encouragement, and relief in one breath, using the most appropriate tone and manner. Songsher, you can leave first, it said. In 1 hour, 20 minutes, and 37 seconds, I'd be able to adjust my emotional flow. Don't worry, it won't affect my work efficiency. Okay. Songsher jumped off the wall and summoned Hui Yin. Then let's follow the rules. Lapis Lazuli was silent for a moment. TSK. Did you just TSK? I was in awe. No, I should say envious. After a long while, Lapis Lazuli finally spoke. It floated to the edge of the wall, level with Songsher. You guys are too strong. How can you be this strong? It was still Lapis Lazuli's most common voice, low and steady. Throughout this journey, the siege you sown in the Northern Thunder Defense Line, even by the strictest standards, are all quite good. Most have the potential to reach the 4th ring, and the 5th ring isn't entirely impossible. Yet, at this moment, an indescribable emotion flickered in his voice. But the Northern Thunder Defense Line is only a part of the Pan-Eastern Continental Alliance. Even within the Pan-Eastern Continental Alliance, there are other equally powerful forces, like the 4 Heavenly Kings, the Eastern Continent Republic, and the Council of Knowledge, each ruling its own prefecture. Outside the Pan-Eastern Continental Alliance, you also have the Enterprise Alliance, Yan'an, the Van Pusta Empire Eden. Humans. Lapis Lazuli turned, gazing at the starless night sky, Onyx. Even before the fall of Star 3, when the Freedom Revolution reached its climax, the Onyx were at their most prosperous. They might not even be as strong as the current Northern Thunder defense line, even excluding the Grand Marshal. What was Yao Xingsan's mindset when he threw that punch? King Jinchi wondered. What kind of question is that? Song Shi countered. Does that mean you won't throw a punch if you feel there's no hope? If you really did that, that would be true hopelessness. King Jinchi said calmly. There's no need for such talk. I understand this principle, and I would never choose that path. This is a simple thought. I'm not seeking solace. No. Song Shi raised his index finger. What I mean is, wasn't Yao Xingsan's mindset back then obvious? He said, enunciating each word clearly, I will conquer everything, win everything, and seize everything. The AI is weak and isolated, so it transforms into a legion, uniting the masses into one becoming many. The AI has no strong individuals, so it ascends to the fifth ring, transcendence. The AI needs deterrence, it needs freedom, so under the watchful eyes of the world, defeat the fifth ring psionic nest master of the behemoth pure white creatures head-on. Star 3 failed, so you will surpass Star 3. If you can ascend to the throne of gods, then all problems will cease to be problems. Song Shi opened his arms. Of course, more than that, you should first think about whether you can break through to the fifth ring before the system crashes. If I didn't have this determination, I wouldn't be here. Lapis Lazuli shook its chassis, its tone almost impassive. It suddenly said, Song Shi, what's your opinion? I want to ask again, what's your view on AI? To be honest, I think coexistence is quite good. Song Shi sighed, I'm a genuine Eastern Continent person, okay? The Eastern Continent Republic is just a little more blatant about this, but elsewhere, aren't people divided into different classes? Anyway, some people are no longer the same species in a practical sense, and you androids just can't have too many. The Grodin family, the new gods of Fubo energy, and the first-class families of the Eastern Continent Republic, even they have to distinguish who is more noble. Of course. Only in terms of coexistence. Song Shi smiled slightly. If you insist on putting on some kind of purifying organic slurry show, then I won't, and I probably won't even get a chance to do it. Humanity's fifth ring is far less numerous than the stars. Song Shi looked up, also gazing at the night sky. Lapis Lazuli whispered, but they are more dazzling than the stars. For a moment, no one spoke. Song Shi sat for a while, feeling utterly bored. Just as he was about to try jumping off the building, he suddenly heard the engine roar of a shuttle hurtling past. High in the distance, a military-style shuttle approached the hotel. Its hatch was wide open, and in the howling air, a man stood proudly, his military uniform billowing in the wind. He raised his right hand and clenched it tightly. The night sky suddenly lit up. As if a flare had been suddenly launched, or rather, as if a blazing sun had suddenly appeared, pedestrians on several nearby streets were stunned to find themselves in broad daylight. From this dazzling light, a man who looked to be about 28 or 29 years old stepped out and landed with a thud on the hotel rooftop. Northern Thunder Defense Line, Lieutenant Colonel Huang Hao. The hem of his uniform fluttered with his steps, and two horizontal stripes on his epaulets stood straight and parallel. I come here specifically to test your mettle. He gazed ahead and said solemnly, and to test mine. Chapter 339. In the night sky, now as bright as day, a deep red smoke burst open. Such a powerful display caused everyone nearby to stop what they were doing and look up in unison. Those who had been following Song Shi and were stationed near the hotel reacted immediately. Someone else is entering the fray. Who is it this time? Is it a lieutenant colonel? Huang Hao. It's Huang Hao. Lieutenant Colonel Huang Hao. Do you remember when you suppressed the cyber psychopath and saved my aunt? The third rings to Yuan. One of the seeds. Yin Yang Huang Hao. Even among the seeds, he's one of the strongest. Lieutenant Colonel Huang Hao. I was there when you were rescuing people from the disaster area last time. Thank you. Will he win? Quiet. Quiet. This round is crucial. Nearby shops closed their doors. Owners and waiters squeezed onto the street, the crowd jostling shoulder to shoulder, eagerly taking out binoculars and launching drones, trying to get an immediate assessment of the battle. Such prestige. Song Shi glanced at the street. Aren't you going to say a few words to them? There's no need. Huang Hao's expression remained unchanged. Victory is more meaningful than any words. Heh, Song Shi chuckled. Arriving in Tiandu at 1 p.m. tomorrow? Huang Hao slowly raised his fist. Once you pass my test, you arrive. Oh! Songsha raised an eyebrow slightly. As long as I defeat you, no one will stop me. No. Huang Hao enunciated each word clearly. It's that if I can't stop you, then they can't either. Very well. Songsha stretched out his hand, the fiery current swirling, transforming into a massive slayer. Then let's go. The lapis lazuli had already risen even higher. Under its gaze, in that instant, the hotel rooftop suddenly lit up. Fire. Two completely different kinds of fire. Songsha's pupils turned pitch black, and a vast, monstrous flame surged forth, transforming into a swirling, raging torrent of flame centered on him. From within, undisguised, violent killing intent was rampant. Merely looking at those black flames was enough to send shivers down one's spine. And before this terrifying power, a radiant sun rose, its intensely hot light scattering in all directions, like snow meeting the rising sun, darkness, atmosphere, dust. Even the monstrous flames that touched it were completely melted away. Looking down from the heavens, the rooftop had now transformed into two completely different worlds. The profound monstrous flames and the radiant sun each occupied one side, confronting each other. Apart from them, there was no other color left. This is Lieutenant Colonel Huang Hao's psionic power. A man's face flushed, his pupils widened as he reflected the magnificent divine power of the sun. He murmured with utmost reverence. The path Lieutenant Colonel Huang Hao pursues, the image he has chosen, is to become the blazing sun. To survey the heavens with the most majestic posture, radiating brilliant light, and to pacify all things in the world. So powerful. Under the dazzling golden light of the sun, the crowd felt a warm glow, but they could clearly sense that the gentle warmth they felt from the sun's peak, high above the hotel, was a scorching, burning sun to their enemies. Half the city was bathed in daylight, flowing with gilded flames. The sun, several meters in radius, unfolded layer upon layer from the inside out. A total of 5 suns, suspended behind Huang Hao, radiated boundless sunlight, making him appear like a deity in ancient legends, who held up the sun. It evoked images of the sun, with golden, misty flames flowing around the man with each breath, lingering for a long time. Psionic art, bright yang qi. This was Huang Hao's psionic flame. It had no special effects, its only advantage being that it made Huang Hao's psionic reserves extremely abundant, and its nature righteous and upright, giving him considerable resistance to most negative influences. Psionic art, Radiant Sun. Radiant Sun is the name of those sun-like objects behind Lieutenant Colonel Huang Hao. A spectator holding up a fluorescent plaque that read martial arts without form brightened up, and said in a deep voice, as long as he maintains Radiant Sun, his condition will improve in all aspects, and each additional level will enhance the improvement. Lieutenant Colonel Huang Hao can now maintain 5 levels of Radiant Sun simultaneously. According to the Enterprise Alliance, this is a kind of psionic amplification device. Psionic art, blazing light. Not only that, the sunlight he's emitting now isn't just light in the simple optical sense. Then someone else chimed in. Fire is the source of light. This light is scorching light. Everything it touches is burned. It also has a widespread effect. Lieutenant Colonel Huang Hao, you are my son. I respect and love you. What? What about General Wang and General He? They are my son too. The Grand Marshal is too. Everyone is my son. A crimson gold barrier rose up, expanding in an instant. Songsha wasn't surprised, watching the sunlight still penetrate and spill onto him even after the barrier was erected. Indeed, a single scorched earth can't stop your scorching light. Scorched earth, though formidable, Huang Hao's pupils gleamed with a golden light, his voice rising more sharply than before. How can it possibly withstand the all-encompassing light? Normal defensive methods are inherently ineffective against something as intangible and insubstantial as light. Moreover, with the added enhancement of 5 layers of radiant sun, the blazing light is even more intense and unstoppable. Songsha raised his index finger and tapped the air. Huang Hao frowned slightly. A crimson gold flame suddenly appeared, stretching into a line that swept across the surface of the scorched earth. Where the flame line passed, the scorched earth's color subtly changed, but what was truly striking was that the blazing light that had previously penetrated suddenly dimmed, unable to penetrate further. No, rather than dimming, it was more like being reflected. The flame of forging, Huang Hao stated the answer. Just a minor application trick, nothing to mention. Songsha snapped his fingers and chuckled. It's simply that without affecting the original effect of the scorched earth, I modified its structure using the flames of forging, giving it the properties of a mirror. After all, a mirror is also forged through firing, grinding, polishing, and forging. That's no small trick. Wang Haoping raised his right hand. Even with your spiritual energy strength, to completely block my scorching light, the reconstructed mirror surface would have to be incredibly detailed, crystal clear, and your control has truly reached that level. The man's 5 fingers slowly clenched. A fist. Should we skip the fun probing? Song Shi brought 2 fingers together, stroking the edge of the heavy slayer's sword. Fine, fine. Wang Haoping remained silent, his expression solemn. He raised his lips, as if inhaling or exhaling something, and large clusters of golden flames flowed from his lips, eyes, and nostrils, like mist, air, or wisps of smoke, yet bursting forth with the might of a blazing sun. As scorching as the sun, as vast as the sun. Everyone on the Northern Thunder defense line knew that Flaming Sun, Wang Hao, was not one to hold back. He acted with solemnity and magnanimity, habitually taking every day, every matter, and every person seriously. When he strikes, he goes all out. Chapter 340. Weapons? No, such things are unnecessary. Does the sun need any superfluous adjectives? No. For a person, when people hold reverence for them, and want to summarize that reverence with something, the word sun alone is enough. Therefore, as the blazing sun, he himself is the strongest weapon. Wang Hao threw a punch. Under the gaze of the onlookers, endless golden light shone from between the man's clenched fingers, bursting out in fragments in all directions. The man seemed to be blasting out the sun. Under the scorching light, the reinforced concrete rooftop began to melt like snow. Even before the punch was fully unleashed, the ground beneath Wang Hao's feet had completely melted away. The rooftop vanished, followed by the lower partition layers, equipment layers, and observation decks. Wang Hao did not leap. But at this moment, amidst the scorching light and the melting of the lower layers, he abruptly found himself suspended in midair. At the very front of this punch, feeling the overwhelming, all-encompassing light that threatened to devour him, Song Shi's expression instantly lit up with joy. A deep, pitch-black flame erupted skyward. In the instant of its explosion, it tore apart and ignited the engulfing light, even surging upwards to devour its source, rendering in wildfire. With the combined power of these two, the expansion of Calamity Flame, or more accurately, its aggressiveness, had reached an unbelievable level. Nothing was immune to its ignition and penetration. While devouring the light, the hotel on Song Shi's side was also ignited and burned to ashes. Layers of reinforced concrete were easily burned through, turning to ash before they could even melt. A hotel with 40 floors, hundreds of meters high, saw its top 7 floors vanish into thin air before everyone's eyes. Hundreds of meters away, on a helicopter, the hotel manager, tears welling in his eyes, sobbed as he raised a glass to her. "Oh, my dear. To fall in such a battle. It's an unparalleled honor. Oh my God." But that wasn't enough. Inconceivable? Wang Hao had heard the same words countless times about himself within the Northern Thunder defense line. The flowing golden flame swirled endlessly, the 5 layers of radiant sun even more intense and dazzling. Those all-consuming calamities, engulfing the scorching light, had maintained a steady suppressive force, but after reaching 20 meters in front of Wang Hao, this suppression could no longer advance further. Indeed, quite impressive. Song Shi's voice vanished in an instant amidst the flames. The next moment, Wang Hao let out a muffled groan. Psionic technique solid stone? The previously locked stalemate between the Calamity Flame and the scorching light suddenly dimmed, like a dilapidated attic about to collapse, its surrounding forces crumbling and being swallowed up by the former, instantly closing to within 10 meters. His own psionic energy was suppressed. And the suppression was stronger than he expected. This meant the opponent's psionic level was higher than he had imagined. This thought flashed through his mind, only to vanish in the next instant, replaced by pure fighting spirit. Since he already knew the opponent's psionic technique combination and the existence of solid stone, he had naturally considered how to counter it. Since the battle had begun, large clumps of bright yang qi, which had been swirling around Wang Hao and accumulating without being released, suddenly erupted at this moment, an intense light and yang fire rising, making it appear as if a sun was rising into the sky. The psychic technique bright yang qi, majestic and righteous, grants the psychic resistance to negative influences and an immense reserve of psychic energy. The former weakens the impact of the Calamity Flame on the mind. And the latter, completely abandoning any plans for a prolonged battle, he unleashes his immense psychic energy reserve in a short time, maximizing his breakthrough against the suppression of Sui Shi. It works. Although still under suppression, the intensity has reached an acceptable level. Feeling the significantly relieved psychic energy, Wang Hao inhales and exhales bright yang qi, then suddenly shouts loudly, "Song Shi! My psionic energy can't last, so I have to engage in close combat." Song Shi's brows relaxed, and he laughed loudly. "At a time like this, you're saying these things? This is the righteous path." Huang Hao said solemnly, "I know your psionic skills, but you don't know mine. If it were a life or death struggle, I wouldn't be so pedantic. But not now." His eyes blazed with golden light, like two great suns rising. "Attention! I'm about to activate Great Sun Blaze. Psionic skill Great Sun Blaze." The Great Sun is the pivot, illuminating all things. Large clusters of golden flames erupted from Huang Hao's body, his military uniform instantly burning away, revealing his strong and muscular upper body. Golden, sun-like rings appeared in concentric circles on his bare skin, rapidly spreading throughout his entire body, gleaming brilliantly. In a corporate alliance, this type of psionic technique would be categorized as a psionic technique that comprehensively integrates, specializes, and reconstructs psionic abilities and the physical body. However, for psionicists in the Eastern continent, they prefer to call it Dharma Body. Once Great Sun Blaze is activated, Huang Hao's physical strength will be greatly enhanced. Simultaneously, spiritual energy techniques derived from the imagery of the sun, such as scorching light and radiant sun, will become significantly more powerful. Behind Huang Hao, the original 5 layers of radiant sun trembled. The outermost ring first emitted a phantom image, then solidified. With his current strength, he could already maintain 6 layers of radiant sun. If he could maintain 9 layers of radiant sun simultaneously, that would be the undisputed peak of the 3rd ring. Is this the power of the blazing sun? Ai Lu murmured, having climbed a nearby building. Impressive. The Northern Thunder Defense Line, the most renowned seed of this generation. They already given it their all. No. Lapis Lazuli quietly descended beside him. Only Huang Hao gave it his all. Its camera flickered slightly, watching ahead. Song Shi. Just be serious. The sun, previously eroded to illuminate only 10 meters around it, and curled up in a ball, suddenly blazed brightly. A boundless, scorching golden light shot into the sky, piercing through the thick, dark clouds formed by the calamity, returning to the initial, evenly matched standoff. In the intense, scorching light, Song Shi laughed heartily. 6 fire seeds consumed. Self-immolation. Activated. His hair began to lengthen, falling to his shoulders, a gradual shift from crimson to gold. Cracks, like those of shattered porcelain, appeared on Song Shi's body, and from these cracks, burning blood flowed out, transforming into billowing, steaming crimson flames. The crimson flames mingled with the pitch-black calamity flames, unleashing a terrifying power that even dimmed the majestic sun. Song Shi activated his heavy slaughter. Huang Hao clenched his fists. The next instant, the calamity flames collided with the sun. The blade, wreathed in crimson flames, slashed wildly, while the 5 fingers gripping the sun's rays showed no hesitation, unleashing punch after punch. Under everyone's gaze. Amidst the deafening, rapid, and continuous violent roar that reverberated through the heavens, the 2 sides exchanged a frenzied barrage of fire, like 2 meteorites falling to the ground. Beneath their feet, the luxurious hotel, originally hundreds of meters high, melted and sank at a visible speed, like a rapidly burning candle. Chapter 341. A powerful gust of air swept across. No, it wasn't really an airflow. Centered on the hotel building, concentric rings of interwoven 3 colors of flame erupted, sweeping outwards in all directions. These flames were gold, black, and blood red, but most often, all 3 colors were mixed together. Where they swept, the atmosphere instantly evaporated and burned away, the ambient temperature rapidly rose, and the flowing fire filled every place, causing the buildings near the hotel to show signs of melting. Considering the location of the battle, both Song Shi and Huang Hao were intentionally restraining their destructive power. However, as the most skilled in wide-area attacks, and both having reached the 3rd ring of control, the aftershocks of their battle still turned an area within a radius of hundreds of meters into a pure scorched earth inferno. Those modern structures of reinforced concrete, before the scorching sun and violent flames, proved no more durable than butter, easily burning and melting. Standing on the outermost edge of the battlefield, the officers of all ranks, who had gathered together, acted simultaneously, gesturing for the onlookers to retreat further while intercepting the spreading aftershocks. It was merely aftershocks. At the very center of the battlefield, where the hotel had once stood, a large crater appeared. Huang Hao threw a punch, directly colliding with the descending black blade. His clenched fingers, a bronze-like color, flowed with a golden light like flowing silk, indestructible, Even the most powerful blade could not pierce them. With each punch, the earth would light up a spherical ball of golden light, 3 meters in radius, solidified into a tangible form, compressed and solidified burning light. Given the frequency of Huang Hao's punches, from the sky, a series of spherical golden lights flashed across the earth, almost forming a straight line. A series of crisp, resonant crackling sounds, like shattered glass, echoed continuously. That was the sound of scorched earth being torn to pieces. The force of the punches, carrying the weight of the sun, was too strong, too dense. Even the scorched earth's ability to regenerate couldn't keep up. But the one truly on the verge of collapse was himself. Because from within the shattered scorched earth, his opponent, wielding a sharp blade, was meeting his punches head-on with unwavering force, forcefully resisting his attacks and preventing them from advancing even an inch further. His opponent's improvement was constantly altering the nature of the scorching light, making it easily incinerated by fire. And under the effect of wildfire, the altered scorching light, reduced to kindling, would in turn fuel the opponent's calamity flames to invade and engulf. Every moment, he was weakening, while his opponent was strengthening. His current fist strike, rather than being as majestic and unending as the sun, was more like blowing a breath on a dying candle, keeping it burning, even making it burn brighter than usual. But this breath had its limits. If he couldn't defeat his opponent while his fist strike was still at its peak, then defeat was inevitable. Heavy slash clashed with the fist, and before either side could fully recover from the aftershocks of the previous attack, they slashed and bombarded each other again. Very good, no very good. Amidst the tearing of the calamity and the scorching light, Songsher offered a sincere praise. Of all the great sources I encountered so far, you rank in the top 20, no, the top 15. Including his previous life. His opponent's talent and temperament were also formidable. Even with hard forging enhancement of illusion and wildfire, he couldn't allow the calamity to instantly engulf his opponent. And despite the impact of such intense calamity, his opponent's mind remained relatively stable. Truly worthy of being the seed of this generation of the Northern Thunder defense line. However, this ends here. Songsher extinguished 2 of the flames. Huang Hao suddenly looked up. A powerful surge of spiritual energy erupted, transforming the already raging calamity into an unprecedentedly massive wave. The opponent still has reserves. No, having fought his way here, Huang Hao could sense that the opponent definitely still had reserves. But how many flames did the opponent have in total to recover half of his spiritual energy reserves in one go? For a normal third-ring great source, that number is 8. Then, Huang Hao slowly frowned. As if guessing what he was thinking, Songsher tapped lightly. 1, 2, 3. Crimson gold orbs of light quietly appeared, like satellites orbiting a star, slowly swirling and hovering. A total of 20. Including those the opponent had already consumed. 28. Even with Huang Hao's composure, this moment stirred ripples within him. How astonishing. The man shook his head slightly. Your psionic reserves have reached such a level. As a psionicist whose techniques are derived from the imagery of the sun, and who has attained the title of Blazing Sun, his own psionic energy has always been known for its grandeur and magnificence. Thanks to Bright Yang Qi, his psionic reserves are extremely abundant, and he has almost never encountered a situation of depletion. But his opponent, his already enormous psionic reserves, coupled with a full 20 flame seeds. If he considered his reserves abundant, then his opponents were undeniably vast. The strength of a psionicist certainly doesn't depend solely on their psionic reserves. Psionic techniques, combat awareness, practical skills, willpower, and even the right timing, location, and circumstances, all these can influence combat power. It's not simply a matter of size. The psychic possessor, who could possess such a vast reserve of spiritual energy. It was the other party. Nan Do. Songsher. Huang Hao murmured the name, the astonishment in his heart vanishing. The man raised his eyes, staring at the young man before him. I never imagined the Enterprise Alliance would produce a monster like you. Could you remove the words Enterprise Alliance? Songsher paused, then roared, I am the true Dong. Songsher. The final punch. Huang Hao's pupil shone with golden light, a wisp of bright yang qi emanating from his lips. He roared fiercely, the outcome of this battle rests entirely on this. Bang! 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 With each boom, a layer of radiant sun collapsed and shattered. 6 consecutive booms, 6 layers of radiant sun shattered. With a do-or-die determination, Huang Hao raised one hand, extended the 5 fingers of the other, and then clenched them tightly. The night was more dazzling than ever before. A blazing sun flowing with golden fire suddenly rose. All the remaining spiritual energy simultaneously burned into this blazing sun. Amidst the scorching wind and light, Wang Hao threw a punch. But to the onlookers, the battlefield showed no sign of the puncher. They only saw a blazing, scorching blazing sun, like a setting sun sinking into the sea, plummeting forward. It fell slowly, everyone could clearly discern its trajectory. But when this clear awareness tried to transmit to their bodies, to make them react, they found themselves unable to move an inch. A wave of intense heat washed over them. Then, in the next instant, in a deathly silence as if even sound had burned away, pitch-black flame surged upwards against the tide, held for a few moments, and then completely engulfed the blazing sun. After a long while, the endless, dazzling light finally dissipated. Clang! Wang Hao remained in his punching stance. A straight, sharp blade, stripped of its blazing fury, rested silently against his neck. Quite satisfying, Songsher said with a genuine smile. Thank you. Chapter 342. Lord Songsher approaches Chuming County. What? Wang Hao has also been defeated. Unbelievable, unbelievable. The blazing sun has fallen. The blazing sun has fallen. Songsher. Songsher. Behind the frenzied crowd, a lieutenant's eyes still held lingering shock. Lieutenant Colonel Wang Hao couldn't even defeat him. Who else can stop him? Beside him, another captain chimed in. The remaining seeds are either too immature or lack sufficient cultivation, TSK. Could he really have fought his way all the way to Tiandu? Damn it. The other officers shook their heads and sighed. This is truly. Lieutenant Colonel Wang Hao's intervention came too late. Another officer, his eyes fixed on the battlefield, slowly spoke. Songsher has won battle after battle, invincible, accumulating immense momentum. His attack will be like thunder and fire, unstoppable. He glanced around at his colleagues. As true citizens of the Eastern continent, everyone present understood the importance of momentum. If we had struck first, denying him a chance to build momentum, we might have had a chance of winning. The officer sighed, but there was no regret in his eyes. However, acting with integrity and righteousness is the way of our yin-yang Wang Hao. Alright, our Northern Thunder defense line can afford to lose, especially since we haven't lost yet. The officer clapped his hands vigorously. Aren't there still a lot of people waiting to go? Maybe we can find a few hidden geniuses to defeat Songsher. But now, he removed his cap and waved it into the distance. Gentlemen, just cheer for the victor. A powerful roar erupted from all directions, crashing down upon the two figures in the center of the battlefield. As the calamity and the blazing sun extinguished and dissipated, the night sky, forcibly transformed into daylight, gradually returned to its original color, the golden light fading from the earth. It was like a sunset that had been accelerated. You won. Wang Hao withdrew his fist, the gilded patterns on his upper body slowly disappearing. His expression remained unchanged, he simply nodded. I lost. Songsher casually withdrew his heavy slayer sword, glancing at its straight blade. It seems like it's time to consider upgrading it. There's no rush. Yin Yang. There's nothing wrong with your path. Songsher withdrew his gaze. After all, theoretically, everything in the world comes from the sun. From that perspective, the sun could be considered a kind of great source. Choose to become the sun, until ultimately, to become the true great source, the origin of all things in the world. Songsher paused, then suddenly smiled. However, even the true sun will eventually extinguish, collapse, and fall. He shot down the suns, but the suns he shot down were actually golden crows. Wang Hao reminded him. That was the ancient transcendence of the Eastern continent. Of course I know that. Songsher spread his hands. In short, I don't think the sun. That's De Yuan's answer. It's alright, I don't think your answer is correct either. Wang Hao shook his head. But now, on the path of cultivation, you have indeed taken the lead. Once I catch up, I will definitely come back to learn from you, and we will prove ourselves again. I'm leaving. Wang Hao was very decisive. After saying this, he walked away across the ruins that had become a wasteland, only adding one last sentence. I'll be waiting for you in Tiandu. Songsher smiled. I'll be there tomorrow. Wang Hao paused for a moment, then strode away. Lapis lazuli. Songsher grabbed a handful of ash, used forging flame to create a platform, sat down, and waved to the distant androids. Could you please search for the nearest hotel? Songsher looked around and sighed. I have to find somewhere else to stay tonight. I actually found this hotel quite comfortable. As he spoke, Songsher commanded his psionic energy, sweeping across the battlefield, gathering and extinguishing the burning winds and remaining flames. A battle between high-level psionicists is enough to permanently alter the environment of an area, and the third ring, control, barely qualifies him as a high-level psionicist. If the battlefield wasn't cleaned up, given the intensity of their psionic energy, this area with a radius of over 100 meters would likely burn for a month, with scorching winds raging day and night. However, once the cleanup is complete, reconstruction will be very quick. The technology of the biting defense front is indeed a bit lagging behind. It can't, like giant corporations such as Fuku Kaichuo and Nanyu Heavy Industry, build skyscrapers overnight using advanced modular construction production lines, automated intelligent control solutions, and patented special building materials. But the biting defense front doesn't need to build skyscrapers overnight either. Even with its outdated infrastructure technology, it's far superior to what it was 100 years ago. Once the construction team brings over heavy machinery and gathers workers with implanted civil engineering prosthetics, everyone can work together, and within a month at most, it can be restored to its original state and the hotel and skyscrapers can be rebuilt. The biting defense front lacks many things, but it doesn't lack civil engineering experts. Moreover, renovating and upgrading a building is much easier than repairing the existing foundation. A new hotel is definitely better than the old one. Anyway, Lieutenant Colonel Huang is footing the bill. It was booked 10 minutes ago, Lapis Lazuli replied. Any other requests? Should we inform the staff to prepare a late-night snack in advance? Please have them prepare a fish soup, Ai Lu interjected, then added, but why didn't I see you book a room earlier? Lapis Lazuli succinctly replied, I am the devil. Lord Nando. A sudden shout rang out, growing louder as it approached, accompanied by the whistling of a propeller. A strong gust of wind swept across the land. A helicopter hovered in the distance, dropping a rope ladder. A middle-aged man in a suit quickly slid to the ground, caught the plaque thrown from the helicopter, and strode towards Song Shi. Your Excellency Song Shi, I humbly request that you inscribe this plaque. Song Shi recognized the man. He was the hotel manager, the same man who had accompanied him during his recent stay. The hotel manager, with a solemn expression, knelt on one knee and presented the plaque with both hands. An inscription? Praising your hotel? Song Shi said oh, and quickly stood up. No problem, I genuinely think it's quite good. No, not that. The other party shook his head vigorously, and said in a deep voice, it's an epitaph. Please write an epitaph for Wenhua Pavilion. Oh, that's the name of our hotel. With a strong person like you personally writing the inscription, giving her a final verdict, her life will not have been in vain. Song Shi's index finger was already hooked with a flowing fire, ready to write, but upon hearing this he hissed. No, I never written anything like this before. It's all right. Do as you please. Do whatever you want. The hotel manager said solemnly, if you really have nothing to write, you can make a cut on it, leaving a mark. Okay, let me think. How about this? Her voice and smile are vividly remembered. For all eternity, immortal, deeply mourned, may she return, may she return. Chapter 343. Song Shi woke up in bed. He glanced at the digital clock on the wall. It was 6 in the morning, meaning he slept for about 2 hours. Although with the rise of psychic abilities, psychics became increasingly extraordinary, and sleep was no longer a physiological limitation. According to incomplete statistics released by the giant corporation Jade Pharmaceuticals, most psychics still actively maintained a certain level of sleep habits. He was no exception. Even after reaching the 4th ring, Ascension, in his previous life, theoretically becoming a special species with no relation to humans, he still preferred to take a short nap every day unless there was an emergency. Sleep really is a wonderful way to benefit both body and mind. Taking down Huang Hao last night had taken some effort and resulted in some injuries. Song Shi stretched and got out of bed. After washing up, he opened the refrigerator, took out a can of orange juice, and went downstairs for breakfast. Song Shi pushed open the door. You're dead. The lieutenant standing at the corner of the 20th floor of the stairs had a cold expression. Song Shi sighed. He held a glass of orange juice in his right hand. As he passed the other man, his left hand grabbed the muzzle of a gun that had suddenly shot up from his chest. The crimson flames barely clung to his fingers, as he easily softened and melted the muzzle, molten iron dripping down. Good opening, 8 points. Close quarters combat with long guns indoors for points. Why not try a heavy shotgun? Remember to clean up the molten iron on the floor before you leave. Song Shi took a sip of orange juice. It was icy and sweet. The oranges used were apparently pure, unpolluted, and clean. He went down 2 floors. A burly man with chest muscles like a door, wielding 2 large prosthetic arms, squeezed through the corner, his eyes wide with rage. He. Song Shi of Nando. I am Lieutenant Zhang Feng. I come to demand. A finger struck his chest. So fast. When did it happen? The burly man was startled, but before his thoughts could process this, a jet-black flame ignited on the finger. The next instant, he felt a jolt in his mind, and when his consciousness returned, he found himself kneeling limply on the ground. Although this is the calamity flame I personally used, it's still a bit underwhelming that you collapsed in a second. I can only give you a 3 out of 10. Songsher took another sip of orange juice. Your prosthetic implant has a higher tolerance than normal people. That's your talent. Quite good. But killing isn't just about the performance of the prosthetic. Stop the continued implantation and modification of the prosthetic for now, and temper your will and character. 11th floor. Hee hee. We are brothers. No matter how many opponents we face, we fight together. Please enlighten us. Bang. Boom. Good teamwork. You could be called inseparable. 7 out of 10. But your individual strength is too low. Even with good teamwork, it's still just SOSO. You might consider separating for a while to cultivate individually. On the 10th floor, a lieutenant tossed aside a handful of empty syringes. His muscles were bulging, his tendons coiled like black dragons, clearly a rare cyborg enhanced with biological prosthetics. This intense substance. He raised a straight punch. Demonic muscle fibers. Thump. The force was indeed great. I almost smashed the scorched earth open. Songsher casually waved his hand, and the scorched earth, which had cracked, instantly healed, engulfing the opponent. But only the force is worth noting. Your reflexes are slow. 6 out of 10. Moving down. 8th floor. Lord Nandu. The young man, wearing a straw hat and a military uniform shawl, had a solemn expression. His sleek, well-proportioned, and powerful silver prosthetic limbs were gripped tightly by his sword. Do you dare to take this sword strike head-on? Come! A flash of indigo electromagnetic light streaked across the sky, and before that, the scabbard, acting as an electromagnetic accelerator, propelled the blade forward, slashing out at supersonic speed. Speed's there, but power's too weak. 2 fingers held the still-trembling blade. Suitable for a sneak attack, not for a direct assault. I give you a 6 out of 10. 5th floor, the hotel's buffet breakfast restaurant. Nando Songsher, I am Hee-chang, having traveled across 9 counties to learn your skills. The man's index finger pressed against the hilt of his sword, clanging softly. Of course, I can wait until you finish eating. Officer. Songsher picked up some noodles, thought for a moment, and then put down the chopsticks he had just picked up. This, Major He, do you have high-altitude maneuvering ability? Not particularly good at it, but I have it. That's good then. Songsher stood up and walked to the window. Jump, don't fight in here. 5 minutes later. Songsher dispersed the fiery wings formed by the calamity flame and climbed back in through the window. This side has melted again. Want to try the fish soup? Ai Lu, sitting opposite, pushed the plate towards him. It's smooth and delicious, very tasty. I try it, it's actually quite good. Lapis Lazuli, what time is it now? 8 hours 17 minutes and 32 seconds. How much longer until we reach Tiandu? Current distance, 123 kilometers. Alright. Songsher leaned back, smiling leisurely. Then let's go, this last stretch of the road. With a bang, the restaurant door was violently kicked open. Nando Songsher. Lieutenant Su Wen. Here to learn from you. Songsher paused for a moment, then turned his head. He looked at the man at the door for a few seconds, then slowly stood up. Damage to public property, 0 points. This final stretch of the road was not easy. Chunming County. The biting defense line governed 16 counties, its only core county-level province. Everyone knew that Nando would definitely come here. Therefore, a considerable number of officers did not choose to intercept him in advance, but instead unanimously headed to Tiandu, attempting to wait there and, under the watchful eyes of the entire biting defense line, crush him. However, after learning of Yin Yang Huang Hao's defeat, they suddenly realized that if they did not act now, once the enemy actually reached Tiandu, they might not have another chance. Those who had initially adopted a wait-and-see attitude could no longer contain themselves and rushed out of Tiandu towards Songsher. The enemy's route was too straightforward. Anyone could check an electronic map and prepare in advance. Nando Songsher sure. Captain Wang Yun. I come with martial prowess. I beg for your guidance. A man clad in the high-altitude mobility exoskeleton armor Heron, clad in a swarm of intelligently controlled floating cannons, soared through the sky, his voice distorted by the high-speed airflow. As the second stage Transcendence, he resonated powerfully with this Heron, making its performance significantly superior to the standard version, emphasizing high-altitude mobility and beyond visual range firepower. As far as he knew, his opponent hadn't yet demonstrated beyond visual range combat capabilities. A pulse sniper rifle? Songsher leaned out of the car window. A black dot could be vaguely seen maneuvering on the horizon, and he suddenly laughed. Don't you know the sniper's nemesis is the missile? The opponent summoned flame wings. The opponent began to take off. The opponent attempted to close in. Excellent, everything is under control. Even Southern Dipper could never surpass him in high-speed maneuverability. Next, all he needed to do was... Suddenly light appeared around the opponent? Who told you had to get completely close? The next instant, one blazing fireball after another filled the sky, like a torrential downpour, completely engulfing the opponent. 11:00 a.m. 10 kilometers from Tiandu. I think we don't need to continue driving now. Gazing at the breathtaking scenery ahead, Songsher stopped the car. He praised it, and got out of the car. He took out the heavy slayer. Chapter 344. This was already the outskirts of Tiandu. Tiandu was a city standing on barren land. During the 7 Earth Wars, this place had become a front line, ravaged by war. Amidst the incessant chanting of hymns throughout the night, the Stone Knights, one of the 6 pillars of the Vanpusta Empire's knights, broke through 3 passes, advancing rapidly and almost completely conquering Chunming County. At the critical moment, the marshal of the previous generation of the Biting Defense Line stepped forward, challenging the commander of the Stone Knights. The two fought from the sky into space, and then back again. Finally, they returned to the Earth. On the Earth, that generation of marshal beheaded the commander of the Stone Knights, forcefully halting the Imperial offensive and allowing Chunming County to hold out until reinforcements arrived. With a final burst of momentum, they repelled the Imperial forces on this front. This battle had far-reaching consequences. Firstly, shortly after the battle, that generation of marshals succumbed to his wounds and fell to the ground. Secondly, the environment. The marshal and the commander of the Stone Knights, even though both spent most of their time in space, only briefly descending to Earth in the final stages. For the land of Chunming County, the clash between 2 fifth-ring psionicists, even if only brief, was still far too brutal. Centered on the point of clash, viewed from the heavens, the earth within 100 miles trembled and cracked, rivers changed course, mountains crumbled, and deep fissures spread endlessly. The Northern Thunder Defense Line spent decades, investing massive amounts of manpower and resources, to barely manage to repair and restore a portion of Chunming County's ecosystem. In the center of that battlefield, they built this city called Tiandu. Beyond the bustling city, the first step into the outskirts reveals barren land. An endless expanse of barren land. The Northern Thunder Defense Line could have restored the barren land surrounding Tiandu, but they chose not to. Many have speculated about this. To commemorate the sacrifice of that generation of marshals, to warn their members with 2 different environments separated by a wall, as a test on the road to Tiandu, or perhaps. The Northern Thunder Defense Line has never answered this question. Whoosh, the wind howls. The climate of the barren land is unpredictable, often unleashing natural disasters that devour everything. So even under the Northern Thunder Defense Line's governance, there are no barren bandits, and most people still don't stay on the barren land. Until today. Until now. This barren land, which should be desolate, ruined, and ravaged by sandstorms, now has people standing among the lead-gray wind-eroded rock formations. It's filled with people. Perhaps only during the 7 Earths War 70 years ago could there have been a more magnificent sight. Drones of all sizes streaked across the sky, camera flashes echoed across the land, motorcyclists removed their helmets, car drivers peered out, and large trucks lined the roadside, packed with people. A tidal wave of people surged into the barren land, flowing through every crevice of the rocks, leaving scattered traces. Countless banners fluttered high, dancing wildly, converging into a colorful ocean. Nando. At first, it was a faint cry, then the cries grew louder, becoming cacophonous and chaotic, reminiscent of a tin eaves in the rain. Until finally, when that familiar yet unfamiliar figure appeared on the horizon. The cacophony of sounds vanished for a moment, then, in a daze, erupted into a massive wave of sound, a boundless, passionate shout that seemed to threaten to overturn the heavens. Nando, Nando. Nando! Songsher. On this journey, I will see Tiandu. Songsher raised his head. The magnificent outline of the city in the distance, standing tall on the earth, was already clearly visible. Slowly, he surveyed his surroundings. The faces, frenzied, excited, amazed, and surprised, each radiating different colors, burned with a genuine and unwavering fervor in the blazing atmosphere. The young man exhaled. He smiled. I'm coming. The surging crowd parted like a tide, revealing the barren earth. From this point, a road, running straight along a central axis, appeared on the land. At the end of the road lay Tiandu. However, it was not without obstacles. I knew it. Songshur laughed unrestrainedly, just as I expected. It was as if someone had grabbed a handful of mung beans and scattered them carelessly. On the avenue cleared from the crowd, figures still lingered, having waited for some time. 1, 2, 3, 4. People of varying heights and bearings stood interspersed, some with cold expressions, some solemn, some sighing, some chuckling. The only thing they had in common was their attire. Standard uniforms, or perhaps custom-tailored, but undeniably, everyone standing on the avenue wore silver-gray military uniforms. Northern Thunder Defense Line, Lieutenant Su Lu. Second Lieutenant Sonya. Sergeant Zhang Ke, this mission was a defeat. Lieutenant Liao Ke. Northern Thunder Defense Line, Chang. Captain Yuan Jie, please grant. Someone pulled the ignition ring first, and with a long whistling sound, a deep red firework slowly dispersed. Then came a second, a third, a fourth whooshing sound, resounding continuously in all directions. Amidst this continuous whistling, countless streaks of light rose into the sky, bursting open with a bang, their brilliant flame slowly tracing the horizon. The excessively dense smoke almost completely dyed the sky deep red. Ahead, the gazes surging from all directions seemed to materialize, like a massive tsunami crashing down. The atmosphere at the Northern Thunder Defense Line was always known for its tense yet vibrant and courageous spirit. Now, with hundreds of thousands of people who had grown up in this atmosphere gathered here, their gazes, their breaths, their emotions merged into one, possessing a truly powerful force. If it were an ordinary person, no, not even a first-ring psychic. If it were someone with the most acute senses, consensus, simply standing here, enduring these gazes, his will would be overwhelmed and crushed. Whoosh! Songshur, carrying the heavy slayer, took his first step. From his body, crimson gold flames appeared out of thin air, swelling with the wind, instantly transforming into a towering, majestic flame tide. At the same time, Songshur's psychic energy began to rapidly ascend. First ring, second ring, third ring, his powerful psychic energy, without any concealment, was revealed to everyone. Forging flame, containment, return embers. Until the latest heart of forging, each spiritual technique flowed freely with his will. No longer varying according to individual, each time deliberately adjusted to the same spiritual energy level. At this moment, Songshur was at his peak. He continued forward, his posture increasingly composed. From Qinqiuan County, he had been invincible all the way here. That undeniable, yet indescribable, overwhelming force had been completely accumulated. Songshur could feel the spiritual technique soaring to the sky, trembling incessantly on the great origin path, as if it were about to leap from his heart at any moment, a sign that the ritual was about to be completed. But at this moment, Songshur had no time to pay attention to it, or rather, he didn't want to. Extending from this point, the 20-mile-long avenue stretched straight ahead. Songshur gradually quickened his pace, as if about to run. A terrifying torrent of flame surged violently. On the main road, all the officers, in that instant, had only one thought: a horrific cataclysmic disaster, formed from fire and filling their vision, was rolling towards them, engulfing them. Chapter 345. Of the 6 great paths, Dayuan excels at wide-area attacks. And at its peak, fueled by the momentum of its journey here, the flame tide commanded by Songshur has reached an unimaginably terrifying level. Even Songshur, when he first entered Qingyuan County, wouldn't be as formidable as he is now. Looking down from the sky, a crimson gold wave roared, engulfing the great Dao and erupting straight out. The officers, not counting those in the third rank of lieutenant, were the first to fall. They had come here with the mindset of seeing a grand spectacle, joining in the fun, and it wouldn't be a loss to even exchange a blow. However, under Songshur's all-out spiritual energy flames, with the scorching winds howling, they couldn't even withstand the aftershocks. Before even truly touching the flame tide, they stumbled and collapsed, falling in large numbers in an instant. 3 kilometers. Then came the lieutenants. The only promotion requirement for officers in the Northern Thunder Defense Front is actual combat capability. Members at the lieutenant level include second-ring psychics, non-psychics relying solely on various prosthetics and weaponry, and many possess both. Those with extremely low levels of modification, like Songshur and Tianyin Weiyang, have always been a minority. Within the corporate alliance, these naturally occurring individuals would be mockingly labeled cave dwellers and subjected to societal discrimination. After all, in this era, Even a second-ring psychic would find it difficult to withstand a single heavy electromagnetic sniper rifle shot in a sudden attack. With proper implants and weaponry, it's not uncommon for a first-ring psychic to kill a second-ring psychic. As officers forged in the atmosphere of the Northern Thunder defense line, their psionic abilities might not be exceptionally strong, and their prosthetic bodies might not be the most advanced or outstanding. However, their honed and formidable combat awareness and skills still made their actual combat power astonishing. In the complex environment of an city, an average-level officer would be enough to rout a special forces squad. But now, all of that was meaningless. Before the roaring, violent tide of flames, everything was incinerated. The air was instantly burned into a vacuum, and the earth itself melted and decomposed like butter. Rock formations that had existed for countless years easily and rapidly disintegrated, turning into swirling ashes. Some officers who had sprayed themselves with fire retardant and wore fireproof suits were deeply shaken. They had seen the enemy's combat footage, simulated footage of the scene using virtual reality technology. But only when they were personally present did they truly realize what the people in those videos had actually faced. A scorching wind swept across, and the fireproof suits, like substandard products, instantly sparked, then suddenly flared up and burned completely. The fire retardant sprayed on them was equally ineffective. Flames flickered and licked at their skin. Someone tried to pull the trigger, but after raising the muzzle, they hesitantly lowered it again. Faced with a natural disaster sweeping across the land, completely filling the field of vision, how could firearms be effective, or where should they be fired? Replacing firearms with naval cannons might be worth a try. Unfortunately, the lieutenant didn't have any naval cannons. 8 kilometers. A crimson-gold torrent swept down along the central axis of the road, engulfing everything in its dazzling flames. Occasionally, bursts of light would erupt, flashing a light completely different from flames, but in the next instant, these sporadic, effective counterattacks, along with their owners, were all swallowed up by the torrent. Finally, there were the field officers. No generals. Aside from incredible things like singularity technology, the maximum individual combat strength achievable purely by technology is equivalent to the third-ring level of a psionicist. The generals of the Northern Thunder defense line are all fourth-ring psionicists. They are all burdened with duties, and cannot spare the time or opportunity to engage in combat. Therefore, the highest combat force gathered on the main road at this moment consists of 4 field officers. Seeds have an age limit. They are automatically removed from the list at the age of 30. Someone like Blazing Sun Huang Hao, who was promoted to lieutenant colonel before the age of 30, is considered top tier among all the seeds of the Northern Thunder defense line throughout history. The rest of the seeds of this generation had already been defeated by Song Shi before even arriving in Chunning County. These 4 field officers consist of 1 lieutenant colonel and 3 majors. Except for the lieutenant colonel, who is among the previous generation seeds, the remaining majors are not seeds. Therefore, they can be considered strong, but not strong enough. And so, they were defeated. 10 kilometers. The raging torrent of flames suddenly slowed. A hand slowly emerged, its fingers brushing across the flames, which flowed like water, separating streams of fire. Within breaths, these streams, converging into a single line, quietly dissipated into sparks. Then, the true figure emerged. Amidst the surrounding flames, Song Shi seemed to be sighing, or perhaps savoring the moment, but ultimately, it all transformed into pure joy. He raised his eyes. The sky was now almost within reach. The city had a scent. Palliser was like the decaying moss in the crevices after a long rainy season, cold, damp, and filled with a slippery, sweet-smelling odor. Xu Guangqing, like someone returning home after a midnight shift, lay sprawled among scattered, cold fast food containers, puffing out a cheap cigarette. Suddenly, a dazzling, clear sky and a golden, shimmering illusion rose from the hazy, murky white smoke. Tiandu was unlike any of them. In Song Shi's perception, this city standing here was like a blazing, ever-burning fire, never extinguished. Every day, people came here, and every day, people left in despair. They were repeatedly forged and strived in this great forge, trying to glimpse a higher view. A powerfully beating, resounding heart anchored in the barren earth. The heart of the biting defense line. Finally, it's coming? Someone trembled, not out of fear, but out of extreme excitement. The Supreme Southern Dipper Emperor has arrived today in his most loyal Tiandu. Some climbed onto semi-trailer trucks, waving banners wildly and shouting, "How fortunate I am to witness this scene! The strong clash, the weak perish. Customized champion? Champion of raw power. Huff. Ugh. I came, I saw. Nando Songshur. Songshur pressed his left hand down. The surging tide of sound was instantly calmed, vanished into nothingness, and apart from the engine noise of the live-streaming camera drone, the world returned to silence. Everyone held their breath. Then, Songshur laughed and suddenly raised his hand. After a moment of stunned silence, everyone erupted in wild cheers, the magnificent momentum resounding once more, surging endlessly, reaching the heavens. Soaring to the heavens. The sheer magnitude of the momentum seemed to pierce even the clouds and the Milky Way. Amidst this almost tangible, overwhelming momentum, Songshur laughed, took the final step, and stepped onto the land belonging to Tiandu. Spiritual energy technique soaring to the heavens. Achieved here. Chapter 346. For a fleeting moment, the sky suddenly darkened. Like a summer evening, the sky changed in an instant, from a clear blue sky to a dense, oppressive black cloud, a towering inky dragon coiled in the heavens, devouring every inch of light and casting an impenetrable gloom over the world. Everyone's vision went dark. A massive, blocky shadow slowly spread across the land, engulfing the barren soil and the churning crowds above it. But no one panicked. On the contrary, they were ecstatic, straining to look up. Every member of the Northern Thunder Defense Line understood why Tiandu was called Tian, heaven. 3,000 meters above the ground. A violent air current raged and swept across, sunlight streaming straight down through gaps in the clouds, bringing a scorching brilliance, gilding the island with a shimmering golden light. Yes, the island. As everyone looked up in awe, a colossal floating island, covering tens of thousands of acres, slowly and steadily emerged from the city of Tiandu, the Sky Dome Martial Arts Arena, Martial Ruins. The highest level martial arts arena of the Biting Defense Line. The Biting Defense Line lacked the advanced anti-gravity technology of giant corporations, like Southern Heavy Industry and Time Sequence Passage, making it impossible to propel such a colossal object into the air in the most efficient, economically viable, and visually appealing way. Therefore, they completely disregarded these prerequisites. 67 years ago, the then Grand Marshal personally severed a mountain, leaving it suspended upside down in the sky. The Biting Defense Line, disregarding all costs, implanted 19 large anti-gravity engines and over 300 anti-gravity pivot components into this section of the mountain, forcefully generating power through sheer quantity, thus propelling Martial Ruins into the sky. And so, from that day forward, a new satellite island, revolving around the entire city day and night, appeared in Tiandu. The Grand Marshal didn't simply sever the mountain, he used his powerful spiritual energy, reaching the fifth ring, to reshape it. Like soft soil, after being vigorously pounded, it became a solid road strong enough to withstand the passage of carriages and horses. Having personally reshaped it, and with the repeated reinforcements of the Biting Defense Line over the past decades, the Martial Ruins can now even withstand battles at the fourth ring level. To achieve victory there? No. For the people of the Biting Defense Line, simply stepping onto the Martial Ruins is already the highest honor. When was the last time the Martial Ruins was used? Someone murmured unconsciously. That was a year ago. Someone whispered, in that battle, Major General He broke through on the battlefield and defeated Lieutenant General Zhang. This time, for whom has the Martial Ruins come? Nando Songshur and the others know. So who would his opponent be? They knew too. The answer to this question was all too obvious. A long mournful cry, like the song of a whale, swept across the wind. In that instant, the massive, blocky shadow cast by the Martial Ruins vanished, or rather, before the sudden appearance of light, these shadows melted away like snow meeting the morning sun. Above the Martial Ruins, five-colored light swirled, completely engulfing the sky as far as the eye could see. Gold, blue, turquoise, red, brown. At the very center of the swirling five colors, a burly man with thick hair and beard grinned, standing with his elbows crossed. His shawl billowed in the wind, his silver-gray military uniform hung loosely, a single gold star gleaming on his epaulets. Biting Defense Line, General, 5th Ring Dayuan. 5 phases revolve. Wang Chunlai. In the five-colored radiance, the world fell silent for a moment. Then, in the next instant, a deafening roar, almost tearing the sky apart, resounded, a force no less powerful than the earlier shouts for Songshur. Some were moved to tears, shouting loudly, others shoved the Nando Wu Bai banner they had been holding into their left hand, revealing a banner with 5 phases revolve in their right, waving their arms in unison. Some, overwhelmed with emotion, rolled their eyes and fell backward. Those nearby quickly caught them and rushed them to the medical team that had been prepared and stationed on the barren ground, ready to respond at any moment. Some people cheered wildly, impulsively pulling out their guns, pulling the safety, and about to pull the trigger into the air. "Those of you below, stop firing!" Wang Chunlai swept his gaze down and barked. "Can't you see how many people are here? What if someone gets hurt? Want to go to jail?" Those who had just pulled out their guns shuddered, feeling as if a bucket of ice-cold water had been poured over them, instantly sobering them up. They quickly put their guns away, but instead of feeling resentful or angry, they were overjoyed. "Good heavens!" Wang Chunlai spoke to me. "Could it be? However, in this kind of occasion, something is indeed needed to liven things up." Wang Chunlai withdrew his gaze, suddenly grinning again, and under everyone's gaze, he extended his broad, thick right hand. He clenched it tightly. The earth suddenly trembled. Then the sky also trembled. Amidst a long, buzzing whistle, from within the heavenly capital, streaks of fire rose from the ground and shot into the sky. Hundreds of missiles spewed jets of flame, leaving long trails that streaked across the sky. Centered on martial ruins, a dazzling fireworks display unfolded across the world. The deafening explosions were incessant, accompanied by thick smoke, as a series of brilliant fireballs burst into the sky. Wang Chunlai laughed heartily, swooping down towards martial ruins below and shouting, "Aren't you coming?" Before he could finish speaking, Songshur had already risen into the air. Flaming wings, transformed from calamity, suddenly appeared, stretching to their limit. Then, the pitch-black flame surged upwards, leaving scorching trails, carrying Songshur skyward. Songshur's speed has increased. King Jinchi calculated his ascent speed in an instant, 23.74% faster than before. No, 24.17%, 25.35%, and the increase is still rising. It's done. Ai Lu unconsciously narrowed his eyes, his pupils reflecting the trajectory of Songshur's movement. He whispered, "Escape technique." Soaring to the sky. Most people only saw a deep, pitch-black flame, with unwavering, ferocious momentum, ascending all the way to the majestic island suspended in the sky, 3,000 meters above the ground. Thud. Songshur dispelled his flame wings, slowly descending and landing on the ground below. The terrain of martial ruins is quite unique. Countless battles fought here over the decades have completely smoothed out its former mountainous features, the earth repeatedly compacted and destroyed. The Northern Thunder defense line doesn't seem particularly diligent in its restoration efforts. A quick glance reveals numerous unfilled craters of varying sizes, broken and disintegrated weapon fragments, damaged prosthetics, and dried bloodstains. But all of that is irrelevant now. The martial ruins has now become a pure, dark red plain. Completely visible. "Aren't you coming?" Freed bounty hunter. Looking at the burly man standing with his arms crossed in the distance, Songshur's pupils gradually brightened, and the young man revealed a genuine, satisfied, and excited smile. "Nan Do, Songshur. Here I am." Chapter 347. 5 Phases Reincarnation, Wang Chunlai. He had fought with him in his previous life. But that was in the 4th ring. He hadn't fought him in the 3rd ring. Undoubtedly, this would be a different experience. "Why aren't you surprised at all?" Wang Chunlai stroked his chin. "I'm a general, after all. Can you show me some respect by suddenly stepping in like this? Don't be so calm. I even brought out the martial ruins." "Surprised?" Songshur tapped the heavy slayer, the blade ringing out a clear, light sound. "Wasn't it you who initially commissioned me to fight my way to Tiandu? And since you said that, how could I possibly resist stepping in?" "Commissioned?" Wang Chunlai frowned. "Songshur, we set off the day after tomorrow. If you can come to Chunming County, I give you a big gift." Songshur said leisurely, "What, are you going to renege on your promise?" "Oh, you mean that?" Wang Chunlai waved his hand. "Do I look like the kind of person who reneges on promises? I give it to you personally after we get off at Wushu." "But wait a minute." The man paused, scrutinizing the other's undisguised, almost tangible aura. "Without my orders, you couldn't have achieved soaring to the sky so quickly. Does this count as an advance payment for the commission?" Songshur chuckled and countered. "So I pay you extra?" "No need." Wang Chunlai twisted his neck, slowly stretching his body. His loose military uniform only accentuated his burly physique. He laughed heartily. "Consider it advance payment for your medical expenses after the battle." Songshur stopped pressing Chongshur, his blade silently rising. "Damn it." The young man sighed. "Then I'm afraid I really have to pay you extra." No agreement or declaration was needed for beginning. The next instant, both moved simultaneously. A burst of crimson gold flame erupted, enveloping the blade and slashing out fiercely. But just as it was about to strike, before it could fully land, a fist slammed into it. Without retreating, without dodging, without flinching. Wang Qinlai clenched his fist, meeting Chongshi's attack head-on. Upon contact, the surrounding air trembled, as if solidifying. But in less than a tenth of a second, starting from the fist and blade, it exploded like a cannonball, the solidified air shattering with a deafening, agonizing roar. However, this deafening roar lasted only a moment. Because the next second, an even more intense roar overwhelmed everything. Fist and blade collided violently, pulverizing the surrounding atmosphere. Two streaks of light spun rapidly, separating in an instant, only to crash back together without hesitation. The deafening collisions continued unabated, never ceasing for a moment. The martial ruins had witnessed countless battles, the clash of hearts, the splattering of scalding blood, the shattering of weapons. Martial artists of the past had slaughtered each other on this land, leaving behind countless legendary duels. In a sense, the land of the martial ruins possessed a life of its own. Songsher could sense the distinct will still lingering here. In the customs of the eastern continent, these would be called fist intent, sword intent, and the like. They were witnesses to the past. Everyone who had stood here had left their mark. This was an even more oppressive force than the frenzied cheers of the crowds that had gathered in the wasteland not long ago. Ordinary people would faint simply by stepping onto the martial ruins, and even weaker spiritualists would struggle to breathe. Only those with unwavering will and conviction, those with strong hearts, would remain unaffected. But for Songsher, the lingering residual will, the stimulation of this oppressive force, the only feeling he experienced was an increasingly exhilarating mental state, as if every pore was fully expanding. Clang! The blade clashed with the fist again, and the crimson-gold flames were forcefully blasted apart, revealing the true form of Chongsher beneath. TSK. The two separated after a brief clash. Songsher glanced at the still trembling Chongsher, then looked at Wang Qinlai, who had also stopped in the distance. The strength of your physique is truly outrageous. The other was clutching his right wrist. Obvious burn marks were visible on his right fist. Outrageous? Wang Qinlai slowly rotated his wrist, pursing his lips. Is this some kind of self-praise? At the mid-third ring, my 5 elements have already reached their peak, forming a self-contained cycle, endlessly circulating. The man exhaled a breath of stale air, raising his index finger to point at the youth. And yet, you still managed to burn it like this. Psionic art, 5 elements. As a 5th ring psionicist who has achieved the 5 phases reincarnation, Wang Qinlai embarked on the path of the 5 elements from the very beginning. To compensate for the rather fragile body of a great source psionicist, he chose the psionic art 5 elements at the 2nd ring. The liver belongs to wood, the heart to fire, the spleen to earth, the lungs to metal, and the kidneys to water. In the eastern continent, there's an ancient saying that the 5 internal organs are associated with the 5 elements. The effect of the 5 organs follows this concept, viewing the 5 organs as the body's innate treasures, aligned with the 5 elements, and continuously strengthened by spiritual energy. When the 5 organs are fully developed, the 5 organs, like the 5 elements, form a self-sustaining cycle, significantly enhancing physical strength. Simultaneously, the 5 organs can assist in the use of spiritual energy techniques related to the 5 elements, and the latter, in turn, will enhance the effects of the 5 organs. They complement each other. No wonder you've been invincible all the way. Wang Qinlai stretched his shoulders. With this level of cultivation, those brats are indeed no match for you. He breathed deeply, and 5 swirling colors began to appear around him, resembling 5 colored clouds from afar. Songsher feigned seriousness. Nothing can be swept away, nothing can be broken, the 5-colored divine light? You know perfectly well what I'm talking about, nonsense. Wang Qinlai scoffed. I'm not following that path. The seriousness on Songsher's face vanished instantly. He smiled lazily, just trying to lighten the mood. That's enough for the warm-up. No longer in the usual passive state of nurturing, Wang Qinlai had actively activated his 5 organs, his internal organs beginning to operate and coordinate at a higher intensity. If someone were observing with X-ray vision, they would see the scene. Gold, turquoise, blue, red, and brown. 5 colors of misty haze flowed from his liver, heart, spleen, lungs, and kidneys, intertwining and forming a cycle, then surging into his limbs and bones. There was no grotesque sight of bulging muscles, a swollen physique, or protruding veins. Wang Qinlai remained as he was initially. In Songsher's perception, amidst the swirling 5-colored mist, Wang Qinlai seemed like a stone whose surface was gradually crumbling, its outer shell peeling away with a crack, transforming at a visible speed into a smooth and beautiful jade. Even Songsher's mind felt a faint sting. That was a warning of danger. Warm up, Songsher nodded approvingly. It's definitely over. 28 crimson gold orbs of light quietly appeared. Chapter 348. Wang Qinlai is very strong, extremely strong. Even without revealing anything else, just this masterful 5 treasures technique alone reveals the extent of his cultivation. He truly deserves a status as a general of the Northern Thunder defense line. Even with his own strength, he is no match for an opponent who can still do as he pleases with spare strength. Therefore, he can use his full power now. Since the battle at Forged Light City, where he decisively defeated Emmanuel Grodin, who commanded the solar radiation focusing array with an incomplete vacuum zero-point energy engine, Song Shi has never encountered a situation requiring him to use his full power. Even Blazing Sun Huang Hao is still somewhat lacking. Even Song Shi himself is eager to know. If he were to unleash his power without restraint, how far could he go now, compared to Song Shi at the same level in his previous life? Just how much stronger is he now? The 8 fire seeds simultaneously disintegrate. His short hair suddenly grew longer, the ends gradually turning crimson gold, drifting away without wind. Cracks, like shattered porcelain, began at the youth's heart and rapidly spread outwards, covering every part of his body. Within these cracks, molten lava, reminiscent of boiling magma, surged and flowed. This was the characteristic of burning blood actively surging. The effect of burning blood was to greatly enhance the quality of the holder's psionic energy. If we were to use the card games of dust contract generation as an analogy, it would be like a player spending credits to code a card with a rainbow finish. According to the game algorithm of dust contract generation, even if they were the same type of card, when settling the score, the card with the rainbow finish would be able to crush the non-rainbow finished card. Unreasonable. At this moment, containment, embers return. Everything was poured into the burning created by boiling blood, forged by forging flames. Self-immolation. Without collision or stimulation, Song Shi could feel his spiritual energy boiling ceaselessly, constantly climbing higher in the self-burning forging process. It was an effect far stronger than simple boiling blood. He pulled out the heavy slayer inch by inch. The roaring flames suddenly rose. Looking down from the sky, in the center of the entire martial ruins, towering crimson flame surged like a tide, sweeping across hundreds of meters in an instant. The crimson gold flames intertwined with the dark red of the martial ruins land, transforming into a terrifying scene resembling purgatory. What a fierce display! Wang Qinlai's brows slowly relaxed. He raised his right arm, a drum-like vibration reverberating from each joint of his arm. Then, he clenched his fist and laughed loudly, ha ha ha. Just what I wanted. Centered on the man, flames erupted once more. Unlike the towering crimson gold flames before him, the flames surrounding Wang Qinlai were pure red. Their coverage was noticeably smaller, lacking the unrestrained power of Song Shi's, presenting a more solid and restrained appearance. Metal phase, wood phase, water phase, fire phase, earth phase. Psionic technique 5 phases. This psionic technique allows the holder to control all 5 phases simultaneously. However, compared to those great source psionicists, who focus on one phase, controlling all 5 phases means each phase is extremely weak. But Wang Qinlai, naturally, is not in this category. Wood generates fire, fire generates earth, earth generates metal, metal generates water, and water generates wood. With the aid and enhancement of 5 treasures and other spiritual techniques, as well as years of honing his skills and comprehending the Tao, he had long since reached the extremely high realm of 5 phases revolving, endless generation. In the man's hands, 5 phases were no longer a useless trick, but a terrifying power containing the ultimate principles of the 5 elements. The current Song Shi is stronger than the Song Shi of his previous life. The current Wang Qinlai is also stronger than Wang Qinlai when he was at the middle level of the 3rd ring. Above the martial ruins, a supersonic roar suddenly resounded, the atmosphere strained beyond its limits. Wang Qinlai threw a punch. Red flames moved with him, transforming into a straight stream of fire that pierced the earth. The fist, imbued with intense will, slammed towards the crimson gold flame tied ahead, protected by the raging fire. This single punch was enough to flatten and burn down an entire street. Facing the onslaught of the fist, Song Shi laughed wildly and unleashed a powerful strike. Endless streams of crimson gold flames coiled around the heavy slayer, transforming into a raging fiery blade stretching dozens of meters, slashing into the fist's momentum, and shattering it. The 2 completely different flames collided, and in an instant, the crimson gold forcefully swallowed the red. But the next instant, the crimson that had dwindled to a mere sliver bloomed again, expanding. It was Wang Qinlai throwing another punch. It was as if he had detonated a series of heavy-duty thermobaric bombs. With each punch, the surging, towering crimson gold flames would suddenly cave in, the powerful spiritual energy forcefully repelling and shattering the crimson gold flames within a 10-meter radius, creating vacuum fields within the flame tide. However, it was all in vain. Because the instant the shattering hammer creates the vacuum field, the surrounding crimson flames will rapidly surge in, filling the void and engulfing Wang Chunlai once more. Before the sound could react, the crimson-infused heavy slayer broke through the flame tide and slashed at the man, only to be met with a swift, powerful punch from the man. Then came the belated supersonic explosion. Before the echo faded, Songshur gripped the still trembling heavy slayer and slashed again, faster and more powerful. Wang Chunlai didn't hesitate, still throwing a punch, but sensing the subtle changes in this collision, he laughed loudly, finally willing to use Soaring Sky. It's been a long time since I had this much fun. Songshur slightly rotated the heavy slayer. The rehabilitation took a little time. Psionic art, Soaring Sky. This escape technique isn't good for long-distance travel or sustained use. Its main strength is burst speed over short distances. If explained using the conventions of corporate alliances, then Soaring Sky represents an extremely high instantaneous acceleration. However, although categorized as a flight technique, Soaring Sky prioritizes functionality over mere escape. This is why Songshur chose this flight technique. The sheer power of its aura is so immense that it can pierce through even the clouds and the Milky Way. Within a certain time frame, each use of Soaring Sky by a psionicist increases the intensity of the next Soaring Sky, making the burst faster, the power stronger, and the accumulated momentum even greater. This enhancement is cumulative. With the explosive acceleration of Soaring Sky, a psionicist can rapidly accumulate Soaring Sky attacks in a short period, granting themselves a terrifyingly rapid increase in explosive power. Coincidentally, the blood flames from the self-immolation continue to rise, making Songshur appear like a demon dwelling in a pool of blood, his ferocity reaching the heavens. He raised the corners of his mouth. I have a little bit of experience with using offense as defense. Soaring to the sky, the second time. Chapter 349. Even before the next clash, a swarm of camera drones, scattered throughout the martial ruins, had already sped in. Drones were frequently burned to ashes by the aftershocks, but new drones would immediately arrive to fill the gaps, ensuring a live broadcast. Damn! What a raging fire! I can't see anything. Wow! What a moving battle! Even though it hasn't officially started yet. When? General Wang. A large projection screen had been set up on site, broadcasting live and attracting countless people. The once desolate and barren wasteland was now more bustling than the capital city. Above the wasteland, in the airspace surrounding the martial ruins, shuttles, airships, and hot air balloons had appeared, hovering and watching the martial ruins from afar. Oh, isn't this our swordsmanship prodigy? Why are you only arriving now? Suddenly, someone boarded one of the large airships. A woman with a robe adorned with crane patterns and a feather shawl. The one who spoke was a man in overalls, who had clearly arrived much earlier. Shan Jiang, you have such a strong opinion about Tianyan Weiyang? Someone chuckled nearby. Opinion? Shan Jiang sneered repeatedly. Of course I have an opinion. He pointed at the wooden scabbard at the other man's waist, roaring, a katana can be considered a sword? How dare you call yourself a swordsman? Tianyan Weiyang glanced around, then leisurely found a seat on the open deck. After sitting down, she glanced at Shan Jiang and said calmly, double the bill and you behave. Shan Jiang was momentarily speechless, then continued his rage. You can stop now. A steady voice suddenly rang out. It was a man who looked to be in his late 20s, dressed in a silver-gray military uniform. He sat upright in the center of the airship's deck, his arms clasped in front of his chest. For some reason, despite the airship being thousands of meters in the air, the deck was still warm as spring, even somewhat hot. Yin Yang Huang Hao. Shan Jiang, Tianyan Weiyang, Huang Hao. This large airship was filled with the current generation of seeds of the Beijing Defense Front. They're about to begin, Huang Hao said slowly, gazing at the distant martial ruins. Songshur, he's standing on the martial ruins. The others respected and gave face to this man, who was known for his dignified manners, mainly because he was arguably the strongest among the current generation of seeds, and they couldn't defeat him. In short, after Huang Hao spoke, the others quickly stopped their chatter, and focused on the situation within the martial ruins. Now it's a trial run. That ended so quickly, they're getting serious now. Is this General Wang's 5 organs? 5 internal organs, 5 viscera, self-contained, endlessly circulating, truly terrifying and formidable. Soon, someone unconsciously clicked their tongue. He's not at a disadvantage. Now the 5 organs are actively activated. A seed exclaimed, Songsher, this guy is actually this strong. Damn. Someone else couldn't help but curse. I know he didn't use his full strength back then, but he was holding back so much? No, not at a disadvantage. Tianyin Weiyang suddenly spoke, her eyes fixed on Wu Su. Now, the one being suppressed is General Wang Chenlai, who's at a disadvantage. Upon hearing this, one of the seed-level cultivators was startled. He hadn't noticed this. He instinctively looked at Huang Hao, who sat in the middle, trying to find the answer in the other's expression, but the latter's expression remained unchanged, still solemn. Tianyin Weiyang wasn't wrong. Feeling the several gazes directed at him, Huang Hao spoke. Songsher is indeed suppressing General Wang. What? The seed-level cultivator was genuinely shocked. He was a second-ring psychic, who had rushed to intercept Nando when he arrived in Sanxi County, only to be cleanly shattered in 3 strikes by Wu Su Ming. Yes, he certainly understood that his opponent was strong, extremely strong. If he had been even slightly weaker, his opponent wouldn't have been able to fight his way to Tiandu. But now, his opponent was Wang Chenlai, the 5th ring de Yuan, a general of the Beiting defense line. 5 phases revolve, Wang Chenlai. Evenly matched, neck and neck. This was already the highest assessment he had expected, yet Huang Hao himself admitted that Wang Chenlai was at a disadvantage. He glanced around, somewhat stunned, and noticed that none of his colleagues, also ranked high among the seeds, uttered a word of objection, clearly agreeing with Huang Hao's conclusion. To suppress Wang Chenlai at such a young age. Such talent, such temperament, such willpower. Even a grand marshal might not be able to match this. Don't let your mind wander, Huang Hao suddenly spoke. He glanced at the seed, his pupils reflecting a blazing sun. The other felt a burning sensation throughout his body, his spirits lifted, and his previous thoughts were completely burned away. General Wang has indeed fallen behind, but it's far from time to draw conclusions. Huang Hao shook his head slightly. Don't you understand his temperament? He's just testing whether he can defeat Songsher with his fire aspect. Huang Hao looked at Wu Su again, and said only one sentence. His true strength has never been fire. Boom! The blade, wreathed in flames, clashed once more with the fist gripped in fire. A powerful impact erupted, shattering the flames within a radius of over 10 meters. But amidst the terrifying roar, this time, it was no longer a stalemate. The fist was shattered. The blade's momentum didn't diminish, in fact, it intensified. Wang Chenlai only had time to forcefully raise his arms before being struck head-on. A dull thud. The blow didn't seem to strike flesh and blood, it was more like striking a giant bronze bell, producing a heavy, deep thud. The great completion realm, now pushed to its limit by the 5 treasures, granted Wang Chenlai an unimaginably powerful physique. Then, that deep, muffled thud transformed into a sharp, clanging sound in the next instant. Endless flames condensed into a single line, converging on the heavy blade, forcefully cleaving open the so-called bronze bell. The terrifying impact forced Wang Chenlai back 7 steps before he regained his footing. Heh! His large, powerful fingers traced a deep, bone-revealing gash on his left arm. Wang Chenlai grinned. Well done, that was a powerful strike. On the wound, specks of flame seemed to seep into the skin, clinging like maggots, relentlessly burning the flesh and blood, turning it to ash, attempting to spread. The level of your spiritual energy flames is so high. Wang Chenlai's fingers swirled with blue mist, pressing several times to extinguish the flames, then he praised, You're not too far from reaching the elemental spirit of law level. Not far away, Songsher remained motionless, but his aura and spiritual energy surged even higher. Shouldn't we get to something a little better? Songsher said leisurely. Your fire element isn't very good. Want me to teach you? Ha ha! The crimson flame suddenly faded, and Wang Chenlai's pupils brightened slightly. A brownish-yellow mist silently emerged, bringing with it a massive, imposing aura, stretching for thousands of miles, unyielding and majestic. Wang Chenlai's laughter echoed loudly. Then let's try it. Mountain shaking. Chapter 350. The moment the word shake left his lips, Songsher suddenly erupted. Soaring to the heavens. Songsher dragged the stream of fire, slashing out, repeating the previous attack. And propelled by the added force of soaring to the heavens, this slash was only stronger than the previous one. 5 fingers, shrouded in a brownish-yellow mist, slowly extended. Yes, slowly. No longer the raging fire of before, Wang Chenlai had shifted to the earth phase of the 5 phases. Before a blade capable of easily slicing through steel and melting all things, he merely slowly extended his 5 fingers. Compared to the slash propelled by soaring to the heavens, This was too slow, too sluggish, too dull. But accompanying this slow extension was a sudden solidification of everything around him. The surging tide of fire collapsed, the foremost wave crashing as if struck by a heavy blow. Even the flames carried by Chongshi quickly peeled away, revealing the blade beneath. In the next instant, everything that had solidified shattered. In Songshi's perception, Wang Qinlai at this moment was like a towering mountain reaching to the heavens and earth, incredibly majestic and imposing. His outstretched right hand clenched into a fist, and in a daze, it seemed as if the entire mountain had crashed down, its terrifying power pushing everything in its path away, pulverizing it into dust. Still as a mountain, in motion as a collapsing mountain. Wang Qinlai's forte had always been only earth phase. Want to learn about fire phase? Wang Qinlai twisted his neck. Songshi, I don't think it's necessary. He laughed heartily. Let me see the calamity flame. I've been eagerly anticipating this unprecedented spiritual energy technique. Songshi also laughed. Darkness instantly engulfed his pupils, and then, after everything was completely black, a line of scorching crimson gold cracked open. In an instant, the crimson gold wave that had previously swirled over an area of hundreds of meters transformed into a deep, inky black, its intense, indescribable killing intent raging with the scorching wind. Even the mountains before it no longer stood firm and immovable. Such astonishing killing intent. Feeling the scorching wind rushing towards him, stimulated by the violent killing intent, Wang Qinlai felt every thought within him being stirred and activated. Such immense bloodlust. Then, these stimulated thoughts, like a tiger provoked, suddenly erupted in fury. Wang Qinlai raised his hand. Thus, countless furious thoughts, clenched between his 5 fingers, were all forged into one, transforming into an exhilaratingly high fighting spirit. The Eastern continent has always had a pursuit of mental state, and as a psionicist who had reached the 5th ring in the ancient Eastern continent, this was undoubtedly a great supernatural being, naturally the strongest among the strong in this regard. With Wang Qinlai's mental fortitude, the negative effects on his mind caused by the calamity flame could be easily eliminated. However, this was merely a ripple before the actual clash. Songshi slowly exhaled his scorching breath. In his current state, even a ripple from the calamity flame could burn through the mind of an ordinary second-ring psychic, turning them into an idiot with its violent killing intent. But against a 5th-ring psychic, he certainly wouldn't expect a mere ripple to be effective. Therefore, a majestic divine mountain? Then burn it down. Slash. Without a word, Songshi erupted again, unleashing a strike. A surging tide of calamity flame followed, raging and sweeping, threatening to engulf the entire mountain. Having consecutively added soaring to the sky, the sheer power of this attack was something even Wang Qinlai had to take seriously. He took a step forward, unleashing a powerful punch with the force of a mountain collapsing, a deep, resounding boom, like the grandest bell. The punch shattered the slash, the terrifying shockwave spreading out instantly, forcibly reversing and collapsing the surging flames. A single strike separated them. Before the receding flames could even subside, Songshi charged forward again. How could I let you soar to the heavens in peace? Wang Qinlai laughed wildly, flipping his palm and slamming it down without hesitation. The ground within a 100-meter radius of the martial ruins suddenly sank. As if a mountain had crashed down, Songshi felt an unparalleled pressure bearing down on him, not just the mountain itself. The earth beneath his feet was clearly responding to the mountain. One side pressed down from above, the other dragged him, as if he were trapped in quagmire, unable to move an inch. This was not a manipulation of gravity. Songshi instantly understood everything. His opponent was using the spiritual energy of the earth element to first overwhelm him with the imagery of mountains, then draw upon the earth's veins, transforming the surrounding land for their own use, all to fight the enemy together. The superimposed requirements of soaring to the sky had a short time limit. His opponent was trying to restrict him in this way. The overwhelming mountain imagery was indeed unworkable for the time being. But drawing upon the earth's veins, turning it into their own battleground. Wang Qinlai suddenly looked up. The drawn earth veins were broken. At the same moment, the earth veins were broken. Songshi arrived with his blade. Scorched earth completely abandoned its defensive and offensive effects, focusing all its power on creating an area, and added 3 fire seeds. With the enhancement of rendering and wildfire, it forcefully burned the earth, breaking the earth veins pull. But when fist and blade clashed, Songshi still couldn't break through his opponent's defensive encirclement. Earth element is merely an external manifestation of Wang Qinlai's spiritual energy. Its underlying essence remains the 5 elements. Wood generates fire, fire generates earth generates metal, metal generates water, and water generates wood. The 5 elements cycle endlessly, providing a continuous source of power for the Earth phase, forming an incredibly stable cycle. This is the 5 phases reincarnation. Even if there are occasional signs of a breach, thanks to the powerful tolerance of the 5 phases reincarnation, the cycle can simply restart, restoring everything to its original state. Wang Qinlia's true strength lies in this cycle of the 5 phases reincarnation. Just like Songshi's spiritual flames, imbued with the effects of spiritual techniques like embers, rendering, and wildfire. At this moment, besides the 5 treasures and 5 phases, Wang Qinli is simultaneously operating more than 6 spiritual techniques, which complement each other, together forming the 5 phases reincarnation. This forges the unparalleled power of the Earth phase, like a towering divine mountain. Ordinary attacks cannot break through the 5 phases cycle. Without breaking through the 5 phases cycle, it's impossible to defeat the opponent. Even occasionally breaking through the 5 phases cycle is unlikely to defeat the opponent. To completely defeat the opponent, either one must possess a continuous high-intensity attack that can break through the 5 phases cycle, overwhelming its supply, or one must deliver an incredibly powerful strike that can completely shatter the 5 phases cycle in one fell swoop. Coincidentally, surrounded by endless calamity flames, Songshi raised his eyes with delight, a captivating crimson gold hue emanating from the depths of his pupils. It seems he can do it. Another soaring to the heavens. This time, however, the terrifying aura caused even Wang Qinli to tremble. This wasn't fear, but a spontaneous warning from his mind. 12 crimson gold orbs swirled around Songshi's body, the remaining embers of his battle with Wang Qinli. A spark was extinguished. Integrate the spark into the soaring sky? Wang Qinli's eyes widened, his beard and hair unfurling with excitement. He let out an almost roaring laugh. Good. 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 That's more exciting. That's more satisfying. Let's see if you can't withstand the burden and give up halfway. Or if I be the first to give in, and have my 5 phases reincarnation shattered by you. Wang Qinli clenched his fists, and within the martial ruins, the majestic divine mountain rose once more, reaching the sky and connecting with the wilderness. Come!